The foreign
player coming in, G League guy coming in, former draft pick coming in. Yeah, are all those being treated the same, or are they all going to be treated the same going forward? It seems like they were all treated the same for decades, but it doesn't feel like that right now.
I don't know that they have been treated the same for decades, because some of these foreign guys come in, but yet they don't have full 4 years of eligibility. Well, why not? An American kid, when he comes in, if he's eligible, he has the 4 years of eligibility. So has it been treated the same for years? Doesn't sound like it.
DJ and PK.
#NFL.
There's always pressure, but I think it was Billie Jean King who said pressure is a privilege, right? Was it Billie Jean King who said that? And that's something that is earned, so we feel like it's something very worthwhile to be in games like this. And if those are the things that are being talked about along with that, that's okay. That's a privilege too. So let's get to work and let's go try to play our best game. Try to coach our best game.
That's Ravens coach John Harbaugh on the pressure Baltimore and Pittsburgh feel in advance of Sunday night's game. Playing for the division title, the winner is in the playoffs, the loser is out. The playoffs are starting a week early. It is legitimately must-win time for Baltimore and Pittsburgh.
Cool.
But on top of that, you got two coaches who their teams haven't been succeeding at the same level in the playoffs that the fan bases are used to, and everybody wonders if there'll be a change. Ownership, there's been a ton of stability in those two organizations. Will that continue, or will the loser, is this going to cost them a job? Have we finally gotten to the place that two of the longest tenured coaches in the NFL, one of them might get cut loose? We do have another win-you're-in game without all the legacy stuff going on Saturday. The Panthers and the Bucs playing for the division title, although there is a weird scenario where the Bucs could beat the Panthers, but if Atlanta wins, it's a three-way tie, and then Carolina wins anyway. So it's not a complete win-and-you're-in, although if the Panthers win, they lock it up. New England Patriots wide receiver Stefan Diggs is facing a felony charge of strangulation and a misdemeanor charge of assault from an alleged incident on December 2nd. According to a police report, a woman went to police December 16th and shared that she was working as a private chef on the date of the incident in question. So, Stefan Diggs facing the felony charge now, and the Patriots gearing up for the playoffs, but apparently without him. We'll see how that plays out. Drew Brees and Larry Fitzgerald headline a group of 4 modern-era finalists in their first year of eligibility from the Pro Football Hall of Fame, along with Jason Witten and Frank Gore. Adam Vinatieri guaranteed a spot after advancing to the Final 7. Willie Anderson, Torrey Holt, Luke Kuechly also advancing in the Final 7. The other finalists, Eli Manning, Reggie Wayne, Jari Evans, Marshall Yonda, Terrell Suggs, and Darren Woodson. Feel strongly about any of those guys getting into the Hall? It's a long list of names.
Oh,
right
several
there,
of them, yeah, absolutely.
Drew Brees is a slam dunk. Larry Fitzgerald.
Well, at the top, yeah. The ones I'm talking about the guys you listed a little lower. I mean, at the top, obviously Fitzgerald and Brees are going to waltz in. There's no question about that. But several guys that you named, the Panthers linebacker Luke, and the other guys, yeah, I think so. I think they're all. That's a strong class.
That is a strong class. I can see Torrey Holt getting in.
Sure.
It feels like Reggie Wayne might be right on the verge, yes or no. He's a very good player.
I'd have no problem putting him in. Peyton Manning loved him.
Yeah. Powered my fantasy football team for years, so it'd be hypocritical to start shooting him down now. Eli Manning, I just wonder if they can all get in. It's like you said, it's a strong class. Jason Witten probably has a strong argument. Frank Gore has a strong argument.
Well, I don't have any idea of how many people they can put in on a particular class. If they put in 10, they put in 10. I don't know if that's against the rules, nor am I going to find out, nor am I going to care.
DJ and PK.
#Utah.
I chose to finish out this season with my team. I'm going to play it in the game, but for some people it's a lot higher stakes. Got a couple of first-rounders and things like that. So, we know those guys love us. They let it be known every day since they've been here. So we still support those guys. They support us.
Devin Dampier talking about playing in the bowl game. The Utes play 1:30 today against Nebraska, the Las Vegas Bowl. Morgan Scalley's first game on the sideline. You can hear the game on the KSL Sports Zone. PK, a lot of storylines in this one, a lot of intrigue, a new era.
Yeah, this is the start of the Morgan Scally era. It came a little quicker than we thought, even though it seemed like for him, he was waiting, and then he gets it, and we're thinking Kyle's going to coach the ball, and he doesn't. And I think it's important, just for perception's sake, that they go out there and play well and win this game and give Morgan a little boost, and then it becomes his program officially with the start of the game, obviously. And whereas as they lost, you can remember back when Bronco was his first game. It was Boston College, and they booed because it was a punt. Now, it's 21 years later, but we all remember that. And he remembered it, right? And so why not have a good memory? Because the good thing about Bronco is then they had a game the following week. They didn't have to wait 9 months or 8 months. So for Morgan's sake, get that win today, seal this deal on the 25 season, go 11-2. That's one of the better seasons that they've ever had. And so from that perspective with Scally, you get a little momentum. Then we take care of the coaching situations, who's going, who's leaving. I know Lewis Powell put out there that a Utah man I am. And so that makes it seems to me that that's a strong statement that he's going to stay. And that fans eat that up. Kyle said that for 21 years. And no longer he's not a Utah man anymore. So I don't really care about that. I care about who's going to stay, who's going to go. And then you attack the transfer portal, which is 2 days away. Although obviously they've been evaluating guys as they've been making their announcements that they're in. The portal really doesn't have any boundaries in that perspective. It may have an end point, but it doesn't really necessarily have a beginning point. And so away you go. So I think it's important for him and just to get off to the right start to win this game this afternoon.
More on this game coming up. The question of the day, all about the Utes in the bowl game. We'll get to that in our next segment. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
TCU down 10 points in the fourth quarter, but they rallied and they beat USC in overtime 30-27. PK, you feel like you've seen that game-winning touchdown before? That was some atrocious tackling. It seemed like there were plenty of chances to just shove them out of bounds, and yet somehow tightrope, missed tackles, and SC loses.
And you thought that was a big blow to the Big Ten? And
I think the Big Ten hype machine will be powered by Indiana and Ohio State. I think it proved, as I watched it happen, I thought, this is why PK told us the middle to upper middle of the Big Ten isn't that good. Is the top of the Big Ten that good? You got to tip your cap to Indiana and Ohio State. But after that, there are question marks. And that next group, Michigan, USC, USC not that good.
You're forgetting Oregon there.
Yeah, I think Oregon to be determined. If Oregon gets smoked by Texas Tech, then they fall in the second tier. If they beat Texas Tech, they're in the top tier. They didn't play a great conference schedule. You don't really get to control those things. They had a chance against Indiana. They got beat pretty soundly at home.
Right. Yeah. How's that changed, though, for the Big Ten? Have they ever been a deep conference?
I think the perception is that, yes, they have been. I personally believe they haven't. When San Diego State was pretty mediocre, they were going back to Michigan, Ohio State, and playing close games and finding a way not to make the one play that would win the game, and multiple times walk away with close losses when they woulda, coulda, shoulda. So, yeah, I think there's always been that element to the Big Ten.
Because you've always thought that, then it's never going to change for you. Because you've always thought that.
Yeah. It doesn't change for me, but how does it change for the public's perception?
You are the public. You're just.
I'm one of the public. I'm one of the public. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And so people out west are going to think that, and people closer to that conference are going to think, no.
We're the best.
The perception is
we're awesome.
No, the problem with perception is facts don't change it.
Sometimes they don't. You're right. And I don't know that it's going to change with the Big Ten. I think it's going to be viewed as the best league. If Indiana and Ohio State live up to this billing and are in the semis, maybe they'll both be in the final. And then the whole
you don't think it's going to change?
No, I don't.
Right, because that's your perception.
That is my perception.
It won't change. You can't change. You can't argue facts with perception. So you don't think it will change? I know you don't think it will change. Because that's what you think. That's your perception of it. So perception is abstract. It's not factual.
Yes.
It won't change.
But it can change, and perception does change over time. Do you think the perception of the SEC is changing as they struggle in multiple playoffs?
No.
Oh, really? I think it's starting to. It feels like the glacier is melting.
Well, and then the NFL draft will come, and we'll see 2/3 of the players will be from those conferences, and really the results of the games don't matter as much. I think that's where you should go on your perception, is that the results really don't matter. It's about these other things. If they win, then they matter. But if they don't, then they'll go, well, look at who has the most players annually in the draft, who has the most players in the NFL, blah, blah, blah. They'll just change the argument.
Yes, that'll happen.
Fit.
But I don't know how much it'll stick. It's like, yeah, you've got some great players, but you don't have complete teams. Or at some point, Tennessee would have beaten a team with a winning record, which they didn't because they lost their bowl game on a field goal right at the end of Illinois. 30-28.
Yeah, but no one's talking about Tennessee being anything this year, so it doesn't matter. You need the top portions of your team. So how many players is Tennessee going to have drafted? I mean, you pick Tennessee because that's what you could pick. They lost. Now, if Tennessee had won that game, you wouldn't say anything. But because they lost, that's your little caveat.
I'd say Illinois sucks because they're in that upper middle of the Big Ten. Chasing our tail around the room with college football.
I mean, and then you look at SC and TCU. How many? And we know the quarterback Hoover wasn't there. But can you tell me how many guys from SC weren't there? And
no, I can just
so
tell you
Lincoln
that
Riley spins it that this wasn't our team.
Yep.
That 70% of our starters were freshmen because a lot of guys left. We've had
and now our window
leave.
Is open. It was his big
and
quote.
they finished third in the Big Ten, and TCU finished tied for fourth. Is there that big of a difference between that designation?
Yes, because
probably not. The game went overtime.
Right, there wasn't that big a difference, but the runner-up in the Big 12 doesn't get in the tournament, and the third-place team in the Big 10 does. So,
well, I mean, the SC finished third, and it didn't.
Well, SC didn't finish third because SC
then
finished.
They finished fourth?
Well, they finished behind Indiana, Ohio State, and Oregon, right?
Then they finished fourth, and TCU finished tied for fourth. So shouldn't it be a close game if you go by that? And it was.
Football tonight, we got a playoff game. Miami, Ohio State, 5:30 tonight in the Cotton Bowl. Find out the first of the semifinal teams. Miami already pulled off one road win. Now can they win on a neutral field here against Ohio State? And
did you see the guy who stood outside? He was either their practice for Ohio State. They were either going to the hotel or going from the hotel, something like that. And there was a guy standing, and you can look it up. Just type in Ohio State Cuban. And he's screaming at the Ohio State players, "You lost to a Cuban! You lost to a Cuban!" And he's talking about Fernando Mendoza. Now you're going to face 20 Cubans. There's no way. You guys suck. And the thing goes on for like 8 minutes. And he's a grown man standing there as the players are walking like to or from the bus. And he's going on with the word Cuban because Mendoza has the Cuban heritage, as do many, many people from Miami, obviously. In the state of Florida, but Miami particular, and he's hitting that, and they're looking at him like, man, what are you doing? This is something that you think is worth your time?
Get a life.
Oh my gosh, so stupid.
All right, that's what's trending. There you go. It's brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up, we're talking football with Riley Jensen at 8 o'clock, Tim Lacombe, Jazz Radio Analyst at 8:30, and Frank Dolce at 9 to talk about the Ute Bowl game coming up today at 1:30 right here on The Zone. The question of the day is next. Stay with us.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
I wonder what the next version of Utah football looks like, because I think that people think that it's going to be a one-to-one comparison between Morgan Scalley and Kyle Whittingham. Why is it not one-to-one, though?
They're not the same person. They're not the same personality.
Scalley's more fun? Is that what you'd say? The funner conversations I've ever had in my life between those two coaches is definitely Morgan Scalley, but he had a lot less on his plate.
Let me tell you about Morgan Scalley. The dude worked hard in the classroom. He worked hard in the field. He worked hard in everything he did. The dude just goes hard with everything he does, and nothing surprises me about where he is today. He's going to to attack this job in a way that others don't because of the passion he has for the school and for the program. Morgan is totally 100% invested in Utah succeeding and Utah being great. He loves Utah is my point. I think you get what I'm talking about. He's a Utah man.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. Yet you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Come test drive the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander or any of our other amazing new Mitsubishi vehicles at Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tomorrow night, we kick off the new year with the Utah Mammoth in New York to play the Islanders. That'll actually start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on 97.5 The Zone. And then tomorrow night, the Utah Jazz are in LA to play the Clippers at 8:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at that KSL Sports Zone.
Gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado. With 4 powerful engine choices, impressive towing capability, and legendary dependability. Or choose from other great offers on Colorado, giving you clever and convenient bed and tailgate functionality, plus outstanding torque for big adventures. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz lose to the Boston Celtics 129-119. Keontae George led the Jazz with 37 points. Yusuf Nurkic added 26 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists. Nurkic on Keontae's standout play.
He's just making right play. And I told him, I feel like if you want to be great and you have a lot of responsibility, as a great player, obviously you can get a lot of touches, but you have to make sure that all the teammates, when you see them in the right spot, make a right play. So I think he's doing a great job game after game.
This Utah Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, life on the farm is kind of laid back. Ain't much an old country boy like me can't hack. It's early to rise, early in the sack. I thank God I'm a country boy. Well, a simple kind of life never did me no harm.
DJ and PK, it's time for the question of the day. It is a game day for the University of Utah. Kickoff at 1:30 for the Vegas Bowl. You'll hear it here on the Zone. How will the Utes do in their first game without Kyle Whittingham in 21 years? Alex, the Utes should roll Nebraska. Clinton, they will do just fine. The Cornhuskers are not a good team, and most of their talent's opting out. If they lose, it's a very bad sign. And Vernon says...
Right. That's why it's so dang important that they win.
Yeah. Vernon says it won't be the same without Witt. personally, I think they will struggle. Very bad timing. It's all on Harlan. Wood got what he wanted, a big paycheck, a big payback from how they pushed him out. Never heard of a naming a coach in waiting. The Utes are classless, right from Max Hall's mouth. Vernon, dragging Max Hall into this. Max is like, leave me out of it. I've done enough here.
So all of a sudden, you're a big Kyle Whittingham fan. When you say they're classless, that would lead me to believe you didn't like them. And then if you didn't like them, then you hated Whittingham. Now you're his ally. Come on.
Come on. Love that. The way you say that. Come on.
I ain't buying it. I ain't buying what you're putting down.
Not dealing with it.
I'm not picking it up. No way.
If both teams were at full strength and this game were played in October, I think we both think the spread would have been bigger than 14. The comparative score thing can be risky, but Nebraska beat Cincinnati by 3, and Utah literally ran them off the field. The cliche actually fits the game.
Yeah, first game, though.
The Nebraska game was the season opener in Kansas City in the Chiefs Stadium, in Arrowhead Stadium.
I think you have to allow teams to develop a little bit.
That's what Alabama says, for sure.
Well, I think everyone should say that. In fact, if your team isn't better in November, then something's wrong.
And something's wrong, and you're getting beat. September
if you
football
have a
shouldn't
bunch of
beat
injuries,
November
then
football.
That could be what is wrong.
Yeah. Travis, I took the under.
I don't even know what the under is.
You can bet over, under. Well, I guess he could have.
No, I know what it is. I don't know what the literal
The 50.5 points.
Premise of over
50.5 points. With a spread of 14, that means Vegas is basically thinking like a 28-14 or a 27-13 game. 27-13, the Utes win by 14. The spread's now 14.5. And that would be 50 points. So that's the kind of game Vegas is predicting and asking people to gamble on.
You know, if I just look at it from a football angle, the more or most fresh thing in my mind is the ability to run against Utah's defense, which is shocking. And so that would be something that is important for Morgan Scally to correct immediately. Because if he corrects it immediately, it's like, okay, man, Utah, what do we know about Utah for 20 years? If you didn't know anything, if you were a national man or woman and somebody brings up Utah, oh, they play tough, man. They are hard-nosed. That Whittingham's defense, that could mean you know a lot about it, but that could literally mean you know nothing about this year's team, but you know about the program. And so you can bluff your way. They just, man, they're so physical. You know, when you play them, you're going to come out bruised and battered and all that stuff, right? We've heard that for 2 decades, justifiably. Now, these last couple of games, teams, particularly K-State at Rice-Eccles, just went berserk with the run game. It was shocking to sit in the press box and watch this. It's like I literally couldn't believe what I was seeing, based on what we've seen for so long, including this year. So if Morgan wants to make a strong impression, which obviously he does, have them stuff the run. Now, good thing for Utah is Nebraska's, this kid Johnson's really good. He ran for 1,300 yards. He's a junior, but he's going to go to the NFL, so he's not going to play. And they list about 4 or 5 other guys. I've got no idea how those guys relate to the ability that Johnson showed this year. We know he was good. The point being that they should have an opportunity to get that run defense better under control and be more Utah-like. And so that's all about for perception for Morgan Scally. I got this, man. I am ready. I will step in. We will continue. We will build on it, all those types of things. And I don't want to get too dramatic over a singular game, but because we don't have a game next week and we've got to wait 8-9 months, that's why I think this game takes on a more level of importance than some Vegas Bowl where Utah lost to Northwestern a couple years back, right? It didn't matter, right? Who cares? But this game, for the time being, all off season, as they try to implement the Morgan Scally way, I think adds a little bit of importance. That's why, for me personally, I like Scally. I want Utah to succeed. I really, really hope that they just put something on Nebraska and send not a statement to Nebraska, because they're not going to face Nebraska. They don't need to make a statement they need to make a statement like internally is the transition has been made and we are going to continue this and we're fine.
762 yards allowed rushing in the last 2 games can't be ignored.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense, but it has happened and it can't be ignored. And to me, the physical side of it, I don't see why it should have happened. The mental side of it, you may say this is weak, but from the mental side of it, and we got Riley coming up at 8 o'clock, we can run this theory by him. The mental side of it, you can't lie to players who watch as much film as college football players do. And those guys played really hard after the BYU game and blew a bunch of people out because they thought upsets will happen. If we play hard and take care of business, we're going to get back in this thing. And with 2 weeks to go, they'd seen enough tape of everybody, and they knew the schedules were left, and they knew it wasn't going to break their way. And they lost.
That's
they
just
lost
the
a little
defensive
something.
side then?
That's a little something.
But
Well,
so,
yeah,
but
because
the
they're the ones who
side, they had all the motivation.
The offensive side, they kept clicking. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't jive. I mean, you're a football team. You're not too. We don't compete against each other. This is not who we are. This is not who we're about. Where did I just hear that?
You hear that everywhere in college football. I don't know where you just heard that.
Will Hardy just said it.
Oh, okay. I was sorry. I was in football mode. Yeah.
Right. You do hear it from everybody.
Yep.
Right. So they're a football team. And the offense, they have higher character. They're not quitters. I'm not buying that.
Then it's one of the mysteries of the universe, and there is no easy and obvious explanation. You going to buy that?
I don't think everything has to have an easy and obvious explanation.
I agree with that.
You're a theory guy.
Right.
And most of the time, your theories, they make sense. But this one, as we close 2025, this is literally the worst theory you've had all year.
I bet that isn't true, but I can't remember them all. Yak, will you go through the file of all my theories and find the total stinkers? You've got
and come back on Friday.
DJ, Brutal Theories, 2025. I know you've got one. There was this day in May. He was talking about a golf tournament. Brutal. Horrific. Woo!
You're going out on a low note.
I'm going out. Everyone wants to finish on a high note. I want to finish on a low note. Remember that time I just completely stunk it up? Oh, that was glorious.
Yeah, for me it was yesterday.
You and Lincoln Riley. Somebody shove him out of bounds. Sorry, it just played on my computer again. I don't know.
No idea how it happened, why it happened, but fix it. Fix it today. This is the last chance you have to fix it as this being the team. And you know, they're missing a couple of guys. One guy, Daly, injured, obviously. Funnels' brother is out. Both funnels, right, with declaring for the NFL. But other than that, you got your dudes that were there and stuffed a bunch of teams. So I suspect the offense will do what it's done. It's been pretty consistent this season. You know, obviously the 2 losses. But other than that, they've rolled it up. Dampier is the most positive, optimistic guy I might have ever been around. That guy, he's upbeat. You can't help but
there's no way around.
When you're around him because he's always in a great mood. And he comes in, he's got a smile on his face every day, and away they go. This is a kid here who knows what he's doing, knows how to run the offense. Him and Jason Beck are a great team. So I suspect they should be able to do what they do. So I would like to see, like a 38-10 type win.
That's the kind of thing you would have expected had they played in the regular season and everybody was there. That's the kind of thing I would have predicted. I would have expected to hear a lot of people predicting it.
But I want to see it today. I don't see what the difference is between regular season and today.
You're missing the Fanos. You're missing 2 tackles. And we have seen bowl games, people, where when coaches have one foot out the door, it throws everything off, right?
But
now,
we haven't seen where the coach in waiting was literally named right then and there. And as Dampier said, nothing changes because I've known Morgan Scally was going to be this person.
That is
and
true.
Morgan had a little bit more authority, credibility in terms of just being the defensive coordinator. In a sense, he wasn't co-head coach, but he sat in on the interviews, particularly with Jason Beck. And so it's a little bit different. I get your point, and your point needs to be taken because that does happen. But other than that, nobody has left. The head coach who talked about retirement for 2 years and admitted that that was probably a mistake, now he's left. But under I don't want to say difficult, but under strange conditions, this is about the best situation you could hope for.
I just wonder, is the offensive coordinator 1 foot out the door? Is the O-line coach 1 foot out the door? Is the tight ends coach 1 foot out the door? Is anybody else 1 foot out the door? And it is a little unsettling. Now, maybe the fact that Kyle went and addressed the team and basically said the storyline that I think everybody would have expected him to say, maybe that does settle things down. In a weird way, maybe it is different and it's better. Maybe guys want to go to bat for Morgan. It's like, hey, love this guy, want this guy to win his first game. We got to send him off on the right foot, as opposed to like it's the last. It's like, you got to send him into the offseason on the right note. Because you were right
that's what
about
I'm talking
that.
about.
You're right about that. You know, the Broncos scenario. It's like, okay, that sucked and the fans booed him, but there's another game and you got to get right back to work. And they have to get back to work. They have to get back to the transfer portal and all the offseason stuff. But that'll sting if there's mismanagement of game situations because that's new.
Right.
Defensive coordinators don't get to do that. If there's obvious disarray, and maybe if there's obvious disarray and then 3 or more coaches leave, that could explain it. We could be sitting here next September going, yeah, that's theoretically, that sucked, but look at the situation. Now he's got his guys. These are his guys, and who is he? What are they?
Well, you don't want to see bad clock management. You don't want to see
Right.
them coming out of a timeout, a commercial timeout, and they need to take a timeout because they're not lined up properly when they just had 3 minutes to get the lineup. We know, as you use the word disarray, we know in our minds what that looks like. And I think that's important to show well that we've got this under control. And that situation, don't have a guy sprinting out on the field as they're going, the clock is winding down on a PAT or field goal try, stuff that you can manage, control what you can control. We hear that a million times, right? If we had $1 for every time we had a sports person say that, we'd all be rich because we hear it constantly. So you can control that, know what your lineups have been. You've had 3 weeks to prepare for this game. So be prepared on all the little things, the controllables, as they say. And that's when we see, okay, that's a well-coached team. Everybody's mentally disciplined. You want to be physically disciplined, but obviously you want to be mentally disciplined because you can control the mental aspect as much as possible. The physical, depends on what's going on in the game there, right? But the mental aspect you can control. And so we want to see that. As far as 1 foot out the door, this is relative to everybody. There are going to be guys that will put their name in the transfer portal, and they've been thinking about it. So everyone, in a sense, certainly from a player perspective, is all on a 1-year basis. Everyone is a free agent officially on Friday. And so I think they can get past that. And plus, it's not like, well, you have all this upheaval and Nebraska over here is the model of stability. No, you're both in the same boat. Everybody is in the same boat. It's just a question of, do you have 5 guys? Do you have 10 guys? Do you have 20 guys? Whatever it might be. Yeah, the coaching situation, I get it. But that's the reality. Everybody does this. I'm sure Nebraska's got guys out. SC had guys, coaches leaving, and it stinks. And, we're supposed to be all in or in the way.
But not in the bowl season. Not in the bowl season.
Everybody's in everybody's way. It's sort of every man for himself at this point.
Yeah, the only thing I disagree with there is sort of.
Well, I think, but once the game starts, I think you can focus on the game. I don't think you're thinking. That's why I think it is sort of, because like I've said, I'm not upset, but I'm dismayed about all this stuff that's going on in college sports. It just seems the phrase the last couple of years is wild, wild west. It's way worse than that. It's like 99% chaotic. But I've often said, too, in these last few years, guys coming and going. Sam Levitt, last year at this time, was a local hero.
Yep.
And if he stays, he would have been right at the level of Jake Plummer, who's on the sidelines at the Peach Bowl last year because he's a Sun Devil. Well, who the heck is Sam Levitt? He is whoever pays me the most money, that's who I am. So basically, you're a Levitt. You're not a Sun Devil. You're not a Spartan. You're not a whomever, a Red Raider, wherever you may go. No, you're just yourself. And that bothers me because I think kids are losing relationships. And the thing that matters 20, 30 years from now will be gone. Where do you go? Who are you? What do you represent? And they're representing themselves. And maybe Levitt has other reasons to go, and he's playing by the rules. But it just seems like, oh, gosh, and Brock Osweiler, who's an ESPN coordinator, broadcaster, is his former Sun Devil quarterback. I think he was on the Broncos for a bit. And he said that, man, I think this kid's making a mistake. But nevertheless, that's the reality of college football. But when the ball goes in the air, none of that matters. And so I think it can be sort of every man for himself, because I think once the game starts, you're focused on the game, and all that other stuff, thankfully, takes a back seat.
DJ PK, we got to take a break. Riley's here talking football. Riley Jensen joins us at the top of the hour. Frank Dolce at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. The Utes play at 1:30 today. Got a poll question up on Twitter. David DJ James. Vote, make your prediction, drop your comment in for how you think the game is going to go today. So if you have some genius-level prediction, then we can pat you in the back on Friday when we all rejoin back here after the new year. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got two crashes right now, one on the westbound 201 freeway near 800 West as we move over to the right shoulder. Also have another crash northbound I-15 near 600 South in Salt Lake City. That's on the right shoulder there as well. I-15 looking great as you head into downtown from almost any direction outside of those two accidents. This update is brought to you by UTA. It's time to try UTA. Less stress, no traffic, and more U-time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's problem solvers. I'm not one of them. I'm a problem creator.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right. I call it challenging groupthink, but really I'm an instigator.
See, I'm more of a problem pointer-outer.
Doing it wrong.
Exactly. Which I'd probably rather be than a problem creator.
Sure, it's better.
But easier than problem solving.
Neither help.
No, nothing.
Neither fix anything.
No. I mean, my living is to pop on the microphone and say, hey, that team really stunk out there. Well, how did they make it better? I don't know.
Not my problem.
Don't you get paid to figure that out? Boy, that team stinks. Why do they stink? Well, I could give you a number of different reasons.
How do you fix it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's your problem.
Not up to me.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Well, I love this job.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions, real value, real partners, based right here in Utah.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River.
The artist of the day, John Denver, is born on this day in 1943, died in 1997. It's brought to you by Live Nation for all live concerts and events in 2025. Check out livenation.com.
You know, it's a little known fact with John Denver. He loved the Rocky Mountains, and he loved our side a lot better. But he knew full well he couldn't change his last name to John Salt Lake City, so he had to go Denver.
John Salt Lake City.
Why couldn't it be John Wasatch? Come on now.
John Wasatch. John Wasatch is about 6'4". He wears plaid.
Right, but
he wears plaid a lot.
But people outside of here wouldn't have known that.
That's probably true.
So he couldn't have done that. No, he couldn't have gone John American Fork or John Timpanogos. Yeah.
No,
You know what I
John
mean?
Timpanogos. John Timpanogos is like 6'6", but he's only like 205. John Timpanogos
Right,
is
but
a
if
skinny
he's
guy.
gonna, and the people wouldn't know how to pronounce Timpanogos.
That's
so
probably
if he's
true.
going to have Timpanogos, he might as well kept his same last name, which was some Dieseldorf or something, whatever it was. And so he was forced to go with John Denver. But really, you ask him, he liked Salt Lake City. He thought Salt Lake City was prettier. It didn't fit. It didn't roll off the tongue as easily.
Yeah. John Springville
Look that
is
up.
5'10". He's in his late 40s. He gave up his BYU basketball tickets a while ago, but he's still got his BYU football tickets. Splits him with 2 high school buddies. Little known fact. That's John Springville.
Okay. Way to take it and run with it.
We went to college to do this. Is that amazing or what?
You look like K-State on that, man. You just ran over everybody.
I did. I broke tackles. I was stiff arming guys. All right. We're about to talk a lot of football, PK. Would you like to talk a little Jazz basketball? Is there anything you'd like to say about the Boston Celtics game? The Jazz led at the half, looking like they might win 3 in a row, might finish the month with a winning record, but Boston beat them up at one end of the floor with 40 points in the third quarter, then beat them up at the other end of the floor and held them to just 23 points in the fourth quarter when the game was still winnable. It was not out of reach. It was winnable, but it never felt like the Jazz were going to do it. The Celtics, they'll lead 7 or 8 or whatever, but it always felt like the Celtics were in control.
Yeah, it did. So now that we're basically done with 2 months of the season and we go another 2 weeks, we'll be at the halfway point. I mean, everything blows by so fast, right? That's when it'll be about 40 games. So you look at it from that perspective. I think clearly there's been progress is made. Obviously, Jorge is just jumping out at us. I mean, this guy is like 30 points a game. How real is it, as Jake Scott would call it? How much of it is empty calories? I don't think that if they have a big time team, and hopefully they do sooner rather than later, he may be scoring 30 plus points a game. So it is a little bit of empty, but I don't think it's completely empty by any stretch. This kid's confidence, his body language, his mannerisms, like I believe in myself to the highest ability, and here I am showing it. He has the opportunity to do it because somebody's got to do it. Someone would be the second best player behind Market, and right now he's making a move to be the best player, and so I'm excited for his development, and he looks like he's a keeper. So you got that going on. Well, Nurkic had a nice game yesterday, and they've got to play him because you got to play somebody. But it bugs me that he has to get all these minutes at Kessler's expense. Last year it was Hendricks, and now it's Kessler. Now Kessler has shown more than Taylor has in his NBA career, obviously. But it's so unfortunate that he has to be over there not playing because no team, if they played a G League team or they played BYU, nobody would fear taking the ball to the basket against the Jazz. So you walk onto the floor knowing I'm going to have a big game offensively because they got nothing in the way.
I think in the opponent's locker room, every game, they write stuff up, right? Just a few things for the players to remember, some details, hold on to this, and they're all like, attack the rim. They're not good enough at the rim defensively to stop you. Be your guy, attack the rim, don't settle for jump shots. I think everybody's saying that. I think the point about Keontae George, and by definition, some of this has to be empty calories because we know it's the NBA, it's the regular season, the playoff games matter more, the intensity isn't here, especially the first half of the NBA season. Start getting into some dog day games and guys are taking games off. There have to be some empty calories mixed in. To me, the biggest story isn't Keontae's improvement year to year. To me, as Keontae gets a lot of the plaudits and gets patted on the back and he can't help but pull out his phone and see stuff on social media and he's getting pumped up, it could easily go to your head. You could lose your edge. Not everybody's you, PK, and a junkyard dog. The thing I like about Keontae is that the month-to-month stats, he's improving. His points are up every month. His field goal percentage is up October to November to December. His three-point percentage, which we were saying, hey, that's a real problem. Yeah, he looks better, but he's still shooting 26% from three in October. That's not nearly good enough. And 34.5% in November is kind of mediocre. It's better, but it's not good enough. Well, this month he's shooting 43%. I love the fact that he still looks like he's improving month to month, even though he's getting a ton of pats on the back. And I'm sure in video sessions, the coaches try to keep him humble and all that. But everything seems to be trending, and he's even rebounding better month to month. He's 4.8 rebounds. In a guard, rebounding's always been important. Jerry Sloan was preaching that 30 years ago. But in a league where everybody's taking threes and there's more long rebounds, I think it puts more pressure on guards than ever because there are going to be rebounds to be had 10, 15 feet from the hoop. You got to run down loose balls and beat guys to them and maintain possession or take it away, whichever end of the floor you're at. So I think there's a bunch of positives. I love the fact that these numbers are improving month to month. He's got to keep getting better.
I'm not a big numbers guy. I just look at his body language, his belief. You can see that he has extreme confidence in himself. And I think that if you have that, then the numbers will take care of themselves. We saw it with Gordon Hayward, the slumping of the shoulders early on. He didn't have it. I think he got it as his body got more mature and he became able to just physically compete. He was no longer that proverbial 98-pound weakling. He got that. George, in my mind, already has that. And once you have that full belief and confidence in yourself, the numbers will follow. And maybe you have to have the numbers first.
There's a little chicken and the egg. They feed off each other.
But he has it. That's the most impressive part. Everything about him says, I am a bona fide big-time NBA player.
The second best play of the game. All right, Walt Clayton Jr.'s dunk, getting up. That was spectacular. We'll still go to that. We'll leave that as a play of the game. But the second best play of the game was a shot Keontae hit late in the first half, falling out of bounds in the corner. There was a shooting window there. It was tiny. And he spun, and the body language was great, and he splashed it, and it was impressive. It was really
And you know what
impressive.
else is cool? I know we got to go, but I want to get this in. Have you really seen him show dramatic emotional swings here?
No.
He's steady.
Consistency, which is what it takes to get through a marathon 82-game NBA season. And then after the 82, you still got to play your biggest games in the postseason. I mean, obviously, maybe not this year for them, but later in his career, we assume. And so I like that. Not too many ups and downs. If you're peaking in November and December in the NBA, then there's just inevitably going to be disappointment. So, All right, DJ PK, when we come back, Riley Jensen, what does he think about Kyle Whittingham's staff? Who might be going? Who might be staying? And what does he think about the game today in Las Vegas? We'll talk football with Riley next. Stay with us.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet Jeep Grand Cherokee?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Wrap up the year sales event at Doug Smith Jeep, now through January 2nd. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tomorrow night, we kick off the new year with the Utah Mammoth in New York to play the Islanders. That'll actually start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on 97.5 The Zone. And then tomorrow night, the Utah Jazz are in LA to play the Clippers at 8:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
He was born in the summer of his 27th year, coming home to a place he'd never been before. He left yesterday behind him, you might say he was born again.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We're joined once again by Riley Jensen, our college football expert, former Aggie coach, mental performance coach. Riley, good morning.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
I would think this time of year is a very busy time for you. I would think there are a lot of college football teams that need someone like you to come in and tell them, focus, push through the noise. I know coaches are leaving. I know guys are in the portal transfer portal. I know third parties are contacting you. It's not tampering, but it is. But please, focus on this game right now. Could you help with that, Riley? Or is that just too much for the average 20-year-old to deal with?
Oh, I think I definitely can help with that kind of stuff, but I don't know. I mean, it used to be that this was just a busy time for college coaches. I mean, every year was a little bit either depressing or exciting for me or my friends that were in college coaching, right? It was like, oh, okay, here comes December. What's going to happen? Who's moving where? What's going on? Now it's college kids too, right? It's like it's a job, and these guys are getting offered. You know, with Kyle going to Michigan, it's going to leave a dent in probably, for sure, BYU and Utah. Maybe even Utah State. It might even stretch down to there where there's some dents, and so it becomes, man, it is a lot. And I feel like it's already hard enough to be a Division I athlete, let alone be a Division I athlete that's worth a lot of money to a lot of people and being pulled in a lot of different directions. I mean, this kind of stress only happens one, maybe two times for an athlete in his career. If he was a junior college athlete, where you're getting recruited and you have to make big time decisions, but you also have to stay focused on, you know, school and everything else that gets pulled in every direction when you're a college athlete.
How important is it from first impression respect for the Utes to show well? Obviously, first impression would be Morgan Scalley.
Oh, I think it's important if you only care what others think. I mean, if you feel like this is the right choice, you feel like you did the right thing, it's only important, you know. In fact, just thinking out loud, because I think this is a really good question. I think it's probably more important for Mark Harlan than it is for Morgan Scalley. I think Morgan Scalley is one of the most competitive, most polished coaches that I've ever been around. And I have a hard time thinking that any pressure that could come from the outside is more than what he's putting on himself. And I think one of the advantages that he's had as being the head coach in waiting is he's had some very specific and some very important ideas on how he wants to put his signature on this. Now, as far as this game goes, you know, I'm not sure that he's had enough time to implement all the things that he wants to implement as far as, you know, putting his signature on things. So I don't know that it's a huge importance to anyone that's on the inside, but it's probably important to the fans. I mean, the fans want to see what Morgan can do. And I think there's a little bit more concern out there about Morgan Scalley than I thought there would be. I thought people would be just completely excited, like, okay, let's hit the road. And I think a little bit of that is because Kyle decided to go to Michigan. I think if Kyle had stayed, retired, that there wouldn't be as much like, oh, is Morgan the right guy? God, I don't think there would be as much. They'd be like, yeah, this has Kyle's signature on it. He signed off on it. You know, he's going off into the sunset. But I think this Michigan thing is a little bit of a wild card that nobody was expecting.
And some of that wild card to me just seems to be wildly misplaced. The part that would matter, I think, is not even how many players Kyle's takes. Maybe I'll take that back when I see what players go. But right now, I don't think that's it. But I think it's the coaches. Morgan was always going to have to be good as a head coach at spotting, developing young coaching talent. That if you do it long enough, you have to do that. There's no way around it. But you don't necessarily have to do it right out of the gate, and now Morgan might suddenly have to do it right out of the gate. So to me, that seems like, of all the stresses and worries and then things people are obsessing about, to me, that's the one to focus on. This part of the job that he's always had to do, he's going to have to do right away and be good at if Kyle takes as many people as we think he's going to.
Yeah, and I think that's a little bit difficult right now. I think probably Kyle and Morgan and Kalani, they're all fighting against each other right now, and they're all very, very good friends. They're competing against each other. How do you say to Jay Hill, Jay, you don't need to go there. And if he was competing against, some other, I don't know who name to go to Michigan, I think it's a little bit easier. I think it's a little bit easier to not trash the other coach, but go, dude, you know what you have here. You have me. You have this wonderful team that we've been building. In the last 2 years that you've been here, we've had a total of 4 losses, and we're building a championship-level contender, right? But it makes it hard. And then you have Morgan, who's competing against, Coach Whittingham for Coach Harding, and he's like, hey, you know what you got with me. And in some ways, Whittingham can make the argument that you know what you got in me more than you know what you got in Morgan, because you don't know what Morgan's going to be like as a head coach. And so, man, this is, I don't know, this is People Magazine for guys. This is rumors and who's going where and why are they going and what's going to keep somebody here and what's going to keep somebody there, right? This is about as in-depth as it gets, and it's really interesting for me to watch. One of the complaints that was always made about Coach Whittingham is that he didn't really go to the conventions. He didn't really know guys. He only knew his own guys, and that's the guys that he brought in were, guys like Morgan Scally that played for him at the University of Utah, or, he took a wild card one year with a couple coaches from Wyoming, and now he really knows Coach Harding. But the complaint was they didn't know a lot of people. Kalani seems to know a lot of people, and I think Morgan might be the wild card that we don't really know. We don't know how well networked he is with other schools, other than he was an incredible recruiter, and he had to have been meeting guys that he was impressed with while he was out on the road.
I think that's the case, and I also think he has Urban Meyer in his corner, and Urban will help him. And so he has literally Urban Meyer on speed dial, and Urban has a strong affection for Morgan Scally and feels like he could provide big brother, fatherly coaching advice. So I think he has some sounding boards there. And I think if it came to it, I think Kyle would do that. Now, right now, it's an unusual situation, but in a short order, I believe that'll settle down. So I think that with the people that he's been around, he takes stuff from each person. You can speak to this. It's like if Jay Hill leaves BYU, and I think he will. So, but it's not like his influence completely is cut off. They keep some of the guys that are there. And so Jay Hill, what he has taught the BYU defensive coaches, his influence could still be there. So whoever gets that job, that those guys, whether Guilford stays, Kelly Papinga stays, whomever, they've had this opportunity to learn under Jay Hill about what he thinks is effective defensively. And obviously he knows what he's talking about. So if they lose Jay Hill, and see if you agree with me, it's not necessarily a total loss. You see what I'm saying there?
Yes. And I think that there's a lot of merit to what you're talking about, but I also think you can just, I can spin devil's advocate on you really quick and say, well,
go ahead.
Well, Joe Dale.
I've made a living doing it.
Well, Joe Dale and Grant Duff were at Weber State after Jay Hill left, and it's not the same defense, right? Like, I love those guys, and I think they're really good coaches. It wasn't the same intensity. It wasn't the same discipline. It wasn't the same timeliness of calls. I think there's a lot of people that can learn the University of Utah defense that kind of Kyle had anchored for so long. I think there's a few guys that have been able to implement it correctly. I think Kalani was able to implement it. I think Jay Hill's been able to implement it. I think Coach Anderson has been able to implement it. But I don't know that it always works. Does that make sense? It doesn't always work the way that you'd hope, and it doesn't. And so there is a little bit of a wild card there if Coach Jay Hill leaves. And I think it has more to do with the timeliness of calls and the adjustment at halftime than it has to do with, like, do I know this defense and do I know the intricacies of the defense? And I think that's where offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators are really where they set themselves apart. It's not that they can't teach this offense to someone. It's the timeliness of the call. It's the timeliness of having it in your pocket when you need it that becomes different. And I think there's some guys that have a knack for it, and I think there's some guys that are not always a perfect replicate of whoever taught them the defense.
But isn't it always that way? I mean, that is just the nature of sports. It's probably just the nature of being human. It's probably the nature of whatever. Some people learn differently than others, and not everyone who coaches with Bill Walsh turns into Mike Holmgren, and not everybody who coaches with Mike Holmgren turns into Andy Reid. But you see these coaching trees, people hold on to whatever they hold on to, combined with other influences they've had and what they know, and then they have a certain level of success. And some people whiff, and some people hit home runs, and some people, in PK's everlasting baseball analogies, drive the ball into the gap in the opposite field for extra bases.
Yeah, no question. I mean, but that's where I say, yes, there's an influence that's left, but it's still a wild card.
Yeah,
right. What I mean? It's still a little bit of a wild card, is all I'm trying to say. Hopefully that influence lasts for years, and whoever ends up taking Jay Hill's place win, and that's going to happen eventually. Whether it happens this year, whether it happens in a couple of years, Jay Hill's going to be a head coach again, and so somebody's going to have to replicate that defense, and somehow you're just hoping that whoever it is really prepared. And I mean, it leaves some really, really interesting questions for me. Who is the guy that's ready to replace Jay Hill? Who is the guy that replaces Coach Harding or Coach Beck at the University of Utah? Those are big dents, and those are great coaches that would be leaving if they did.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% there. I feel like BYU is in a better position if Jay Hill leaves than Utah would be if Jason Beck leaves.
And that's who do you think is the front runner to replace Jay Hill if he does leave?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I have some thoughts, right?
Please share, because I think you're going to say I think you're going to say Papinga, but maybe I'm wrong. Go.
Well, I think Papinga should be ready for that. I think he's been coaching long enough. He's probably chomping at the bit to get that opportunity. I know that Justin Ennett has been a defensive coordinator before.
There it is.
Right?
Yep.
And I know that everybody's talking about Sean Nua down at USC, but he's a D-line coach. He hasn't been a coordinator before. I think Colton Swan at the University of Utah is an incredible coach that people don't hear a lot about because he's not into the bravado of like talking about himself a lot. But he's a guy who could be an incredible defense coordinator. And then I don't know what the situation is at BYU anymore. It feels like it's changed and warped a little bit. Like, do you have to be an active member of the LDS Church to be? I mean, because don't sleep on Gary Anderson. I mean, it's not like Gary Anderson hasn't coordinated great defenses, and so yeah, I think you can make an argument that that's better. But here's where I think maybe the University of Utah gets really, really interesting replacing an offensive line coach, or if you're replacing Beck and the whole offensive staff gets replaced in some way or another, is they've never really opened up that search around the United States. And I think if there's anything that I could, maybe be critical of Coach Whittingham on is he never really opened up the offense with maybe maybe you can make an argument with Rising. He tried to open it up a little bit, but I don't feel like University of Utah in its current state is equipped to really recruit the best quarterbacks in the country and the best wide receivers in the country. And part of that is because everybody's going to use Kyle Whittingham against himself in recruiting. They're going to say, dude. And then the other part is they play like it's the North Pole up here in Salt Lake City, right? Like it's so cold and it's so awful. And why would you ever play there if you want to throw the ball around? It's not really that bad. It's the same thing that Utah does to Utah State. They act like Utah State is like, oh my gosh, it's so cold up there, And I'm
it is. Have you been up there?
Yeah, see what I mean? See, they've even gotten to you. But I think that this is a huge opportunity if Jason Beck left to actually go look at all the guys that you've played against that have been really difficult for you to scheme against and say, dude, come join us, and I'm going to let you run the offense. We're going to take care of the defense, and let's go freaking win a national championship at the University of Utah. And if they can do that, and if someone who's connected to quarterbacks and has run a really good offense, I think you can see something different at the University of Utah that hasn't been there for 21 years.
The single best way to outflank expectations, right?
I think that's the quickest way for Morgan to put his signature on this team.
In a very positive way.
Yeah.
That yields results, right.
And in a way that gets the fan base super excited. And it's not like Morgan doesn't know who he plays against that causes him problems. You know what I mean? Like, it's really interesting. I'll just give you like an anecdotal. The head coach at, I think it's called Westfield High School. It's the new one up north. Is it called Westfield?
Yeah,
I think it is Westfield.
It is.
His name's Eric, and I coached against him as an offensive coordinator. It was Alta versus Roy. He was Freddie Fernandez's defensive coordinator, and we beat them. But when I played against them, I knew that was one of the best defensive coordinators that I had played against, and I was like, so I had to call him on the phone. And I'm like, hey, what were you seeing? Because when I played by the rules of football, you were ready for it. And he goes, actually, I was baiting you into it because I knew you played by the rules, right? And then we went through this whole conversation, and I was like, man, if I was ever a head coach, I'm hiring that guy as a defense coordinator. And if we have the horses, we will kill it. You know what I mean? And so and the score, it was Jackson Dart's freshman year at Roy that we beat him at Alta. I mean, you would say, oh, Alta just killed them. But I was like, man, I was frustrated all day because guys were in position to make plays. We just had a little bit better horses at the time. And so Morgan will know that. And Morgan will be able to go with a pretty good salary to somebody and say, hey, let's do something different here at the University of Utah offensively than we've done, and let's go for it. And I think that could be a really interesting scenario.
I want to push back a little bit against that because it's like let's do something different is just another way of saying let's do something better. And so what you're saying is let's throw the ball all over the yard because they averaged 40 points a game this year, but somehow that's not good enough because they didn't throw the ball. So they ran the ball. So because that's what Kyle did and he ran the ball, we need something different, which is i.e. better. It's perceived as better. So let's throw the ball. I mean, what's wrong with what they did this year? But it's still not good enough because it's what we saw for 20 years. And you brought up Cam Rising, and they kind of dipped their toes into that just a little. He only had 2 games where he threw for over 300 yards, and both of them were against hapless USC defenses. Other than that, it was still the same. So somehow that's not good. And if it's better, fine. But I don't want something different that's for different sake. It's got to be better.
Well, okay, so I thought it was a little bit different with Cam Rising, and yeah, you're right about the 300 yards, but it just felt like they were a little bit more willing to throw the ball in the red zone, for example, and it felt like the gas was off the pedal or was on the pedal a little bit to try and put pressure on defenses, and they went to 2 Rose Bowls with him, right?
Yeah.
So to me, that's an exciting brand of football that can complement really good defense. Now, if they do that, the great coordinators like Morgan Scalley were giving up 21 to 24 points a game. You got to be willing to give up 27 points a game, but score, 45 points a game instead of 40. And this was a good year, but last year wasn't. Not everything was perfect, and I think if there's one thing at the University of Utah that you could say maybe you weren't as happy with of everything else, it would be the offense. So yeah, push back on me, but I think that there's a higher level of offense and there's a higher level of efficiency that can take place on offenses on a more consistent basis. Now, look, we're assuming that Jason Beck is gone when I'm saying this, right? Like, I think Jason Beck is someone who could do that for the University of Utah. But if he's going to go to Michigan, you got to bring in somebody that gets people excited and makes you pause a little bit when you're recruiting against him. and you can't just say, oh, well, you can go to University of Utah if you want. But even Cam Rising only threw for 300 yards twice in his career, and it felt like they were a high-octane offense. You really want to go there, Mr. 5-star quarterback? I mean, the recruiting on the offensive side of the ball was very, very anti-Kyle Whittingham. And I love the way Kyle coached because I think he did it his way. If the ship was going to go down, you knew it was because of his decisions. And I think Morgan has to do it his way too.
Riley, we're going to leave it right there for now. Thanks for joining us and talking football. You expect the Utes to win, right?
Yes.
I thought so.
No question.
Okay.
They're gonna win this game.
All right. Thank you, Riley.
All right, guys. Take care.
Tim Lacombe, Utah Jazz radio analyst, joins us next. Stay with us.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All my bags are packed, I'm ready to go. I'm standing here outside your door. I hate to wake you up to say goodbye, but the dawn is breaking, it's early morn. The taxi's waiting, he's blown his horn. Already I'm so lonesome I could die. So
DJ and PK brought to you in part by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. Frank Dolce, former U quarterback, is going to join us coming up at 9 o'clock. PK, you putting your hands on your forehead to focus all of your genius, all of your greatness in the next 30 minutes before you have to leave us to get to Allegiant Stadium in the Vegas Bowl. Am I right?
Talk to the team at 10:30.
You got to talk to the team?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
What are you going to tell the team?
Boys, gather around,
Okay.
take a knee, bring it in. There's only certain times in your life that you can help your fellow man to the level that you can do for your brothers who are to your left and to your right. And now this guy who is at Michigan, he's gone, and we've got a new man who is going to be our leader, and we can set the tone for the next 2 decades here, starting at 1:30 Mountain Time, 12:30 Pacific Time, and if you're BYU TV, 3:30 Eastern Time. And so we're going to go out there, and we are going to show that this man is our leader, and he is whom we will follow, and recruits will flock. It resides on your shoulders, metaphorically, but more importantly, it resides in your heart, in your soul, in your fiber, right now at this time. This is the one and only chance that we have to set the tone together for the next decade plus as we take Utah football to levels that have been unparalleled. The Rose Bowl was fine, but that was an appetizer. The Sugar Bowl was sweet. See what I did? Sugar sweet. The Fiesta Bowl was a party, but it is nothing like, my young men, what we will achieve together as we set the tone. We are tone setters for the University of Utah football program right here, right now. Bring it in. Give me everything you've got, and let's establish this program at a higher level today.
And that's why he had his hands on his forehead to focus all of that, people.
So kiss me and smile.
Thanks, John.
For me. Tell me that you'll wait for me. DJ, hold me like you'll never let me go.
There's John Fillmore, ladies and gentlemen.
No, that's
what happened to
Peter
John
Paul and Mary.
Scipio? I skipped right over John Scipio. He didn't really carry a tune. Good basketball
For me,
player, though. Scipio, good
I
crossover.
am more, and I thought about having this as a stage name, but it's John Beaver.
Maybe you need to go now, PK. Maybe you should just.
Are you dismissing me? I just gave you the motivational speech of your life
I'm-
off the top of my head, and you dismiss me summarily.
I think I'm trying to save you from yourself, but if you want to read that as dismissive, that's fine.
You went down to I did not bring up towns along I-15. Used to did. Don't blame me. I didn't name the town.
I've spent a lot of time at the DMV. I've spent a lot of time at the DMV with John Pangwich. So there you go.
Pangwich. Put some more meat on that Pangwich.
Okay. All right. Tim Lacombe is missing his opportunity to glory, not answering his phone. What is going on? We were going to talk Utah Jazz basketball with Tim Lacombe. You got a New Year's wish? I mean, we can't really resolve for them because we're not out there running lines, going through practice, going through shoot-arounds and games with them.
Man. If they clip what I just said and play that in the locker room at Allegiant Stadium here in a couple hours, yes.
That'll work for the Utes. It'll work.
The University of Utah football program.
Yeah. That'll work for the Utes. It'll work for the Jazz. It'll work for everybody. That's all purpose. It'll fire
it's
anybody up.
Utah here today.
Okay.
Right now, what they are going to have the opportunity to do in 3 or 4 hours, whatever it might be. Yeah, absolutely, man. This is the time of their lives to set the pattern about what Morgan Scalley is about. I mean, this is right here. These guys need to take this extremely seriously. And plus, 11 wins. Come on, man. 11-2.
That is hard to do.
Top 15 in the country. Yeah, that's awesome.
I saw an interview with Morgan down there saying they've only had 11 wins 3 times. This would be the 4th. He has already clearly put that goal in front of the team and brought that up. The Fiesta Bowl team, the Sugar Bowl team, and Huntley's senior year, 2019. They started 11-1, finished 11-3.
Yeah, and these dudes, they're Utes. A bunch of other guys, they're no longer Utes, particularly one other guy. He's no longer a Ute. He's a Wolverine. You're a Ute. What are you going to do about it here today? This guy, you help this other guy get this Michigan job. Now go out and help yourselves and help Morgan Scalley, who played there, who grew up there as a Ute fan and all that stuff. Grandpa played there. You're never going to get a more truest definition of a Utah man. The colors that you wear, the names that is on the front and the back. That's what it's about today for this guy. And we have to make sure that we start him off right. It's all about, usually you got to send these guys out right. And it is about the players. But in this case, it's also a guy who has lived and died Utah football literally more than anybody on the planet. Anybody on the planet. That's a fact. Don't be over there smiling. I'll reach through this computer and smack you in the head.
I believe Kyle has more games walking out of a Utah locker room than Morgan. Because he's older, I get it. Morgan can surpass that.
He is not a man who lived and died by Utah football when he was 10 years old. When he was 15, when he was 20. There is no better, more pure. The purest form of definition is I am a Utah man. There is no one who emboldens that more than Morgan Scally. And you, my friend, you Lander Barton, you John O'Hall, you Parker, down the list, you are a Utah man. And he is right there. He is what you want to become. And so you have this opportunity to help him get there. Don't squander it today. You have to go out there and ball unlike any other time that you have balled in your entire life, from Little League to high school to other institutions. In the case of Dampier, if you've been at other institutions, but in case of Lander Barton, your family is a Ute family. You define what a Ute athletic family is. You have 6 members in your family, and every one of them played Utah sports. And never would you turn your back on the University of Utah. And you, Lander, I spoke to his mother almost on a weekly basis when he was in high school, and it was like, where was he going this weekend? Name a place. He was going there, but he stayed loyal. Just like Morgan Scally has stayed loyal. Morgan Scally had opportunities to leave, but each and every time, to quote Kyle, he said, no, I'm here. And this is what this place means to him. And it means that much to you too. You put that together, man, your emotions are overflowing. There's a wall right in front of me. There's a wall right behind me. I am about ready to run through both of them as I think about what I'm talking about here today.
Rock solid, PK. DJ
Rock
PK.
Newton-y solid.
Coming up at the top of the hour, Frank Dolce, former Ute quarterback. Stay with us, DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. Joining us on the program right now, Andy Phillips, former kicker for the University of Utah.
Coach Scally wears a little bit more emotion on his sleeve and is not afraid to joke around with you. And I go to our blackout game, and there he is in a white shirt, and I can give him a bunch of crap for being in a white shirt at a blackout game, and he can turn around and give me all kinds of crap as well. And he brings totally different perspective than Coach Witt, and so a lot of people are like, yeah, you're going to get a lot of the same with Scally, and I don't necessarily think that's true. And I think it's going to be just a great change at Utah in leadership, in the sense that there's new blood and new energy. And I know that Coach Scally's been preparing for this for decades, and we'll take all of the good that he's learned from Coach Witt and the coaches that he's worked with, and then we'll put his own flavor on the program. And so I'm really excited to see what that's going to turn into.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You just heard me talk about what it means to be a University of Utah football player, what it means to be a University of Utah athlete, and it's about passion. Now, I can tell you, in the financial world, my folks, my ladies, my guys at Trajan Wealth, they got passion to help you have your financial portfolio look good and do the job that you need it to do, because they are financial fiduciaries. As we close this year of 2025, I can tell you that the people that work for Trajan Wealth, they have many, many years of experience. They know what they're talking about. Now, how do I know this? Because I've met with them. I've met with multiple people. I've gone through texting, I've gone through phone calls, I've gone through Zooms, I've been meeting with them in person, and they want to help you set your financial goals as we go into 2026. Let them help you do that. They're experts. They know what they're talking about. They will work together with you to create a plan that will bring you peace of mind. Can you imagine having peace of mind when it comes to your finances and financial stability, knowing that as you put in this hard work along this timeline of life, that the money will be there for you, ready when you need it, when you want it, to enjoy your time? I think that's a pretty good goal to have into 2026. So give them a call. Initial consultation is for free. It's going to cost you nothing, $0. You can't beat that. That local phone number is 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. I met with them in Draper right off the freeway, I-15. Couldn't get more convenient. You live up north, no problem. They'll get up there, meet with you in Farmington. 2 great locations. Website also full of information. TrajanWealth.com. TrajanWealth.com is the website. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not so wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company, Pure Talk.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The John Watson Northern Utah High School Players of the Week are Tayson Porter from Ogden High and Kylie Mueller from Westfield High. Porter led Ogden with 19 points in a rout of Chaparral, Nevada, 19 points in a win over Sunrise Mountain from Nevada, and 22 points in a win over Dayton, Nevada. Mueller put up 27 points as the Longhorns eked out a 60-59 win over Grantsville. See why new and used car buyers give John Watson Chevrolet more 5-star reviews than any other Chevy dealer in Utah. John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. DJ and PK, postseason football, PK. You always love this. There's nothing that the adults can do to wreck sports because no matter what mistakes some people make, the game reinvents itself. The drama is so good. We've got NFL football where there's tiebreakers. There's largely scheduling in order. You know, you play everybody in your division twice, and you play this division and that division on rotating basis. Now they do have a 17th game where they just try to create TV drama. So it's not a perfect system, but there is a certain amount of order to it. And then over here, you got college football where it's chaos, it's perception, different conferences, different teams are playing by different rules. Notre Dame, if you're top 12, you're in. The Dallas Cowboys are like, where do we sign up for that deal? We're a big brand. How do we get that deal? But it doesn't wreck college football. I know there's constant cries for a commissioner, but it doesn't It doesn't seem to matter. We're watching more games than ever. We're watching games where one team has 12 starters opt out, another team has a quarterback opt out. We don't care. People are so emotionally invested in it. They can't wreck college football. Do you think allowing the pros to play in basketball is going to wreck college basketball, or is even that, I don't know, idiot proof might be too strong, but you get the point. They just can't mess it up.
Yeah, college basketball needs to be careful because football is football, and we're a country that starves for football. It's our sport, right? We don't have to share it with anybody. We do share it, but I mean, as far as its origin, and most Americans at least have a passing knowledge of football, and they've watched a football game, even if it's just metaphorically with one eye at a Super Bowl party coming up here in February, right? So we're all aware of that. It's like the country stops when it's Super Bowl Sunday. You go on the streets and nobody's out there. And so with that in mind, basketball is not that sport. Obviously, it's an American sport too. I think they got to be careful because you really have, just here in this past week when it comes to basketball, you have stewards of the game. We've seen Izzo. Now Dan Hurley has become a steward with his success at UConn, and his family is a basketball family coming out of Jersey City there. And then you got Rick Pitino, who is a legendary figure as far as college basketball, right? Calipari, and the list goes on. So they've got to be careful, and they've got to get a handle on that, or they might torpedo themselves. Because I think comparatively, it's not a comparison. College football is way more popular than college basketball. The month of March drives us and we go crazy as a country, and that's a lot of fun. So be careful there. I think college football, I think they need to monitor it here because, I just saw a story, that Soderheim, the guy who's worked preps at the LA Times for decades, and he's running a tracker now that what he does is he's tracking the high school players who are transferring schools. So it's clear. Chris Burgess talked about when he gave his press conference at Woodbridge High School all those years ago when I was there in Irvine, California. He said, well, that's what the guys at Duke were doing. Shane Battier, his friend, was doing, So he did it. The point I'm making is we follow what others do and we see what they do. And so now you got high school kids transfer because they see all these college kids transferring all over the place, right? And so it's going to have this trickle down effect. And we see it in Little League too. They try to move into other boundaries so they can win the Mighty Mites title and all that, and then they won a state championship, which we used to joke about. So get some guardrails. I do think when the ball goes up in the air that we as a country, we're starving for entertainment that we like, right? You go to a movie and it seems I went to see the movie the other day. What a waste of time because I went because friends wanted to go and my wife wanted to go, and I was
You'd have rather watched a football game. You'd have rather watched a football game.
Right. Exactly. And I don't think that I'm that unusual. I think I'm Joe Common when it comes to that. So the country is starving for these types of entertainments, and you've got to be careful. Cody Campbell's talking about coming out with some universal thing, and the conference commissioners, ESPN just did a massive story where they followed him around. It looked like for weeks, including at the BYU game, and they had no comments from the four commissioners. They refused to comment or they didn't want to comment for the story. Why? Yeah, because Cody Campbell could potentially take money away from them because he wants a universal. He wants some guardrails in that way, and I get it. He's a billionaire, so he's not worried about the money, but these other guys protect the money. All right, I understand. Who am I to say don't protect your money? I protect my money. I would advise everyone to do it, but there's got to be something that can be done to make it better. We had a situation where the players had no type of leverage whatsoever, no type of freedom. Everything was restricted. You couldn't even go to one school from another within a conference without losing an entire year of eligibility. And that's just recently. That might as well have been 100 years ago, but it's not. It's just a few years ago. So to correct it, what did we do? We went totally overboard and gave them everything. It wasn't piece by piece. It's just, here you go, run with it. Well, what do I do with this? I don't know. Figure it out, son. And then away you go. And you got Sarkisian talking about these people that are these agents that have no certification and don't know what the crap they're talking about. And they're on the phone with him. And he's like, get away from me. I don't want to deal with you. So and I don't know what the answer is too. I mean, I'm sitting here offering up all these things that are wrong. And what are the answers? I'm not sure. That's for somebody else, but figure it out. And in the meantime, the game has stars, right? That's what the one thing that I've said, DJ, let's take the NBA, right? Well, Devontae is he going to be a star? We're all captivated by that. Cooper Flag, right? I'm watching the Jazz. Oh, and yesterday you were talking about we're giving away tickets to the Jazz game, right?
Yeah.
And go see the Mavericks. And
Cooper Flag
and the Mavericks.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
He's the attraction.
So stars come into the game all the time and they captivate us and we are enthralled by it. But I do think there's got to be something there to create some more, not necessarily balance, because I don't know that we'll ever have balance, but more guardrails to have some more form of uniformity that just makes sense. USC, God bless you, Trojans. You wrecked the Pac-12 to lose to TCU in the Alamo Bowl, and now you got to go play Rutgers, and then you whine about the travel and the coaches and all that. And does it make any sense? No, it makes zero sense. What were you doing? So try to figure it out. I don't think it's hopeless. Get it together, and in the meantime, make it even better than what it is.
Time will tell how they try to sort all this out. They're going to try something new. I don't know if it's going to make any more sense than the last thing they tried or 2 times ago. And we get told things are going to work out and this is the plan. And, the Pac-12 never got a TV deal and then it didn't get put together. It didn't get saved. And I don't know. We stumble forward. I don't know how it's going to stumble forward, but it's like the bowls don't matter. Why are we even playing them? Coaches are leaving. Players are opting out. And yet that TCU-USC thing was dramatic. And it's not a one-off because Illinois and Tennessee was dramatic. And the bowl games are going to keep happening because more people want to play them than don't. And enough people want to watch them that ESPN, mostly ESPN, occasionally a few other networks, CBS and Fox have a game or two. But mostly ESPN, they want to keep televising them. And they're going to make money off of them. And a few million people will sit down and watch them. And if you can get a few million, 2 or 3 million people to watch it, it can make money easily, and they do.
All right. Look around the country today. It's either going to be raining or snowing in most of the places, right? So what are you going to do at 1:30? What are you going to do at 3:30 back east? Oh, man, you got a bowl game here. This is a Utah team. Utah's been in the news here this last week because of Kyle, right? It's been national news. So sit down and watch it, man. And you bring your son, you bring your daughter in. The thing was yesterday. What was it? The anniversary of Woody Hayes punching that Clemson player. You remember that, right?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember, and I have a little bit of regret on this. I remember sitting in my room watching in Phoenix, watching the game with my father.
Mm-hmm.
Did he just punch him?
Yeah. I was watching it too. Yeah.
Like an idiot. I had headphones on and was listening to music.
Really?
Oh my gosh. I hate myself for doing that. I should have had those freaking headphones off. I should have been talking with my father, who's gone now, but no, like a fool. I had headphones on listening to music. And how stupid was that? That's my memory, stuff that I torture myself with. And I remember him screaming, did he just punch him? And I ripped the headphones off. I should have been talking with my dad the whole game. And it wasn't. And it bothers me, obviously. And sports bring people together. Those are facts, man.
Yeah. Well, at least you ripped the headphones off. Nobody's perfect, and you got to quit beating yourself up and thinking you should be perfect, and especially as teenagers. Good grief. But, man, I got stuff from every decade I regret saying and doing, so get in line, PK. But
and sports brings us together.
It does. Yeah, in that moment, it's funny you mentioned that because your dad said what we said, and I don't even know who said it. I know I was watching my dad and brothers. I think it was in the Monday night time slot. In those days, the NFL season ended earlier. I remember it as a primetime game in the Monday night time slot. Did he just punch him? The guy's just running the sideline like any other play. And that was the end of Woody Hayes, a legend. I mean, take any of the biggest names in coaching right now. It's Kirby Smart's not old enough. It would take somebody older. But I mean, I guess it would have been like if that's how Nick Saban's career had ended, right? I mean, Woody Hayes was just a massive name, just massive. and it was gone. It was gone in an instant, up in smoke. Crazy.
Yeah.
All right, DJ, PK, we got to take a break. PK's got to leave for the Las Vegas Bowl so he can address the team in the locker room with that speech he gave us 2 segments ago. Or just so he can get through security because it takes forever. Yeah, there you go.
It does.
All right. Frank Dolce's coming up next, the former Ute quarterback. What does he think the Ute coaching staff is going to look like in a couple of weeks, and who does he believe will win the game? What is this going to look like? The defense has given up more than 700 yards rushing in the last 2 games. Is that going to get fixed? Are they going to start Morgan Scalley's career the right way? Frank Dolce, next. Stay with us.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports newsletter.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at yoursmileutah.org.
Because your smile matters.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You fill up my senses like a night in a forest, like the mountains in springtime, like a walk in the rain, like a storm in the desert, like a sleepy blue
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Yuck, that was rough, man. The music is supposed to bring us energy. It is supposed to fire us up. Lonely John Denver wailing. He's the artist of the day today because he was born on this day in 1943. Hard to believe that if John Denver were still alive, he'd be 82 today. He passed away in 1997. But that just violated the sports radio, the credo. I mean, this is a welcome to the jungle type business, Yock. I don't know about that. Got to power through that. I got to overcome that rejoin music. Need some caffeine to get me over that thing. Holy thing, that'll put me to sleep. Fortunately, our next guest is here. DJ PK and Frank Dolce joining us. Frank, good morning.
Good morning.
What a tumultuous month in the history of University of Utah football. Frank, you played for the Utes. You've been watching them for a long time. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of noise. Now, people love to bang on the media. I get it. Yeah. I get it. It's fun. They got a loud voice. People want to have a voice. I think there's actually a lot of really good reporting over the last month. And yet at the same time, not everything, there's also a lot of noise, right? So if you want to underline one thing, one truth, and you think this is true and it needs to be noticed, it needs to be recognized, it needs to be absorbed, Frank, what is it you would do that you would underline, you would, the one tree in the forest you would highlight right now, given that it was a wild month?
You mean in truth in media? What is the one thing?
No, just the way the whole Ute,
underline?
everything that happened in the Ute football world. Some stuff gets reported. I mean, a lot of stuff gets reported, but some stuff gets obscured. It needs to be highlighted. Like, this is true, and people really need to absorb it.
I think it's probably true that Coach Whittingham would have stayed one more year as the head coach at Utah.
Yeah. And Morgan could have ended up at Penn State or somewhere else.
That is also true, although I feel like Morgan Scally has had this particular job in his eyesight forever.
Oh, I agree.
He wasn't going to. He wasn't necessarily going to waver from that. Some of these schools, though, start throwing big numbers around, and maybe you do start to waver. But I feel like Morgan's had opportunities over the course of his career as a defensive coordinator, and he stayed true to Utah.
Yeah. I think that if he had, let's say in an alternate universe, let's say that perhaps Kalani Sitake goes to Penn State, and Kyle stays, and Morgan goes. I still think Morgan's a candidate to come back whenever Kyle is done in a year or two or three. Now, maybe Morgan, by doing that, opens the door for Jay Hill to be a candidate. So there's a lot of things at play there.
Well, the Jay Hill piece is interesting because
Jay Hill
you're exactly right.
Jay Hill will be a great head coach somewhere. I firmly believe that.
Yeah.
I don't know where, but I think he's going to get another job and he's going to crush it.
I think there's a couple things to think about that. One is, does Jay Hill want to be a head coach somewhere?
That's an excellent question. Yes.
I think that's a real question.
Yeah.
Yeah. With his health things and we've gone through that with his wife as well and her health scares. And so, I wonder if just it's pressure enough being a defensive coordinator and then you add all the other stuff that goes on with being a head coach. I'm just not sure that he's willing to put his family through that. I don't know. I mean, it's just making some assumptions on my part, but I think that's something to think about. But he would be an excellent head coach somewhere. I have no doubt about it if he has that desire. It's really interesting though for the piece that you mentioned, like. If Morgan Scally has that in the back of his mind, like, wait a second, I'm the coach in waiting here at Utah. If I go somewhere else, man, Jay Hill's had a pretty good run down there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
If that opens up, do I have a shot at coming back? Or,
yes, he has a shot, but he doesn't have a guarantee. I think he definitely has a shot. I do not think he has a guarantee.
For sure. So I think that is a really interesting thing to think about and to consider with that whole scenario. By the way, the Coach Whittingham going to Michigan deal wasn't just tumultuous for Utah, but it's been tumultuous. I still think it's going to be tumultuous for BYU, maybe some other programs around, not just with coaches potentially moving along, but with players moving along as well.
Yes, but I think that the coaches are going to have a bigger impact than the players. And I do think that Kyle will pluck some elite players. Perhaps one is already in the portal for the University of Utah. We'll see where he lands. But I think there'd be about 0 of our listeners who would be surprised if he lands in Michigan. So I don't think anybody listening would be shocked.
0. I think the number is 60% of the time you'd be correct.
Yes.
Every time.
There's NFL players on both rosters because we're at the point where they're playing in the Big 12, and they've always got NFL players, and Kyle knows who those people are. And if he has a chance to get them in Michigan, I think he will. But I don't think he needs a wholesale raid because I think Michigan has a pretty good roster. They got a lot of 4 and 5 stars. I don't think he has the appetite to turn over 70 players because I think that is not only not plan B, I'm not even convinced it's plan C. You do it if you have to, but you don't want to. You don't. No. You don't want to go anywhere near that. So I think there may be a couple players who go, but the coaches that he could take and the long-term impact they could have, that'll leave a mark on both staffs. But you're the one who want to be a head coach, and if you want to be a head coach, you know if you win. And Kalani said this at the bowl game. You know if you win, you're going to lose guys. They're going to have better opportunities. Position coaches are going to get to be coordinators. Coordinators are going to be head coaches. And sometimes you may lose people laterally. It may happen. And it might happen right now. So you got to be able to hire good people. That's always part of the job. Now, I didn't know that Morgan might have to do that part of the job right out of the gate, but he may have to do that part of the job right out of the gate in a big way. But I also think it's an opportunity because Utah, you can never be operating at 100%, but Utah defensively has operated pretty close to it. And in the run game, they've operated pretty close to it. In the passing game, it's been hit and miss. I think that the stink might be a hard word, but maybe we should just go with it anyway. The people got in their head that the Utes can't throw the ball. And there were seasons where that was true in a big way. Kyle was there 20 years. But once they got Tyler Huntley, and then they got another good quarterback, and then they got a really good offensive system. Now, in between, after Huntley and after Cam Rising, okay, they had quarterback injuries mess them up for a couple of years, but they averaged 40 points a game this year. I would say that the Ute offense over the last 8 years, while maybe a little on the predictable side, has also been very much on the effective side. I don't think they would have been in 4 conference title games without it. They don't throw for 300 yards very often, but you don't have to win.
No, however, it's never been the formula.
It could be, but it could be tweaked. You can't tell me they couldn't have a more efficient passing game. Because they could. They could.
Look,
and not sacrifice their identity.
Dan Pierre's numbers ended up pretty darn good this year in the passing game. The numbers look pretty darn good. There were some times when he threw the ball where you just scratched your head and thought, what in the world? But there were also times when he threw the ball and he made an unbelievable play in critical situations. So could the passing game be more effective for the University of Utah or for whatever this offense is? Yeah, absolutely. I believe that's true. I think Jason Beck did a nice job of realizing that. He tried to move the ball downfield. He tried to throw the ball downfield, but he always trended toward the strengths of that offense, which was behind the quarterback and the quarterback's ability to run the football. So that's the way he ran it. It was super effective. And he had an offensive line that could manage that. And that group really came along throughout the season. So, but I think you make an interesting point. With a different piece, a more effective thrower at the quarterback position, could that offense tweak a little bit? Yeah, absolutely. Could it be more effective? I mean, that's a hard thing to say. Could it be more effective? That's an offense that led
scored
the Big 12.
41 points a game is excellent. And that's why when Kyle was asked, and I know you can sit over and say, well, they lost 2 games, and there's a few fourth down plays that they could have back. They win the rivalry game. They're 11-1. You can woulda, coulda, shoulda the thing. But 41 points a game speaks for itself. It's awesome.
Doubt.
It's an awesome number.
No doubt.
So if they don't, then the one thing they have to hold on to, and the thing that I think Beck brought a couple things, and you played quarterback. You know this better than I do. But I saw shades of Urban Meyer's offense in what Beck brought back. I saw way more deception with the motion man, the fly sweep, the faking the fly sweep. And if defenders hop one step to their left or their right, it changes all the blocking angles. And it can make a good blocker a great blocker when they got the angle can help them create a hole and it can help them create a lane. And so they need to hold on to that. What I don't understand, but I know what's happening, but I can't exactly map it out for people. There was something about faking the fly sweep. Then you have the handoff to the running back or the quarterback keeper. You're basically running a newfangled triple option. You're doing what Air Force and Navy have done for years. But you also had the run-pass option built in. And Kyle said in a press conference once when I asked him about it, he said, defenders are literally being put in a position where they can't be right. If they do one thing, there's a counter. And if they do the other thing to stop the counter, then they do the original thing. And as long as your quarterback can make a decision quickly and correctly, efficiently, then the offense is going to move the ball. And Devin Dampier can do that. He gets credit for a lot of stuff, but his ability to recognize and make the proper decision, no guarantee the next quarterback can do it. It did look like Bird Ficklin could do it in the limited opportunities he got, but not every quarterback will. Maybe they go 2 for 2 there. Maybe they've really identified, 2 players there. They certainly have with Dampier, and they probably have with Ficklin. But can they maintain that, or is a new coach going to come in and want to do something different? If indeed the offensive coordinator is changing as we all expect.
Well, that may be one of those things that you underline too, is Utah will have a new offensive coordinator. So I really like that offense. I like the offense that Jason Beck ran. I think it's, I think it's kind of like, I would say it's like a Jeep Wrangler where you can add some accessories, or you can take it away, or you can modify it and make it do one thing a little differently, or you can make it do one thing a little different. But at the essence, it's still a Jeep Wrangler. But you can add all these things or take things away based on what you are trying to accomplish. I really like the way he ran that offense. I think you're right. Maybe we haven't seen anything like that since the Urban Meyer days. And so the big question is, does the next guy have that ability to run the offense the way Jason Beck ran the offense? Or are you looking at something that's going to be significantly different? I'm kind of leaning toward you're going to get something different, especially if some of the rumors are true, but you're going to get something different, but still based in the same philosophy of establish the run, athletic quarterback to throw the ball downfield with some efficiency. So a little bit of a tweak on the offensive side, but I don't think you're going to see significant changes on the offensive side.
No, that leaves me intrigued, but I guess I'll just have to wait. I don't want significant changes. They threw 25 touchdown passes and 5 picks. Mostly those are Dampier's number, but Ficklin threw 3 touchdowns. Dampier touchdown interception ratio was 22-5. That's fantastic. The only thing with Dampier, the short passing game was good, the medium range was good, the deep passing game was not. And that might be more emotional than rational football because they were averaging 40 points a game and they did go 10-2. But people like 80-yard touchdown passes. Newsflash. And they do change games. And maybe they could have gone 11-1.
I watched. They should have. I think they should have gone 11-1. I watched a bunch of those games, obviously, and I watched the throws downfield, and I was the same. Like what the heck is going on? You can't complete a pass downfield. And I've always said about Utah football, like, it's not necessary for the Utah football, philosophically, the way they run that offense, it's not necessary to throw the ball downfield to be successful. They have other things that they do really well. It's just that I think maybe what we are thinking of is the possibilities, the potential for the Utah offense to be even better with that explosive part of the game. And so it's a funny source of frustration for fans because I do the same thing. At the same time, I say, wait a second. Utah football is based in foundationally is based in all the right things.
Yes.
Be really good at the line of scrimmage. Establish the running game. Don't turn the ball over. High efficiency passing game.
Don't leave those. Don't leave those.
Yeah,
but
high efficiency on first down. Put yourself in good third down situations, like all the things. But can you please complete an 80-yard touchdown pass every once in a while?
Yes, but I think that the reason they need that is because the Utes have gone from the team that recruited you, that played in a terrible facility, in a second-tier league, and too often was in the second or third tier of that league and struggling, right? To the point where they are now legit, top 15 program. But when you play a top 5 program, you lose the Rose Bowl to Ohio State, you lose the Rose Bowl to Penn State, a handful of conference title games, right? When Washington really had it going, they were so close. And Washington had a great coach, a great program. They were in the playoff, and the Utes wanted to be in the playoff and didn't throw the ball well enough. They lost that game 10-3, and then they lost it on a pick 6 that hit the receiver.
Right.
And so the Utes have come a long, long way, and there are a million positives, but there is still a tier to go, and everyone knows it, and it may not be possible. I mean, these other history and tradition, and as good as the recruiting base is here, their places even better, or they can recruit nationally, and the leagues they're in, right? Give them advantages with the TV contract, and the Utes have never had those. So you're looking for a way to beat the odds and move up one more tier when you've already gone up 70 steps on the ladder and you want one more. And that seems to be the one thing like, man, if I had that too, maybe we could pull it off. I think that's what Utes are thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. So, let's just take what Coach Whittingham is likely going to experience now as the Michigan head coach. Is you said it earlier. He can come into Utah right now, and he can cherry pick players.
He will, both recruits and guys on rosters. Yeah, I expect both those things to happen.
He can cherry pick players. As the head coach of the University of Utah, he had to go out, and this is what this is just the nature of the beast. He had to go out and he had to find the diamonds in the rough, and then he had to develop those guys into big-time collegiate football players, and maybe even get those guys a chance to go at the NFL. When you step on the field at Michigan, when you're on the roster at Michigan, it's almost like, well, my next step is the NFL. Like that's the natural progression. That's the difference in the recruiting level that you get between Michigan and the University of Utah. And by the way, Utah and that coaching staff has done an unbelievable job of building up a program in that scenario of trying to find all the diamonds in the rough. We talk about it every single year. Oh my gosh, this is the first 5-star recruit Utah's ever had. Oh my gosh, look at where Utah's built a program with a bunch of 3-stars. So I think that is one of those things that is really, it's just difficult to overcome. And unless you're going to have a Texas Tech billionaire come in and say, hey, here's $35-40 million for a roster and start buying players, everything, like for Utah, everything has to go the right way. The ball has to bounce the right way. A couple times during the football season, you have to stay really healthy. You have to be better and where you can be better, and that's what Utah's done at the line of scrimmage. All those sorts of things. And at other programs, Alabama and Ohio State, and you just have so much talent available. You don't always have to be perfect because talent is going to overcome some of the obstacles. So it's just a hard thing to overcome.
Well, you're the program where you have to recruit as opposed to Norm Chow, who was at BYU and at NC State, and then he goes to USC and he tells us, we don't recruit, we select. Everybody already wants to come here. We don't have to convince them. 100% right.
So
Norm
true.
has a way of saying truth, and it sounds like it's got a massive dose of ego with it. But when you really peel it back, you think, he just told me the truth, right? And that's why you laugh, because you felt that, right? We don't recruit, we select. And it sounds so, and then you're like, no, but Urban told me once we're not really recruiting yet because right now a lot of guys still think they're going to USC. And when they find out they're not, then the next tier of us swarm these guys and try to say, come here, right?
Yes.
So when I put what Urban said next to what Norm said, I'm like, okay, well, that's the truth. That's reporting. Get your two sources. They just told me stuff about recruiting Southern California. I don't know. I don't recruit Southern California. I'm sitting here doing radio in Utah. And I think Michigan and Ohio State and maybe Alabama, there's a very few, maybe Notre Dame, there's a very few, Texas, very few that they get to select, right? There's a million players in Texas, and the Longhorns have to pick the right ones. And often they don't. And that's why NFL Hall of Famers who grew up in Texas end up playing college at the schools, not at UT. Because Texas has found a way to mess it up. And so Kyle gets that now. He gets to select. But as they said, I think it was the third Indiana Jones. He chose poorly.
You chose
He chose wisely.
Yes. Yeah, no, I think that's true, and I think it'll be really interesting to see how Coach Whittingham is able to manage that, and how it works to bring. We've always said, what if?
Now we're going to get to see it. Yeah, we're going to get to see it.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to go well for him. And, you can say I'm a local homer. Well, you know him, DJ. You've talked to him for so long. Over time, you've slowly started pulling for him. Okay, I'll just plead guilty. I don't even want to argue with you. Yeah, okay. Here's why. What's his record against Michigan, and what's his record against Ohio State? Tell me about those games. He's coached against Michigan 3 times as a head coach. He's been 3-0. He coached 1 time as a defensive coordinator. They lost 10-7 because an NFL receiver made a great touchdown catch. A great touchdown catch. They lost 10-7 on the road. 3 of those 4 games were road games.
Yeah.
The Ohio State game, neutral field, Ohio State has an NFL quarterback and NFL wide receivers at every receiver position. Yeah. Utah starts the game with a running back playing in the secondary and finishes the game with a walk-on quarterback and still gets the game-time touchdown drive and loses on a field goal right at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think when it's a level playing field, Kyle's going to do well because it hasn't been a level playing field. He's gone 3-2, and even the 2 losses I look at and think, that's pretty impressive. And they didn't win, but it was pretty impressive.
No doubt. I'm a huge fan. Obviously, I'm a huge fan. I love what Coach Whittingham has done. I don't think there's anybody that's gonna work any harder than he'll work. And I've been mostly around Utah football, but I stay very engaged in the college football game. I watch how teams play and react and all this stuff. I feel like Coach Whittingham's teams at some point in the season always they figure out the best way to win is to adopt his mentality of just, it's blue collar, it's pack your lunch pail, it's go to work, it's effort, it's commitment, it's attitude, it's all of those things. And if he can bring that culture to Michigan with the opportunity to also bring talent to Michigan, I think it's a really, really good combination. And by the way, when I think of Michigan football, old-time Michigan football, Coach Whittingham's old school mentality, that seems like a really good fit.
Yeah. Now, Michigan went 9-3, but they had a soft schedule this year. They only played 2 playoff teams. Next year, they play 4 teams that are in the playoff this year. They got Oklahoma in the non-conference, and they got to play Ohio State and Indiana and Oregon. 2 at home, 2 on the road. So Kyle really signed up for it. But, I would just say, you're the one who wanted this job. So good luck with that. That's what you signed up for, and you wanted it. All right.
It's really funny. I don't know if he even realized he wanted it until things unfolded the way they did at the U. And then maybe he realized he wanted it. We talked about it with you and with PK, and I always felt like Coach Whittingham retiring was an odd thing. I just didn't know what he was going to do, and then he retired. And I was like, wait,
Yak will back me up on this. Whenever we talk about it, I say, I think a lot of things, I say a lot of things, but I don't want to crawl very far out on the branch because it's a highly personal decision, and he gets to change his mind. He does.
Yeah.
He gets to change his mind, and he has changed his mind on big decisions. He was very close to being the BYU head coach, and then he changed his mind and decided to be the Utah head coach. But he wasn't that far away from being the BYU head coach. And he gets to change his mind with retirement. He told me to my face when he turned 50 and everybody was teasing him about it. And he's like, if I'm doing this when I'm 60, shoot me. Like, well, number one, Kyle, no, I'm not shooting you. And number 2, I'm not forgetting that quote. And when he turned 60, I told it to him and he laughed. He remembered saying, he goes, oh, well, things changed and the new league really invigorated me. It's a whole new set of challenges. Like, it's all true. He gets to change his mind. He gets to change his mind. And he changed his mind again. So there you go.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Frank.
I hope he's very successful. I hope Utah is very successful tonight. Should be a good game. I'm looking forward to the induction of the Morgan Scally era.
I know.
It
starts with a W, right? They win this, right? They're not hurt by opt-out and coaches who are distracted with their next job. Possibly an offensive coordinator, an O-line coach, and a tight ends coach for starters. I'm just saying.
That's a real thing. Is the coach being distracted? So I do put some weight into that, but I also feel like this could be a rallying moment for the University of Utah, for that football team. We lost our head coach. We're under all this distress, and guys are talking, and we're gonna go out and prove something. So I think they could utilize that and rally around Coach Scally, and if you put it down on paper, I mean there's I think Utah has the advantage. I would say that Nebraska has an interesting advantage in the fact that they've stayed mostly. Now they have some injuries and they're dealing with some of that stuff. But in terms of continuity, they are dealing with that. So, they're not dealing with that. So I think Nebraska, there is some opportunity for upsets there, no question.
Frank, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you again. Enjoy the game.
All right. See you, buddy. Have a great new year.
You too, Frank. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Everything you missed in this show. Next, stay with us.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I don't like the pretty boy Rams coach.
Okay. I mean, Vikings very much have a pretty boy coach as well, right?
Not like the pretty boy coach.
You put him in L.A. and he's a pretty boy. That's the only difference. One of them lives in the Midwest and one of them lives in Los Angeles.
Except for the Rams one, McShay or whatever,
McVay.
Was the first one that inspired all these other pretty coaches.
Yeah.
Kingsbury.
Yeah.
They put on the statement when they announced that Kingsbury was hired at Arizona that he was friends with McNugget.
McVay.
Like, why?
All right, give me an ugly head coach.
I mean, and then the Vikings.
Will Hardy's doomed.
The Vikings follow suit, hiring a pretty coach. What's the deal? What's his name in Green Bay? He's a pretty boy too, isn't he? LaFleur? What's his name?
Yeah, I'm with you. Give me a dog.
Bill Cowher, ugly guy.
Ugly dude. Belichick.
Ugly guy.
Even though he's pulling 24-year-olds. Ugly guy.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz fall to the Boston Celtics at home, 129-119. Keontae George, 37 points, 7 assists, 2 off his career high. Keontae's thoughts on their upcoming road trip.
Going on the road is going to be the true test. We're the only people that's probably going to give us energy. Everybody that's on the bench is the only people that's probably rooting for us. So it's going to test our camaraderie, our togetherness. So at the end of the day, it's just a test. We built for it. Our mindset is to just go out here and shock the world.
Jazz start the 4-game road trip playing the Clippers New Year's night. Tomorrow night, 8:30, the tip time here on the Zone. Then it's off to Golden State. Second stop on the 4-game road trip. This Utah Jazz at 30 updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope it's in our DNA. Learn more at uofhealth.org.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, life on the farm is kind of laid back. Ain't much an old country boy like me can't hack. It's early to rise, early in the sack. I thank God I'm a country boy.
Well, at least there's a little more energy there, Yak. There's a little pep in the step right there. John Devon, artist of the day. Time to tell you about all the stuff we've talked about in this show. The Jazz played the kind of game a lot of Jazz fans want to see. They played well. They did some things well. Keontae George, 37 points, 7 assists. His stats are getting better every month. You look at scoring, shooting percentage, three-point shooting percentage, free throw shooting percentage, rebounding. All the numbers are up from October to November and again from November to December. And the team won more in December than November because there's always that thing in the NBA. Regular season stats, if your team is winning, they're empty calories. Okay, well, it was leading to more winning. Now, everything's got to continue to get better. The trajectory, they've not arrived yet. The trajectory must continue, but the trajectory looks good. Not just year to year, but month to month. October, November, November to December. Let's see more in January and February. Jazz and the Clippers tomorrow night. Then the Warriors, Blazers, and Thunder. They play every other day, January 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th. 4-game road trip. College basketball, a conference road win for Utah State. They went to Fresno State and beat a fairly mediocre Fresno State team, it looks like. 72-63. Michael Collins Jr., 18 points. Aggies get the road win. College football, we talked a little bit about TCU beating USC. How much does it mean? USC's down 12 starters. TCU's down a quarterback. Now USC, who thinks they're better than everybody, and the Big Ten, who thinks they're better than everybody. Yeah, now the 12 guys out really matters. Meanwhile, TCU's missing their starting quarterback over here. You know, the argument with the big leagues is, oh, yeah, you know, you smaller leagues, you got some NFL guys, you got some good players, but you get past the starters, you get past the ones, you just don't have the same players at 2 and 3. You don't have the depth we have. You don't play the schedules we have. All right, now we see the depth. So now it's the fault of the lack of depth. And the Big Ten and SEC are just always going to move the goalposts. It's the way it is. But the Big 12, you just got to keep winning, keep winning. And a game that really matters is Texas Tech needs to beat Oregon. Texas Tech needs to beat Oregon tomorrow, and it would help if they really thump Oregon. There's a top tier. I don't think anyone debates Indiana and Ohio State. I do think there's a few eyebrows raised with Oregon. I mean, they've been good for 30 years now, so they get bonus points for that. It wouldn't happen in the NFL, but that's the way college football works. You do get bonus points for that. This particular team, you know, with the expanded leagues and you miss teams, it turned out, didn't happen to play the toughest schedule. And they had a chance at home against Indiana, and they got beat pretty soundly. They answer the bell in this one, all bets are off. Heck, the Big Ten could have 3 of the 4 semifinalists if things break their way and everybody plays well. Indiana and Ohio State can certainly win. And if Oregon takes down Texas Tech, Big 12 needs Tech to do it. And it would help if they did it in convincing fashion. We got another bowl game today at 1:30. Las Vegas Bowl, Utah, Nebraska. You'll hear the game right here on The Zone. Morgan Scalley. Start him off the right way. We had Frank Dolce on. We had Riley Jensen on. You can listen wherever you get your podcasts. PK's left for the game now. He's with us for the up until 9 o'clock. And the thing we all talked about is first impressions matter. Morgan's standing on the sideline. Recruits looking at him. Guys in the transfer portal looking at him. Guys on his team who might be going in the transfer portal. Look like a leader. Look like a winner. Have your team play well. Morgan's done a lot of this, but now the game management stuff falls on him. Do you call timeouts? You use your timeouts in the right way. Sometimes we've seen coaches not use them when they have them. Take them to the locker room. What good does that do you? Sometimes we've seen them burn them too early. We've seen players not out on the field. We've seen dubious 4th down decisions that we all argue about. Morgan needs all that stuff to look good, and they need to win the game. This is a team that scored 40 points 8 times in 12 games. And 2 of the times that they didn't get to 40, they still got to 31 and won the game, at Wyoming and at Kansas. Is the offense really going to click? Is the OC out of there? Is the O-line coach out of there? Is the tight ends coach out of there? Is the quarterback who it looked like he wasn't going to go in the transfer portal, maybe going in the transfer portal after all. Everybody else is taking off. Why not me? Man, any other players that could be thinking that. Are they going to pull together and look good and go out there and score 40 points? They averaged 41. Or they start throwing bolts, throwing washers. I could go on with the hardware. But everything I thought of might turn into a drop, so I just edited myself. I saw Yawk in there. Go ahead, say it. Say it, and I will edit. And he's got that whole Smithers thing from the Simpsons, the fingers. Excellent. Excellent. Great drop, DJ. Thank you very much. We talked a little bit of NBA. The Clippers won again. They won 5 in a row. They were a disaster. Now Kawhi seems healthier. Kawhi's playing better, and they got 11 wins, only one behind the Jazz. The Jazz are sitting on 12 wins, but there are 3 or 4 teams that could pass them pretty easily. It doesn't take a lot of imagination to see the Jazz still play pretty well and end up with the 6th worst record in the NBA. I know a lot of you are tracking that, and as we get to 2026, we will see how that goes. All right. Anything else, Jock? Anything else we did cover, we should have covered, we need to cover?
We do have, obviously this time of year, we don't get a lot of soccer news, but did you see this morning, Brian Ojeda, RSL midfielder, apparently going to be sent to Orlando City in exchange for $1.2 million in general allocation money.
Interesting. Ojeda's out, huh?
So a move for RSL in the offseason.
And what will they do with that money, that allocation money? Does it come back with attackers? They had 4 guys in the midfield spot. Now, maybe they're bringing somebody in also, so we'll have to see how that works. Looked like McAnally was on the outside looking in. Maybe he's back in. All right. DJ and PK, got to take a break. When we come back, your feedback next. We got a poll question up. People have been voting all morning long. Utes going to win. How big are they going to win? We will get to that coming up, and your feedback on the question of the morning. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. It's what you want.
So I'm trying to get my phone to not call me Hans.
All right, try it again.
Don't call me Hans.
Okay, what should I call you?
Hans.
You'd like me to call you Hats. Is that right?
No. Hans.
You'd like me to call you Pants.
It's the dumbest thing. What is my name, Google?
Your name is Hans.
God! Stupid. Dumb thing. Could you call me Hans, Ned?
You'd like me to call you Handsome. Is that right?
Well, it's better than Hans. Yeah.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at yoursmileutah.org.
Because your smile matters.
Only one type of burger. For every palate. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Woo! Oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees.
DJ PK, it is time for your feedback, what you think about today's show. Big game coming up, 1:30 right here on the Zone. Utah, Nebraska. 40% of you believe the Utes will win big and cover that 14-point spread. 29% of you think they'll win but not cover. So we're looking at, you add it all up. It's right about 70% of you think the Utes will win. Nebraska, an upset, 13.6%. But 16% of you are saying, just tell me Kyle's staff. Who's he taking? Who's going? Who's staying? Ronald says the Utes win, cover, and then lose an OC and 2 position coaches. Yak, what do you think of that? Safe bet? He's thinking Harding on the line, and he's thinking Freddie Whittingham, a tight ends coach.
Yeah, that seems really natural. Those guys would go with Kyle. They've been some of his
stalwarts.
Yeah, staunchest supporters / stalwarts on his staff, and the family connection with Freddie in particular. Yeah, those all seem very natural.
Accidental text on purpose. Good bleeping bleep. Bowl games do not really matter. And if they did, one game, let alone of third-tier teams, does not an argument make. Frankly, it's desperate. Okay, but don't tell me when your league's 6-0. Drawing any conclusions about any team from a non-CFP bowl game is silly at this point. All these teams have tons of guys just sitting out. They're just glorified exhibitions.
Tell that to Georgia Tech and BYU.
60% of USC's starting lineup opted out. USC fans are very defensive.
Okay,
Here's a stat for you. Ready for this? Remember that Pac-12 title game? Utah and USC? Both teams were 11-1. Or were the Utes 10-2? I guess the Utes were 10-2. USC was 11-1. And USC, 11-1. Runs out there on the field. From that moment on, what is USC's record, Yak? That was 40 games ago.
20-20?
24-16.
Okay.
How long can Lincoln Riley survive that kind of mediocrity? You can say whatever you want about one game. That's a 40-game sample with a year and 2 games of Caleb Williams at quarterback.
And the other situation is he just lost his defensive coordinator, took their defense from horrendous, like we're talking bottom 10 in the country, to mid-tier, and you expect to, take another step? Question mark? I think he's got one more year to kind of prove it. I know he made a comment last night about it. He said, it took us 4 years to open this window.
Yep.
What window?
Yeah, I don't know. And especially when Indiana's over here and
Correct.
They go from nothing to something in 2 years.
And did it with like a third of the budget that USC boasts.
And Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
And Texas Tech. Should I go on?
No, you're right. And that's so we opened a window. What window, Lincoln? 5th place in the Big Ten? That's not what USC's aspiring for.
DJ and PK, more feedback. Can't call it a bleep bleep narrative. You spin that bleep all year. USC and Big Ten fans are really cranky. Meanwhile, BYU fans are pumped. Exactly. BYU's been robbed 2 years in a row, and there's a long-standing history of religious bias towards the school. Did BYU get left out because they're BYU or because they're Big 12? There's no way to define that since they're both things, right? You can just sit here and argue about that forever.
I think it depends on who you ask, the kind of chicken or the egg situation, because there will be people who tell you it's BYU and it stems from 1984 and then 96 when they got hosed out of the what was that, the Bowl Alliance is what that was at that point.
Yeah, I get the 1984, and I know that got under people's skins. I don't want to debate that. But I've always thought that this whole thing to control the bowls was about controlling the money. It wasn't
you're right
about
on that.
who wins the title. Deep down, they don't honestly care. They just want to control the money.
Yeah, that's why you had guys like Greg Sankey saying, we deserve 7 teams in the playoff. Because guess what? That translates to millions upon millions upon millions of dollars.
Yeah, we'll update the SEC's record over the last 3 years. Leave the bowl games out.
Oh, no, let's
just
go bowl
look
games.
at their playoff
Let's look at this
record.
bowl season right now. Are they 2-5?
They are. And one of the wins is because an SEC school played an SEC school. Oklahoma and Alabama played each other, so something there had to happen there. But the last 3 years, you got Ole Miss beating the G5 team. You've got SEC on SEC crime, so they had to go 1-1 when Oregon played Alabama. And then the other win is Texas in overtime. So you beat a G5 school, you won in overtime, and you won when you played each other. You're 3-6. You're about to be 4-7, I guess, because you're going to have another SEC versus SEC game, setting themselves up to get a Ole Miss Georgia winner has to go to the semifinals. Man. Tell that to the Big Ten fans who are, I can't possibly read those 3 words. There's no world in which that's okay. In which Big Ten fans are bleep about how good they are in their meaningless bowl games. That's the purpose of this post. People getting super defensive when this doesn't happen in the NFL. When you attack divisions, everyone just kind of shrugs. But this is a sport. A Notre Dame fan, just LOL. Notre Dame, you're part of the problem. Like, you get special status because you got 100 years of history. The New York Giants and the Dallas Cowboys don't get special status for 100 years of history. They have to win. They didn't win, so they're not in. All right, we're out of time. Coming up next, Ben takes over right here on The Zone.
All right, big finish.
Show's over, folks.
That's it. Go home, everybody. None of this ever happened.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tomorrow night, we kick off the new year with the Utah Mammoth in New York to play the Islanders. That'll actually start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on 97.5 The Zone. And then tomorrow night, the Utah Jazz are in LA to play the Clippers at 8:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best-reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like...
Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
It's what you want.
So I'm trying to get my phone to not call me Hans.
All right, try it again.
Don't call me Hans.
Okay, what should I call you?
Hans.
You'd like me to call you Hats. Is that right?
No. Pants.
You'd like me to call you Pants.
It's the dumbest thing. What is my name, Google?
Your name is Hans.
God! Stupid. Dumb thing. Could you call me Hans, Ned?
You'd like me to call you Handsome. Is that right?
Well, it's better than Hans. Yeah.
Catch Hanson Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Bright light city, gonna set my soul on fire. Got a whole lot of money that's ready to burn, so get those stages.
Jake and Ben, 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. Happy New Year's Eve. Yes, we're playing a little Elvis, singing about Las Vegas, as the Las Vegas Bowl is about 3.5 hours from now. We will be talking about it throughout the show. We'll let you hear a little bit from Morgan Scally coming up in his press conference yesterday. Hasn't really had a big presser since he was named head coach at Utah. This is his opportunity to talk a little bit about that, though he did really want to focus on the bowl game, but we will let you hear that. Evan Bland's going to join us coming up at 11:05. He covers Nebraska football for the Omaha World Herald. What should Utah fans expect? My guess is not a very good Nebraska team, but probably more dangerous than some Utah fans realize. And Utah's been willing to give up as many yards as the opposing team wants in recent games, so we'll see how that looks.
It does strike me that this is more about Utah than Nebraska, because I would have never guessed that Utah would give up 700-plus yards. I think it's 762 yards in the last two games on the ground. Like, something is wrong. That's just on Kansas and Kansas State. I don't believe that. What is wrong?
That voice, if you haven't been in Salt Lake City for the last 25 years, is David James.
Hi.
Hi, DJ. Thanks for hanging out the first segment.
I'm doing a lot of radio lately. I don't know if you noticed.
We really appreciate you.
I filmed it for Jake on the Jazz pre-half and post last night.
Did you do
They
it?
had to walk me through it. I didn't know what I was doing. So I'm doing radio in the morning, I'm doing radio at night, and I'm sticking around on your show. I'm the guest who wouldn't leave in that Saturday Night Live skit, which actually is my rep, so what the heck.
You and Coach Lacombe last night?
Yes, but then Coach Lacombe whiffed and stood us up this morning. I don't know what's going on with that. You overslept? What's his deal?
Yeah, not cool. Not cool at all.
Well, I'll ask him about it tomorroh night.
Oh, you're doing the other game.
When we spend New Year's night together.
It's a late one, too.
8:30 game, Jazz and the Clippers up against the fourth quarterfinal playoff game.
In the
at least the second half of it.
Clippers suddenly playing very well.
5 in a row. Kawhi's playing well, and the Clippers are playing well.
They're going to overtake
so
the Jazz
it turns
pretty
out you're as good as your best player. Yeah. Why didn't someone tell me this?
He had 55 the other night. He looks very good again.
He does.
They will overtake the Jazz. And
yes, and I think a few other teams will. I can see where the Jazz continue on 25, possibly 30 win course somewhere in there, and I could see them with the 6th or 7th worst record in the NBA.
9 of the next 11 on the road for the Jazz, and they're all pretty tough games. And then mixed in there is a couple of these 2-for-1 games against Charlotte and against Dallas, where if you lose and they win, and you're focused on lottery balls, it does twice the work.
Is that the game where someone's going to have a groin injury or someone needs to be rested? Don't sit somebody for all of the games, but when you're playing somebody you're battling and it's double the reward for losing.
Yep. I was surprised that Keontae played last night. But then again, I saw him in practice.
Will you be surprised if Lauri Markkanen plays against the Clippers? That was legitimately a hard fall he took on the shoulder, elbow, hip.
And I saw him after the game, and his elbow was pretty bloody. But he seemed to be moving okay. But you're right. He
didn't score it well in the second half, and I don't want to blame it all on that. I think that, the focus in the locker room at halftime is you got 3 guys going off. You guys want to slow down one of them?
Yeah.
Because Nurkic was lighting it up. 26 points.
Yeah, he was awesome.
10 of 11 shooting.
Man, he had a fabulous postgame. Did you guys get to play any of his postgame last night?
Yes, we played a lot of it.
I thought it was fabulous.
Yeah.
He talked about just how much he loves Salt Lake City and the coaching and how hard last year was. He kind of became the villain in Phoenix, and they had to use a first-round draft pick to send him to Charlotte, and he basically never played in Charlotte. And they gave up on him pretty quickly, and everyone wondered why the Jazz traded a good player in Colin Sexton for Yusuf Nurkic, and he showed you. I mean, Nurkic's been very good for the Jazz. He's been instrumental in what little success they have had, but he has been instrumental in it. And just talked about how much it meant that Will Hardy has believed in him and how much support they've given him.
Okay,
it was
now
really charming.
Now I'm just a cold-blooded sportscaster. So is he playing well enough they can trade him and get something for him?
Oh, that's the Danny Ainge uniform you just put on. Yeah.
26 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists. And what Austin said this summer is true. The contracts have become as important as the talent, except in the situations where they're more important than the talent. And it's slowed down the Jazz rebuild. I thought they'd be back in the playoffs by now in year 4. I didn't think it was going to take that long. I'd seen Ainge with 1- and 2-year rebuilds early in his career, but they haven't been able to flip veteran players the way I expected. And when they finally have moved them, they haven't gotten the value I expected.
Centers are hard to move because there's generally pretty decent centers around the NBA. I mean, even Nurkic playing as well as he did last night, and we are going to talk Utah-Nebraska football, don't worry. Even as well as he has played this year, he's still probably the 25th best starting center in the NBA.
But I'm waiting for somebody to have an injury who has a good team, and they don't necessarily need him. Now, how much they want to give up, again, the contract gets in the way. And so I'm sitting here playing fantasy basketball in my head, and it just doesn't work if you're actually trying to follow the CBA.
And I want to look at NBA teams that are over the salary cap right now that may be willing to take back lesser contracts, send out more, save some money. The Jazz may not need to get any capital back with it. They may not need to get any draft capital back. The draft capital they get by trading Nurkic is holding on to their own pick because Nurkic makes you better. And if you move him, you get worse. And that makes it easier to keep your lottery pick.
You know, his career started in Denver, and I heard they had just lost a guy for a month.
They did. I really don't know if they have
if
the money.
not longer.
Yeah. Over the salary cap. Yeah. We'll see what happens with Jokic. That's certainly not ideal. But at least it wasn't a torn up knee. But yeah, we'll see. Some teams that could look to shed some money. Nurkic could be a possibility.
The thing about Denver is that I think there's some real financial stuff there. And also, I don't think Denver cares what they're seeded as long as he's healthy for the playoffs. They don't need to make a move. It just doesn't, the next month doesn't matter to them.
Cleveland, Minnesota, Golden State, Dallas, LA, the Lakers, I should say, the Kings, the Knicks all have a huge salary cap.
Yeah.
Pretty enormous numbers. Phoenix as well, but Phoenix obviously wouldn't welcome him back. There's just not that many spots for him
We'll
to
see if
land,
something
which
opens
is
up.
difficult.
See if something happens.
And you don't have to play him. The truth is, you don't have to play him. You don't play Kyle Anderson right now. You're playing him right now because he's the best option at starting center. If you decide you don't want to do that and you want to start flip and you never want to play Nurk, you can do that.
Time will tell.
The NBA allows you to do that. And Kevin Love should be traded. He's been much better than I expected. Can't jump anymore, but he can still shoot and rebound. He's a really terrific person to have in the locker room. Sometimes we overrate that. I don't think we're overrating that with Kevin Love.
Space is the floor. He can shoot it.
Yep, he can. All right, let's talk about
football.
What today's game is about, in David James's opinion.
Morgan Scalley's first game.
Yeah.
I am curious with a team that might be about to go in a lot of different directions, how hard they will play and how good a performance they will put together. What they have shown beating Kansas State and Kansas is that even when they are not playing at an optimal level, they still find a way to win. They could have lost either one of those games, and they didn't lose either one of those games. Morgan, I think you want to see him make the first impression that's real positive, especially when it comes to game management stuff that he hasn't been in charge of. You know, don't misuse the timeouts. Don't do bizarre stuff on fourth down. Don't miss obvious game management situations. You know,
I'd like to see the defense play well. Just not been the case for a few weeks.
What happened the last two games?
We just have not seen that. And I wonder if that was Morgan looking around, wondering what his future is going to be. Did he start to get the sense that Witt wasn't going to be here and he lost a little bit of focus on what his job was? Did Utah not feel like they were realistically in the running for the
But the offense played well. I threw that out because I think that's something. And PK's like, but the offense felt they were in the running because they kept performing at a high level.
They got better. They got better and better. I mean, we saw maybe Devin Dampier and Bird Ficklen's best performances of the season.
81 points. I mean, they averaged 40.5 points in those games, and they averaged 41 points for the season. So I kind of felt like they were who they were.
But their fourth quarters were fabulous, I think, in both of those games.
They were great. They were great. They were great in winning time. Yes.
That was something
they could have lost either game. They could have lost either game.
Oh, it looked like they
sitting
were
there watching the
games.
second half of those games, thinking these guys are in trouble. They better get it going, and they got it going, and they won both games.
So that's what I would like to see.
A good first half?
No. A good defensive performance.
Okay.
Christian, give me some understanding of where Nebraska is. Did you have their offense pulled up as well, or just their defense?
Defensively, they're 312 yards per game. That's good for 23rd in the country. So
okay.
Pretty solid defense.
Do you have their rushing defense at all?
Not quite.
Okay. When you get those numbers, let me know. I don't think they're particularly great against the run, which I do think means Utah's going to be able to run the ball. And I will be curious, as much as we've talked about Morgan Scally maybe being different than Kyle Whittingham, how much is he willing to be different than Kyle Whittingham? Does he want to be a guy who thinks they need to score 40 points a game? And is he comfortable giving up 35 points or 30 points to get a victory? I mean, they have been doing that this year, but he hasn't been the man.
I can answer that.
Decisions.
No. I was on the field in the end zone where they walk into the locker room, and he walked by and shook my hand after the last home game and just shook his head like, that was a hot mess.
Uh-huh.
I feel like I've been beat. And he said all of this with a look. None of it. He did not utter a word.
This was Kansas State.
This after the Kansas State game, and it's just like I feel like I've been in the round in a heavyweight title fight, and I've been punched for 45 minutes. And I mean, we won, but this is more relief than joy by a large stretch. Yeah. Holy cow! I'm horrified that they just scored 47 points and ran for 10,000 yards on us. Yeah. No, he's not comfortable at all. I think he wants to see them hold somebody under 100 yards rushing and shut him out, and then he'll feel better about himself.
They did only allow 21 points to Kansas, but again, they needed 21 of their own points in the fourth quarter to come back and win that game, and it certainly looked like Kansas was in charge and was going to win that one, not comfortably, but certainly had a lead. That's better. 21 points is acceptable. You can live with that.
The 290 yards rushing is not acceptable.
Certainly not, and I think that's one number I will be keeping an eye on because, I think that's what is going to have to be Utah's identity going forward under Morgan Scally. It just is going to continue to have to be defense first. And I don't think that means you have to do what Witt does. There are a lot of good defensive teams in college football that don't have teams that look like Kyle Whittingham, but I don't know if you can have a true offensive juggernaut and a defensive juggernaut at Utah. I don't know if you just recruit the overall talent level to be able to have both. So I do think you have to have an offense that continues to support what your goals are defensively, and I'm curious how Morgan does that coming from the defensive side of the ball.
You could throw the ball efficiently, and I think they have. I think that the quarterback passing game thing has stuck with the Utes because for the first 5, 6, 7 years in the Pac-12, it was just such a problem. Mm-hmm. And it kind of stuck with them. But really, when you look what they did with Huntley, and you look what they did with Rising, and then you look what happened this year with Dampier. Okay, Huntley's still in the NFL. We'll never know about Rising. There have been too many injuries. Yeah. I don't think he was an NFL guy, but maybe he was an NFL backup. Maybe he was. Dampier's too small.
Right.
His time hasn't come, but he's just too small. But if you look at the way they scored and the way they moved the ball and the way they won, it just wasn't the perception didn't match the reality. The reality is they were not an A passing game, but they were at least a B or B plus offense, and the passing game was at least C plus or B minus. It wasn't. I mean, there was a time when the passing game was in C minus D plus D territory.
Yeah,
there were games where it was an F. Just flat out, the passing game failed. But those, I think you got to go way back. I think that wasn't the Huntley era, and it wasn't the Rising era.
Et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, and early Travis Wilson.
And I don't know if it's a fault of Travis Wilson's as much as it may be a fault of Witt. And I guess that leads to the next question is, did they then solve something? Did Utah figure something out of what they need from their quarterbacks that Morgan Scally can carry on? Or are you just jumping vine to vine every quarterback, hoping that you have a guy who can do it and you don't know until he's on the
there's
field?
A little bit that is the nature of the job. And you can get caught short. And I think people really feel like they're jumping vine to vine now because you can't have it, and you can't. It is so difficult to have 2 or 3 good quarterbacks because they transfer and find a spot.
Yeah.
So I think that even the best programs, if the coaches are really honest, are like, I hope this works out. This is like there is not much margin for error. And I think that's why we see quote-unquote power programs that are so far down. There isn't much margin for error.
Yeah, there's not.
And stuff does go wrong, and injuries do happen, and you don't have depth because the guy transferred. The guy who really wanted to play for you just didn't. That's it. He wanted to play for you. He didn't want to stand on the sideline for you. So those are all problems. I think what happened early on is that They had to play freshmen who weren't ready. At the same time, they had some inexperienced offensive coordinators, and they had injuries getting in the way some years. And it's just that's a toxic mess. What you see later is guys not playing as freshmen.
Mm-hmm.
You see guys playing who've been in the program. Rising was in the program. He had a red shirt when he transferred.
Yeah.
And then he had that 2020 season where he got hurt in the first game. It was a bizarre season and not real. But just think how many practices, how many meetings, how many mental reps do you get, even if you don't get the physical reps? He's just in a different situation. And Huntley got to sit for a year and got to go 7-6 as a sophomore before he took off his junior and senior years.
I did feel like Witt used to get excited about star ratings, about recruiting rankings.
It felt like they were breaking through a quarterback with a 4-star guy. And then, one guy's gone before Halloween. He didn't even give it a chance.
Yeah, what was the quarterback camp that everyone went to? Tyler,
Elite 11.
The Elite 11. I remember Witt being excited about finally getting Travis Wilson, an Elite 11 quarterback, and what that meant and why they thought that believed something. And I think he wanted to believe that meant something more than what it actually translated to on the field. And I think he bought into that for a while. And I do think he abandoned that for the better of the program.
Yes.
And they found out how to, utilize Tyler Huntley, who was not a huge recruit. Was a good recruit, but was not a huge recruit.
That all happened at the time that they were under intense pressure to up the talent of the program. He had to coach for his job. That's why we have Yuck has the drop in there when they're 6-1 and they beat USC. 2 words, bowl eligible, because they'd gone 5-7 2 years in a row. His assistants hadn't gotten extensions. It was clear his neck was on the line. His job, his tenure at Utah was hanging in the balance. And you have to upgrade the talent. He's been a great talent evaluator, but they had some really good players.
Mm-hmm.
The 08 team really outkicked the Mountain West. They really hit on a bunch of diamonds in the rough. They had a half dozen NFL guys on that defense.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what they had in 11 and 12. They didn't have that every year. It's why they only had the one unbeaten year. So they didn't have nearly enough talent in 11, 12, and 13. So hold on to the star system because you're coaching for your job and you've got to upgrade the talent and you got to do it fast and you don't have time to miss. You don't really even have time to develop. You got to win now. He was feeling all of that when that went sideways.
Witt is probably less stuck in his ways than people think. He's a little more malleable than people think. He has evolved a lot.
100%, I agree.
You can't go from the Mountain West Conference to the Pac-12 to the Big 12 and have success at all 3 stops without being very malleable.
While the transfer rule changes, while NIL changes, there was a time when if you went in the portal, you were dead to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
You were dead to him.
Yeah. 2
years later, we welcomed him back. We understand his situation.
Yeah.
Why? Whoa, the game is changing.
He had to.
If I draw this line in the sand, I'm not going to have enough good players to win. I got to rethink what I'm doing. That was one of the biggest Winningham adjustments. And I have texted with people who've recruited with him about that very thing. And I got back, evolve or die.
Yeah, and good for Witt for doing it.
Evolve or die, man.
I also think at times he was a little bit knee-jerk reaction-y, and I don't know if that benefited him. I think he would see what was going on around him and say, and the easy example of this, which is funny because it did end up benefiting him, so maybe I'm wrong. But
as you argue with yourself.
He really liked, he had a fetish for going out and getting dual-threat quarterbacks because he struggled to slow them down early in his career, right? He could not stop them. So he wanted to go out and get the Tyler Huntleys of the world and those guys who could run.
I would say it's largely
that's
worked.
just where college football is everywhere now. So I don't know if that's Witt leading the charge so much as every quarterback just has to be mobile, and Witt was a part of that. But I do think the Elite 11 thing was a little bit reactionary. He saw other teams have success with those kids, and he thought, well, I've got to do it that same way. And I don't know if that actually helped him. And I'm curious if Morgan Scalley picks up some of those things or avoids some of those things, which are, A, some can be positive if you're willing to evolve. B, some can be a negative if you're just reflecting what the Joneses are doing.
I think that college football evolved and everybody realized it. The people who didn't realize it lost and lost their jobs. And that's Witt realized it, but I think a lot of people realized it. That's why college football's gone where it's gone. I think Kyle would say, well, we got a dual threat quarterback in Tyler Huntley. And his junior and senior years, we had double-digit win seasons, and we were in the conference title game. And he's still in the NFL today, winning games for a team that might end up in the playoffs. He might play Sunday night. It's not clear that it'll be Lamar Jackson. And this game only matters because they won a big road game. Now, they did just lean on their superstar, future Hall of Fame running back, as they should have. But Huntley was efficient when he did throw, and he did run the ball well in that game for the Ravens.
And the Steelers let him off the hook. Steelers lost to the Browns.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. But they did what they had to do on Saturday, and then they got the good fortune they needed on Sunday. And then he went to Cam Rising, who could run. I mean, I'll give you signature plays in Cam Rising's career. He's running into the end zone against USC in the 43-42 game. He's running and blowing up his knee against Penn State in the Rose Bowl. He's running on 4th and 1 for a spectacular touchdown against Ohio State. Mm-hmm. He's running and getting his helmet knocked off and then getting up and swinging his hair around and smiling in USC. Yeah. I mean, that's 4 signature running plays with Cam Rising. And he has some signature throws too. But dual threat quarterback, and obviously Dan Pierce, another dual threat quarterback. So I think Kyle would tell you, yeah, we went to that, and when we got it right, look at the 3 guys who won a lot for us. I mean, they all produced double-digit win seasons and nationally ranked teams.
Utah going to beat Nebraska today?
I believe they are, unless there's some psychological, emotional stuff inside the locker room that I don't know about because they're in Vegas for a week and I'm up here, and that's the only way they lose. I don't see how they lose on talent or scheme or coaching. I mean, if you come out super flat and you turn the ball over 3 or 4 times, you can lose to anybody.
Nebraska.
They're the better team. Nebraska's 7-5, squeaking past Cincinnati in the opener on a neutral field in Kansas City. The Utes are 10-2, annihilating Cincinnati at home. It's not perfect with the comparative scores. It was a season opener, and the season openers are notoriously a little shaky for everybody, even really good teams.
Both teams are without their 2 best players. Utah's without their 2 first-round draft picks at tackle.
Yeah, they're missing a quarterback
but
and
they're
running
missing
back.
their quarterback and their running back,
Right,
which, with all due respect to first-round draft picks at tackle, losing your 2 main yard getters in your quarterback and your running back is a much bigger loss.
I was just making a big deal out of TCU losing a quarterback and winning a game, so I'm not going to argue with you.
You lose those guys, and that's your entire identity.
Yes.
They've been without Raiola for a little while.
They have. Basically, the month that he went down their first November game. And so he missed the end of that USC game where he got hurt, and then he missed the next 3 games.
And I kind of like this Latif kid, their backup quarterback. He's kind of fun to watch. He's a good dual threat player.
So do you feel like we're watching the last game of this season or the first game of next season?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if we're watching anything about next season for Utah, and that's maybe the wild card. We don't know if either of these quarterbacks is going to be back for Utah.
Yep. I think one will because there's a starting job and they know Morgan.
I would think so, and that's
I don't think they'll lose both guys.
As we talked about, and I talked with Steve Bartle about this, if Devin Dampier wants to leave because his offensive coordinator's not here anymore and it makes sense to hit the transfer portal and just get as much money as you can, and Bird Ficklin was already comfortable coming in to be a backup at Utah, why not go be a backup at Michigan? The difference being just start at Utah.
Because he could start at Utah.
You could just start
That's
here.
a reason not to go be a backup at Michigan.
And that's a really high value.
Yes.
And I don't know if he had.
And his compensation would probably change. I think you
Probably go
compensate
up
a
over to
backup.
7 figures.
And Michigan's got a lot of money, but nonetheless.
Yeah, I agree.
The chance to play every snap and be the guy.
And it's not like this is Bryce Underwood's last year. He's got at least 2 more years.
Well, he's got at least 1 more year. I mean, he could go to the NFL after 3. But
right.
they're the same. The point is, they're the same class.
But this is freshman season, right?
Yes.
So he's got 2 more seasons.
They both, yes, they are the same class.
Right.
So there's.
I think you're right. I think there's probably a good chance that at least one of these 2 is back. And that's a benefit for Utah.
I don't blame Dampier if he leaves. People get to change their mind.
Yeah,
Since the indications he gave earlier, things have changed around him that he doesn't control. So if he goes, I get it.
Yeah. And so I'm curious.
It's a new world order.
I'm curious today who gets the majority of the reps. I think certainly Dampier starts, and that makes sense. But I won't be surprised if we see a lot of Bird Ficklin.
And I think gadget formations, I think both of them on the field. I want to see them both lined up, wide receiver on the left side, run the fly sweep, and have the quote-unquote halfback option pass. I mean, they're not halfback to be a wide receiver option pass. Yeah, I'm up for – you've had a month. Trick it up.
Yeah, and everything.
Have some fun. This is entertainment.
Everything you practice throughout the season that you didn't use, throw it out there.
Yeah, you want them both on the field.
Your coordinator's gone next year. It's not like you're saving these for next season.
Let's go.
Yeah. So I'm excited. I'm excited for this game. It's a good one for Morgan Scally. Nebraska in your first game was fun. And he was talking about the Las Vegas Bowl. We'll let you hear about that coming up in about 20 minutes at his press conference. And this is his 6th that he's been a part of.
He's been a part of some really different games.
Coached in 4, beat USC in his first game.
Yeah. The USC, that was Pete Carroll's first year when they were 6-6 team, just all on the verge. The next year they started breaking out, and then by year 3 of Pete Carroll, it was on. It was really on year 2.
Unsurprisingly, Morgan seems geeked about this. Unsurprisingly, he seems very excited about what's
He was
going
there. They went there and got got destroyed. I think Boise State handled him one year there. He was there for that crazy game when Bronco and his staff were gone. Speaking of teams that came out emotionally flat, bizarro, and the game started
or whatever.
35-0.
35.
And it was basically touchdown, turnover, touchdown, turnover, touchdown, turnover. I mean, it was a comment. I was literally laughing in front of the TV. Like, this is like slapstick. I feel like I'm watching the Keystone Cops here. And then BYU got their legs under it and ends up 35-28. And Kyle's post game is, this is ridiculous. And I'm like, what did I just watch for 3 hours? What just happened?
Well, and Utah
It's two
hadn't
completely
wanted to
different
play
games.
that game. They'd wanted to avoid playing BYU.
But the stadium was packed.
Yeah, it's great.
It was a great atmosphere. Bowl games need fewer conference tie-ins, and they need more games that are orchestrated for maximum entertainment value. If USC and Notre Dame aren't going to play in the regular season for 2 years, if they're not in the playoffs, then they need to play in a bowl game.
Yeah.
Are you know, what I can't believe the thing that gets me, and it keeps happening. So this shows you that TV doesn't have as much power as everybody thinks it does. I know people are scoffing when I say that. Oh, sure, TV boy. But if TV had as much power as you think it does, Texas and Texas A&M would have played in bowl games.
Yeah.
Missouri and Kansas would play in bowl games. Pitt and Penn State would play in bowl games. Now USC and Notre Dame would play in bowl games.
Yeah.
BYU and Utah would have played in more bowl games than just one. Right. It didn't happen very often. These conference tie-ins are in the way, and you can't tell me Fox and CBS have a bowl game, but it's mostly ESPN.
Yeah.
That ESPN wouldn't. Miami and Florida don't play every year.
Right.
Well, then play in a bowl game.
Yeah. If they're
what
both
are we doing
eligible
here?
and don't make the playoffs, put them together.
Yeah. We got a game on right now. Vandy's playing Iowa and Tampa Bay. Now, it's cold in Iowa. It's not warm in Vandy. They're in Tampa Bay, and the stadium looks half full.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody craves Iowa versus Vanderbilt.
No, I like that they
matchup.
both have little numbers next to their name, meaning they're top 25 teams.
Sure.
But yeah, nobody cares about the history of these two schools.
Right. So these rivals that aren't playing, match them up. Let's go. Okay. I'm even up for Big Ten and SEC schools that miss each other in the regular season. Have them play. I thought the BYU Colorado thing last year. Great. Have them play.
Yeah.
I want to see that.
Yeah, it's fine if it's the same conference. That's
right.
fine.
They haven't played this year. They're both good teams. Let's go.
Conferences also don't want to do it because, I heard your last segment talking to Hatch, and, SEC loses the SEC. It looks bad for the SEC. Well, you won a bowl game. No, you lost a bowl game. Nobody likes that either. Iowa, by the way, up 7-0 on Vandy, about to punch it in for 14-0.
Should we be putting a little more? Let's put some respect on Vanderbilt's name. They were terrible in football forever. Ed Orgeron said the quiet part out loud. Bless Ed Orgeron for saying the truth. We've been paying players for years. We just used to go through the back door, and now we're going through the front door. That is arguably the best quote of 2025, and I only hedge because I can't recall every quote of 2025 right now. But that is an elite quote.
There were teams that were waiting to break out as soon as they could spend the money. Vandy's clearly one of them.
And Vandy took a beating for years. They had to know why they were losing all those SEC games. And they just wouldn't break the rules. They had their principles, they had their standards, and they weren't going to violate it to beat Alabama or beat Tennessee or whatever. And as soon as it was okay, Vandy's playing with the big boys.
Sounds a lot like BYU to me. Sounds a lot like BYU. We didn't want to break the rules.
BYU didn't take the beatings for the last 40 years.
No, they didn't. They've been respectable.
Yes, they've been, and sometimes more than respectable. Vandy didn't have a 14-1 Cotton Bowl team mixed in there.
No, there were some sleeping giants that I was not aware of. Vandy's one of them. Texas Tech is clearly one of them. And that's maybe not so much a sleeping giant so much as right place at the right time where this billion-dollar donor is now graduated.
Yes.
That's been great for them.
Right.
Same thing for BYU. Now, there's always been money around BYU, but never with this tech boom like we have right now.
Well, we've seen money pay off. Money took Oregon from the outhouse to the penthouse, and money took Oklahoma State from the outhouse to the penthouse, and now money's doing it at Texas Tech. I see Texas Tech as more the Oregon and Oklahoma State story.
What's the Nashville money from? Do you know? The Vandy money.
I think Vandy, is an elite academic school in the way that Duke is, and the way that, not to the degree Stanford is. Stanford's really off the charts, but Northwestern.
But Stanford doesn't care about football. That's the funny thing. They've got the money and they don't care.
Vandy cares, and they're willing to spend it. And I think that as an elite private school, they've got a lot of people who've made a lot of money. And I think that's what they've got. I think they've got elite entrepreneurs. I don't know. I haven't dove into. That's just my assumption. Is that's a super smart school. It's like Rice. Is Rice going to break out now?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Arkansas school has a ton of money. Has a ton of donors. It's got Walmart money, and they've got lots of money in their back pocket. I'll be curious if they break through.
They had a taste of it. They were in some SEC title games early on, and then it's been 20 years of struggles mostly.
Yeah.
A few isolated okay seasons.
DJ, thanks for hanging out.
Good to be here.
Top 3 stories of KSL Sports. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tomorrow night, we kick off the new year with the Utah Mammoth in New York to play the Islanders. That'll actually start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on 97.5 The Zone. And then tomorrow night, the Utah Jazz are in L.A. to play the Clippers at 8:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at yoursmileutah.org.
Because your smile matters.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update. Here's Yusuf Nurkic on Keontae George and who he reminds him of from his Trailblazers days.
I mean, I've been doing my whole career, so nothing new, I guess, but just willing to sacrifice your stuff. Sometimes I'm getting probably too long in screens, not roll. It looks like I want to try to pop, but I was trying to set screen for the players so I can Lowry and Bryce and Keontae to get easy shot, open shot. But I feel like I'm willing to do that every play. It's something that is the big key for the big, like set actually screen and hold and not just slip. But credit to the coach. You know, he's been really nothing but great to me, the whole organization, trusting and be patient, and to all of us, especially with me early in the year. So, you know, he's been really amazing to me.
He was talking about C.J. McCollum and Damian Lillard and how well Nurk played with those guys. Jazz at 30, brought to you by University of Utah Health. University of Utah Health, hopes in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It's time Time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Band, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Quick update on the ReliaQuest Bowl. Thought I was going to punch it in. Next play, they threw an interception in the end zone. So Vandy got the ball back, but I think Iowa's already got it back now. So back in the red zone. Anyways, it is bowl season. No, they're not in the red zone. They're backed up on their own 30. It is bowl season. We're obviously going to get you ready for Utah and Nebraska coming up today, 1:30. You're going to be able to hear that game right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Evan Bland's going to join us coming up at 11:05, giving us a breakdown on what to expect from the Nebraska side of things. He covers the Cornhuskers for the Omaha World Herald. But right now it is time for the top 3 stories at KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. 2 locations up and down the Wasatch Front. You can go find them online, jbrooksjewelers.com. Cherish your loved ones with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. Christian, where are we starting today?
Well, Ben, that is the big story. Morgan Scalley making his coaching debut today. Jason Beck still has not been announced as Michigan's offensive coordinator, so there's a lot of smoke there. Also, interestingly enough, as you mentioned earlier in the show, we'll be playing Morgan Scalley's media availability. He was not supposed to talk officially as Utah's head coach until January 6th, but with Kyle Whittingham stepping down, somebody had to be Utah's head coach yesterday.
Yeah, you do have to talk. You do have to meet some media requirements for these bowl games. There's so much money spent on them and dished out, so they need to have some pre-game festivities, and Morgan talked about that. And he was excited. I talked about it with DJ a little bit in the last segment. Morgan's geeked about this opportunity, and rightfully so. Morgan's always been a huge ball of energy. Morgan has never failed to bring it. If you've ever covered a Utah practice, or you've heard him talk in general, he's loud. You hear Morgan. You know where Morgan is regardless of where you're standing. You can always find Morgan pretty quickly. He's always yelling, and not yelling in a bad way, but juicing guys up. I think you're going to see that. I think you're going to see some energy on the sideline from Utah that you haven't seen from Kyle Whittingham in a while, and I think it's going to get Utah fans excited about what this product is going to look like. Now, ultimately, it's going to come down to wins and losses, but I do think some of that exuberance, youthfulness, excitement is going to be a positive for the program that Kalani really has, that Whit never really had. Whit was always pretty stoic. Whit was never quite the youngest guy, and I know earlier in his career he was certainly, I don't want to say more agile, but maybe more animated. Morgan's extraordinarily animated, so I think you're going to see a lot of that, and I think the players will respond in kind, and I think that will make some players want to play for Morgan. But again, it's going to come down to, can you practice what you preach? Can the team win on the field? And Morgan's always had very good defenses, minus these last 2 games that we've seen against Kansas State and Kansas. Can he get Utah back to that spot today to give him some momentum leading into next year?
Yeah, and how much are other players distracted, I guess, is the big thing. And you mentioned Devin Dampier and what's his plans looking like with the portal opening on Friday. Could his mind have changed on whether he wants to stay or go? And then so many other players. John Henry Daly already entered his name in the transfer portal. He wasn't going to play, obviously. But with these coaching changes and Utah having to replace so many, not just coordinators, but assistants as well, you don't really know if this, like you said, is this kind of the last game of this season or the first game of next season.
And you know what? I do think that is probably just the nature of the game, more so than just necessarily specific to what's happening at Utah. Now, what is happening at Utah with a new head coach? You're going to have 2 new coordinators, though maybe they just get promoted from in-house. Certainly on the defensive side of the ball, it looks like Cole Swan has a real chance to be the guy. These kids are auditioning for their jobs, and that does bring a type of motivation that they want to sit out there and play. They want to get out there and get on the field and prove that they're worthy of a job and worthy of NIL money next season to be retained and brought back and have an opportunity to play and start next year. So I think some of those jobs are being fought for. And across, even in Nebraska right now, they're without their starting quarterback, they're without their star running back who's going to the NFL. There are guys there that are auditioning for jobs right now. So I think that does provide a type of motivation that is universal in bowl games across the board. And the fact that Utah had so few opt-outs is part of it because this is an older group. These are a lot of kids playing their last games. They're not transferring. Yeah, they're not going to be at Utah next year, but they're not playing anywhere other than maybe the NFL. So a lot of these guys are going to want to come out and I think play well just because it's their last opportunity. It's a very familiar bowl game. Probably a lot of families around in Vegas as well to see them. So I think that can be a benefit for Utah. Certainly much easier to travel from Salt Lake to Vegas than it is from Nebraska. So I think it's going to be a fun game. I think there's going to be a lot of energy around the Utah program, and that's something Morgan I hope is able to keep up. I hope he's able to keep up kind of the positive momentum and energy that he naturally brings, and doesn't get weighed down by the, wow, can you believe what happened with Kyle Whittingham? Wow, can you believe that you also lost Jason Beck when you weren't supposed to? I would hope that this is the beginning, if I'm a Utah fan, of positive momentum throughout the summer, or I should say the winter, into spring, into the summer, and then into next season, because it's going to look a lot different. He's got his work cut out for him, but having the right attitude will really benefit him.
Yeah, it's a tough ask, but Morgan Scalley seems to be the guy for the job. I mean, that's why they picked him, right?
Number 2.
Jazz lose last night to Boston, 129-119. Yusuf Nurkic almost had a triple-double. How about that?
He always almost has a triple-double. It feels like he has a lot of 7 assists, 9 rebound games. He doesn't have a lot of, what do you have, 26 last night? That's his season high for the Jazz. In fact, he'd never broken 20. We talked about this a little bit, kind of my theory, and it wasn't proven true last night, so it's not foolproof. But generally, if Yusuf Nurkic is the best center on the floor, it seems like the Jazz have a chance to win some of these games. Neemias Queta has turned into a very good NBA player, like not a great player, but he's a legit NBA rotation player. He's going to make a lot of money in the league, and good for him coming from Utah State. But he's clearly not in the same caliber of player right now of Yusuf Nurkic. Nurkic, 26 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 10 of 11 from the floor. He's now 8 of 11 from 3 over his last 6 appearances. He played well. And then the story continues to be Keontae George, who had 37 points, 7 rebounds, or 7 assists, 6 rebounds, shooting the heck out of the ball, 13 of 24 from the floor, 6 of 12 from 3, 5 of 6 from the free throw line. Lauri Markkanen is the Jazz's most unique player at 7 feet tall. I'm curious if he's the team's most important player. And look, there are high-scoring guards that can step in and score. And, if the Jazz had just started Colin Sexton and designed an offense a little bit around his skills, Colin would average over 20 points a game. And you may not, just from a stat sheet, see a huge difference in some areas between he and Keontae George. It's really telling that Keontae is 22 years old and has evolved so quickly that he might be the Jazz's best player. It might be, he's not the most unique because there are high-scoring guards around the NBA, but where he's headed might be the most important development for the Jazz this season, even more so than Lowry kind of lining up to be an all-star again this season.
Yeah, important is pretty subjective. Like, what does that mean? I could argue that Ace Bailey is more important.
Absolutely.
But with Keontae's breakout and emergence this year, certainly that needs to continue, and this can't just be a one-year wonder kind of thing. But, I mean, you're talking about a guy who, before this season, it was looking like he didn't have a spot on the future of this Jazz
There's
team.
a real question if he's an NBA player.
Yeah, and he has certainly played into that and exceeded expectations in basically every realm. And you've got national people talking about, Keontae George is probably the most improved player in the NBA this season. And, that award doesn't really mean anything. But looking at Keontae's stats and what he's done, and you've been comparing him to Donovan Mitchell in his third year, and that is a big deal. So certainly you would hope that that is something that can be sustained.
Last 9 games now for Keontae George. 30.8 points, 7 assists, 5 rebounds, shooting 45% from 3. He's shooting 49% from the floor. Remember, he just could not hit the broadside of a barn. I mean, he would get red hot in 5 games a season, and those 5 games would buoy his pretty subpar shooting numbers. I mean, he would finish the year shooting 39% from the floor and 33 or 34% from 3, which are just not good for a guard. And even those, like I said, were brought up artificially somewhat by having an 8 of 11 3-point shooting game. He would do a lot of damage in 5 or 6 games a year and hit 40 of his 160 made threes on the season in 8 of the games as opposed to the other 70. And it made his numbers look probably even better than they were, and they did not look very good. Every night now, he just turns in huge performances. He had 15 points in the first quarter. I promise you he's at the top or number 2 on every team's scouting report. He's going up against Derek White last night, who's one of the 3 or 4 best defensive guards in the NBA. And it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's defending him. It doesn't matter what they try and throw at him, if they're blitzing him in the pick and roll, whatever it is. He's finding ways to get guys involved. And then when you do take something away, he gets everyone else involved. So he's still got a lot of room to grow. He's got to get better defensively, but he's going to get better. And I think that's what's maybe the most interesting part of this, if you're a Jazz fan, is like he's only scratching the surface now. I don't think he's reaching it. And I think he's going to get a lot better. And the question is how much better, and can he be better than a player like Donovan Mitchell? Because Donovan was incredible. Donovan was really, really a high-level star for the Jazz, and I think there's a pathway for Keontae to get even better.
That's interesting that you bring that up, because how much better did Donovan get kind of after that bubble year, right? How much better did
Donovan
he
averaged
get?
20 his first year in the NBA. Like, he averaged 30 last year with the Cavaliers. Maybe it was 2 years ago. So, like, he's certainly gotten better, but he started at a much higher spot.
Right.
He did, started at a much higher spot. So Keontae's evolution is much more dramatic, and I do wonder where it stops. Where Donovan didn't have as much room to grow in general, and was a little bit limited just because of some of his physical tools. Even though he has, he's an elite leaper, he's pretty small, and Keontae's bigger. So no, I think you're right. I think that it's interesting that there might be actually a higher ceiling with Keontae George than Donovan Mitchell, and it's gonna be fun to watch. His maturity is just off the charts. It's hard to relay how much of a different person he is day to day, talking to him, his preparation. I was asking him how his pregame routine has changed from his being in the NBA, his first year, to where he is now. He's the first player on the floor. I mean, he truly is. He's in the arena 3 hours before the game starts. His floor time, which is when you start your warm-up before the game, a lot of guys like to do it late so they stay fresh. His floor time is at 4:30. That's 2.5 hours before game time. Like, that's really early. That's a guy who's coming in to get treatment on his body, take care of himself, eat the right things, to make sure he's able to perform the way he is right now, and it's going to make him a ton of money. It's going to pay off for him, but it's also going to pay off for the Jazz and fans who have been patiently waiting for him. But they do lose, and if you're a Jazz fan that's been rooting for them to hold on to their draft pick, last night's loss was probably a good one, and now 9 of their next 11 are on the road, including against the Clippers tomorrow night, 8:30 tip-off.
Number 3. Hockey Olympic rosters are beginning to be finalized. Canada just announced theirs. Can probably expect a Team USA announcement maybe today or tomorrow. Clayton Keller sounds like he is right there on the edge. If he doesn't end up being the last player selected, sounds like he will be like the first injury replacement. Yeah,
he is right there on the edge. And obviously he was the star of the international team that they had earlier this year in the what were those called? Not cup games, but in the games that they were playing. He was kind of the star and the captain.
Championship
yeah,
or
the World
something?
Championships. He was the captain of that team and played well. I kind of wonder if, because we've not seen a great, stellar Clayton Keller performance so far this season. Obviously, the loss of his father was part of that, but some of this play was before any of that happened. I'm curious if this is weighing on him. I'm curious if some of this pressure is weighing on him. I thought early in the season, not having a contract weighed on Logan Cooley, and after he got it, he seemed like he had a real spike and played well, and then kind of came back to earth a little bit and then suffered the injury. These guys are human too, and they want to be rewarded. They want to be taken care of. I'm sure Clayton has wanted to play well to make the Olympic team because it means a lot, and this is going to be a good American team. Obviously, I hope he makes it. That'd be extremely cool.
Yeah, I think it was pretty clear last year that he was pretty bugged that he was snubbed from the Four Nations face-off roster, and of course that got so much national attention. That was such a big deal, and it would have been really cool to see Clayton Keller on there. And you're right, he did follow that up with leading Team USA to a gold medal in the other tournament. But this was a dude last year who was pushing for 100 points in the season, and this year he's not even close to that pace. So something's up. Regardless if he makes it or not, hopefully he can find that consistency after this break, because I think the Mammoth obviously really need him.
Or he makes it, and he gets a little momentum after making it, gets some his confidence back, and kind of has that pressure off his shoulders, and helps the Mammoth, because they've fallen below 500 now. They need to get back to their winning ways. They will kick off a 3-game road trip in New York and New Jersey starting tomorrow. Some 1:30 games, right? Or 1 o'clock games, early afternoon games. Kind of fun. So if you're hanging out and you're not at work tomorrow, a chance to tune in and watch some Mammoth games. All right, when we come back, we'll let you hear from Morgan Scally. He had his kind of first real press conference discussing the Vegas Bowl. Stick around, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. It's what you want.
Never-ending Story is more compelling than Short Circuit.
No.
Stop it.
No, stop.
Never-ending Story would win a poll against Short Circuit. Guarantee you. I can't even believe I'm putting this poll together. How do you spell circuit?
By the way, I almost hope...
Do what you feel is right, listener.
I almost hope Never Ending Story wins, because if Short Circuit wins, we're going to lose you for the rest of the show. Show memorandum. Let's just euthanize Short Circuit. My guy is as upset as any time I've ever seen him in the history of this show.
Why? Because we speak truth?
No more Short Circuit. Take Johnny 5 and put a crowbar to his head. He's done. Disassemble Johnny 5.
No, disassemble!
Catch Hanson Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Happy holidays, everyone. Jake here for my good friends at Trajan Wealth, and that's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, I know around holiday time, money can sometimes be top of mind. I get it, but have you been thinking about money in the right way? Have you been setting proper goals? Have you thought about retirement? Have you thought about what kind of lifestyle you want to live when you retire? Have you thought what you want to leave your kids, and have you put thought into a plan to get yourself to those goals? Well, Trajan wants to be a team of people, and I mean it, a team of very sharp, smart people on your side to help you get to those goals. Have you even set those goals? Sit down with them. They want to help you do all of the above. So call them, 801-210-6800. Sit down with them. Give them a little time. They'll show you exactly what they can do for you. 801-210-6800. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com, 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utes taking on Nebraska coming up today at 1:30. You'll be able to hear that game right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. But let's let you hear from Morgan Scalley in his introductory press conference yesterday, kind of previewing the game and his thoughts on being the head coach of Utah.
I'm new to this. Apologize if any mistakes. I'm just grateful to be here. Fired up for the University of Utah, to be back in a bowl game after last season, and what a season it's been. Grateful for our coaching staff. Want to first recognize Kyle Whittingham, the legend at University of Utah, and what he's done for this program, what he's done for me personally and my career, and I am so happy for him and wish him nothing but the best. He has been an incredible mentor to me, and I'm excited to see what he does at Michigan. But about this bowl, about this opportunity and this team, this is my 6th Las Vegas Bowl. I played in one, and now this will be 5 that I've coached in. The first one was against Pete Carroll at USC. That's the one I played in. And Troy Polamalu had, I think, 15 solo tackles. Unbelievable. We were able to win that one. And so this has been an amazing experience. Las Vegas has always been great to us. And John Cicenti has been amazing. And the bowl committee. Kent Gardner from SRS Distribution have made the events special for our players. The gifts that they get, it's incredible, the gifts that they get. I got, I think, a Sega something that was, I think that's the last game I've played, boys, was a Sega. Okay, the controller is completely different. But what an amazing opponent. I've known Matt Rule and respected him from his time at Baylor, moving on to the NFL, and just a very well-respected leader in this profession. And you can tell the way their team plays ball, it's going to be a physical matchup. And I was made aware that we were 0-4 by the Nebraska media. They let me know that. So it's like, all right, that's the challenge. That's the gauntlet's been set down. So we're excited for this moment. I'm excited for our players. Devin, the leader that he's been coming in just one season, and he is, the catalyst, right, for what we've been able to do. Him and our offensive coordinator, Jason Beck, defensively, and proud of Lander and the seniors. We've got about 13, 14 seniors still going to be playing in this game, and we want to send them out the right way. So grateful to be here, and thank you so much.
All right, we'll come back to the Nebraska players. Sayer, are you with your experiences this week, what stood out most for you and your teammates?
Yeah, I mean, first I'd like to just say how thankful I am and grateful to have this opportunity. It's been really awesome just this whole entire week, getting to spend it with my teammates, my family, my brothers. I'd say for me, I think that...
All right, there he was, Morgan Scally. You kind of get a sense of Morgan's energy. He's a little... I won't say all over the place. And look, it's a bowl game. It's supposed to be a little bit silly. And he's talking about the bowl gifts and getting a Sega Genesis or whatever he was that he got. But you do certainly see a different approach. I will be curious how he settles in. It's going to be different than Witt, but he will settle in. He's not always going to be, I don't want to say high strung, but kind of that energetic. It'll be curious to see him develop his rhythm as when speaking to the media, because that's going to change. Now, he's always had that energy, but he will go to kind of his traditional, he'll get to his go-tos, which every coach does, and that's why they call it coach speech. He'll get to that, coach speak. He'll get to that, and we'll see what he ends up sounding like.
Yeah, he's got a lot going on right now.
He does.
The last 2 weeks have been an absolute mess. Even when the team got down to Vegas, Kyle Whittingham was still with the team. So even just the past, I guess, few days, week, have just been an absolute whirlwind for Morgan Scally, and he was not expecting to have to be the head coach for this game.
And if, you believe some of the rumors that are out there, he may have thought he was going to go be a coordinator at another school. Maybe he was going to follow Kalani to Penn State. Those rumors are out there. Maybe he thought that's what his life was going to look like, and then 3 weeks later, he's the head coach at Utah going into the Vegas Bowl. So, yeah, this has probably been the most insane month of his life, I would imagine. And ended up with his dream job, but you kind of never know how you get there. And that's where he is today and gets to make his debut against Nebraska. Again, you'll hear that game right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, coming up at 1:30. All right, we will preview this game with a Nebraska beat writer coming up next. Evan Bland is going to join us. Stick around, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Every student arrives with potential. At the Huntsman School of Business, they turn that potential into possibility. And the possibility gets turned into real-world success. Through hands-on learning, personalized support, and global opportunities, students at the Huntsman School of Business graduate ready, with skills, with confidence, and with a plan. This is where you discover who you are and what you can achieve. Dare mighty things. Visit huntsman.usu.edu. That's huntsman.usu.edu.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss Program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A very happy New Year's Eve to everybody out there. Utes getting ready to take on Nebraska coming up in about 2.5 hours. You'll be able to hear that game right here on the station, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's welcome in our next guest. You can find him on Twitter at Evan Bland, OWH. Covers Nebraska football for the Omaha World Herald. What's going on, Evan?
Hey, good morning. Just hanging out in Alita Stadium. Pretty great venue. Looking forward to a good game.
Yeah, it is a very cool venue, and it's going to be well stocked, I'd imagine, with Utah fans. It's such a close drive. How well do you think Nebraska fans traditionally travel, and how much will they travel to this game specifically?
I would expect a pretty decent Nebraska crowd. You know, they had a history of traveling really well. When they played at UCLA earlier this year, they had about 25,000 people that came out and showed up, and we're at the Rose Bowl. And I know Nebraska for this particular game sold out its allotted 5,000 tickets within, I think it was about 48 hours, and plenty more picked up tickets on the secondary market. And just being around the Strip and kind of the downtown Las Vegas area, there's definitely been a decent Nebraska presence here too. So it's kind of unfortunate that we won't get a gauge fully like what the fan base presence is for both sides, since, you know, it's a lot of red, but we know what the dominant color scheme is going to be here today. And I would expect it to be fairly neutral. I know Utah's closer, but my sense is that this game maybe registers a little bit stronger for Nebraska fans just in terms of the novelty of the trip, the fact that they haven't been to a lot of bowl games, and that this is one of their better seasons in the last decade. So I think it'll be pretty even.
Yeah, Evan, can you give us kind of a sense of the story of this year for Nebraska? Obviously a hot start, 5-1. Dylan Raiola, gets hurt, and things fall apart a little bit late. But what were kind of the stories that were weaved into that, and how fans feel about this year?
Yeah, there was a lot of anticipation for Matt Rule's third season, just because that was his breakout moments when he was at Temple, when he was at Baylor, and it kind of felt like things were in place with Dylan Raiola in his second year and some of the moves that they had made in the portal that maybe they could take off. The schedule was a piece I know that a lot of fans and media looked at and said, man, this is an opportunity where you look at around the Big Ten and Nebraska didn't play Ohio State or Oregon or Indiana, and they had their toughest games, USC and Michigan, in Lincoln. And, unfortunately for Nebraska, they lost a pair of close games to those teams. They probably their most disappointing outcome was a lopsided loss at Minnesota. That came the week that the Penn State stuff came up, and people thought Matt Rule was going to be a central candidate for that. And so I think there was probably a distraction factor that played into that. And, it finishes out then where you give up 77 combined points between a road game at Penn State and a home game against Iowa. So that's kind of been a theme for this program for a number of years, is fading in November. And that was the case again here. Raiola's injury certainly didn't help. And, I think they're at a place now where this game, like if Nebraska were to have a positive outcome against Utah, they haven't beaten a ranked team in 9 years. They've lost 29 in a row against AP top 25 schools. So this game does matter for Nebraska. It's an exhibition, and ultimately it doesn't, change a ton of the vibe of the season to this point, but it's a major opportunity. What Utah does well are things that Nebraska has not been able to stop. When you look at the quarterback run game and just being physical up front in the trenches. So I think this is a major opportunity for Nebraska to maybe pick up a little bit of momentum heading into portal season and the off season. But I think overall to this point, it's been fairly, I think nondescript would be a good way to describe it. There haven't been any major wins, but they have started to take care of some of these teams that have given them problems in the past as well.
It's an easy central storyline for this game for Utah. Kyle Whittingham's out. Morgan Scalley's in. Some of these players' last games before they transfer or leave. Is there a central storyline for this game for Nebraska? It's one of those games where you got 1 foot in 2025 and I think one in 2026. And so the storyline to cap the season would be, I think, atonement. If just from how the regular season ended, like I mentioned with Penn State and Iowa losing big time, like I think this defensive side of the ball especially feels like it left a lot to be desired down the stretch. And so that's an area, especially now with an interim defensive coordinator, where you wonder how much improvement that they can show. And it wasn't all just being physically dominated. A lot of it was missed assignments, maybe not knowing what the call was at different points, being disciplined with your gaps and things. So I think that's important for the defense. But then, for 2026, a lot of people are already looking into the portal, and TJ Lateef is going to get the start at quarterback for Nebraska. This will be his fourth start since Raiola's injury in early November. And he had a brilliant game at UCLA, and then he had a couple of forgettable ones, including one where he pulled a hamstring against Iowa. So this is, I think, an important game for him, for Nebraska to assess what they have in their freshmen before they go out and seek reinforcements in the portal. So you look at that, and I think there's some other positions too. Emmett Johnson had an All-American season for Nebraska as a running back. He's opting out to go to the NFL, and so it's sort of an audition of sorts at that position as well, where you look at a number of underclassmen that are going to get an opportunity. And so I think a lot of the smaller type stuff comes down to like position battles, guys that are going to have an opportunity against a decent Utah team to show what they can do. And I do think some of what happens today will inform
the level of urgency Nebraska has in the portal here in the next week.
Talking Nebraska football with Evan Bland, getting you ready for the Las Vegas Bowl today. You mentioned TJ Lateef and how well he played against UCLA. I went back and watched that game this morning, and yeah, he was terrific. Really a true dual threat, but made some nice throws as well. 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Is the hope that he can be the guy, or do you think he's going to be replaced regardless?
No, they believe in him. I mean, he was a 4-star kid, highly recruited out of the Los Angeles area in high school, and I think with him right now, it was just a matter of, he was pressed into duty sooner than anybody really expected. I mean, obviously anything can happen now in the transfer era, but the idea was that Dylan Raiola would be around for another year, and that Lateef would have 2 years behind the scenes to develop before he would compete in 2027. And so obviously that changes with the injury and now his departure, where they feel like, I think internally he's beloved among his teammates. That's maybe a little bit of a difference from the Raiola era, where Raiola came in and was a 5-star and kind of a star in his own right. Lateef has been one of the guys, but the way that the quarterback room shakes up, their current number 2 guy is a senior, and their number 3 guy has already announced that he's going to transfer. So Lateef's the only scholarship guy on the roster right now for 26. So they're going to add probably 2 quarterbacks out of the portal at this point anyway. The question is going to be, are they going to open the wallet for an established starter, or are you going to get a couple of maybe younger, high upside guys that can come in and compete? But I do think that they believe that Lateef can be that guy for them for the next couple of years. He has that ability to be mobile, the way that maybe Raiola didn't have these last couple of seasons. And so, yeah, I think it's, this is an important stretch again for him to show what he can do. But I think Nebraska does feel like he could be the starter for them for the next couple of years.
How did fans view Emmett Johnson, and what type of a loss is he for this bowl game?
Yeah, I mean, Emmett Johnson was the offense for Nebraska for large portions of the season. He was shifty. I think he accounted for around 80% of the running back carries that Nebraska had this year. And there was talk early in the year about workload concerns, but he was a guy who just got stronger as the game went on. He was reliable in pass protection, had some breakaway speed, shiftiness. And so, yeah, I mean, he's going to be a mid-round NFL draft pick in the spring. And it's a big question behind him. They have a true freshman named Isaiah Mosey, who was a 4-star receiver. He converted to running back in the middle of the season. They have another younger guy named Mekhi Nelson, who they like, who's been kind of behind the scenes for a couple of years. And so the message from Nebraska has been they like these guys, but Emmett Johnson was so good that they hadn't had a chance to really show what they can do. Well, now here's their chance. Now's the time to show that these guys have the ability to be feature backs, to be playmakers in the mix for Nebraska into next year. So I think you're probably today going to see – you'll probably see 3 or 4 different running backs take carries. And, I mean, honestly, from what we heard from the coaches, they don't really know how it's going to go. There might be a guy who gets hot. They might continue to rotate just based on effectiveness. So that's another really fascinating spot that is kind of a mystery going into this game, and something that I think Nebraska's hoping for a little bit more clarity for into the offseason too.
Without Raiola or Johnson, is there an identity or a strength that this team has otherwise that they can, rely on going into this game?
In terms of offense, it's kind of a mystery. Like, even with Lateef right now, like I mentioned, he had a hamstring pull against Iowa a month ago, and he's, by all accounts, he's 100%, but they haven't really pushed it hard, like in terms of game speed and what you're going to have to do on the field today. So there's a little bit of an unknown. One, if that's going to hold up in game action, and 2, sometimes those things are tricky and can relapse again. So I think you're watching him. You're watching the running backs. They do have some playmaking receivers. I think Ja'Cory Barney's a good young, sophomore, kind of a smaller slot type. Isaiah Hunter's been a guy who's been effective taking screens and hitting home runs with those on occasion. So those are probably some of the guys there. I think, like, when I look at this game and say, how's Nebraska going to keep up and score, I kind of look at special teams as maybe that area that they need something to happen. Ja'Cory Barney's one of the better punt returners in the country. He's been close to breaking free a few different times for touchdowns. And then on kickoff returns, they have a guy named Kenneth Williams who earned a scholarship this year just based on his performance back there. He's got the track speed and is somebody that can flip the field pretty quickly there too. So, maybe something comes together offensively. I guess it wouldn't shock me. It's just kind of unproven on that side. But I would expect Nebraska to be very aggressive in trying to return kicks. And, of course, on the other side, trying to block kicks. That's been an area, probably the biggest area of improvement for Nebraska this year is on special teams and what they've been able to do in that phase. So we'll see if that translates into this game and can maybe help them make up a few points as 2 touchdown underdogs.
Why did Matt Rule stay at Nebraska? Why did he not go back to Penn State?
Well, I think you look at some of the national reporting. I don't know that he was necessarily offered the job.
Huh.
Like that's kind of the first step. I think he was considered, and his relationship with the AD at Penn State. I mean, they're good friends. They work together at Temple, so they, it was a logical fit. But what Matt Rule has maintained pretty consistently through the season is he loves Lincoln. His son, his college-age son, attends Nebraska. His wife had a small business in Lincoln. His girls are in grade school and love it. And I think he's a guy who kind of has reflected and said, I've moved my family all over the country, and now I'm in a position where the community buys into what I'm doing. And you look at his career too. I mean, he hasn't been a head coach in any one place for more than 4 years. And so this is the end of year 3 for him. He hasn't ever had the ability to enjoy the fruits of his labor long term. So I think he does get Nebraska. I think Nebraskans appreciate him and what he's all about. And so it's just kind of a fit. Like he's made a home there, and it's one of those deals where the fans want him to win. He's done everything to ingratiate himself off the field. Now you're just waiting for those wins to come, maybe in greater numbers. You're looking for some more impact victories, and I think today again would be if he was able to pull it off, it'd be his best win at Nebraska to this point. So they extended him for a couple more years, and it looks like a deal where he's probably in this thing for the long haul, and Nebraska's hoping it works out too.
Is Nebraska in a good spot? Does it feel like with Matt Rule they're headed in the right direction, that this is a program on the rise?
Yeah, I think so. Like all the stuff around the program is in place for them to have success. I mean, they opened a new player development facility about a year ago that's absolutely state of the art. Their nutrition investment is among the best in the country. The fan support, I mean, they've sold out, since the early 1960s at home, and fans travel. And so that's, I think, more important now in the NIL era than it's been in the past. And I think the rev share era is going to treat Nebraska better too. Just the pay-for-play NIL stuff the last couple of years was a struggle for Nebraska. I think it kind of goes against a lot of the Midwest values just in general. I think people were kind of uncomfortable with that. But now that the school can do it directly, I expect them to be very competitive for portal players here in the next couple of weeks. Probably the one thing that has held them back seemingly is just their geographic location in terms of Nebraska not being a great recruiting hotbed necessarily for talent. You get some linemen and things, but that's probably the one thing is they have to travel farther away to bring guys in. And generally, if they get them to campus, they feel like they have a chance to have them commit and be part of the team. But I think it's one of those deals too in the Big Ten where your schedule is going to matter every year. Who do you avoid when you avoid half the league? How does that come together every year? But yeah, I think Nebraska feels like it can be a team that's in the college football playoff discussion into November most years. That was the case this year until they played USC and lost a close one. And we'll see how they build it from here. But I do feel like the infrastructure is there for long-term success if they are able to choose wisely on the talent that they bring in.
How do they stack up when it comes to NIL across the Big Ten?
Well, again, that conversation's changed, right, since the rule change last summer. So they're right at the top with everybody in terms of the rev share and what they want to offer there. And they're doing stuff behind the scenes to increase NIL. What a lot of teams are doing, and Nebraska's one of them, is they're redirecting their funds from their multimedia rights partner away from the school and to the individual athletes. So they're essentially, I think they earmarked about $8 million this year away from themselves, and they're telling their sponsors, hey, do individual deals now with our players. So, they're probably, I would say, just based on reporting that I've seen and what I know from Nebraska's situation, they're probably in the top 20 in terms of above the cap NIL at this point. And again, you still have the other things. The academic structure that they have is really impressive, and the facilities. So I think that's kind of how they operate. They're going to operate as a program with top 20 probably resources, and again, their whole thing is getting guys on campus and then letting it sell itself. But oftentimes there are myths they have to overcome. It's not a stadium surrounded by corn or anything like that. It's actually a nice city to live in and a great place to develop as a football player. So I think they'll be competitive moving forward.
Read him in the Omaha World Herald. Find him on Twitter at Evan Bland, OWH. Evan Bland getting you ready for Utah and Nebraska coming up a little over 2 hours from right now. Evan, enjoy the game, enjoy Las Vegas, and have a Happy New Year.
Thanks for having me. Happy New Year.
There he is, Evan Bland, giving us a breakdown on Nebraska, their situation coming into this game. Always interesting to see where schools are across the country, and Nebraska has such a rich history and has really struggled for the last decade or so. How are they going to adjust the NIL, changing landscape of the Big Ten, and how much this game means to them? What do you say, 19 straight losses to ranked teams? That's crazy. You should accidentally beat some games here, beat some teams there, and you look at, he mentioned close losses to USC and was it Michigan early in the year. Not being able to get those certainly would have changed the perspective on their season, the outlook on their season. They probably would be playing in the Las Vegas Bowl.
I do wonder, some of these programs with rich history like Nebraska, how much they're going to be able to turn things around with NIL, because like Evan was saying, with Nebraska, they do have a lot of money.
Yeah.
So that should be able to help them flip things. And it's going to be really interesting, because I know obviously we've had NIL for a while, but with the new rules over the last year or two, it really seems like that's where you're going to start to see the separation between which schools have money and which schools don't.
I also have the flaw, and I think a lot of people do in covering sports or looking at them, is thinking like, oh, well, Nebraska has this reputation that matters because of what they did in the 90s. The kids that they are recruiting were born in 2009. The kids that they're recruiting were born in 2008, and Nebraska hasn't been particularly relevant. And by the time these kids actually kind of had a sense of the college football landscape, it was these last 9 years where they have been a pretty lousy program. So the same way, if you were in the state of Utah and all of a sudden throughout the 2000s and 2010s, seemed like the Utes were this dominant program in the state, and that's where a lot of the young fans were trending towards. The 90s weren't that way. The 80s certainly weren't that way. BYU was a huge name and kind of got to handpick whoever they wanted. So what have you done for me lately really matters when you're talking about recruiting. So they probably have some work to do in Nebraska to overcome what they failed to do over the last decade, but certainly money helps. And, getting a win over a team like Utah in a bowl game is a good way to start that. So fun game, again, coming up right here on this station a little over 2 hours from right now. It is Wednesday. That means it's time for What You Got Wednesday. Coming up next, stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what are you doing?
Well, now It's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths and snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
To Jazz at 30 update, here's Jazz coach Will Hardy wanting to avoid the young players feeling like they're competing against one another when it comes to playing time.
One thing that I'm very cognizant of is starting to pit our young players against each other. And that's not something that we do internally, but I recognize that based on our roster, where we're at, those things can happen, and I think they're really unhealthy. Like, it's not Isaiah versus Walt. Like, that's not what we're doing.
Jazz at 30 brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
Who's got it better than us? Nobody! Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake's got rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is Wednesday, New Year's Eve Wednesday, so we have a bit of a special theme for What You Got Wednesday, but with Jake out, Christian Esparza, our producer, is going to be filling in the role of Jake, where we go head-to-head in 2 5-selection drafts, one sports-related, one not sports-related. Then we put it out on the quote-unquote Snap Talk, where you can vote on the winner. Christian, we haven't done What You Got Wednesday in a while, right? Last week was Christmas Eve, so there was no show then. 2 weeks ago, I think I was here, but I can't remember. Do we know what happened?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago, we did best local sports moments and stories of the last 25 years.
Yeah, Jake had a real hard time defining moments versus stories. Just
and you beat him.
Out.
You beat him.
Thank goodness.
62-38.
Okay.
Best Rob Reiner movies, you won 67-33.
Okay. Well, I was going to let you have both of the first overall picks anyways, but we will start with our sports draft where Christian, you'll have the number 1 overall pick. What is our draft today?
Let's go with biggest local sports stories of 2025.
Are we talking moments? Are we talking stories? I'm just kidding.
Whatever you want, man.
Jake couldn't figure that out. What do you think? Biggest stories. Is there an obvious number one pick? 2025 was a crazy sports year in the state of Utah.
There was a lot. I think so. I'll go with saving the best for one of the last local sports stories of the year. Kyle Whittingham going to Michigan is huge. Obviously a staple in the sports community in the state. Was at Utah for 21 years. We were not sure if he was going to retire or coach elsewhere. He is going elsewhere. Michigan's a huge job.
Whit stepping down, period, would have been the biggest story. He is a true, he's in the conversation for Mount Rushmore of sports figures in the state of Utah if we want to go ultra traditional sports radio conversations. Whit is in the running for a face on Mount Rushmore. Him stepping down regardless was going to be the top story. Doubled, tripled, certainly amplified by leaving and taking the job at Michigan and then the potential fallout from that. I think you're right. I think that's the right choice. Number one overall pick. All right, I will go with, and unfortunately, this story's not going to pay off until 2026, but it's a huge story. It's crazy because I do think he's going to be the number one overall pick in the draft, and I do think it's A.J. DeBonsa going to BYU. I think A.J., what he represents, the fact that he has really lived up to the hype, second in points per game right now, I think, among D1 players, and how good he's been, how good BYU has been, even with some slow starts. Give me A.J. DeBonsa committing to BYU, and we have not seen the best of him yet because college basketball really starts after the new year, and I think BYU is going to make a nice run coming up in the NCAA tournament.
My second pick, I will go, sticking with college football, I'll go Kalani staying at BYU. Him leaving to Penn State would have been almost as big of a deal as Kyle Whittingham stepping down. But the fact that he re-ups and, you never know what's going to happen, I guess, in the future. But it seems like, at least for the time being, Kalani is going to be at BYU for a very, very long time. Not only does he return to the Cougars, leads them, well, I won't spoil later picks, but he gets more money for his staff, and seems like everything is good in Provo.
It's crazy how close he got to leaving for Penn State. And had that happened, the dominoes that would have fallen, because again, does Morgan Scalley follow him to Penn State? If so, Utah has no choice but to hold on to Kyle Whittingham. So Kyle Whittingham doesn't go to Michigan. All the dominoes that created without tipping one over. Fascinating. A very good choice there. All right, I will stick with BYU because this story is maybe the most surprising. Jake Retzlaff departing, but I'm going to go with Bear Bachmeier breaking out in replacement of Jake Retzlaff. Bear looking like the next great BYU quarterback was a huge story. BYU was certainly the college football team locally this season. So I'm going to go with Bear carries the Cougars.
Yeah, led them to, I guess, twice as many wins as a lot of people were expecting. Right? When that happened, the conversation shifted to, okay, can BYU be bowl eligible with a freshman quarterback?
And they win 12 games during the regular season plus the conference championship game. But 12 games with their bowl win. Unbelievable.
That was amazing. My third pick, I'll go with the Jazz get Ace Bailey. And I'm picking this one, it's middle of the pack, I guess, but it feels like Ace Bailey is the first actual tank pick for the Jazz. Obviously you had Taylor Hendricks and Cody Williams drafted since they began the tank, but those weren't really tank years where they truly bottomed out. They finished the season with the worst record in the NBA, and although they did not get the number one overall pick, everybody knows the story. Ace Bailey, phenomenal talent, was probably going to go 2 or 3. He slides all the way to 5, and Utah happily selects him.
And he was the rawest of those players. He's not in the top 10 right now in the NBA rookie rankings ladder. That does not mean he's a bust or been anything maybe more than they expected. Ace has a bright future ahead of him. He's still going to be a major piece on this roster. He's really young. He's really young, and he's going to take some time, but I think he's been even better than they had hoped. So Ace Bailey was definitely on my list as well. All right, I'm going to go with one that certainly gained a lot of traffic. I'm not sure if it kind of has flown under the radar here, and I'm going to not make the same mistake I made 2 weeks ago, which is just neglecting it. The Utah Hockey Club converts to the Utah Mammoth. Getting a Utah Mammoth name is a big deal, so the Mammoth find their identity. Mixed in was the bizarre lawsuit with the Yeti, where the Yeti was basically from day one the plan to be the team's name. The Eddie Cooler Company files lawsuits, prevents it from happening, so the Mammoth ends up being the name, and I like it. I just think everyone wishes they were performing a little bit better this season, but when they start winning at a high level, they will be under the Mammoth moniker.
Yeah, I thought I had that on my list as well. That's huge, and I know you and Jake kind of laugh at the mascots and the jerseys and all that, but obviously you know the behind-the-scenes numbers. That is one of the biggest attention getters.
That's what matters.
And people really, really care about that stuff. And yeah, going from the very generic Utah Hockey Club, there were some people who liked that name, but actually getting a logo and a mascot, it really, I guess, cements itself as a professional sports team.
Yep.
Next up, I'll go BYU making it to the Sweet 16 in the NCAA tournament. BYU basketball, obviously. Kevin Young's first season with the Cougars. I think that is kind of the signaling of the expectations that Kevin Young is going to bring. Now with AJ DeBonsa, as you mentioned, those expectations are even higher, and it feels like if they just make the Sweet 16 again, that feels like a failure, which is crazy to say, but making the Sweet 16 last year was huge, and that put BYU basketball on the map.
Yeah, it did. It's the reason why I think they landed AJ DeBonsa. I think it's the reason why they have Rob Wright right now. Had they not gone to the Sweet 16, or had they not even gone to the NCAA tournament, I'm not sure a player like AJ, despite all the money being thrown at him, chooses BYU without some sense that there's a chance to win there, because they did win last season. So it's a good pick. I'm going to go with a story we're in the process of right now. It's a little bit like the Witt story, but it's Keontae George's breakout. This has a chance to be one that matters for the next 3, 4, 5, 6 years for the Jazz. But Keontae developing into maybe the Jazz's best player is a huge, huge step forward for a team that probably wants to exit this rebuilding stage this coming summer. And I think they're going to exit it this coming summer. That doesn't mean they're going all in to win a title, but I think they stop the tanking stuff. I think they're going to tank the second half of this year and get this pick, and then I think they're done with it, and Keontae being as good as he is a huge part of it.
Yeah, what's the whole point of tanking, right? It's to find good basketball players, and that's what Keontae George has turned into. And a lot of people, were thinking of Keontae at first as a trade chip. When he started having this breakout, they're like, okay, now you can flip him. And it's like, well, if he really is this good, this is a guy that you want as part of your team for the foreseeable future. So it definitely feels like, if you can at least get 1 or 2 stars out of this whole tanking process and then fill out the rest of your roster with role players, then it all seems like it would be worth it. So Keontae George becoming that guy, the face of, I guess, the tank working, is huge.
And I think you need to remember that he was selected with a Minnesota Timberwolves pick from the Rudy Gobert trades. It just takes a while to get away from those trades to kind of see the payoff, and those aren't even done yet. There are draft swaps and draft picks still owed to the Jazz from those picks, but Walker Kessler's turned into a good player. Lauri Markkanen's obviously a star. Keontae now is a result of those picks as well. Jazz are having some success from those trades. They are starting to bear fruit finally, but it did take a little while.
Next up, I'm going to show some homerism here. I'm going to go SUU back to the Big Sky.
Okay.
I loved, first off, they're incredibly lucky that the Big Sky let them back in. I do think that they would not be going if it were not for a package deal with Utah Tech. That conference they were in absolutely fell apart, and the Big Sky kind of threw a life raft to my T-Birds, but them returning to Big Sky along with Weber State, I think that's big.
I'm going to take the Utah Mammoth, win the lotto. No lotto luck ever in the state of Utah, but Bill Armstrong, Chris Armstrong, Ryan Smith, they get it done. They in a really weird spot where they could only jump 10 spots from where they were. You can't get into the top 3, so they move it up as high as they could. They move up to number 4, draft Caleb Desnoyers. We'll see how good he ends up being. He's been pretty solid for the Canadian juniors right now. But the Mammoth winning the lotto, only to have the Jazz lose the lotto a week later. And I was in a random spot where I was around some people from the Mammoth right after that, and they were just talking about how excited they were, and specifically about how good of a player they thought they were going to be able to get. So we'll see if Caleb ends up developing. Recap.
I had the first pick. I took Kyle Whittingham stepping down and going to Michigan. Kalani Sitake staying at BYU. The Jazz getting Ace Bailey. BYU basketball making the Sweet 16. SUU back to the Big Sky. You took AJ DeBonsa to BYU. Bear Bachmeier leads BYU to 12 wins. Utah Mammoth find their identity. Keontae George's breakout and the Utah Mammoth win the NHL lottery. A lot of BYU on this list.
A lot of BYU. It was a banner year for BYU athletics. It was a really good year, minus missing the playoffs, which we could have drafted. BYU snubbed from the playoffs. And we'll see. We'll see what basketball ends up doing. Anything we left off? What should have been drafted?
I had a couple left off. Utah Jazz getting Austin Ainge was pretty big.
That was big, yep.
Tom Homo retiring was big as
Very
well. And the Bees having their first season at the ballpark at America First Square.
Grizzlies likely moving is a story. Utah hiring Alex Jensen. It's a big story. You know, anytime you make a new coaching hire, that's a big one. Utah brings in Alex Jensen. Slow start to the year so far. We'll see if they're able to have some success from there. But, you know, it's funny. It's because it was a good year for Utah athletics, too. I don't think it was a bad year necessarily. Certainly BYU, though, just seemed to dominate the major headlines. All right, what's next?
We're going to go with best movies featuring animals.
Best movies kind of about animals, with animals. I don't think it necessarily has to be like an animal is the star, but right now the two biggest movies at the box office are Avatar, Fire and Ash. And I know that's not technically about animals, but there are animals in it, including a whale in the new one. I've not seen it. I don't know if I'm going to see it. And Zootopia 2 is the second biggest movie right now. So movies with animals as a part of their theme, kind of the identity of the movie is driven by animals. Is there an obvious number one pick? You have the choice.
Again, I think there's a number one pick.
Okay.
Jaws?
Yep. I almost left it off on accident, and then I went back as I go.
Created a whole subgenre of horror movies, right? How many shark movies are there now? And it's like every single one, oh, that's not as good as Jaws.
It created the summer blockbuster. I mean, it's one of the most important movies of all time. It changed how movies are released. They used to have a single print that would kind of travel from city to city, and then it would come back, and you try and see it on the second viewing. And they decided, no, you just have to have multiple prints in multiple cities at all times, so you can play in multiple theaters constantly. And that changed how everything works, and it made not trillions, but millions and millions of dollars, and everyone has strived to achieve that again. And so every year there's a Hollywood blockbuster. It's a direct reflection of Jaws. I went and saw it. It's the 50th anniversary?
50th, yeah.
That's crazy. The 50th anniversary, I went and saw it this year, and it holds up perfectly well. There's not a single second of it other than a little bit of the clothing. You'd say like, oh, that's outdated. It's a perfect movie. Jaws is the right pick.
People stopped going to beaches for several years because of Jaws.
Yeah, really ruined sharks. You know, sharks, it's dangerous, but really changed the perspective on sharks. All right, I'm going to go, is there an obvious number two pick? I'm just going to start going favorites here off the board. And I'm going to go with probably my favorite animated movie of all time and also a good rat movie, Ratatouille. I love Ratatouille. If you haven't watched Ratatouille, I'm telling you right now, great family movie, fun cooking movie, really good performances from the voice actors. But give me Ratatouille. I love that movie.
I'm surprised you took that, but I'm not mad. That is one of my favorite kind of, it's Disney, right?
Pixar, yeah.
A Disney, Pixar, whatever. Yeah, that came out in my very early childhood, so.
Absolutely holds up. It's really funny. It's got a great story. It's not too schmaltzy. It's really good. I love Ratatouille.
My wife got mad because I was actually ranting about how underrated that movie is, and she was like, "You're crazy." So I'm glad you take it number two.
No, Ratatouille, the best.
My number two, I'll go Jurassic Park.
Okay.
Are we count dinosaurs?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you're going back-to-back Spielberg. I didn't have it on my list, but it absolutely deserved it. It's funny. It's very much, it's not the same story as Jaws, but, it's the monsters are coming after you, especially the kids. And then how are you going to stop them? Jurassic Park, basically a perfect movie. No problem with that at all. I'm going to go with a movie I saw, I think for the first time this year. Maybe it was last year. Everyone knows the ending. I didn't know why the ending was as significant as it was. Give me Planet of the Apes. If you haven't seen the original Planet of the Apes, it truly rules. I know it seems hokey at this point. Everyone's probably seen the remakes. And the newer remakes are good. Watch the original. It's amazing. Charlton Heston does a great job. The twist at the end, again, we all know it. But why it's the twist I hadn't understood previously. I love it.
Very good movie. That was on my list. Again, incredibly influential. And it was like back when it came out, that first one came out, I think, in the late 60s. Mm-hmm. So it was very, very ahead of its time. And yeah.
Surprisingly holds up. Really holds up very well if you haven't seen it.
All right. Number three, I'll go The Lion King.
Okay.
Love that movie. I'm going to be a dad soon in April. and I can't wait to watch The Lion King with my son.
Watch out for your brother.
I know. Yeah.
Don't let your brother kill you to assume the throne.
I love it. I love, Mufasa, ultimate father figure, and then Simba, his whole journey. It's great.
Yeah. And you're having a boy?
Yeah.
Congrats. Very exciting. Great pick. You're going a little bigger picture than I am, which I don't have any problem with that at all. You can veto this if you want. Sandlot. With Hercules the dog, he's a
That's fine. He's kind of the villain.
He is the villain of the movie. I mean, it's a baseball movie, but the storyline over the entire second half of the movie is about this dog.
The chart says movies with animals, not movies about animals. So
yeah. He is critical to this isn't Frasier's dog in the TV show Frasier. He's critical to the plot line. So I'm going to go Sandlot.
My next pick, local movie, by the way, Sandlot.
Yeah.
Nice. My next pick, I'll go Life of Pi. Kind of controversial. You either really like it or really don't like it. I do like the twist at the end.
It's about the lion?
Yeah.
In the boat?
Well, it's a tiger.
It's a tiger.
But yeah.
In a boat?
And I'll give spoilers because this movie's been out for 10 years. But the spoiler is that it's not actually about the tiger, but he kind of made that story up to cope with the tragedy that happened on the boat.
Yeah. I should watch it again. I watched it when it came out.
Yeah, good movie, good book.
All right, I'm going to go King Kong, the original animal movie. And really the original Jurassic Park, and maybe even the original Jaws. King Kong, the animal breaks loose.
You're not taking the one with Jack Black?
I'm not. No, I'm doing the original from the black and white from whatever the 20s or 30s. Yeah, give me the original King Kong movie. Really kind of changed special effects, et cetera, but a classic. Everyone still knows who King Kong is. I mean, that's how important that movie was. I mean, yes, they have done a ton of spin-offs, but it was so important that we get a new King Kong movie every 5 years because it's still great.
My final pick, I don't know if I want to go this way, but I will. I'll go Babe.
Okay.
One of those movies that everybody watches.
Babe's good.
Yeah.
Babe is good. I remember I was a little old for it when it came out, and I was like, this is stupid. And then you go back and you're like, oh, this is a very good movie.
Yeah,
Babe
good story, good message, right? So one of those classic movies that, your parents will tell you how good it was.
And has a legitimately legendary movie line. That'll Do Pig has survived and will endure. So shout out to Babe. Not Babe, Pig in the City. Surprising. You didn't go with the sequel. All right, I'll go niche here. But I do love this movie. Ultimate rewatchable for me. One of my favorite documentaries of all time. Grizzly Man. You ever seen Grizzly Man?
I have not.
Timothy Treadwell goes and lives with the grizzly bears in Alaska's grizzly sanctuary. And believe it or not, they eat him. They kill him.
It's a documentary?
It's a documentary. But it's about this guy. It's not about the bears. I mean, then look, he goes up and he's 10 feet away from wild grizzly bears. And it's insane. And he's insane. And the people who knew him were insane. It is one of the 5 best documentaries I've ever seen in my life. It's absolutely worth your time. If you've not seen Grizzly Man, turn it on as soon as possible. Grizzly Man, Timothy Treadwell. It's shocking how amazing it is. Werner Herzog directed it. It's truly a beautiful movie. It's really about the man, not certainly his demise. But it's not a secret.
That's intense.
Watch it.
Does it show it?
No, there is an audio recording of it. They don't play the audio recording of it. So it's it's about this guy's life, ups and downs of his life, and how you get to this point. But if you haven't seen a movie of the last 20 years, Grizzly Man, I would recommend, would be one of the top 5 recommendations for me. It's a perfect documentary. R-rated, I will tell you that. It's very R-rated. Don't watch with your parents.
Recap. I had the first pick. I went Jaws, Jurassic Park, The Lion King, The Life of Pi, and Babe. Ben, you went Ratatouille, Planet of the Apes, The Sandlot, King Kong, and Grizzly Man.
What didn't we draft?
A couple, Finding Nemo, Pet Sematary.
Yep. Oh, Pet Sematary is a good one.
Seabiscuit.
That on my list. What does Hatch have? Hatch have a favorite animal movie? I'll go with mine. I went with Fantastic Mr. Fox.
I had Isle of Dogs on my list.
Isle of Dogs. Homeward Bound, probably a little too young for you. Yeah, Shadow and Sassy and whatever the other dog's name was, Michael J. Fox. Fievel Goes West. I could read your lips there.
Yeah, that's what he said, yeah.
I read his lips from here. Another good one, a Christmas movie. Nobody's seen it. A lot of people probably seen it. Look Who's Talking Now. The third Look Who's Talking with Danny DeVito. He's one of the dogs. The dogs can talk.
I was thinking Cujo.
Yeah, Cujo. Yep. Yeah. All right. Hey, good draft. Good draft. You recapped already.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll wrap up the show next. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. It's what you want.
You know, I was babysat until 8th grade. Dolores Arnold used to babysit me every day after school. And
Dolores?
Her husband, yeah.
Look how you got like 220-pound 8th grade hands.
Can we not focus on that?
You walk in like, hey, Dolores. Hi, Hans. I think it's funny the thought of a 8th grade Hans Olsen probably pushing 2 bills, sitting in and being babysat.
You guys let me know when you're done so I can finish my story.
Tell us more about Dolores.
Anyways, her husband, Don, liked MASH.
Sitting next to Don on the couch watching MASH.
Hey, Don, can I borrow your shaver?
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Happy holidays, everyone. Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Of course, the holidays always remind us of family and how important the ones we love truly are. Well, have you ever thought of just how important the financial well-being of not only yourself, but of course of your family is so incredibly important as well? And if you're anything like me, you are totally unprepared to navigate the modern financial world. In fact, even the old financial world, I'm sure I would struggle. That's why if you're like me, you need a team of good people on your side to help you through it, to not only help you navigate the day-to-day, but of course the long term. You know, what are your goals? Have you set those goals? When do you want to retire? What kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire? What do you want to leave for your kids? Well, Trajan wants to help you go over all of it. So give them a call, 801-210-6800. They'll sit down with you for free. They'll go over everything that they can do, and they make it very simple and easy. 801-210-6800. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 and TrajanWealth.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day. And limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit YourSmileUtah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at YourSmileUtah.org.
Because your smile matters.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got him and Jensen on soul. Loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Wrapping up the show for you. Some feedback on our animal draft. Nobody seemed to care about our biggest stories. Well, Colton did. He said, glad you picked the Mammoth name. He said Logan Cooley signing a full 8-year contract is big for the state. Absolutely. Was Dylan Gunther 2 years ago, technically? It must have been 2 years ago. It must have been 2024 when he upped his deal.
It was, yeah. It was right before that first season. And I get what he means because in the sense of, a professional athlete signing a long-term deal here, literally right after Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert left, that's big.
And
that's
when Cooley,
not that common.
Cooley wasn't going to sign the deal until this next year when he became a free agent and there was expected to be more money on the table for him, but he got paid handsomely. Now he's got to live up to it. That's kind of the key. He's got to become one of these, top 15 players in the NHL because he's getting paid like one. Colton also says Zootopia should have been on the list. It's great for all ages, has great story, dialogue, and fun the whole time. I hope we get more soon. The second one was probably better than the first one. I don't know if I've seen the first Zootopia, but second one out now and doing very well.
I think I've seen the first one. I get
it mixed up. I'm not going to lie, I get it mixed up now. Sing and Zootopia, and there's a lot of animals. Rango was one we could have picked about the Johnny
Rango
Depp
is
lizard.
very, very, very funny.
That's a good movie. David James weighs in, helped us open the show and now close the show. Best animal movies, Star Wars, weird alien movies. I'm not sure that counts. I probably would have vetoed it. Raiders of the Lost Ark, because Indiana Jones rides a horse. No horse movies in our selection.
I had Seabiscuit as an honorable mention.
Yeah, I'm not a big horse movie guy. War Horse, there are some out there that I've just never really bought into fully. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, also horses. And then he says Bad News Bears, which makes me think DJ thinks that's a movie about bears playing baseball. It's about kids. The team name is the Bears. There's no animals in that movie at all.
Yeah, I would veto that.
The Birds. Have you seen The Birds, Hitchcock?
Yeah.
It's great. I love it. It was the first movie that ever gave me nightmares. I had nightmares for 3 straight nights about the movie The Birds. And I haven't watched it a lot since, but it's an amazing one. My wife texted in and says, The Revenant. Hugh Glass.
That is a good one.
Getting eaten by a bear.
Yeah.
The bear is, I don't know if he's central to the storyline. If you've not seen it, he's taken out and kind of abandoned in the woods by himself, and a bear eats him. And then he crawls back after it's a true story. He crawled like 15 miles or something after getting mauled by a bear. And it's one of the most violent scenes in movie history. His whole head gets eaten by a bear, and then he survives somehow and has to crawl back and then takes revenge on the people who left him.
First Oscar for Leo.
First Oscar for Leo, but not his last. I think he's going to win one for One Battle. Did you see One Battle yet?
Yeah, I went and saw that by myself. I think that was my first time going to the theater by myself. It was fun.
Oh, I like going to the movie by myself. I haven't done that in a while. I think the last one I saw was Avengers that I went to. No, I went and saw The Joker by myself. And I didn't see the second one. So, I think that was the last time I went and saw a movie by myself.
Yeah,
I love that experience.
Good. Yeah.
No, I love going to the movie by myself. All right, Utes taking on Nebraska coming up about an hour and a half from right now. They will be right here on this station. Hans and Scotty are coming up next, getting you a preview of those games. Stick around. Christian, thanks so much. Happy New Year to everybody out there. Drive safe tonight. Please call cabs or Ubers or whatever you have to if you need to. Be safe. Hope everyone has a great 2025 and an even better 2026. We'll be back with you on Friday.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on your...
yet. You got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to... Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Come test drive the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander or any of our other amazing new Mitsubishi vehicles at Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
All right, Utah, this is your shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game in Santa Clara on February 8th. If you've ever dreamed of stepping onto football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. To qualify, just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask about Ivory's super low rates, as low as 4.99% for a 30-year fixed. So get off the sidelines, visit an Ivory model home today, and enter for your chance to see the most incredible halftime show and the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, Hans, it's a bittersweet day. Not only is it the last day of 2025, but it is also the last college football game for in-state teams. It is the Vegas Bowl. We're about 90 minutes away from kicking that one off. You'll hear it on 97.5 and 1280 The Zone. Complete coverage of that game with our guy Paul Loeffler is on the call. Tim Murray, our buddy, is going to be doing sidelines for it as well. So I'm not sure who's doing color, but Paul told me who it was, and I already forgot who it was. So, but I'm fired up, man. We'll have complete play-by-play coverage of that game coming up today.
I cannot wait. I am so excited to be on air with you for one more day of 2025. I'm excited about some of the topics that we've got today, and then I'm excited to plop in my couch, watch some Utah football, watch actually quite a bit of bowl action, including one of the CFP semifinals that's coming up tonight. I've got a lot of football to watch, and we got a lot of football to talk. And Scotty, I've got a couple of things right out of the gates, man. I've got a question. In fact, I'll tease it before you throw it to the starter. I've been working on this thing this morning, and the tease is, who has the better path to the CFP for 2026? Ooh. Now, that can be anybody, but I've put together a couple of things, and I want to get your thoughts on them.
Let's get to it. Starting lineup right now.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, it is your starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, all brought to you by our friends at Mountain Land Supply. Hey, look, you looking around your house, looking around your yard, and you're making your New Year's resolutions. I got to get this fixed. I got to get this plumbing addressed. I got to get my sprinklers in line. One place to take care of all of it, it is Mountain Land Supply. If water runs through it, they're ready to hook you up. Find a location near you at mountainland.com. Hans, let's kick it off.
Okay. Yeah, let's have some fun here. And I know we can get into this Utah-Nebraska game. We really broke it down heavy yesterday. Spent a lot of time with it. And the bottom line is Utah will cover the -14 that Vegas currently has them at. So
I like it.
I just don't think that this is going to be a game. I think they're going to thump them. I think that they're going to rally around Morgan. I think they're a better team. I think they've got better quarterback play. And I think that they are going to be able to slow down the Nebraska defense enough that they'll beat them soundly. Okay, so I wanted to throw something at you because we're starting to kind of get a feel for everything. All right, now I threw out the tease of who's got the better path to the college football playoffs for 2026. And the comparison I'm going to throw at you is Morgan Scalley with the University of Utah or Kyle Whittingham with Michigan. Okay, now here's the deal, Scotty. I'm going to clarify a couple of things as we come to some conclusions here, okay? So Morgan is your head coach at Utah. Kyle is your head coach at Michigan, okay? Morgan retains Lewis Powell and most of his defensive staff, and Kyle gets Jay Hill and Jason Beck. Okay.
And by the way, you're just we're just throwing out hypotheticals. You're not reporting anything.
I'm not reporting nothing breaking. I'm just kind of going with what I still feel the flow is.
Yes.
All right. That's now Lewis could head off to Michigan. I'm sure that he's got other offers other than Utah and Michigan. I'm sure Lewis has a couple of different places he could go. And then I'm going to leave the Morgan offensive coordinating thing open. Morgan's offensive coordinator open. I know that PK was drawing a lot of parallels to Aaron Roderick potentially taking that job. I'm not putting my name on that. I think that that's something that I definitely need to watch play out. And I would imagine that Morgan would reach out to Aaron, and I think PK is extremely well connected, and that's why Scotty and I gave PK some legs on the show, because I think that PK is extremely connected. But I'm gonna leave the OC thing open. But this is what I'm gonna do, Scotty. In order to draw these comparisons, I'm gonna go Utah keeps Dampier and Ficklin.
Ooh,
okay.
Okay.
So they keep the QB duo. And yeah, I think if I'm saying Jason Beck heads out to Michigan, I think that Jim Harding's gone with them. So you keep the QB duo, but you may be like an Aaron Roderick, or you may kind of sift through some other things. Maybe if Aaron Roderick doesn't come, maybe it is Fesi Satake. I don't know. Maybe you reach out and say, hey, let's do some fun things here in the state. Or maybe you try to hire internally. I don't know what Mark Yatawaya is up to or what he's doing, or I don't know if there's some type of movement with Freddie Whittingham. I'm not sure, but I'm going to leave that open. But you keep Bird Ficklin, you keep Devin Dampier, Morgan's your head coach, Lewis Powell stays as your defensive coordinator. Michigan is Kyle Whittingham, Jay Hill, Jason Beck, and they've got their they've got their freshman phenom Underwood as their quarterback.
Yeah.
Okay. Who was the top quarterback of the 2025 class and had a lot of great moments. All right, so now let's just roll this out. Utah's non-conference. You've got Idaho and you've got Utah State. So you're going to get to call this Utah team up close and personal, Scotty,
Nice.
right?
Yep.
And then they've got Arkansas, SEC and Arkansas. And from what I understand, I believe Arkansas is at home. I think, or Utah has Arkansas at home. Let me just double check that.
Hold on.
Because I believe that, let's see. Utah 2026. Yes. Utah gets Arkansas at home.
Yep.
So Utah's got Idaho at home, Arkansas at home, and Utah State at home. Okay? Here is their Big 12 draw. At Arizona, at Cincinnati, at Colorado, at Iowa State, and at TCU. 5 road games. They've got 5 of their 4 Big 12 games are on the road. And then they get BYU at home, Houston at home, Kansas at home, and West Virginia at home. That's Utah's 2026 schedule. Okay? Now, here's Michigan's. Michigan gets Western Michigan, Oklahoma at home, UTEP, Indiana at home, Iowa at home, Michigan State and Penn State at home, and UCLA at home. Here's the road game, Scotty. At Minnesota, at Oregon, at Ohio State, and at Rutgers. At Oregon, at Ohio State.
Wow.
So you've got Oklahoma, you've got Indiana, you've got Iowa, you've got at Oregon, and at Ohio State. Now this is Kyle Whittingham, Jay Hill, Jason Beck, you've got Underwood. Utah's got Morgan Scalley, Lewis Powell, running defense, open area for the offensive coordinating because I don't want to attach my name on it, but if you want to take what Patrick Kinahan was mentioning, maybe it's Aaron Roderick, but he gets Dampier and Ficklin. I don't know, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think Utah, if you want me to put Skittles on somebody, I'm putting it on Utah.
That's what I was thinking.
Just because of the schedule alone, that schedule is a beast. You got Ohio State on the road. You got Indiana at home. You got Oregon on the road. You're playing Oklahoma.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, there's I don't think they will, but you could go 0-4 in that stretch pretty easily.
You could go 0-4 in what stretch?
So Oklahoma. They've got Oklahoma, right?
Yes.
Michigan.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so Oklahoma, Indiana at home, at Oregon, at Ohio State. I know that's not a 4-game in a row. I'm just talking about 4 games total. You could go 0-4 in those 4 games.
At Ohio State could be a loss.
Yeah.
At Oregon's could certainly be a loss. Oklahoma at home could be a loss. Indiana could be a loss. Those are all going to be tough, and I think Iowa's going to be tough again next year.
And you're Iowa. We saw what they did. So, I'm not saying they're going to go 0-4, but I'm just saying that's not out of the realm of possibility that they could go 0-4.
Okay, now the good news for Michigan is they've got 4 road games.
Yeah.
They got 4 road games. At Minnesota, at Oregon, at Ohio State, at Rutgers. The tough thing about Utah is they've got 5 of their Big 12 games. They're going to have 5 road games. Their home games are West Virginia, Kansas, Houston, BYU, Utah State, Arkansas, and Idaho. I think Arkansas is going to be a nice test. They're going to have to replace a couple of offensive linemen. But honestly, I don't feel like Utah's in terrible shape. I know they're going to replace a linebacker or two. I know John Henry Daly just jumped in the portal, but the problem is John Henry Daly with his Achilles, and I know he's saying that he'd be ready for spring, but whatever he's dealing with, he's dealing with some tough things.
There's no way he's back for spring. I mean, and frankly, even if he thinks he is, and the doctor's like, yeah, you could go, no coach in his right mind would let him go in spring coming off a torn Achilles. There's no way, Hans, you'd let him go.
No, I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it. I'm trying to find the specifics on what it was. I know it was a non-contact injury. Did they ever clarify what exactly it was for John Henry Daly?
Now, that's true. That's a good point. It was, how Utah does things. It's a, quote, lower body injury. And I for some reason, I got in my head that somebody reported that it was an Achilles. If I'm wrong on that, I apologize. But
I was the first one to say it, and I just threw it out there because I remember it was a non-contact and something at the heel. But
I mean, that's what it looked like, and I don't think you were off base on that at all.
I'm not seeing anything specified on that. So let's just say, regardless, he's in the transfer portal, and my guess is he's probably following his head coach. My guess.
Yeah.
You're still going to have a grip of talent there for the University of Utah. I just look at this and I'm thinking, I've got a lot of respect for Kyle. Obviously got a ton of respect for Morgan. I think Morgan may have the easier path to a college football playoff bid.
Yeah.
But Michigan is going to be loaded. I mean, I don't want to understate how good Michigan's going to be. And Kyle's going to be busy in the portal. And the other thought I had about where Kyle is with Michigan and what to expect from Michigan, he's got to be looking at it, Scotty, thinking to himself, what's my window? He's 66. What's his window, Scotty? 3 years?
Yeah. I'd say 2 to 3.
4 years?
I mean, honestly, he's going to want to win, and Michigan's going to expect him to win at a pretty high level next year, and then a year after that, they expect really big things. I mean, you've got Underwood coming in as a junior, so he'll be playing his last year of college football. I think they want to be, a 10-win team next year, certainly, but I think in 2 years, that's when they're ready to really rock and roll with that squad, and I think that's what they're really going to be pointing to. So I would say 2 years, realistically.
A couple of thoughts. Got to make sure that you secure Smith Snowden at the University of Utah.
Yes.
He's a big key. You're going to have to find a little bit of receiving help. I got to imagine Ryan Davis. I haven't seen anything. I got to imagine Ryan Davis comes back, right?
I would think so, yeah.
Daniel Bray. J.J. Buchanan will be great. Nakari Rogers at the running back position. You're going to get John Hall. Elijah Ellis has got now a year under his belt. You lose Damuni and Barton. Cash Dillon was awesome. Cash Dillon was awesome.
Yeah.
Holtz-Claw is going to be good. Logan Fano has declared for the draft. John Henry Daly has declared for the transfer portal. But you've got Dallas Vakalahi. You've got Sebulona, who's going to be good. Man, as I look at this thing, Scotty,
they're loaded.
If you can retain Smith, I feel like Smith's the key here.
I don't care what you bring Smith Snowden in, bring Will, bring Mom in, and you sit them down and just say, what do you need? And if Will wants to make a cameo in a John Wick movie, you find a way to make that happen. Like whatever you need to do, and whatever whatever you have to make happen, because Will loves his John Wick movies.
I forgot he does.
Oh, he loves John Wick. Oh, my gosh. I've never seen a bigger John Wick fan out there. That dude loves John Wick movies. So you're like, Will, how about you have a really, a glorious death scene in a John Wick movie? All right, that's a good starting point. What else you got? And that's the thing. You just go through the list. You're like, what do you need? What do you need? Because Smith Snowden is absolutely critical to all of this for Morgan Scalley and the University of Utah. Because Michigan's going to become calling. BYU's going to come calling. Every P4 team in America with a budget is going to come calling. That kid is
the NFL.
And the NFL. Oh, yeah. He's year 3, isn't he? Is he eligible?
He is. Yeah.
Oh, he is.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, he's eligible.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be hard to compete with.
Yeah, and, we'll see what draft grading comes back. I got to imagine it's going to be high. But I also know that guaranteed money and the chance at another run for some type of college championship, I know that would mean a lot to him. And, his position and his ability, you're looking at 1.2 to 1.8 million?
Yeah.
For a kid like him. So it's good, guaranteed money. It'd be another year of maturity. Maybe he is able to bump up another notch. I know one thing. I would say we're not doing this offensive thing. I'm gonna really buckle down. I want to do all the defensive reps, but Smith is a major key. But just for the sake of this conversation, the more direct path to the CFP, it feels like it's at the University of Utah.
Yeah.
I think Michigan's going to be great. And their staff is going to be phenomenal, and their roster is going to be excellent. But I think that their schedule, just who they have to play, is going to be horrifying for them. I think it's going to be extremely tough. This year, Michigan went 9-3, just to kind of give people a reference point. Michigan went 9-3. Now, we talked about Michigan playing Oklahoma. They get Oklahoma at home this year because they were on the road against Oklahoma, and they lost that game in the second game of the season. They were at USC last year, or 2025, and they lost to USC, a USC team that we just saw lose to TCU. And then they lost that game to Ohio State. They did get their wins over Michigan State, but I'm looking at, Scotty, I'm looking at the 2025 schedule as compared to the 2026 schedule. They skipped Oregon. They did not have Penn State. They did not have Iowa. They did not have Indiana. That's 4 teams that they're adding to their 2026 schedule that is going to make it hard. But as I mentioned, you're talking about 4 road games. As things currently stand, 4 road games. They had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They had 6 road games in 2025, and they went 9-3. And they've got their game coming up today. In fact, it kicks in about 30 minutes. They got their game coming up against Texas. And they're playing in the same stadium that I just left. They're in that Camping World Stadium there in Orlando, Florida, against the Longhorns of Texas. So that'll be another fun game to watch, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of different storylines on Kyle Whittingham. I just wanted to kick this up as a conversation of I'm going to say this. I'm going to put it this way for you, Scotty, okay? You get to join one of these staffs and prepare for the roster and know the administration you're working for and know the – I mean, Michigan went 9-3. Now, their coach had one of the most horrifying scandals that we've seen in a lot of years. I don't know what type of pressure is put on him. Probably not much. He's probably sticking around if he doesn't make a disgusting mistake or decision. But let's just say it like this, okay? You know the pressures of Michigan. Mm-hmm. I've told you their schedule, and you know the pressures of Utah, and I've told you their schedule. And all I'm saying is you get to join one of these coaching staffs. Same pay, both staffs, looking at longevity, looking at potential of success, getting to the CFP as quickly as I can. My matchup against my rival, Michigan, of course, with Ohio State. They're at Ohio State, Utah this year, at home against BYU. And also, you're hitching your wagon to a 45-year-old Morgan Scalley, 46-year-old Morgan Scalley, or a 66-year-old Kyle Whittingham. Where are you signing your contract to right now?
Wow. I think that, all right, so a couple factors. Number one, you can win and get to the college football playoff at Utah. The way that it is now, especially when it expands here next year or 2 years from now, you can get to the college football playoff at Utah. I think your level of competition week in and week out is a little lighter in the Big 12 than it is the Big 10. Not as much as people think, but just a hair lighter. And I think Michigan is the mother of all pressure cookers. Kyle Whittingham, 66. So even if you do string together 2 or 3 good years, you're probably going to have a new coach here in the near future. If Morgan Scalley can put together some good wins and can win 9 to 10, anywhere from 8 to 11 games a year, he's never going to get let go. You got a little bit more job security there in terms of your head coach sticking around. Morgan's not going anywhere. This is Morgan's dream job. Like, Morgan is put. He's well compensated. He'll be just fine. He's happy here. I would go Utah. Just if I'm talking about a place where I can put roots down with my family, win games, win at a high level, have access to the college football playoff, and know that I will be able to not just pay for braces for my kid next year, but my next kid 4 or 5 years from now, I'm probably going Utah.
Man, it's a tough question.
Yeah.
It's a tough question, and it's a tough decision because I could follow Kyle Whittingham. We could win a lot at Michigan. Jay Hill will take the head coaching job. I mean, if all things go as they're supposed to go, Jay Hill would take the head coaching job, and maybe I get some form of promotion. And I'm doing it at Michigan. I'm thinking about, okay, well, what's the set of standards to get to the CFP for Michigan as compared to the set of standards for Utah? Because Michigan's going to get benefit of doubt. And, I think a 2-loss Michigan team could get there. A 2-loss Utah team can't, as we've seen with Utah this year, with just being a 2-loss team. Man, that is a tough one. That really puts me in a pickle. I don't like the question I've asked here. All things considered, if money's the same, I feel like I've got a better chance of longevity and winning at the University of Utah.
Yeah.
Only because the Big Ten gets real freaky.
Yes, and that Ohio State matchup. I mean, you go back when you were playing college football, there was Michigan had a coach named Lloyd Carr, won a ton of games. But Ohio State was the better team. And Ohio State would put together big-time wins, but they would always lose to Lloyd Carr in Michigan. But you look at the seasons, Ohio State would have better season year in and year out than Michigan. But they could never beat Michigan. That coach got fired. Lloyd Carr was there for a long, long time simply because he could beat Ohio State. Now, the flip side is this. If you can't beat Ohio State, you could win 10 or 11 games. It doesn't matter. You lose to Ohio State. They were ready to fire Ryan Day last year. If Ryan Day didn't win the national championship, he's out. He's fired because he couldn't beat Michigan. But yet he lost to Michigan and then strung together 3 straight wins and wins the national championship and buys him some time. But make no mistake, had he lost in the first round of the college football playoff, he's done. He's fired. And it's not because they lost in the first round. It's because they lost to Michigan. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, 12:27 coming up next. We continue to get you ready for this Utah game. They take on Nebraska. It's all straight ahead right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
It's what you want.
So I'm trying to get my phone to not call me Hans.
All right, try it again.
Don't call me Hans.
Okay, what should I call you?
Hans.
You'd like me to call you Hats. Is that right?
No. Hans.
You'd like me to call you Pants.
It's the dumbest thing. What is my name, Google?
Your name is Hans.
God! Stupid. Dumb thing. Could you call me Hans, Ned?
You'd like me to call you Handsome. Is that right?
Well, it's better than Hans. Yeah.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. As you're looking for health options in 2026, let me tell you about the University of Utah Health, because they're going to give you the same care. Let's say, you injured an ankle playing a little church ball the other day, or, you're playing turkey ball and you injured your shoulder and it just hasn't felt right since over the last month. So what do? Well, you're going to go to the same place that's going to check out Laurie Markkinen, that's going to work with Walker Kessler, that's going to work with Clayton Keller. Yes, the same doctors that work on the NHL, the NBA, the University of Utah teams are going to be the same doctors that work with you in your injuries. That's the kind of help you're going to get at University of Utah Health. Go to uofuhealth.org. So many great locations, so many great ways to help, from telehealth to Instacare to the University of Utah Hospital itself. Go to uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tomorrow night, we kick off the new year with the Utah Mammoth in New York to play the Islanders. That'll actually start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on 97.5 The Zone. And then tomorrow night, the Utah Jazz are in LA to play the Clippers at 8:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at that KSL Sports Zone.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz coming off a really fun game last night, a little short to the Boston Celtics. Another big outing from Keontae George. Also a nice night from Yusuf Nurkic, who said Keontae George reminds him a little bit of Damian Lillard.
I mean, when I said at the beginning of the year, yeah, I think I was capping just because, you know, I'm not saying stuff to say stuff. I think he really reminded me of, you know, that combo guard we had in Portland at that time, CJ and Dame. Just the way he moved and play, not necessarily same style of play, but, you know, just how easy game come to him. And I told him when I got here, I feel like you're a really good player. Just believe that I'm going to be by your side regardless of the outcome, you know, same day, every day. And I think he really took off confidence-wise, and you just love to see that as a young guy.
That's your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by University of Utah Health. For you, for life.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans, we are about an hour away from Utah and Nebraska. When you look at this game, there's a couple things I really want to see. I want to see the old, nasty Utah team that would really take teams by surprise in a bowl game. There's a level of physicality Utah brings that unless you're playing in a conference and you're prepping for them all the time, that can really take you off guard. And we saw that for so many years that Kyle Whittingham's team would show up and this other team would be like, whoa, what is going on here? This is a bowl game, guys. Let's maybe drop it down a little bit. Like what you would tell the freshmen during wind sprints. Like, hey, let's all just kind of do at the same level. We're not going to make each other look bad, and let's just get through this thing. But Utah would always be the team that come out and smash teams in the mouth. Now, granted, they've kind of come back down to earth a little bit on bowl games over the last stretch, but I want to see that same nasty, physical, take you out of your game Utah team where it's like take no prisoners. And that would be the way for Morgan Scalley to introduce himself to all of Utah fans as the head coach of the Utes.
Well, Morgan really drove home the fact that he's going to be calling this game.
Yeah.
And knowing that Morgan's going to be calling this game, the way he's kind of announced it is this should be a classic Morgan Scalley call. It should be. We'll see if it ends up being, but it should be a Morgan Scalley call, and it should be an aggressive game plan. And you should see these guys flat out get after it. And if they do that, then I think we walk away from this feeling pretty good about how things are starting out for Morgan. But this is just different, man. I think that this is just such a different ask because Morgan now starts his record, his bowl record as a head coach. And in his mind, he's got to be thinking, all right, well, how do I want to do this? How do I want to be known? How do I want to prepare for these bowls, and how important are these bowls to me? How much do I push my seniors, and how much do I try to get my youth out there? And he's going to have to manage some of these things. But my guess is, Scotty, Morgan's coming out for blood. That'd be my guess. You never get a chance for another first impression.
Yep.
It's always game one, and it just happens to be a bowl game. And you want to put your best foot forward on every first impression. And I know that Morgan's been with every one of these players, but these players are looking at Morgan as here's my first impression for my new head coach. So I think I am fully expecting a very focused, energized, and ready crew. And I'm expecting Morgan Scalley to be very aggressive. I've gone through the Nebraska numbers and I've gone through the Nebraska film. And, you know, we talked about the Nebraska quarterback situation where you're currently playing with a quarterback that's had really 3 games to start. You lose Raiola in that game against USC, and you go to your backup quarterback. Your backup quarterback comes in. You end up losing that game. You beat UCLA, and then you lose to Penn State and Iowa. We kind of know what this Nebraska team is and who this quarterback is, and so does Utah. So I think they thump them. There really aren't a lot of numbers. And the one number I told you that I'm somewhat impressed with is their passing defense. Number 2 in the country, holding teams to 141 yards. Now that takes a horrible rushing defense at number 96, and it buoys it up to the number 12 defense in the country, giving up 312 yards because you're only giving up 141 through the air. So what you're doing defensively through the air has really helped. But you and I talked about this. How much have teams had to go through the air? And what is the game plan? And how have they approached it? You know, when you're looking at 141 yards, is there some real dysfunction in the front and how you want to manage a game? So outside of that, there's just nothing here that impresses me, Scotty.
Yeah. So this is what I'm going to look at here, because if there's one thing that I think people are concerned about if you're a Utah fan is how those last 2 games of the year went in terms of stopping the run. And the last few games of the year, Nebraska ran for 156 against UCLA. They ran for 131 against Penn State, and they ran for 231 in that loss to Iowa. Now, Utah just absolutely got gashed in those last two games of the year on the ground, and I don't know if there was, an injury or if something just got caught on film that teams all of a sudden realized, say, oh, okay, we can get after these guys. But Utah gives up 472 to Kansas State, and then the next week they give up 290 to Kansas. So if Nebraska goes for 189 plus, I think there's probably some concern there in terms of Utah and defense. Now, if Utah comes out and just shuts down Nebraska's running game, people will be like, okay, you know what? That was an anomaly. For some reason, we weren't great at the end of the year. Morgan's got it fixed. We're back on track. But if Utah gets gashed on the run, I think there's some scary feelings going into 2026.
What game of the year was it? Let me pull this up. I'm just looking at my notes from some of the games past, Scotty. All right, so I'm going back to the Baylor game. So November 15th.
Okay.
All right, let's go back to November 15th. Actually, let's go a little bit more recent. Let's go back to November 15th. And they are taking on Baylor. And, Scotty, at that point, Utah's rushing defense was still giving up 144 yards a game.
Yeah.
They were number 66 in the country in rushing defense, giving up 144 yards a game. Now, that's before they played Kansas State and Kansas, right?
Yep.
Because that was November 15th, and I don't have the schedule in front of me. It was Kansas State and then Kansas?
Yeah. So Baylor, They did pretty well. They held Baylor to just 4 yards a carry, 133 yards on the ground, and then Kansas State went crazy, and then Kansas the following week.
So it is kind of weird. Just looking at my notes here, this was in preparation for the Baylor game. They were the number 16 defense in the country, total defense, giving up 301 yards. They were giving up 144 yards on the ground and 157 yards through the air. Now, fast forward, post-Kansas State, post-Kansas, that took them to the number 61. It took them from the number 16 defense in the country to the 61st defense in the country, tacking 360 yards a game, 183 on the ground, and still only giving up 177 through the air. But that took them from the number 6 defense at 157 to the number 17th defense going 177. So the defense really fell off.
Yeah.
It really fell off, both in the run game and giving up some passing yards. And maybe Nebraska finds some success in that, but I don't think that they've got an offense to do it, though, Scotty. This is not some prolific Nebraska rushing offense. They're number 81 in the country. They put up 145 yards per game on the ground, and I don't know how much. Let me look at how many of those yards Raiola was responsible for, because Raiola goes out. Not much. He in fact, he was not helpful in the rushing game at all.
In fact, hurt him a little bit.
It hurt him a little bit. Latif is actually more of a rushing presence. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, Latif's got 100 yards on the ground, 3 touchdowns on the ground in the 4 games that he's played.
And Emmett Johnson, who's got nearly 1,500 yards, has opted out for the draft, so he won't be in the game today.
Yeah, so you're going to go Quentin Ives and TJ Latif. They'll be your primary ball carriers, and those two combined have 5 touchdowns and about 200 yards.
Yeah.
No.
So
yeah.
So they lose their horses, and so that's another reason why if Utah stops the run, then you'd be like, okay, yeah, Johnson's out. This is a team that was transitioning into next season. You did what you were supposed to do. And I don't know if Utah gets a ton of credit if they stop the run in a big way today, because Nebraska wasn't that great on the ground anyway coming into this one. But conversely, if Nebraska goes for 190-plus or 200-plus, then people are like, well, wait a minute. We got wrecked by Kansas State. We got wrecked by Kansas. And then this Nebraska team, minus their 1,500-yard rusher, is out. And by the way, I don't know if you're looking at the carries on Emmett Johnson. He had 251 carries. The next guy, the next highest in terms of carries, is the backup quarterback, TJ Lateef, with 27. No other running back had more than 19 carries, where Emmett Johnson had 251. That's an insane number.
It is. It is, and it pulls the rug out from under him. That's why I've looked at this so many different times and so many different angles, and I know that you're without a few pieces. You know, the John Henry Daily News was a bit depressing for me. I'm such a fan of that kid, the way he plays the game. But his injury would have kept him out of this game anyways. You know, the Fano brothers opting to head to NFL, get ready for draft and get ready for combine, that hurts, but it's not overly devastating. It's not going to completely take you out of this game. I mean, I just go through everything that Utah presents with their quarterbacks, and you know, I'm excited to see another run with Wayshawn Parker, and every angle I'm looking at this thing is a Utah whooping.
Yeah,
Scotty.
Same.
I don't know how Nebraska stays in this. If they can find a rushing presence between two guys that combined for just over 200 yards on the season, then you're right. Morgan's got to go back to the drawing board and just say to his defensive staff, what are we seeing? What exactly is happening here? How is this happening to us? Why is the interior getting leaky? Why are our linebackers not able to scrape here and get back to the basics? If you ask me, what's crazy is, Scotty, do you remember coming out of the Kansas State game? You and I were like, oh, Kansas won't get over. I didn't think Kansas get over 135 yards.
Oh, same. Yeah, I'm with you.
You know, so my instincts are like, well, yeah, they'll shut down Nebraska because it's just what they're going to do. You would think that they'd keep Nebraska. And Nebraska is averaging 145 yards a game, but that's with Emmett Johnson. You would think they'd hold Nebraska to 90 yards.
Yeah. And that's my hope. And that would be a great sign. If Morgan can pull that off, and you're looking at a situation now where it's just like, okay, you know what? Everything we wanted to get accomplished has been accomplished. Let's get ready for 2026. What you may have missed coming up next, we'll recap a Jazz game from last night against the Boston Celtics. And then coming up at 1 o'clock, Hans and I will stick around for one more segment, then hand the reins on over to the play-by-play crew down in Las Vegas as Utah, Nebraska going toe-to-toe in the Vegas Bowl. You'll hear all the play-by-play coverage right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I don't like the pretty boy Rams coach.
Okay. I mean, Vikings very much have a pretty boy coach as well, right?
Not like the pretty boy coach.
You put him in L.A. and he's a pretty boy. That's the only difference. One of them lives in the Midwest and one of them lives in Los Angeles.
Except for the Rams one, McShay or whatever,
McVay.
Was the first one that inspired all these other pretty coaches.
Yeah.
Kingsbury.
Yeah.
They put on the statement when they announced that Kingsbury was hired at Arizona that he was friends with McNugget.
McVay. I'm right. Give me an ugly head coach.
I mean, and then the Vikings.
Will Hardy's doomed.
The Vikings follow suit, hiring a pretty coach. What's the deal? What's his name in Green Bay? He's a pretty boy too, isn't he? LaFleur? What's his name?
Yeah, I'm with you. Give me a dog.
You know, Bill Cowher, ugly guy.
Ugly dude. Belichick.
Ugly guy.
Even though he's pulling 24-year-olds. Ugly guy.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, this is JJ here with KSL Sports. Utah, this is your shot. A once-in-a-lifetime shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game at Levi's Stadium on February 8th. I've been fortunate enough to have the chance to cover the big game multiple times. This has to be on your bucket list, and this is your chance to go. If you've ever dreamed of stepping into football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. It's easy to qualify. Just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask them about exclusive loan rate discounts and free upgrade packages. So get off the sidelines. What are you waiting for? Visit an Ivory model home today and enter for your chance to score the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. Don't miss this opportunity.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet Jeep Grand Cherokee?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Wrap up the year sales event at Doug Smith Jeep, now through January 2nd. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hanson Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Getting you ready for what should be a fun one as Utah takes on Nebraska. It is the Vegas Bowl, and we are about 40 minutes away from kicking it off, and you'll hear it right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, both the AM and the FM signals. All right, Hans, a little what you may have missed. I know I was calling a game. Utah State gets a win on the road. They knock out Fresno State. You were playing a little planes, trains, and automobiles trying to get back from Orlando.
Uh-huh.
But in the middle of all that, the Jazz gave the Celtics all kinds of fits, led by 5 at the break. Had a 3-point deficit going into the fourth, but just couldn't get over the hump. And the Celtics escape Salt Lake City with a 129-119 victory. Former Aggie, Neemias Queta, 6 of 7 from the field. He ends up with a grand total of 12 points, 3 steals, 1 block, 3 rebounds for the Celtics. As for the Utah Jazz, Lauri Markkanen continues to do his thing with 22 points. But how about Keontae George? 37 points from the second-year player, 6 of 12 from the three-point line, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal. I'm telling you, Hans, this kid he's just taken over.
Well, we're just a few weeks away from both you and I really jumping deep into the Jazz and jumping deep into the Mammoth and spending some time at the Delta Center and spending some time with this Jazz team and really getting to know it better, because you and I have been just so overloaded with college football. But I can tell you just from the early breakout of this season, there are indicators that he could be a big time piece. I'm not saying a number one. I'm not even really saying a number two, but could he be the third piece? Could he be a bit of the scorer and the facilitator? Could Lowry be the number two? Are you maybe just a number one away? Could Lowry be a number one? Are you maybe a high-level number two away? Could Keontae George be the third piece? And then what are you missing potentially to bring it all together? I just feel like when Keontae George is doing this, Scotty, I just feel like we're not as far away from seeing some great things from the Utah Jazz that maybe we thought we were.
Yeah, that's a great point. And that's why, we kind of joke about this, but in reality, that draft pick for next year is absolutely critical. And you don't want to mess with Keontae George when he's on a heater, because you want to gather all the confidence you can. And I think the Jazz will eventually come back down to earth. Like, I'm not necessarily worried about it. You kind of put my mind at ease on it yesterday as well. Like, I think it's going to come back down and the Jazz will be picking. But if there's a year where you can gain that momentum and then parlay that into one of those top 4 or 5 picks that are going to be available in this year's draft, with one of the deepest classes we've seen since potentially 2003, then the Jazz are right back in this thing very, very quickly. Throw A.J. DeMonsa on this team. Throw the Boozer kid on this team. You're off and running fast, and the Jazz could turn this thing around real quickly.
A couple of other things in what you may have missed. The Sun Bowl is currently underway, and you've got the 8-4 Arizona State Sun Devils out of the Big 12 taking on the ACC champion Duke Blue Devils. And it is currently tied 14-14. Remember, Arizona State lost their quarterback, and Jeff Sims has jumped in. He has started 7 of 9, and he has put up 126 yards and a touchdown in the early stages of this game. Also, Arizona State without their big-time running back, and they go to Jason Brown, who had very, very little usage, and Jason Brown right now is trying to get some things going. He's got 30 yards on the ground. Jalen Moss has 100 yards receiving and a touchdown through the air, and it's tied 14-14. If you want to catch that game, it's on CBS, and that thing is heating up. I'd love to see a middle-of-the-pack Big 12 team knock off the ACC champions, and I kind of feel like BYU already did that with Georgia Tech. I feel like Georgia Tech was the better team out of the ACC, but I'd like to see Arizona State get that win. And then Michigan-Texas is kicking off in about 5 minutes on ABC. And then keep it right here, and we've got the Nebraska-Utah game, live play-by-play action here on the Zone, and you can catch that on ESPN. And then the nightcap is the college football playoff quarterfinal at the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic. Number 10 Miami taking on number 2 Ohio State.
I know Miami surprised you a little bit. Do you think that comes to an end tonight?
Oh, yeah. Screeching halt.
I do too.
Yeah. Screeching halt. Miami. So let's just take a look at this. BYU beats Georgia Tech. Arizona State is currently beating Duke. Now, Miami avoided both of them. Let's see. Miami avoided both of those teams, didn't they?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, they did. They avoided both Georgia Tech and Duke, and lost to Louisville and SMU.
Yep.
In ACC play, and they get the draw, and they got a nice first round win against Texas A&M. How did they get that win against Texas A&M?
I don't know. Makes no sense to me.
Just looking at the box score, Scotty, they had Miami had a total of 103 passing yards.
Yeah. Yep. Ugly
They had
game.
a total of 175 rushing yards.
Yeah.
They put up 10 points. They hold Texas A&M to 3 points.
Trash game. By the way, also what you may have missed, congratulations goes out to Clayton Keller from the Utah Mammoth. He has been named as to the U.S. men's Olympic hockey team. Those lineups released earlier today, and Clayton Keller is on his way to the Olympics, as he will not only represent the U.S. of A., but also the Utah Mammoth in the Olympics. So
How
very cool
cool
moment for him.
Great for him.
Yeah.
Great for the state. Great for the Mammoth. Great for Ryan Smith and his product. I think that's great all around.
All right, Hans and Scotty, final segment of a shortened show. So this is what JJ and Alex get to do 30 nights out of the year during the Jazz season. I get used to this.
Boy, they don't hate that.
No doubt. But we'll wrap things up coming up next and then hand the reins on over to the broadcast crew down in Las Vegas. It's the Las Vegas Bowl with Utah taking on Nebraska. All the play-by-play action right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws,
you want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
University of Utah Health can help you get back to good health, whatever your game plan needs to be. Maybe you've just got the sniffles right now. Maybe you can't stop coughing. Well, they've got primary care physicians. They can help you. You can go to uofuhealth.org and you can search by need. Maybe it is just primary care. Maybe you just injured yourself. Maybe you were playing in the Turkey Bowl and you've ripped out your Achilles, or you've damaged your ACL, or maybe you've torn your meniscus. Well, they've got the orthopedic surgeons there to help you. Maybe it's something a little bit more internal. Maybe you're dealing with heart issues, or you're having some brain problems. Well, they've got those surgeons as well. It's comprehensive health, and it's all at one website, uofuhealth.org. Are you looking for specialty? Rheumatoid arthritis, other issues? uofuhealth.org. That's University of Utah Health at uofuhealth.org.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right. Yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This segment brought to you by University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. Well, Josh Furlong, our guy from KSL.com, on the scene covering the Utah game, and he mentioned that all coaches outside of Kyle Whittingham for the Utes are there in attendance, ready to coach today's game for the University of Utah. So no coaches are sitting out of this one outside of Kyle. So Morgan has the full arsenal of assistant and position coaches available to him in his debut as a head coach.
Glad to hear that. And it's good for the kids, and it's good for these coaches. It's the right thing to do for Morgan. It's the right thing to do for the University of Utah fans, because there's still going to be a nice group of fans that are going to be headed to Vegas. It's just a perfect bowl game for Utah fans to head down to, and it's the right thing to do for administration. And it's the right thing to do for this team. This team, I'm still bummed with the way things have worked out with the University of Utah, because it's a very good team. As you mentioned, they stumbled there with the rushing defense, and their defense gave up a little bit more than they should have. But still, this is a team that lost to a 12-win BYU team that beat Georgia Tech, and a team that lost to maybe a national champion. We'll see how things work out. But so you tell me that a 10-2 University of Utah team doesn't get an opportunity, and this Nebraska team is what they've got in front of them. Just finish it off, end up with 11 wins on the season. 11 wins, Scotty.
Oh,
that's a huge season.
Yeah. I remember Matt Wells telling me that getting to 10 wins should always be celebrated, because it just doesn't happen very often. You can get to 8, you can get to 9, but those 10-win seasons are so few and far between that I don't care who you beat, I don't care how you got there, you celebrate the heck out of those. And Utah's not only at 10, they could get to 11, and that's an even better year, considering there wasn't a conference championship game along the way. To go 11-2, and your only losses are to the two teams that played in the conference championship game, remarkable, just spectacular accomplishment. And there's a reason, like, if you're a Utah fan, you're like, oh, this season didn't go they wanted. Michigan's looking at Kyle Whittingham saying, that's a hell of a year. That's a hell of a season. Coming back from 5-7 and then ripping off 10 wins, going 10-2, and losing to the two best teams in the conference, and both of them you were in those games in the fourth quarter. That's a guy we want saddled up to our team. Let's go. And Kyle Whittingham did frankly, in my opinion, had one of his best coaching jobs.
Oh, I agree with that. I think that this was a phenomenal year for Kyle Whittingham, because you're able to overcome the heartbreak of 2024 and convince your team and convince your staff that you're a double-digit win team and that you should be right in the contention for the Big 12 championship game. And all the way up until allowing so many rushing yards, they're in the conversation for, do we got to take a look at this team? Because they are whooping teams. So I think it's one of Kyle Whittingham's best coaching performances as well. I think he was rejuvenated. I think he was having a blast. I think that the kids were responding well to him. And I think that it would be great to have him on the sideline. It would be fun to see him one last time, knowing that it is his last time as a Utah Ute. But now we just get to see this as an opportunity for Morgan Scalley to kick things off.
You know, there was so much made out of the Pop-Tart Bowl you were in, and a lot of it was shade thrown at Notre Dame, because Notre Dame, got all uppity and we're too good to go to your dopey bowl game. How dare you try to put us in the same sentence as Pop-Tarts, the same sentence as BYU. How dare you do that? And so they take their ball, they go home, and I thought the game that you had against Georgia Tech, the game that BYU played and you were on the broadcast for, signified everything that was great about college football. Two teams that busted their butt, that played with a high-level physicality, a great game with a ton of drama, a lot of great individual efforts, guys playing through pain, guys making big plays down the stretch. Both teams just bloodied and battered at the end of it. And then you throw the fun factor. I mean, the fact that Kalani Sitake just shotgunned a Pop-Tart at the midfield stripe. And you've got, the Pop-Tarts dancing. One goes in the they all go down, and then they shoot them out, and people are just feasting on Pop. I mean, it was fun. Like, how could anybody not go to that game or watch that game and say, this is fun? Why are we hating on this stuff?
Heck of a show. Heck of a show, Scotty. You're right. And it was packed, man. That lower bowl was packed. And, I'll say this for even the Idaho Potato Bowl that you called and I called, there were a lot of fun moments in that game. It didn't work out the way it needed to for Utah State, but there were a lot of fun moments in that game. I had a blast calling it. That's the most attendance that I've seen at a Potato Bowl.
Yeah.
And I've either covered or called probably 10 of those, going back to Gary Anderson's first trip with Utah State Aggies. And then getting the call. I think I've called 7 Idaho Potato Bowls. That's the most attendance I've seen. People are having a blast. You're dumping fries on coaches. People are out in the parking lot, and you've got these amazing French fries and baked potatoes, and you're loading up potatoes with smoked pork, and people are having fun with all things Idaho Potato Bowl. And that's exactly what it's supposed to be. But what I'm hoping is this Utah staff, this Utah roster, and this team as a whole sends the Utah fans off the right way, too.
Yeah, yep.
Like, thanks for all the sellouts. Thanks for all of the support. Thanks for buying the tickets and coming down to Vegas. And here's your payoff. Because I felt like BYU paid off the BYU fans in the second half of that game in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. It was like the BYU players and BYU coaches were like, oh, hold on, Cougar fans, because we know you're maxed out. You bought your tickets, and you went to Arlington, Texas. And I think that Arlington trip, Scotty, I was in a hotel in Arlington for 2 nights. It was a very cheap bottom line hotel. It was $450 a night.
Oh, jeez.
$450 a night. It was nearly $900 for me to stay a couple of nights for that Big 12 championship game. The flights, I want to say my flight was $950 to get me out to that game. And I know if I'm paying it with BYU's leverage, then the BYU fans are probably paying more to get themselves out to that game.
Yeah.
And then they come out to the Pop-Tarts Bowl, and watching BYU pay off the fans with a spectacular comeback win, finding a way to overcome an 11-point deficit in the fourth quarter. It was such a great payback, and it was so much fun. And by the way, I'm not saying it changes the momentum or changes the trajectory or changes everything, but you got to admit, Scotty, that everybody and their dog that's got an AP vote going into the 2026 preseason voting process has to take a real good look at BYU and say, wait.
Yep.
And how nice would it be for Utah to put the stink on a Big Ten team and have this really nice winning streak to end the season of Colorado, Cincinnati, Baylor, Kansas State, Kansas, and then getting a win against Nebraska, finishing with a 6-game winning streak, and their only losses are to 2 12-win teams. It would set Utah potentially up for, and Morgan Scalley potentially up for, a top 17, top 18, top 16, top 17, top 18 in a preseason prediction for 2026.
Yep.
And by the way, people that don't think that those things matter, just take a look at BYU this year. They matter.
Oh, yeah.
I will never forget what preseason hype and attention meant for BYU and what it did to hurt BYU. Because they lose one game to Texas Tech until that Big 12 championship game, and they're not in the conversation for the college football playoff. At any point did it feel like they were actually in the conversation. And a lot of it had to do with it taking 3 weeks for the AP to recognize them and taking multiple weeks for the college football playoff committee to say, okay, boy, at one point they were stacking BYU and Utah at number, 13 and 14 or something like that.
Yeah, 12,
and they
13.
were playing games, playing all kinds of games with BYU. It means something. It will mean something for the University of Utah. So I'm not saying it's a make or break, and I'm not saying it's all things great, but I am saying beat Nebraska in Morgan's first outing would be a really nice feather in the cap.
To your point, though, if let's just say that Kalani Sitake brings back most of his players, including, most importantly, Bear Bachmeier, and after that win in that Pop-Tart Bowl and all the attention that came their way, BYU is, what would you say, maybe top 15, top 12, somewhere in that range, probably 12 to 15, somewhere in that range. And starting there, as opposed to starting well outside the top 25, gives you so many advantages. And to your point, you could not state this enough, and you could not be more accurate in this. Where your starting position matters so much. And teams are going to look at BYU, teams are going to look at Utah, and to a certain extent still treat them a little bit like they're in the Mountain West. Like, you have to prove it to me first before I'm going to give you love. Not I'm going to just assume you're good and give you love right out of the gate like so many blue bloods get. No, you have to prove it. So if you prove it at the end of the year and you take that into the next season, then you're right where you need to be to make sure that you don't have to stress out what it's like at the end of the year and waiting for those college football playoff polls to come out. You don't have to worry about it because you know you're safely in. Like Alabama, come on, let's be honest. There were people talking is Alabama. Alabama was always going to be in because they're Ala-freaking-Bama. Like they just always were going to be in. And because of that, they get the benefit of the doubt. Utah, BYU, they don't get the benefit of the doubt, unfortunately. And so you have to end these seasons on a high note. Morgan Scalley's got to end the season on a high note to take that momentum into next year, be fresh on the mind of voters. And then you need to bring back a lot of key players. Same with BYU. You need to bring back key players, show you're ready to compete, and off you go. But if they get decimated again, either one of these teams with their lineups, and there's a lot of major upheaval on coaching staffs, and these voters are like, yeah, you were good last year, but this happened, and Utah, you didn't play really well in that bowl game, so yeah, we're going to leave you out, and you string together 4 or 5 wins, we'll think about getting you back into the top 25.
It's big, man. It's really big, and it has to happen. I did want to make a couple of corrections, Scotty, from the first segment.
Uh-oh. What did I say?
No, it's on my end. So I have my Utah big board that I keep in front of me, and I printed out a copy of it, and I had the wrong years on some of the players that were returning.
Oh, okay.
And thanks to Andrew on Twitter and about 34 other Utah listeners. And no, I do appreciate it, and they're right. I was off on this because I had printed out a version, Scotty, where, and you know how this goes on that database that you sent me the boards. What is that word?
Oh, yeah.
Or whatever that.
Yeah.
And you can go back and you can do a version of it. I printed out a version that had the years of the previous players on it.
Oh, okay.
So I was off. So, for instance, like Larry Simmons is a junior. He's got another year. Wayshawn Parker, a sophomore. He's got another year. I mentioned Ryan Davis, and Ryan Davis is a senior. He's out. Daniel Brait, just a freshman. Jackson Benny, guys that you can get excited about, just a sophomore. I've printed out the correct edition of this, and I feel a lot better about things because I feel like an idiot that I had the wrong thing in front of me. I hate being wrong on those kinds of things. So I apologize for anybody listening in the first segment was like, what's he talking about? Another year from Ryan Davis. Yeah, I had Junior here under Ryan Davis's name, but he's done. So the reason I bring that up and I correct those things, that's a lot of youth. That's still a lot of talent. Like this is a better situation than what my incorrect information had. Even though Ryan Davis is leaving, you've got some really great returning talent. I think the talent that there's three guys that I'm most excited about. J.J. Buchanan, just a freshman this year. Jackson Benny, just a sophomore this year. And Daniel Bray, just a freshman this year. Those three guys are going to return with a lot of great stuff. And I'm excited for them, what they were able to do. And I know Jackson Benny has dealt with a lot and he's been on and off the field and injuries, and he'll have to get himself ready for spring ball. But there's a lot of talent to be excited about, and I'm just hoping that when this Vegas Bowl concludes, we don't see a lot of people follow John Henry Daly. I'm hoping that some of the leaders of this team can get together and stabilize and commit to each other into returning, because I do think that this is a very special roster, and I think that they could be great in 2026. And how great would it be for Utah to send a message to Michigan and Kyle Whittingham of, hey, I know you're out there enjoying your money in the Big Ten, but we just got ourselves to a Big 12 championship game, and we're currently signing our ticket out to the college football playoffs. And thanks for the start. Thanks for the jump start and the kick start. But here we go. A lot of great talent. And Scotty, I know that we're just getting ready for this bowl game to kick off, and I know it. And I'm excited for the bowl game. But then I sit there and hold my breath for what happens after bowl games, you know?
Yeah.
Especially after this one. I named a lot of good talent. I just don't want to see 3 or 4 of those names follow John Henry Daly and leave a program that gave him a chance.
I am with you wholeheartedly on that. And John Henry Daly is making a business decision, and I don't know, like, it feels like he's going to Michigan, but, who knows? He'll test the market, and he should. Like, honestly, it's all easy for us to say, stick around, be loyal to the team that took a chance on you. You left BYU. Things weren't going well. Utah said, come on up here. They got you and developed you into a pass-rushing phenom that you are now. And, we did that for you. You should stay here. But also, if you're John Henry Daly, and if you're a parent of John Henry Daly, and Utah's like, hey, look, here's our – and I'm not saying this is the case. I'm not. I just hypothetically speaking, if Utah said, here's the number that we can get you at, and somebody comes in over the top and doubles it, and you're like, look, that's a jump start in life that I'm not going to get anywhere else. I don't know what the NFL is going to look like, but I can guarantee me this in my bank account at the end of next year, and that gets me into home ownership. That gets me a jump start in life with rental properties and investments and things like that. Like, I have to look at that. And so, but you just hope that Utah is able to spend at the level to really keep the core group of players involved. Smith Snowden, you can't let Smith Snowden go. I don't care who has to step to the table for as a booster, what you have to do. You have to keep Smith Snowden on that roster. Now, if the NFL comes calling and they say you're a first or second round pick, there's nothing you can do about that. But you can't lose him to another school. You just can't.
Yep. Yeah, and there's guys I look at, guys like Lance Holtzclaw, who's got another year coming back. Guys like Cash Dillon. Okay, John Henry Daly goes, but right now John Henry Daly, he's damaged goods. Who knows what he's going to end up being. I hope he ends up being what he was because he was so spectacular. But Look, Cash Dillon was a dude too. You know, he goes out and gets 31 tackles, and he's able to pull down 3.5 sacks, and he's just a baby. He'll be coming back for a sophomore season, and you know, there's a lot. There's a lot to be excited about. You know, one guy that didn't hit maybe the standard or the expectation that everybody had set for him, but dealt with some injuries through parts of the season was Dallas Vakalahi. Dallas comes back at the back end of the season and starts to show that he is what he is at that defensive tackle position. And I know I got the goods. So I look at it, and I'm excited for this Vegas Bowl, but I want to see every one of these guys return to the team that gave them the chance.
All right, Hans, we just have a few seconds left. How does this game play out? You say Utah covers the 14?
Yeah, Utah covers the 14. This is going to be something Utah 48-ish. And Nebraska around 17 to 24-ish.
I'll go 31-17. I'll put it right at 14. So
yeah, I think Utah, they'll put more points. I
hope so.
We're going to see some Jason Beck high flying. Jason Beck is showing the Michigan fans what he's capable of right now.
Oh, absolutely. He's like, look what I'm bringing to Ann Arbor. Let's go. Let's have some fun. Hans, have a great holiday. I'll see you on Friday.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Happy New Year's to you, Scotty.
Happy New Year to all of you, as well as Christian back in studio. Coming up next, it's Utah, it's Nebraska, it's the Vegas Bowl right here on The Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits. But mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. Like there were people going, play a happy song, like yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played like 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they gotta sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Whirls around and down. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investorday. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. You got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Oh! Come test drive the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander or any of our other amazing new Mitsubishi vehicles at Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Held over due to popular demand. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
A bowl season radio.
There's one goal, one mission. Dominate every play, and we'll see what happens at the end of the game. Let's go. 22.
From Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada, this is the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl. Today, the Utah Utes of the Big 12 Conference take on the Nebraska Cornhuskers of the Big 10 Conference. Now, with the call of today's game, along with Marshall Newhouse and Tim Murray, here's Paul Leffler.
Happy New Year's Eve from Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. 15th ranked Utah taking on the legendary program out of Lincoln, the Nebraska Cornhuskers. The Huskers 7-5 under third-year head coach Matt Rule. The Utes 10-2, losses only to BYU and Texas Tech in 2025. They've won 5 straight games coming in, but for the first time in more than 2 decades, Kyle Whittingham will not be at the helm today. Tim Murray, who's leading the charge for the Utes?
What a unique situation, Paul, that we're going to see as we will see Morgan Scally, the longtime head coach in waiting. He will be the head coach today on the sidelines. Will still be calling the defense for Utah, but with Kyle Whittingham, today was supposed to be his final game as the head coach of Utah, but circumstances arose, and he's now the head coach in Michigan. Earlier this week, talking to the media, Morgan Scally said, this is not only a program, it's a family, and that's going to continue. The standard that Kyle Whittingham set is always tough. You don't want to be the guy that follows the guy. Well, I'm that guy. I'm extremely confident in moving forward.
And it's an opportunity for some young players on both teams because some of the stars are not playing today for the University of Utah. Their 2 outstanding NFL prospect tackles, Caleb Lomu and Spencer Fano, opting out. Fano, the first ever Outland Trophy winner from the University of Utah, an All-American right tackle. His brother, Logan, a defensive end, will also sit out as he prepares for the NFL draft. And on the Nebraska side of things, Emmett Johnson, the first-team All-Big Ten running back, deciding he's ready for the NFL. He scored 15 of the Huskers' 43 touchdowns this year. 5 more of those came from Isaiah Hunter, their best wideout, who will also not play today because of a hand injury. Utah won the toss, elected to defer possession till the second half. Nebraska returning the kick will not make it to the 20-yard line. Took it out of the end zone, and the Utes make them pay. Meteaki Helu on the tackle back at the 17-yard line, make it the 18. And Nebraska, missing some of its biggest playmakers, will start out on its own 18-yard line, 1st and 10, moving from north to south on the beautiful field here at Allegiant Stadium.
TJ Lateef will get the start at quarterback, has started 3 games during the regular season, dealt with a hamstring injury during the Iowa game, but during bowl prep, Paul, they said he is full go.
And on first down, Lateef hands the ball off, running between the tackles. Isaiah Mosey, the freshman, filling in for Johnson, takes it out to the 24-yard line, a gain of 6, 2nd and 4. Our starting lineups presented by Coca-Cola. Game day calls for an ice-cold Coca-Cola because fan work is thirsty work. Coca-Cola, the official sponsor of Coca-Cola Bowl season. Tim told you TJ Lateef at quarterback. The offensive line has Elijah Pritchett, a junior from Columbus, Georgia, at left tackle. Turner Corcoran, a senior out of Lawrence, Kansas, at right tackle. On 2nd and 4, running in between the tackles again. Mosey breaking through all the way out past the 35. Pardon me, that time it's Mekhi Nelson, the redshirt freshman out of Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, running for a first down out to the 38-yard line. Nebraska moving the chains, 1st and 10, Huskers.
Dana Holgorsen talked about a committee opportunity for these young running backs in the backfield with the production of Emmett Johnson, over 1,400 yards gone as he is headed to the NFL. But that opens an opportunity, as you mentioned, for Mekhi Nelson and Isaiah Mosey.
Mosey flares out wide to the left. Nelson remains in the backfield on first down. They're throwing it, swinging it out to the perimeter. Mosey makes the catch out past the 40 to the 45-yard line. A gain of 7 on first down will be 2nd and 3. The rest of that starting line for the Huskers has Tyler Canuck, the junior out of Cottonwood Heights, Utah, who used to play for the Utah Utes. He's at right guard. Left guard, Henry Lutovsky, a senior out of Crawfordsville, Iowa. And the center, the junior from East Orange, New Jersey, Justin Evans. 2nd and 3, Huskers from their own 45. Just underway in the first quarter here at Allegiant Stadium. This time it's Mosey behind Lateef. Lateef turns, hands to Mosey between the tackles. Hit hard by Barton as he gets near the sticks, but he'll have the first down to the 49. Lander Barton, one of the senior leaders of the Utah Utes, made the tackle. 1st and 10, Huskers at their own 49. With Hunter out at the wideout spot, we may see the Huskers rely more heavily on Luke Lindenmeyer, their junior tight end. He's in the starting lineup. And the starting wideouts, Ja'Cory Barney, a sophomore out of Florida City, Florida, and the Lexington, Kentucky native and former Kentucky Wildcat, Dane Key. 1st and 10, Huskers from their own 49. Under center this time, Lateef with Mosey, the tailback. On first down, the handoff. Mosey trying the left side, finds a hole, 45, trying to slip a tackle, and he can't escape. Taken down at the 44-yard line of Utah by Levani Damuni, the middle linebacker. And it'll be 2nd and 3. How about these first down pickups for the Huskers?
Yeah, this has been impressive to see. You've got an interim offensive line coach on this staff right now as well. And also keep in mind, we talked about some of the pieces that are missing, Paul, for Nebraska. They're also missing one of their best interior offensive linemen. Rocco Spindler opted for surgery. He is not playing in this game as he gets prepared for the NFL. But the offensive line has looked very sharp so far early in this game against a very vaunted Utah front.
2nd and 3, making a check at the line. Lateef wants to throw, firing off to his right, and a little too low for Barney. Threw it at his feet, incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 3 for the Huskers in Ute territory at the 44. That starting defense for Morgan Scally and the Utes. Lance Holtzclaw moves into the starting spot that Logan Fano vacated. The other defensive end, Cash Dillon. The defensive tackles, the 5th-year senior Aliki Vimahi from Hawaii and Jonah Lealea from San Mateo, California. He played his high school ball here in Las Vegas for the Gales of Bishop Gorman High. Big 3rd and 3 for the Huskers, who converted 45% of their third downs in the regular season. TJ Lateef, the freshman out of Compton, California, under center. Turns, hands it off. Between the tackles, they're going to have the first down. Working his way, Quentin Ives, the sophomore out of Beverly, New Jersey, takes it down to the 38 of Utah. 1st and 10, Nebraska.
You know, Paul, I actually misspoke. Right now, the full-time new offensive line coach, Jeep Wade from Georgia Tech, was already thrust right into his new duties. And got to say, so far, it looks like Matt Rule's decision and a new offensive line coach is paying dividends as they have looked incredibly sharp here on this opening drive.
The rest of that Coca-Cola starting lineup for Utah, the linebackers, Lander Barton, Levani Damuni, and Jonathan Hall. The corners, Blake Cotton and Smith Snowden. Safeties, Tal Johnson and Jackson Benny. on 1st and 10. Handoff working right. Mosey cuts it back between the tackles. Angling left down to the 15, the 10, 5. That's going to be a touchdown for Nebraska. That is Makai Nelson, the redshirt freshman, taking it the distance. And the Huskers got the ball first. They score first. Who needs Emmett Johnson, Tim?
Unbelievable to think Makai Nelson, a gentleman coming into this game, 15 carries for just 59 yards and 1 touchdown during the regular season. The sea parted, he cut back to the left, and it was a wide open opportunity. And what a start for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Pretty sizable underdogs coming into this game, and you could not have asked for a better start for the Cornhuskers.
You mentioned Nelson, 59 yards on the regular season. He's up to 58 and a score on 3 carries here in the first quarter. Nebraska scoring on its opening possession, and now Kyle Cunanan's kick is good. He's still perfect for his career, 65-65. That makes it a hell of a good extra point from Nebraska. Find hell of a good dips in stores near you. We're going to check in with our Bowl Season Radio studios in a moment. Hoppy Kercheval and Brad Howe standing by for you with the score. Nebraska 7, Utah nothing. 11:08 to go in the first quarter. You're listening to the Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio coverage of the 2025 SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl.
At SRS, we still believe in the American dream. It starts with a roof over our heads and the belief in a happy and prosperous future. As a company, we honor our commitments to our customers, employees, and veterans. And by truly giving back to our communities and sharing our success, SRS delivers more than building products. SRS delivers the American dream. Visit us at srsdistribution.com.
Tim, I'm receiving an important update.
Ooh, are you getting night vision?
No. I just found out you could get $200 with Navy Federal Credit Union when you refinance your auto loans from another lender.
So, no night vision?
No night vision.
Learn more at NavyFederal.org/auto loans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Credit and collateral subject to approval. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200. Terms and conditions apply.
It takes a different breed to be the first to respond. The first on the scene. The first to tackle disaster head on. At ServPro, we witness the bravery of first responders almost every day. So to all those who never give a second thought to being the first ones in, this game's for you. ServPro, proud supporter of our nation's first responders.
Wake up, scroll, eat, school, work, TV, podcast, eat, scroll, sleep, rinse, repeat. We've all been there, stuck in the same routine, day in and day out. But in the U.S. Air Force, you can put an end to this endless cycle. With over 200 career options at bases across the entire globe, your exciting future starts here. To learn more and get started, go to airforce.com. Aim high.
11:08 remaining in the first quarter at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, and the Nebraska Cornhuskers. The Huskers missing their biggest playmakers said, who cares? 8 plays, 82 yards, 3 minutes and 47 seconds off the clock, and a 38-yard rushing touchdown for the redshirt freshman, Makai Nelson. 7-0 Huskers out of the gate. Tim Murray, we have not seen Utah's high-powered offense yet. This is a Utes squad that averaged over 40 points a game this year.
You know, when you look at the offense that we just saw from Nebraska, Paul, 75 rushing yards. That was a page out of Utah's book coming into this game. The second best rushing attack in all of college football, only behind the Navy midshipmen. And we know they don't even throw the football. So this is a absolute beast of an offense when it comes to the rushing attack. And we will see Devin Dampier, an absolute star at the quarterback position for Utah here in just a moment.
Before that, Tao Johnson and Daniel Bray back deep to receive the kick. John Hull's kickoff will be caught right on the goal line for a touchback. Tao Johnson decided against it, so the Utes will start at their own 25. Their Coca-Cola starting lineup features a couple backups having to start at the offensive line because of those NFL prospects deciding not to play. It'll be Big Zeraway Williams, the 6'8", fifth-year senior out of Phoenix, starting at left tackle. in place of the pro prospect Caleb Lomu. And I believe we're going to see Keith Olson, the redshirt junior out of Napa Vine, Washington, at the right tackle. Nope, they're going to make a different change there. They've got 2 tight ends in the game. Dampier out of the gun on first down, fakes the handoff, running to his left, runs into a Cornhusker at about the 28-yard line, a gain of 3 for Dampier, who ran for nearly 700 yards this year for Nebraska.
Last year he ran for over 1,100 yards down in New Mexico. They took a little bit off his plate because Bird Ficklin, the backup quarterback, they are best friends. So there's no true competition. They love that each other are having so much success this year.
Dampier to throw on 2nd and 7. Throws on the run to his right, complete out near the 40-yard line. And Utah has its first down. Ryan Davis, their leading receiver on the year, brings in his 58th catch. He and Dampier played together last year under Bronco Mendenhall at New Mexico. Is indeed Keith Olson starting to right tackle. Right guard is Michael Mokofisi, the 5th-year senior. Left guard is Tanoa Togiai, a 5th-year senior out of Rigby, Idaho, and Jaron Kump, the 5th-year senior at center. 1st and 10 Utes from their own 43, trailing 7-0. We're about 5 minutes into the first quarter here in Las Vegas. It'll be empty for Dampier this time. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Bring a man in motion, fake the give. Dampier between the tackles, grabs as he gets to the 45 and wrestled to the turf.
Paul will be keeping a close eye on a school record that could fall here in just a matter of moments. That would be the rushing record for Utah. 3,237 rushing yards as a team, entering today just 27 yards shy of a school record.
That was a 5-yard pickup before Peterzak made the stop. Now Dampier, play action, taking a deep shot down the middle of the field in traffic near the 10. Did he haul it in or not? Yes, he did. Dallin Bentley, the senior tight end, in triple coverage at the 10, and he's down to the 7-yard line for Utah. Wow.
Jason Beck, who is a very highly sought-after offensive mind. Utah hoping to keep him despite Kyle Whittingham heading to Michigan, dialing it up here early for the Utes.
45-yard pickup now. Wayshawn Parker between the tackles, keeps the legs moving and drills it all the way down to about the 3-yard line, make it the 2. It'll be 2nd and goal, Utah. That 45-yard bomb to the tight end. Dampier to Bentley, and now 2nd and goal from the 2, and they've had to stop play for an injured player.
Paul, when you look at this rushing attack, it is so dangerous that it opens up so many opportunities for Devin Dampier to air it out. And this was a question about Devin Dampier coming into this year from New Mexico. Would he be able to be more of a precise passer? 57.9 completion percentage a year ago with the Lobos, upped it to 63.7% this year with the Utes.
Utah is going to come out in a big package, and by big, I mean Semi Taulonga, the 317-pound freshman, is in there as a blocking back in front of Wayshawn Parker. But they fake it to Parker. Dampier keeps it, makes a man miss at the 3, dives for the pylon, and they say he's down inside the 1. Dampier thought he scored. It was close, but it'll be 3rd and goal from the 1-yard line. How'd you like to get blocked by a 317-pound fullback, Tim?
I'll let you take that bite for me. They do spread the wealth down here as Devin Dampier ever so close to a touchdown. He has 7 rushing touchdowns on the year. Wayshawn Parker has 6 rushing touchdowns on the year. Bird Ficklin, the backup quarterback, has 10 rushing touchdowns on the year. This Utah rushing attack, 37 rushing touchdowns on the season.
And Dampier has to leave the field here because as he stretched out to try to get that ball across, his helmet was knocked off. So Utah could take a timeout to get him back on the field. Looks like instant replay is going to get involved anyway. They'll take a look to see if Dampier had the ball across before his knee went down. Great effort by the junior quarterback, the former Saguaro Sabercat out of the Phoenix area. 7-0 Nebraska early. We've got 8.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. 76 is a proud sponsor of bowl season. Want to win the ultimate fan experience to the CFP National Championship in Miami? The Fuel Forward app from 76 can get you there. Visit 76.com/thegoroute for details on how to enter.
Devin Dampier took that ball, Paul, and tried to make a play on himself on a bootleg. It looked like the right knee and the ball were down simultaneously. The line judge said it was just short. It's going to be very close. I would be surprised if they overturn this. Oh, And I am wrong. That's why I'm not a referee.
The SEC officiating crew, led by referee Jason Autry, says the ball was across before the knee went down. And Devin Dampier has its 8th rushing touchdown this year. What an answer by the Utes after Nebraska scored on its opening possession. The Utes drive 75 yards in 6 plays. The big one, the 45-yarder through the air to Dallin Bentley. And now Dylan Curtis, the freshman out of Murray, Utah, on the Spartans of Murray High to attempt the point after. He has missed 2 of them this year. The holder is his punter, Phillips. And the kick is good. That makes it a hell of a good extra point from Utah to tie it at 7. Find hell of a good dips in stores near you. Well, not a bad beginning, Mr. Murray.
That was a hell of a good response by Utah to bring it down the field. And I got to imagine Morgan Scally, first opportunity as the head coach. He's been a long-time head coach in waiting here at Utah. He's got to be grinding his teeth for his defense to get back out there after they got chewed up by that Nebraska rushing attack. 75 yards on just 6 carries by Nebraska on that opening drive.
That O-line for the Huskers getting it done. Timeout on the field. 8:33 to go in the first quarter. Nebraska 7, Utah 7. You're listening to Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio in the 2025 SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl.
Gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado. With 4 powerful engine choices, impressive towing capability, and legendary dependability. Or choose from other great offers on Colorado, giving you clever and convenient bed and tailgate functionality, plus outstanding torque for big adventures. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at bfa.com/cardfwc26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
This is the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl from Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio.
Nebraska 7, 15th ranked Utah 7. With Tim Murray and our engineer Ray Regal, I'm Paul Leffler. The Las Vegas Bowl, after a rip-roaring start, Tim, 2 possessions, 2 touchdowns, and Nebraska missing most of its offense. You wouldn't have told me.
It is not. It is surprising to see the success that we are seeing so far from Nebraska. Emmett Johnson, over 1,400 rushing yards this year, a consensus All-American. But the youngsters have stepped up in his actions with Mekhi Nelson and Isaiah Mosey so far.
Ja'Cory Barney thought about taking this kick out of the end zone again, then took a knee. So that'll be a touchback. Nebraska will start at its own 25. The freshman T.J. Lateef played for the Lancers of Orange Lutheran High, had to take over earlier this year when the fab freshman Dylan Raiola was hurt against USC. Raiola now in the portal, and Lateef trying to prove he is the Huskers' future at quarterback. It helps when you've got a 3-headed running back.
Rolling is a touchback, first down at the 25-yard line.
There was a flag that was thrown and picked up. That voice is Jason Autry. the leader of this SEC officiating crew. Latif only had to throw 2 passes on that opening possession as the offensive line generated a lot of push for the Huskers. Makai Nelson had that 38-yard touchdown run. He's off the right hip of Latif here out of the gun on 1st and 10 from the 25. Bring Barney in motion right to left. Handoff, Nelson running left, looking for room, hit hard at the 26, and he'll be stopped there. This Utah defense was pretty stout, allowing less than 19 points a game on the season, and Jonathan Hall, that junior linebacker who made the stop there, a big part of it.
A familiar name will be calling the plays here for Nebraska. Dana Holgerson, longtime West Virginia and Houston head coach. This is his first full season as the offensive coordinator at Nebraska. He took over last year during the middle of the season.
Under Coach Matt Rule, who's now in his 3rd year. Latif making another check at the line. He's got 2 receivers right. Nelson off his left side. On 2nd and 9, give to Nelson straight ahead, trying to make a man miss, bounces off a hit and spins down to the 33.5-yard line. It'll be 3rd and short. Makai Nelson relishing this opportunity to get some carries with Emmett Johnson no longer in his way.
And even with Rocco Spindler, one of their top interior offensive linemen, out opting for the NFL, also dealt with a broken hand through most of the season, had surgery. The interior, Paul, has really been where they've seen the most success so far tonight.
An 8-yard pickup now on 3rd and short between the tackles. Nebraska will get it done again. Banging his way for the first down is the big back, the sophomore Quentin Ives, out to the 36-yard line. A new set of downs for the Huskers. That offensive line really generating some cushion for these RBs.
A little throwback, you know. People remember Nebraska for the big fellas up front, the black shirts, and we're starting to see that from this offensive line. Matt Rule, a gentleman who has a background in coaching offensive line, has to be thrilled by what he's seeing.
Empty for Latif on 1st and 10 from the 36. Wants to throw, has time. Taking a shot down the middle of the field. It's overthrown and nearly picked off. Tremendous diving effort by Smith Snowden, the corner, who almost came up with his 3rd interception. The incompletion will make it 2nd and 10, Nebraska from its own 36. We're tied at 7 with 6:44 to go in the first.
During the bowl prep, Paul, Matt Rule went back a little bit to his roots, was back coaching the offensive line, and it was something that the players really took to early on in the bowl season before they brought in Jeep Wade to take over as a full-time replacement.
Couple tight ends in the ball game. Latif play action, dodges the pass rush, throws on the run along the sideline, and that's going to be called a catch at the 44-yard line. Nice hands by Dane Key, that senior wideout. So that'll leave Nebraska another 3rd and short, 3rd and 2 from its own 44. The Huskers converted 45% of 3rd downs this year, Tim, and all their 3rd downs so far have been of the very short variety.
And right there you saw what makes TJ Latif special, utilizing that mobility to roll out to his right and hit the Kentucky transfer Dane Key.
I formation with a fullback in front of Ives. And they sneak it. Did Latif get there? Waiting for the measurement. It's going to be close. Right now it looks short. Nebraska was not a great 4th down team this year. The Huskers went for it 25 times and only converted 9 of them, just 36%. And this is about 2 feet short from their own 45-yard line. That offense is going nowhere. Matt Rule will go for it in a tie ball game, 7 apiece, 5.5 minutes to go in this first quarter in Vegas.
Love the aggressiveness for a team that's a decent-sized underdog heading into this contest.
Ives takes the carry, crashes into the line, backs himself up, and thrusts those thighs forward to get the first down out to the 47-yard line. Right between the center and that left guard, Henry Lutovsky. Quentin Ives moves the chains again. 1st and 10 Huskers from their own 47. It's a Nebraska team that won the time of possession battle on the season, 30 minutes and 30 seconds per game. And the way they're moving the ball right now, Tim, they might do that today.
Of the 4 running backs, Ives is by far the bulkiest, 6'3", 215 pounds. He just lowered his shoulder and got those 2 feet needed for the first down there.
Nelson back in now. Latif on the draw. Tries to run ahead, and the gap closed on him. He gets back to the line of scrimmage, but that's it. Maybe waited a tick too long to put it into gear. as he got swallowed up by Carson Calfusi, the 6'6", 305-pound freshman out of Holiday, Utah. No gain, 2nd and 10 Nebraska. 4.5 minutes to go in this first quarter, tied at 7. The Huskers huddled up between every play. Nelson will be the deep set back. Latif under center this time. Handoff. Nelson looking for a hole left side. Tripped up as he crosses the 50. He's down to the 48 of Utah, so that's not a bad second down pickup for 5 yards. 3rd and 5 for the Huskers. First third down, Tim, that's probably a passing down for Nebraska, although who knows the way they're running the ball.
TJ Latif dealt with a hamstring injury following the Iowa season finale, and the build-up to this game, he was not full go until they got to Las Vegas, so we'll be curious to see if he feels 100% with that hamstring on this 3rd and 5 and uses his legs for the first.
Empty for Latif, 3 receivers left, 2 to the right between the hashes. The freshman drops back, finds the crossing receiver. That's going to be a first down and more. Nebraska has Mosey down to the 33-yard line. His name is Mosey, but he wasn't moseying. Isaiah Mosey flying from right to left all the way down to the 32 of Utah. 1st and 10 Nebraska, another 3rd down conversion.
A great job by Ja'Cory Barney downfield, the sophomore from Florida City, Florida, keeping his block and allowing Mosey to get a couple extra yards. Really well-designed play by Dana Holgerson there on 3rd and 5.
Nebraska controlling the clock. We're down to 3 minutes to go in this first quarter, tied at 7. A back on either side of Latif this time. He's got Ives to his left, Nelson to his right. Fakes the handoff. He's got an option. Now he's going to throw back to the left sideline. Nelson makes a juggling catch at the 20, down to the 15, along the sideline, and bounced out at the 9-yard line by Don Saunders. It's going to be 1st and 10 Nebraska. Dana Holgerson, long known for his play-calling wizardry, and that was a doozy, Tim.
Yeah, Mekhi Nelson, you see him coming out of the backfield here, and I think if TJ Latif leads him a little bit, that's a touchdown or very close inside the 10-yard line. Still a big chunk play just to throw a little bit behind Nelson, but still a heck of a play design on the wheel route out of the backfield.
And a great juggling catch by the freshman. So 1st and goal for Nebraska. Final 2.5 minutes of this first quarter in Vegas. They bring a man in motion. Latif tosses it on the end around, trying to get that right edge. Nebraska's got 6. Ja'Cory Barney Jr. Touchdown, Cornhuskers. How about the speed of Barney on that end around? Lined up wide to the left, and nobody could beat him to the pylon.
Ja'Cory Barney Jr. on the jet sweep and completely fools a Utah defense, and they are dialing it up. Dana Holgerson feels like he's in his bag. He's enjoyed this month off to dial up some new looks for this Nebraska offense we thought would be shorthanded, and already with 13 points with an extra point pending.
Heinrich Harburg, the tight end, had a nice block on the edge to help Barney get in for the touchdown. Nebraska with a 12-play, 75-yard, 6-minute and 13-second drive. And that's another hell of a good extra point from Kyle Cunanan of the Huskers. Find hell of a good dips in stores near you. 2:20 to go in the first quarter in Las Vegas. And now Nebraska 14. Utah 7. It's the 2025 SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl. 14-7 Nebraska, and we're back after this from Shiner's Children's Charities.
Before the bright lights on Sunday, before the draft and pro contracts, greatness starts here. It's the East-West Shrine Bowl, January 27th, 2026, at the Ford Center at the Star. A century-old tradition and the first step to NFL stardom. Every play supports game-changing outcomes at Shriners Children's. The 2026 East-West Shrine Bowl. Today's All-Stars, tomorrow's legends. Visit shrinebowl.com for tickets starting at $26.
Today's cup of Scooter's coffee was sweatily earned in one trip from the car to the apartment door. You knew it could be done. Had to be. 2 trips just aren't your style. This time, 23 grocery bags, gym bag, and takeout? A new personal best. Even got the mail on the way in. 4 flights of stairs? Feeling in your fingers? Who needs it? Not you. So enjoy that delicious cup of Scooter's coffee, you one-trip wonder. Scooter's coffee. You earned it.
This season, the action isn't just on the field, it's in every game day spread.
Hell of a Good dips bring bold flavor to every tailgate, made for dunking, scooping, and celebrating every big play. Find Hell of a Good in stores near you and follow on Instagram at Hell of a Good Dips. Start dipping with Hell of a Good.
He's going to hit one deep down the field, and it's caught! It's a touchdown!
There's nothing like that moment when your team clinches a win. The Friday night lights, all those Saturday tailgate traditions, hours in front of the TV on Sunday. Football means tradition. Whether you played or cheered along, the feeling of game day never ends. Join the community and celebrate the game. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Football Matters.
.220 remaining in the first quarter in Las Vegas. Nebraska 14, 15th ranked Utah 7. Let's pause 10 seconds. It's the 2025 SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl on Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio from First Team.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nebraska set to kick off. Daniel Bray back deep for the Utes. Nebraska 2 possessions, 2 touchdowns, 10 minutes with the football. This will be returnable from the goal line for Daniel Bray, angling left to the 10, 15, and the Huskers wall up and shut him down at the 16-yard line. So Utah will have poor starting field position this time on that special teams tackle. That was Derek Wacker, and Bray certainly felt the whack that time.
You know, Paul, going back to Nebraska's last drive, so much success on the ground now. 13 carries for 94 yards. The lone touchdown coming on that jet sweep to Barney. This is a Utah defense that we saw give up 472 rushing yards at Kansas State.
Wayshawn Parker trying to answer, takes the carry, breaks to the outside, and if that sideline were a little further away, he might have had a big one. But he's going to pick up 13 yards on that first down carry to the 29 of Utah. 1st and 10. Parker approaching the 1,000-yard mark for his sophomore season. They're going to mark him at the 32-yard line. That's a gain of 16. 1st and 10, Utah there. Dampier fakes the give to Parker. Looking, steps up. Now he'll flip it out of the backfield. Parker right sideline. 1st down and more. Out of bounds at the 45-yard line. Another Utah 1st down. This offense looks pretty effortless, Tim.
Yeah, and with that run just a moment ago from Wayshawn Parker, that sets a school record for most rushing yards in a season. The Utes are now at 3,268 rushing yards.
But now the toss to Parker ends up on the ground. Dampier dives on it and recovers back at the 35-yard line. Dampier tossed it behind Parker. It went off his hands. And the Utes fortunate to preserve the possession, but they take a loss back to their own 35-yard line. It's going to be 2nd and 21 for Utah.
Oh, they don't have that record anymore, Paul.
The game gives, the game takes away. A minute to go in the first quarter. Nebraska 14, Utah 7. 2nd and 21, Utes from their own 25. Handoff Parker to his right. Hit at the 40, stumbles down to the 43-yard line. That'll leave him 3rd and 13 for a Utah squad that was one of the best 3rd down teams in the country this year, converting 53% of those opportunities. But most of those were not 3rd and 13.
Nebraska has an interim defensive coordinator, Phil Snow. He is serving as the defensive coordinator for this bowl game. He's on the field calling the plays today before Rob Orich will take over this offseason for the Cornhuskers.
Orich did a great job at San Diego State this year under Sean Lewis. Empty for Dampier on 3rd and 13 from his own 43. And movement up front. Was it offside or a false start? Flags flying from everywhere. And we'll see what Jason Autry says.
Everybody move but the center. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
So that'll make it 3rd and 18 for these 15th ranked Utes, trailing a determined and focused Nebraska squad, 14-7 here at the tail end of the first quarter.
Yeah, something we'll talk about is the mentality that Nebraska took going into this game, feeling that they were the underdog, which they were, and trying to channel some of that Terrence Bud Crawford underdog energy.
Dampier fakes the quarterback draw. Now takes a shot down the left sideline looking for Buchanan, the tight end, who was bumped out of bounds before diving back in to try to get it. It's off his hands, incomplete. Superb coverage by Sierra Wright, the USC transfer. And Utah will have to punt it away, trailing 14-7 with 6 seconds left in the first.
The Utah coaching staff is wondering where the flag was as they wanted pass interference down the near side sideline on that deep throw from Dampier.
Orion Phillips, the punter for Utah, the sophomore from down under, averaged 43 yards per punt this season. Ja'Cory Barney Jr. has already scored a touchdown for Nebraska. He's back at his own 16, hoping to score again. Phillips gets the kick away. Good hang time. Barney calls for a fair catch, races forward, and makes that fair catch at his own 26. And that will be...
That's the end of the first quarter. Timeout.
The final play of quarter number 1. 14-7, Nebraska leading 15th-ranked Utah. Bowl-bound teams bring their best, so should you. Nothing says game day like the bowl-worthy taste of Hampton Farms peanuts. Bring the flavor, bring the tradition. Hampton Farms, the official peanut of bowl season. Available in your favorite grocer's produce section. Let's get nutty. Las Vegas Bowl hasn't seen a first quarter like this in a long time. We'll talk more about that when we come back. Former NFL lineman Marshall Newhouse will join us as well. That is the end of the first quarter at the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl with the score Nebraska 14 and 15th ranked Utah 7. Now this from Coca-Cola.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just nonstop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Ah, crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
Tim, I'm receiving an important update.
Ooh, are you getting night vision?
No. I just found out you could get $200 with Navy Federal Credit Union when you refinance your auto loans from another lender.
So, no night vision?
No night vision.
Learn more at NavyFederal.org/auto loans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Credit and collateral subject to approval. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200. Terms and conditions apply.
If your child experiences a burn, Shriners Children's is here with world-renowned burn care. The same doctors who innovate procedures for the most serious burn cases are ready with the most advanced treatments for pediatric burn injuries, no matter the degree. Best of all, our care is provided regardless of a family's ability to pay or insurance status. Visit us at shrinerschildrens.org to see why we're the place to turn for any burn. Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the rewards program that loves it when you... Date night. Bet the perfect parlay. Lounge poolside. Ooh, shiatsu. Bottle service. Yeah, hit me. Shop till you drop. And then some. Earn and redeem on countless amazing experiences at MGM Resorts. This is MGM Rewards. Why be a guest when you can be a member? Visit MGMRewards.com for more. Earning and redemption limitations may apply to certain purchases in certain states.
Start of the second quarter at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas on this final day of 2025. A Nebraska squad playing without some of its top playmakers holds a 14-7 lead over Utah in the highest scoring first quarter in this bowl game since 2015 when Utah led BYU 35-0 after a quarter. Utes had to hang on that day to hold off the Cougars 35-28. You've been hearing Tim Murray. He's now down on the sideline, and joining me in the booth is 11-year NFL veteran and Super Bowl champion with the Green Bay Packers. This is a college game, so let's call him a former TCU Horned Frog, Marshall Newhouse. Marshall, how about these Huskers?
They look really good. They've come out to play. They're looking for something to prove. A lot of the bowl talk has been about what team's showing up, who wants to play, do bowl games matter, and Matt Rule and this squad has absolutely proven that and showing that so far today.
T.J. Lateef on first down, hands off to Mosey, but he's hit in the backfield. Great break on the football That Utah defense has some playmakers, and Jackson Benny, chief among them, the sophomore who started for the Titans of Olympus High at Holiday, Utah, with a tackle for loss back at the 25-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 12 for Nebraska.
Yeah, this Utah team is looking to respond and start this new Scally era without Kyle Whittingham, and this defense is not one that's going to continue to relent as Nebraska's pushing the ball down the field.
Mosey remains the tailback behind Latif out of the gun. Play action, though. Latif wants to throw all kinds of time. Swings it out for the tailback, Mosey, but threw it over his head out of bounds. So the incompletion will set up 3rd and long for the Huskers. Not what this offense is built for. It'll be 3rd and 12 from the 25.
Yeah, Matt Rule obviously trying to get Latif some easy reads, kind of half the field cut off right there. Dane Key with a corner route was his first read, but he dumps it off. But that touch required to get the ball on the flat and let your defender run, he gives it a little bit too much and throws it out of bounds. This
Utah defense picked off 14 passes this year for 17 turnovers. Utes trying to be ball hawks as Nebraska sets up for 3rd and 12 from its own 25. Empty for Latif. 3 receivers to his left, 1 to the right. Here's a shotgun snap. Utes rush 4. The pass swung out to the left side, caught at the 30, but Nebraska's going to be short of a first down. Nice run after the catch by Dane Key, the senior, but he's 2 yards short of the 35. 4th and 2, and for the first time today, Archie Wilson, the freshman punter, will come on for the Huskers.
And you called it. They go empty, but just not a lot of plays in your playbook to convert 3rd and long like that. Dane Key runs a little pivot, whip route, but he has to throw underneath Latif. And Utah does a really good job rallying and tackling, and they get off the field.
Mana Carvalho back deep for Utah at his own 25. Archie Wilson, the freshman from down under, averaged 39 yards per punt for his rookie season in college football. A couple rugby steps to his right. Now he boots a low kick. Carvalho calls for the fair catch and makes it with 4 Huskers staring him in the face at the 26. Utes fans wanted interference, but they didn't quite touch him. Carvalho lobbying for it here. No flags. It'll be 1st and 10 Utah from its own 26. 13:28 to go in the first half. Nebraska on top of the 15th ranked Utes, 14-7. Devin Dampier so far 3 of 4 for 74 yards. He also has the lone touchdown for the Utes, his 8th rushing touchdown this season. Wayshawn Parker, the tailback, now 51 yards away from 1,000 for his sophomore season. He's not in the ball game here as Dampier play action, throws the quick hitter. It's caught by the tight end, Buchanan, and that's going to be a first down across the 35 all the way to the 39-yard line. J.J. Buchanan, a freshman from right here in Vegas where he started for the Coronado Cougars.
Little play action pass there. Devin Dampier known for using his legs, but he puts a lot of zip on that ball. Delivers a really good strike from the slant to Buchanan.
Got it out quick. Now they fake the fly sweep. Dampier keeps running left. Great jump cut to make a man miss. And he's carrying guys with him all the way to the 47-yard line. Devin Dampier so dynamic in space. And the tackle for Nebraska finally made by Justin Rett.
A jump cut and a stiff arm to boot. He's got tons of running ability and natural instincts with the ball in his hands. And he's got Utah here second and manageable. They have the entire playbook at their disposal right now.
This may be play action bomb time. Instead, handoff. And a first down. You hear the pads popping as Nakari Rogers, the senior who played with Dampier at New Mexico last year, runs for a first down to the 46 of Nebraska. Huskers lead at 14-7 early second quarter.
Nakari Rogers at 210 pounds was not looking to avoid contact right there, as you alluded to. Some really good pad popping going on.
Justin Redd on the other side of that collision. Play action. Dampier rolling to his right. Now thinking about running it. Dampier down to the 40, 35-30. Right sideline. Ambles out of bounds at the 20. Boy, were the Huskers fooled by that play action. And Dampier with his biggest gain yet. They're going to be in that red zone at the 20.
Well, Jameer Khan comes on a little slot pressure, and he blows that play up immediately, but just the athleticism of Devin Dampier, he eludes to the right and scrambles for an explosive gain. Just really frustrating if you're Nebraska on defense.
26-yard pickup for the dual-threat quarterback, and now he's got it back on either side. 1st and 10 at the Husker 20. They hand it off to Rogers. Bounces off a hit in the backfield and pushes it forward down to the 18 of Nebraska. It'll be 2nd and 8 for the Utes. Trying to tie this ball game here in the second quarter in Vegas.
Little lead there with Sione Motupaka leading the way. That's a lot of body in front of your runner at 276 pounds. a former, usual defensive tackle. They use him as a fullback today.
We've seen a couple of those D linemen come into the game as blockers already for the Utes. 2nd and 8 at the 18 of Nebraska. Play action. Dampier rifling it to his left. Caught at the 10-yard line. That'll be enough for a first down. Tackle made immediately. That's Larry Simmons on the catch. But Nebraska's secondary, that corner, Andrew Marshall, the California native out of the Inland Empire, a transfer from Idaho, made the stop at the 9-yard line. 1st and goal, Utah. Dampier right back on the line. Tight formation with trips right. Rogers in the backfield. Fake the handoff. Dampier straight ahead. Swallowed up and stopped for a loss of 2. Elijah Judy, that senior defensive tackle, the former Texas A&M Aggie, made the tackle for loss. 2nd and goal from a ball spotted at the 11 now.
Also in on that play was Riley Van Poppel, the defensive tackle out of Argyle, Texas. I'm familiar with that place, but that play just kind of got blown up from the beginning. Nebraska doing a really good job getting penetration and blowing up some of these read plays early.
Utah taking its time this time. A brief huddle. Parker back in the ball game off the right hip of Dampier. 2nd and goal from the 11. Shotgun snap. Dampier rolling to his right. Looking. Pressured. Hit as he throws, and the ball will go incomplete. Devin Dampier hit in the backfield by Cameron Lenhart, the junior defensive end, and it's going to be 3rd and goal for the Utes from the Husker 11.
Yeah, and if not for Dampier being on the edge of the pocket, really dangerous intentional grounding. Well, it looks like the referee sees it late.
Offense number 4. The quarterback was outside the tackle box, but the ball did not land beyond the line of scrimmage. There's no eligible receiver in the area. The penalty's lost it down at the spot of the foul. 3rd down.
So another loss for the Utes, and now they're going to look at 3rd and goal. Where are they going to spot this football? They're still moving it. They have to find where Dampier was when he threw it. And they're going to put it right at the 20-yard line.
Yeah.
So 3rd and goal from the 20.
To reiterate the rule, if the quarterback's out of the tackle box, he can get rid of the ball, but it has to cross the line of scrimmage. That ball dies just short of the 10. That's why the referees decided to throw the flag there.
It's empty for Dampier, and now we've got a timeout.
Nebraska's called their first charge timeout of the half.
So Matt Rule takes time with 10:13 remaining in quarter number 2. Nebraska 14, Utah 7. Got Marshall Newhouse up in the booth here at Allegiant Stadium. Our Tim Murray is now down on the field. And Tim, from up here, I just see a whole lot of red. Do you have any way of distinguishing Nebraska fans from Utah fans out here today? Well, I don't either. Westgate Las Vegas is home to award-winning restaurants, including Edge Steakhouse, known for premium cuts and an elevated steakhouse experience, Fresco Italiano, serving classic Italian dishes with a modern touch, and Benihana, the iconic teppanyaki experience that's always a crowd favorite. Whether it's a special night out or a fun group dinner, Westgate has you covered. 10:13 to go, second quarter in Vegas. Nebraska 14 and the 15th-ranked Utah Utes 7. It's the 2025 SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl, and now this from Hell of a Good Dip.
This season, the action isn't just on the field. It's in every game day spread. Hell of a Good Dip bring bold flavor to every watch party. Made for dunking, scooping, and celebrating every big play. Find Hell of a Good in stores near you and follow on Instagram at Hell of a Good Dips. Start dipping with Hell of a Good.
During bowl season, every team is the away team. And that's exactly who Engine was built for. Whether you're traveling for a big game, big meeting, or your big brother's wedding, if you're traveling in numbers, Engine's on your side. We're the all-in-one platform for group travel that makes every road trip simpler and more affordable, giving you an away team advantage for every away game on the calendar. So to all 82 teams and millions of fans traveling this bowl season, safe travels and may the best road team win. Book travel at engine.com.
At SRS, we still believe in the American dream. It starts with a roof over our heads and the belief in a happy and prosperous future. As a company, we honor our commitments to our customers, employees, and veterans. And by truly giving back to our communities and sharing our success, SRS delivers more than building products. SRS delivers the American dream. Visit us at srsdistribution.com.
Visit the newly opened William Hill Sportsbook at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas, featuring a wide range of sports betting options, including player props, same-game parlays, super parlays, live in-play wagers, and more. All available 24/7. You can also come in and sign up for a William Hill mobile account and get your first bet matched up to $250 instantly. Never miss another bet with William Hill Sportsbook at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Third and goal from the 20. Dampier takes a shot for the end zone, and how did he do that? Caught! Touchdown, Utah! J.J. Buchanan, the Vegas native, has scored 6 on third and goal from the 20. Dampier had all kinds of time, and boy, does he have a cannon, Marshall Newhouse. What were the RPMs on that spiral?
He put it in there tight. Nebraska chooses to drop 7 and only rush 4. They do a really good job of containing Dampier, but he buys time, and fires a laser into Buchanan. This Utah offense is third in the country in red zone touchdown rate, and they show you there, right, how they do that.
And the tight end's a big part of the offense. Bentley caught the bomb from Dampier earlier, this time on third and goal from the 20. The freshman from Henderson, Nevada, just southeast of where we sit, catches his 5th touchdown of 2025. A 9-play, 74-yard scoring drive, 3:23 to go, or 3:23 consumed on that drive. And we've got a brand new ball game, Mr. Newhouse. You like this energy in the stadium?
Absolutely. Listen, Allegiant, people call it one of the Death Stars. It's a big modern facility, but these two fan bases come from, I think, more modest places, and they bring the energy in that way. And this game has been tightly contested, as has a lot of bowl season. It's been really fun to watch multiple fan bases that aren't used to playing each other go at it and play down to the wire games.
This one may be on its way to that very thing. Dampier earlier had his 8th rushing touchdown. Now he's got his 23rd touchdown pass this year against just 5 interceptions. And with 10:05 to go in the second quarter, the score, Nebraska 14, 15th ranked Utah 14. You're listening to Coca-Cola Bowl season radio coverage of the 2025 SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, Doug. Here you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet Jeep Grand Cherokee?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Wrap up the year sales event at Doug Smith Jeep, now through January 2nd. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're in Coca-Cola Bowl season. Now back to the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl.
14 apiece. Dylan Curtis set to kick off for Utah after that 20-yard touchdown bullet from Dampier to Buchanan. This kick will be deep, and Barney will bring it out from 5 yards deep. From the right corner, trying to angle left, and he's caught at the 15, taken down at the 16-yard line. Ja'Cory Barney a little overly aggressive, and Nebraska pays the price. That tackle made on special teams by Nakari Rogers, the running back.
It's really interesting to see during bowl season how much more aggressive everyone is, from the players on the individual level to the coordinators calling plays. Teams without playoff spots, not much to lose. They're taking more chances, more risks.
That was Dylan Curtis kicking off. I neglected to tell you that he made the point after another hell of a good extra point. Find hell of a good dips in stores near you. 1st and 10, Nebraska from its own 16. Tied at 14, second quarter. Play action. Latif sees the pressure, decides to try to run, and barely makes it back to the line of scrimmage. Utah's D-line, even without the starter Logan Fano, is a force to be reckoned with. And that was the 5th-year senior from Hawaii, Aliki Vimahi, with the tackle. No gain. 2nd and 10 for TJ Latif and the Huskers from their own 16.
Just a really impressive athletic play by defensive end Lance Holtzclaw. He slow plays that zone read and makes the read really muddy for Latif. So he pulls it and makes the play. Really athletic on the edge.
Makai Nelson, the running back. Latif out of the gun on 2nd and 10 from the 16. He wants to throw. Freshman throws to his left, caught at the 20, and Nebraska's going to get it out to the 23 as Dane Key hauls in another one, his 3rd catch. So it'll be 3rd and 4 for the Huskers from their own 22-yard line.
Simple little read on the left there, but really good execution by TJ Latif. It gets them in 3rd and manageable. That's a really important point because these calls become difficult, more predictable the longer you are out on 3rd down. So now they're in 3rd and 4. You have more options for a young quarterback to make a decision.
Latif 7 of 10 so far. The Huskers 3 for 5 on 3rd down. 3rd and 4 from their own 22. Tied at 14 with 8.5 minutes to go in the first. And now timeout taken by Nebraska. Matt Rule uses his 2nd of the half. That's how concerned he is with maintaining possession here. Let's go down to Tim Murray. Tim, I was looking around Allegiant Stadium here. Of course, you got Al Davis's memory on the north end with that giant torch. So many things that you see on NFL Sundays, but today just red everywhere. Who's Utes fans and who's Husker fans? Can you tell?
It's hard to tell. Now, Utah's mostly behind their bench, Nebraska mostly behind their bench, but it is a sea of red down here, guys. I've been doing sidelines for this bowl game. This will be my 4th time doing the Las Vegas Bowl. By far the best atmosphere. It is deafening down here, guys. This feels like a big-time college football game, and it is. 2 elite fan bases have made their way to Vegas for the new year. They are loud on this 3rd down.
It'll be 3rd and 4 for Nebraska from its own 22. The Huskers down to 1 timeout. They led 7-0, 14-7. Now we're tied at 14. Mosey in the backfield with Latif. Barney motions from right to left, now reverses course. And it looked like Utah jumped offside. Nope. The Huskers moved first. False start. We'll move it back 5 yards.
Offense number 59. 5-yard penalty. Remains 3rd down.
Henry Lutovsky, the left guard, saw the pressure coming, jumped early. Marshall, you played offensive line in the NFL. How hard is that to stay composed when you know they're coming?
Well, yeah, you're definitely on pins and needles, anticipating the play. But also, they've been used to Dylan Raiola all year. So this is a new quarterback with a new cadence in a raucous environment, and things like that can happen. You expect more from the senior, but things like that can happen.
3rd and 9. Ives in for pass protection. Blitz coming. They pick it up. Latif trying to escape, throws on the run, and throws it well beyond the tight end Lindenmeyer. Just had to get rid of it to avoid the sack. And Nebraska will have to punt it away with 8.5 minutes to go in this tied 2nd quarter, 14 apiece.
Ruling is number 44 was in the area. It's an incomplete pass. 4th down.
And you talked about it on the false start, but Utah was dead set on bringing pressure, and they brought the heat. Jonathan Hall off the edge, forces Latif to roll out and not even get a decent throw off. Utah is not content just sitting back and letting this freshman try to carve them up on 3rd down.
Carvalho stands at his own 42, hoping to return the punt from Archie Wilson, the Nebraska freshman. This time a left-footed boot for Wilson, who clearly is ambidextrous if you hadn't paid attention, and that one's caught on the fly at the 40. Fair catch for Carvalho. So that's a 38-yard punt, no return, and Utah will have prime field position when we come back. Tied at 14 with 8:20 to go in the first quarter. We'll check in with Tim Murray down on the field when we return. Resorts World Las Vegas is where your weekend wins big. 3 luxury hotels, Hilton, Conrad, and Crockford's, plus world-class dining and unforgettable entertainment, all under one roof. Discover more at rwlasvegas.com. The score, Nebraska 14, 15th ranked Utah 14. You're listening to Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio, home of the 2025 SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
You're listening to the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl from Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio.
With Marshall Newhouse, Tim Murray, and our engineer Ray Rago, I'm Paul Leffler. 14 apiece between Nebraska and Utah. They're also tied at the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. Texas and Michigan knotted up at 17 all. And Utah goes to the backup quarterback, Bird Ficklin, calling his own number, but getting stopped in the backfield. Nebraska's defense showing some pride. And Ficklin, who's a big runner, got maybe half a yard. Making the stop for Nebraska that time, Jacob Bauer, the linebacker. Second, we'll call it 2nd and 10 from the 40, and now Devin Dampier back on the field. They worked Ficklin in for one play. They fake the fly sweep, throw back left to the tight end, Bentley, rumbling left sideline across midfield, stays on his feet inside the 40, but the sideline takes him out. Bentley is a load, as Nebraska's Rex Guthrie just found out, and Dallin Bentley puts the Utes 1st and 10 at the Husker 36.
Really creative play call there, a little play action, but you get Bentley in the flat with a little natural pick route, and Dampier puts it right on him, allows him a yards after catch opportunity.
Bentley with 68 yards on just 2 carries. Now they run the end around, and Nebraska strings it out to the perimeter. Utah has so many playmakers.
I think that was Bird Ficklin there on the end around. Just such a dynamic athlete. He got that QB run for no gain earlier, but all season he's been a rushing threat. He's rushed for 500 yards and 10 touchdowns as the backup quarterback. But as you can see, the Utah Utes, they feel comfortable using him anywhere. Right now he's lined up a receiver.
Yeah, you put both of those guys on the field, and what does the defense do? Ficklin, the freshman from Muskogee, Oklahoma, has averaged 9 yards a carry this year. Now it's empty for Dampier. running it to his left, tries to cut back inside and takes a blistering hit at the 30. That's going to leave Utah with 3rd and 4. Dampier that time felt the full force of Vincent Shavers Jr., the sophomore linebacker out of Miami. 3rd and 4 Utah at the Husker 30, tied at 14, 6:45 to go in the second. Utah so far on 3rd down, 1 for 2. Dampier has run for a touchdown and thrown a touchdown pass. Wayshawn Parker back in the ball game off the left side of Dampier, and Nate Johnson also in there. Johnson runs a route. Dampier pressured, throws it over the middle, and it's incomplete. Was looking for Bentley. Shavers was there in coverage, I should say. And Marshall, it looked like Dampier, maybe for the first time today, rushed it just a little bit.
Yeah, he had pressure right up the middle, and you talk about quarterbacks and pocket presence. When they get pressure up the middle, that disturbs them more than anything. Riley Van Poppel, just a 6'5" guy in your way, a shorter quarterback than Eric Dampier, and yeah, he looked a little rattled, didn't set his feet, and an errant pass. Looks like Utah's going to be aggressive and go for it here on 4th down.
4th and 4 from the 30 of Nebraska. The Utes 14 for 22 on 4th down this year. Blitz coming. They swing it out to the perimeter. Parker breaks the tackle. 1st down and more. Right sideline, down inside the 15. Wayshawn Parker. Once he broke that tackle, it was 1st down, and he was thinking touchdown. And Utah has it 1st and 10 in the red zone at the 13 of Nebraska. We're tied at 14 with 6 minutes to go in the second.
No problem there. Can't keep this Devin Dampier offense down long, but just a little check down there to Parker in the flat, and he does the rest with his feet. Utah has so many weapons out of the backfield that Dampier can distribute to.
Donovan Jones was trying to make the stop, and Parker said, not today. 1st and 10 from the 13 of the Huskers. Dampier hands off Parker between the tackles, runs into the line at about the 10, and Nebraska pushes him backwards.
Did I show my age there with the Eric Dampier reference, the Freudian slip?
Your basketball aficionado, huh? You must have played the post.
I was at Maverick, so he was the Maverick center there for a little bit, Eric Dampier.
How tall are you, Marshall?
I'm 6'4".
Yeah, you played the post a little
Funny
bit.
enough, I was more of a baseball player. I played some basketball, but I played a lot of baseball too.
What's that, Tim?
I said 6'6" down here. Come on, grow a little size there, Marshall.
Now they shift Ficklin to quarterback and put Dampier out wide. Ficklin fakes the handoff. Ficklin running right side and stonewalled at the 10-yard line. No gain. It's going to be 3rd and 7 Utah from the 10 of Nebraska. That Husker defense not fooled at all by that shift.
You called it, yeah. They stayed home and really, really disciplined. Marquez watching Trent there was not fooled, and his first one to make contact, and not much gain there for Utah. It makes this a little bit difficult of a 3rd down. They've got a really good red zone range, as I alluded to earlier, but this field is shrank, and it's condensed down here. Let's see what they do.
3rd and 7 from the 10 of Nebraska. Motion a man out, leaving it empty for Dampier. Pump fakes, throws to his right, and it's incomplete at the 5-yard line. Was looking for Bentley, the tight end, who's had a big game already, but he couldn't haul it in. And Utah will send on the kicking team. You mentioned the red zone success for the Utes this year. They've scored on all but 5 of their red zone possessions. 79% of their red zone tries have yielded touchdowns. The freshman kicker, Dylan Curtis, hasn't missed since a 59-yarder against Colorado back in November. 10 of 14 on the season. This one from the right hash. 28-yard kick. It's up, and it's through. So with 4:13 to go in quarter number 2, the Utah Utes and the new head coach, Morgan Scalley, with their first lead of the day. Utah 17, Nebraska 14. It was a 10-play possession that consumed 4 minutes and 7 seconds off the clock, driving 50 yards before the kick for Dylan Curtis.
And that 3rd down play by Devin Dampier was actually a very accurate ball. He had a little stop route to the tight end to Bentley, and he puts it low and outside where only his guy can get it, but just even a better play by corner Donovan Jones. He's all over the tight end, gets his hand in there, causes some stress and some strain, and just nothing doing for Utah. They settle for the field goal, but maybe this is Nebraska hold serve here a little bit, giving their offense a chance to jump on top.
The Huskers led 7-0 and 14-7, but now Devin Dampier has led Utah in front 17-14. Dampier 156 yards and a touchdown throwing it, 38 yards and a touchdown running it. For more on the dynamic Devin Dampier, let's go back to Tim Murray on the field.
Yeah, he was named Big 12 Offensive Newcomer of the Year. The transfer from New Mexico very quickly earned the respect of his teammates. Just 2 weeks onto campus last January, guys, he was voted by the team to their leadership council immediately, earning that respect. And he said this week that this is a Utah program built on love.
Another kickoff by Curtis will produce a touchback. And Nebraska will start at its own 25. Well, clearly the Utes fans are loving the performance by Dampier so far, to Tim's point. And if you're looking for the ultimate bowling experience, boy, you missed out on a great bowl experience here today in Vegas on the last day of 2025. But you can discover everything you need at gobowling.com. We're talking the other kind of bowling. Find local bowling centers. Sharpen your skills with pro tips. Stay updated with the latest news and grab exclusive deals. Whether you're a seasoned bowler or just playing for fun, start that fun now. Visit gobowling.com. 17-14 Utah. Nebraska with the ball for the first time, trailing. And Latif under center. Nelson the deep setback. Couple tight ends on the left side. Handoff Nelson, tripped up at the line, and he falls forward for 2 to the 27-yard line. So Utah won the toss and deferred possession to the second half.
Yeah, well, that's important just because these last few possessions before halftime are what we call a double dip, where if you're at the team that is going to receive in the second half, you're doing everything you can to score, whether it's a field goal or touchdown, preferably a touchdown before the half, leave no time for your opponent, and then to come out in the second half and score again. So this defensive possession even more important for Utah.
Another handoff to Makai Nelson, rerouted and then swallowed up at the 27. No gain. A whole bunch of red jerseys waiting for him, including the big sophomore from Tucson, Arizona, Keona Davis, with the stop. 3rd and 8 for Nebraska. Again, not necessarily the Huskers' forte when those third downs get this long.
Yeah, this defensive front by Utah is just really stout, not getting a lot of push back by this Nebraska offensive line, and that allows those runs to kind of get stuffed in the background, in the backfield. And here a tough opportunity for Latif on 3rd and long.
Blitz coming on 3rd and 8. Latif stands in, now steps up, tries to escape, grabbed from behind and taken down.
Looks like
Utah's Trey Reynolds with the stop, and Nebraska will have to punt it.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything was covered, but they get pressure early on Latif, make him really uncomfortable, and Reynolds just tracks him down. Latif is a really good athlete, but just a shoestring tackle, a really formed tackle to save the scramble for a first down. And here, Utah getting the ball back with about 2 minutes left with a chance to go score, going into the half, and get the ball coming out of the half.
Archie Wilson to punt it for Nebraska. Carvalho stands back at his own 35. This time the rugby punter goes to his left again. Launches a line drive. Carvalho backpedaling, makes the catch, and then gets drilled at the 25-yard line. Boy, Nebraska's coverage team outstanding, and how about that stop by Vincent Genatone?
Just a dangerous return there from the punt return, but Nebraska with a bang-bang tackle, as good as you can get. But here we are, Utah, 2:12 left, a veteran quarterback in Devin Dampier. These are moments where you methodically go down the field, you use your weapons, and you get points before the half.
Mark it at the 26-yard line, 2:12 to go. The Utes have all 3 of their timeouts. Dampier running it to his left, hit at the 27 and driven backwards. That'll bring us to the 2-minute timeout. It's going to be 2nd and 9 for Utah when play resumes. Marshall, a lot of people expected a blowout today with Utah's offense and Nebraska missing its playmakers, but Matt Rule's guys have been clearly focused today.
Yeah, they're playing inspired football. They're 115th in points allowed per scoring opportunity. Just a really tough year for them in the Big Ten. But this is an opportunity that coaches talk about of how to set the tone for the next year. So these are a lot of guys that will be there, some seniors outgoing, but these guys are going to make up your squad next year. You can tell that he really got under their skin, challenged them, and they've come out swinging and challenged a Utah team that was in the playoff conversation for the majority of the season.
Ranked 15th in the country still. 2 minutes to play in Vegas. Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving all branches of the armed forces, veterans and their families. You can learn more about it at NavyFederal.org. Our members are the mission. The score, Utah 17, Nebraska 14 at the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl. More from bowl season after this from Navy Federal Credit Union.
Tim, I'm receiving an important update.
Ooh, are you getting night vision?
No. I just found out you could get $200 with Navy Federal Credit Union when you refinance your auto loans from another lender.
So, no night vision?
No night vision.
Learn more at NavyFederal.org/auto loans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Credit and collateral subject to approval. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200. Terms and conditions apply.
Wake up, scroll, eat, school, work, TV, podcast, eat, scroll, sleep, rinse, repeat. We've all been there, stuck in the same routine, day in and day out. But in the U.S. Air Force, you can put an end to this endless cycle. With over 200 career options at bases across the entire globe, your exciting future starts here. To learn more and get started, go to airforce.com. Aim high.
In 1917, Agnes and Herbert Greer recognized a need for high-quality cold-rolled strip steel. Their solution? They founded Greer Steel and built a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility to produce the highest quality strip steel available. The company was built one customer at a time. It was built with true relationships. Today, Greer Steel not only remains a leader in the industry, but is an extraordinary resource for clients that demand more efficient production, which increases their profit. With a long reputation as an innovator, the Dover, Ohio mill is home to the laser matte finisher, the only unit of its kind in the United States, plus a gold standard metallurgical lab. I'm John Racy, president of Greer Steel, and Agnes and Herbert Greer were my grandparents. We make steel that will meet your requirements and exceed your expectations. To learn more, visit us at GreerSteel.com.
I'm Hoppy Kercheval. I'll be joined at halftime by Brad Howe in the Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio Studios with highlights and scores. But right now, let's get back to Las Vegas with Marshall, Tim, and Paul. Guys.
All right, thank you, Hoppy. Look forward to those updates. Some hotly contested bowl games today, including this one, as Devin Dampier showing off the cannon again on 2nd and 9, able to move the chains, connecting to the 36-yard line with his top target, Ryan Davis, the fifth-year senior. They were teammates at New Mexico last year. That ball spotted at 38, and now whistles blow. Utah does have all 3 timeouts remaining. Let's see what Jason Autry, our referee, has to say here. They're going to review whether or not Davis picked up the first down. So that'll give us time to reset things here in a little bit. And during that timeout, another piece of Las Vegas Bowl history. The hometown team, UNLV, won this game back in the year 2000. Those bowl champions were just recognized. That was a John Robinson coach team led by quarterback Jason Thomas, the lefty. Do we have any lefties on the broadcast today?
Not in this seat that I'm sitting in.
None down here. I wish. I'm just your typical righty down here. But, you know, it's funny you talk about the 2000 Las Vegas Bowl. Utah played in the 99 Las Vegas Bowl. And then in the 2001 Las Vegas Bowl, they beat a USC team that had Pete Carroll on that sideline. And you know who was playing in that game? Morgan Scalley, the now head coach of Utah. This is the 6th Las Vegas Bowl appearance for Morgan Scalley and the 7th all-time for the Utah Utes. No team has played in this bowl game more than Utah.
That first appearance back in 99, that was the Mike Anderson show, future Denver Bronco running back who at that time was a 25-year-old military veteran, ran roughshod against Fresno State in a very hotly contested game that ended up with a tight finish going to the Utes back in 1999. That was a 17-16 Utes win the first time they were here. They lead at 17-14 with 1:53 to go. Mentioned that Hoppy and Brad will have all those updates at halftime. Tight one between Iowa and Vanderbilt today. Michigan and Texas have been neck and neck. Duke and Arizona State going toe-to-toe. So they'll get to the latest on all of those. Marshall, I keep coming back to what the book on this matchup was. Everybody said, hey, Utah's got its quarterback. They score 41 a game. Nebraska's missing an all Big Ten running back, its top receiver.
The receiver caught the ball with his knee on the ground a half yard beyond the 35-yard line, which is short of the line to gain. There was 1:58 on the clock. Neither team has elected to use as a timeout, so there's a 10-second runoff. Please reset the game clock to 1:48. It'll start on the ready for play, third down.
How about that for the most thorough explanation of the season by Jason Autry of this SEC officiating crew. Nebraska surprising people by being this tight, but huge opportunity for the Utes right here.
Absolutely. They got a field goal last drive. And listen, it's not nothing. They're missing their 2 superstar tackles and still performing. Well, this is so vital of a drive for this offense to really get some distance between them and Nebraska.
Dampier fakes the give to Parker, runs between the tackles, weaving his way through white shirts, and picks up the first down to the 42-yard line of Utah. And we've got a Nebraska player down in the backfield, so the clock will stop for that. That's Elijah Judy, that big defensive tackle, shaken up. 1:41 to go in this first half, 17-14 Utah. And you watch Devin Dampier, and you can see why he's a defensive coordinator's nightmare. So shifty.
He's shifty, and they do a really good job with a lot of pre-snap eye candy. I would call it eye candy. A lot of the jet motions, the pre-snap shifts, and it forces defenders to make last-second adjustments, and they snap the ball. And then add on to that Dampier's mobility and athleticism. And, yeah, he's a tough quarterback to game plan for. That's led to a lot of success in the Big 12 this season.
1st and 10 from the 42. Firing to Buchanan along the seam, and the tight end brings in another one. They're into Nebraska territory down to the 44 of the Huskers. 14-yard pickup right back on the ball. Dampier looking to throw again. Again finds a tight end. This time it's Bentley on the right sideline, and he's able to get out of bounds at the 41. Just a 3-yard gain, but that stops the clock with 1:28 remaining in the half. Utah still has all 3 timeouts and a 17-14 lead. The Utes will also receive that second half kick.
And I know we're in 2-minute drill, which is normally high urgency, but this Utah team has a knack. If they really want to, they can get on the ball and snap it in no time, and they've done that in the last few snaps and caught Nebraska off guard.
Wayshawn Parker in the backfield, 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Nebraska rushes forward. Dampier winds up, and his pass batted down at the line. Nebraska got a hand on it. Looked like that was right on the defensive line for the Huskers, with Sua Lefotu getting a piece of it. The incompletion brings up 3rd and 7 from the 41 of the Huskers.
And with those quick snaps and these quick passes, Sua Lefotu does a really good job of recognizing, hey, sometimes I'm not going to get home. I think that might even been Riley Van Poppel, too.
Van Poppel right in front of him.
Yeah, getting their hands up if they can't get home, and especially with Devin Dampier being 5'11", that's really effective with the bat.
Blitz coming. Utah picks it up. Dampier taking a shot, left sideline, back shoulder. Did he catch it or not? Yes, he did. How about J.J. Buchanan, the hometown kid back in Vegas, fending off Sierra Wright like he was posting him up on the basketball court. And Utah will have 1st and 10 at the 12 of Nebraska. A one-handed grab for J.J. Buchanan.
And that is just Devin Dampier seeing man coverage and saying, my guy is better than your guy. He throws a beautiful pass with just enough loft to the back shoulder for J.J. Buchanan, who uses his big 6'3" frame to box out like a basketball player the cornerback, and takes a really great diving, falling backwards catch. Not to mention Devin Dampier himself was falling backwards. That's just incredible playmaking by those 2 guys, and Utah is set up beautifully here with a little bit over a minute to go in the red zone.
Nebraska's tight ends, Bentley and Buchanan, have combined for 147 yards on 7 first-half catches. And the freshman from right here in Vegas, the former Coronado High School Cougar, J.J. Buchanan, up to 76 yards and a score on 4 catches. 1st and 10 Utah from the 12 of Nebraska. Nebraska just used its last timeout. One of those star tight ends, Dallin Bentley, will play in the 101st East-West Shrine Bowl January 27th in the new year at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, Texas. You will hear that live on Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio. One of his backups, Lander Barton, who's really a linebacker who moonlights as a tight end, he'll also be in that East-West Shrine Bowl. 1st and 10 Utes at the 12 with 1:12 to go. Nebraska out of timeouts. Shotgun snap. Dampier fakes the handoff, runs between the tackles, makes a man miss at the 7, and he's down to the 6-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 4 for the Utes. They'll let the clock move. Nebraska can't stop it. Under a minute to go here in the first half. 17-14 Utah.
And that's Devin Dampier using his GT counter with a jet motion. So much eye candy on the QB design run. And Utah having 3 timeouts has the entire playbook open to them, including runs, play action, anything they want to do. They're in prime position here.
They bring in some extra beef on the line. It's empty for Dampier. 2nd and 4. Clock at 35-34. Bring a man in motion. Shotgun snap. Dampier running again. That's Wayshawn Parker, rather, out of the Wildcat. He's trying to slip away, and Nebraska drives him backwards. The Huskers swarming around Wayshawn Parker, who took the Wildcat snap. And now Utah will have to take a timeout.
Utah's called their first charge timeout.
24 seconds left. And how about that Nebraska defense? That was Donovan Jones really driving Parker backwards.
Donovan Jones, but I give credit to Williams Waneri, the defensive end, who sets the edge to the pulling tackle on that Wildcat run and leaves Wayshawn Parker with nowhere to run. He's got to bounce and he starts making plays and actually loses a couple yards. This is Nebraska defense, again, playing with high energy, high intensity, high intention, stepping up here in the red zone before the half.
It's a loss of 5 after Jones knocked him backwards. Cade Petersack finished the tackle. So now it's 3rd and 9 for the Utes from the Nebraska 11. Utah and coordinator Jason Beck still with 2 timeouts left. But just 24 ticks remaining in this first half. Boy, forcing a field goal would be a big win for the Huskers, wouldn't it?
A huge win. Utah had 3 timeouts, now down to 2. They had the entire playbook at their disposal. They chose to go Wildcat there, which I don't agree with, taking the ball out of Devin Dampier's hands, knowing what he can do with his legs and his arm. But listen, if you're Nebraska, 3 points is quite the win given the circumstances.
Dampier put him in the end zone earlier on 3rd and goal from the 20. Parker motions out, empty for the dual threat quarterback. He's running between the tackles, straight into that south end zone. Touchdown, Devin Dampier, his 2nd today. And the Utes have a 2-score lead in Vegas.
That's the dynamism we're talking about. They motion Wayshawn Parker out of the backfield, and it's an empty look. You're thinking pass. It's 3rd down, and Devin Dampier takes a stutter step, waits for his puller, and beautifully steps in the end zone, untouched for the touchdown.
With not a bad dance at the tail end of that, his 9th rushing touchdown this year. 10 plays, 74 yards in less than 2 minutes. Dylan Curtis kicks another one through for a hell of a good extra point. Find hell of a good dips in stores near you. 20 seconds left in the first half in Las Vegas. And the score now, Utah 24, Nebraska 14. That's 17 straight for the 15th ranked Utes. Let's pause 10 seconds. It's the 2025 SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl on Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio from First Team.
.97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Our Tim Murray down on the field. But this Utah offense at full strength, Marshall Newhouse, is pretty scary, especially with what those 2 stellar tight ends can deliver.
Listen, there's a reason they put up so much production this year. Not just the quarterback, but all around. They got 2 tackles who might be first-round guys. And listen, they executed that to perfection. You drain all the time off the clock, basically. And you get 7 points, and you get the ball out of the half.
And 2 third down plays have really defined this game. 3rd and goal from the 20 when he delivered that shot to Buchanan. And now 3rd and 9 when you're about to force a field goal. And Dampier runs it in. That's the dual threat we're talking about, and he still has eligibility. Dampier, just a junior, the former Saguaro High School SaberCat from Phoenix. 24-14 Utah. We'll see what Nebraska does here after the touchback with 20 seconds left. Lateef out of the gun. Hands to Mosey, running left side, and that should bring the half to a close. He picks up 3 yards. Utah will get it first in the second half. No Kyle Whittingham, no problem. Morgan Scally and the 15th ranked Utes. A 24-14 lead. Let's go down to Tim Murray with the Huskers head coach as Matt Rule heads his way. Matt Rule had his hat on backwards for a while. He's flipped it around. Bill facing forward. Here we go, Tim.
Matt Rule walking over by Coach. What do you have to do to clean up the defense in the second half?
Well, it's the passing game, and we're stopping the run. They're a running team, and they've hit us on way too many pass plays. We're going to have to just win in the back end, which has been our calling card all year. We've had difficulty versus the run. We're stopping the run. We've got to make some plays in the passing game.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
That is Nebraska's head coach, Matt Rule, as Huskers led 14-7. Now they go to the break trailing the University of Utah 24-14. Hoppy Kercheval and Brad Howe are coming up next in the Bowl Season Radio studio after this from Hell of a Good Dip.
This season, the action isn't just on the field, it's in every game day spread. Hell of a Good dips bring bold flavor to every tailgate, made for dunking, scooping, and celebrating every big play. Find Hell of a Good in stores near you and follow on Instagram at Hell of a Good Dips. Start dipping with Hell of a Good.
Tim, I'm receiving an important update.
Ooh, are you getting night vision?
No. I just found out you could get $200 with Navy Federal Credit Union when you refinance your auto loans from another lender.
So, no night vision?
No night vision.
Learn more at NavyFederal.org/auto loans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Credit and collateral subject to approval. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200. Terms and conditions apply.
It takes a different breed to be the first to respond. The first on the scene. The first to tackle disaster head on. At ServPro, we witness the bravery of first responders almost every day. So to all those who never give a second thought to being the first ones in, this game's for you. ServPro, proud supporter of our nation's first responders.
At SRS, we still believe in the American dream. It starts with a roof over our heads and the belief in a happy and prosperous future. As a company, we honor our commitments to our customers, employees, and veterans. And by truly giving back to our communities and sharing our success, SRS delivers more than building products. SRS delivers the American dream. Visit us at srsdistribution.com.
It's halftime at the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl. To recap the first half, here are Hoppy Kercheval and Brad Howe.
And at the half, Utah has a 24-14 lead over Nebraska. Brad, what have you seen?
Well, that's a big touchdown there at the end of the half, not just because of the obvious that they go up 10, but the Utes are going to get the ball to start the second half as well, so that all-important middle eight that coaches talk about, Utah with a big advantage right now.
Here are the highlights from the first half. The Huskers get on the board first on a big run by freshman running back Mekhi Nelson.
On 1st and 10, handoff working right. Mosey cuts it back between the tackles. Angling left down to the 15, the 10, 5. That's going to be a touchdown for Nebraska. That is Mekhi Nelson, the redshirt freshman, taking it the distance. And the Huskers got the ball first. They score first.
8 plays, 82-yard drive to get our scoring started.
Yeah, Nebraska starts out 7-0. Then Utes took the kickoff and put together a long drive, capped by a short touchdown run.
Dampier keeps it, makes a man miss at the 3, dives for the pylon, and they say he's down inside the 1. The SEC officiating crew, led by referee Jason Autry, says the ball was across before the knee went down.
Good answer by the Utes as they turn around with a 75-yard drive of their own to knot it up.
And, Brad, this game started with drives, good long drives by both teams. Nebraska took the kickoff and settled in for another long drive of their own. 75 yards and 12 plays that ended with a score.
They bring a man in motion. Latif tosses it on the end around, trying to get that right edge. Nebraska's got 6. Ja'Cory Barney Jr., touchdown, Cornhuskers.
A little toss, but it goes down as a pass there, and that's the 5th receiving touchdown of the season for Barney.
Utah's drive starts at their 36. When you give Dampier time, he can heave it.
3rd and goal from the 20. Dampier takes a shot for the end zone, and how did he do that? Caught Touchdown, Utah. J.J. Buchanan, the Vegas native, has scored 6 on 3rd and goal from the 20. Dampier had all kinds of time, and boy, does he have a cannon.
Yes, he does. One of the best dual-threat quarterbacks in the Big 12. There he was showing off his arm, and he was really efficient in the first half, Hoppy. 12 of 16 for 210 yards, and that touchdown you just heard.
So we're tied up at 14. Now, Utah had been playing catch-up this entire game, but Utes kicker Dylan Curtis gives them their first lead.
10 of 14 on the season. This one from the right hash. 28-yard kick. It's up, and it's through. So with 4:13 to go in quarter number 2, the Utah Utes and the new head coach Morgan Scalley with their first lead of the day.
Utah looked like it might be headed for more on that drive, Hoppy, as they converted a 4th and 4 with Wayshawn Parker taking the pass from Dampier, broke a tackle, rumbled down to the 13, but the drive stalled there and the Utes settled for that field goal.
Inside 2 minutes and a half, Utah driving inside the 12. Dampier with a gain of 6 to the 6. They get pushed back to the 11. But then we know Dampier is dynamic and he keeps it.
Parker motions out, empty for the dual threat quarterback. He's running between the tackles, straight into that south end zone. Touchdown, Devin Dampier, his 2nd today. And the Utes have a 2-score lead in Vegas.
We told you about the 210 yards through the air. How about him on the ground? 62 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns there in the first half.
Brad, what do you think this game means for the Utah fans, given the fact that Kyle Whittingham has moved on? Are they looking at this game going, let's see how it's going to be without Kyle Whittingham for the first time in 2 decades?
I don't think there's any question. I think a win here would do a lot for the collective fan base in terms of just comfort level. That's a big change when Kyle Whittingham's headed out of town after 2 decades. Morgan Scalley taking over, which was expected, but a little bit earlier than anticipated. I think this would go a long way for this fan base.
At the half, Utah has a 24-14 lead over Nebraska. This is the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl on Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. Yet you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Come test drive the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander or any of our other amazing new Mitsubishi vehicles at Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
You're in Coca-Cola Bowl season. Now back to the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl,
where Utah has a 24-14 lead. All right, other bowl games today. The ReliaQuest Bowl, and Brad Vanderbilt thought they were maybe going to be in the playoffs. They weren't. They're going to the ReliaQuest Bowl to take on the venerable Kirk Ferentz and Iowa. How would this one turn out? Iowa up 14-3 in the third quarter when Kirk Ferentz decided to do something he doesn't usually do, and that is a trick play.
Ankle high snap, a handoff to flea flicker, back to Gronowski, fires down the far sideline, leaping catch, did he hang on to it? Yes! Touchdown Iowa! DJ Vanami makes the catch, at the front right pylon.
We love it when coaches empty the playbook here in bowl season, and Iowa did it right there. And that trickeration was beautiful, but it wasn't all smoke and mirrors for Iowa. They lined up and put up nearly 400 yards of offense on this Vanderbilt team, including nearly 200 on the ground.
That play gave Iowa a 21-3 lead, but Vanderbilt's got a guy named Diego Pavia, and he's pretty good.
Snap, play action, back. Pavia stands in, shoots it deep downfield. Richardson's out there. He's got it. 25-20, aiming for the front left corner, and he's in. Touchdown Vanderbilt. Lightning striking the Hawkeyes, and Trey Richardson takes it in and goes all the way, and Vandy is right back in it.
What a season for the Heisman finalists, and if this is it for Diego Pavia, how about the day today, Hoppy? 347 yards passing and 2 touchdowns in this game. That gave the ball back to Iowa then. They were protecting this 7-point lead, and the Hawkeyes then successfully ran off 2 minutes and 57 seconds, running only 3 actual plays combined with the 3 kneel downs, and they take this one.
Yeah, Iowa gets the win 34-27 over Vanderbilt. The Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl. This has been a wild one. It's still going. 1:10 left in the third quarter. Duke 35, Arizona State 32. This has been a game of big plays. Here's Duke's quarterback, Darian Mensah.
There's the snap. Back to throw, Mensah. Good protection. Fires deep and has his man. Caught at the 30, to the 20, 10, 5. Touchdown for Quayshawn Brown. We've got ourselves a 1-point game. Wow, he had a step or two and was wide open.
What a game this has been. Mensah with a huge game so far, and his favorite target, as you just heard, has been Quayshawn Brown. 6 catches, 143 yards, and that touchdown so far in this one.
Yeah, not over yet. Wyatt Thompson with the call there. And again, third quarter, it's Duke 35, Arizona State 32. The Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, Michigan and Texas tied up at 17. They just started the third quarter and bred a battle of quarterbacks.
Yeah, this is a fun matchup. We got both superstar quarterbacks playing in this one. Arch Manning for Texas. He had a nice first half, 14 of 23, 147 yards and a touchdown. And Bryce Underwood on the other sideline for Michigan, equally as efficient, 12 of 18, 106 yards and 2 touchdowns for the Wolverines.
We'll talk about the quarterfinal playoffs tonight and tomorrow. Coming up next, more from our halftime show after this from Scooter's Coffee, official coffee of bowl season.
Today's cup of Scooter's coffee was hard-earned in the trenches of school zone triumph. That pickup line is always a crawling mess of SUVs and minivans. But you timed it perfectly, getting there precisely between long-waiting early arrivers and last-minute moms. Even got a nice job from the oldest. Sure, he called your bruh, but you'll take it. So enjoy that Scooter's coffee, you pickup line prodigy. You earned it. Scooter's Coffee. You earned it.
Aisleseats.com is your source for tickets to all types of events, sports, concerts, theater, and virtually anything else that takes a ticket. If your event is sold out or you can't get the quality of seats that you're looking for, that is what we specialize in. Great seats to the hottest events. We can also help if you're on a budget. Many tickets are priced below face value. Best of all, Aisleseats.com has none of the service charges that other sites are famous for. The price you see is what you get. Visit Aisleseats.com. That's aisle with an A. AISLESCATS.com.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just nonstop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Ah, crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
This season, the action isn't just on the field. It's in every game day spread. Hell of a Good dips bring bold flavor to every watch party. Made for dunking, scooping, and celebrating every big play. Find Hell of a Good in stores near you and follow on Instagram at Hell of a Good Dips. Start dipping with Hell of a Good.
Alrighty, tonight it's the first quarterfinal game, Brad, of the college football playoffs. Ohio State and Miami in the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah, I'm going to watch the quarterback play in this one, Hoppy. Miami quarterback Carson Beck has played in a lot of big games. The stage won't be too big for him, but he gets an elite Buckeye defense that is number 5 nationally in opponent offensive success rate. On the other side, Ohio State's Julian Sayin had a tremendous season as well. Threw for 3,000-plus yards and 31 touchdowns against only 6 interceptions, but he gets a Miami defense that is led up front. They are talented on the edges, and they finished 4th nationally in sacks.
So, Brad, the Orange Bowl is tomorrow in another quarterfinal game. How do you see that bowl game?
Yeah, Oregon, Texas Tech, they're going at it. 2 really elite teams, and I think the surprise all season for people around college football is how good Texas Tech's defense is. They're going to get to show it against an Oregon offense that lives by the explosive plays. That one should be a great matchup as well.
Followed by the Rose Bowl, another quarterfinal game, Alabama and Indiana, and you can't say enough about the job that Coach Cignetti's done at Indiana over the last 2 seasons.
It's really amazing now. Can we call him a juggernaut over the last 2 years? I mean, this is amazing, Hoppy. The Hoosiers are 24-2 with a Big Ten championship, the school's first Heisman Trophy winner in Fernando Mendoza, and 2 college football playoff appearances in just the 2 years that Cignetti has taken over in Bloomington. Of course, he gets one of the most storied programs in history in Alabama. I think they quieted critics a little bit. Some questioned whether they should be in as the first 3 lost playoff team. They went on the road to Norman last week, came from behind, and got a win in that one.
Then we cap it off tomorrow night with the Sugar Bowl, Ole Miss and Georgia.
Yeah, this is a rematch from a shootout back on October 18th that saw Georgia get the win 43-35. The Bulldogs were down 9 heading into the fourth quarter there, came all the way back and got the win. But this is certainly a different game with 2 different teams now as Lane Kiffin has departed Ole Miss. They've got an new head coach taking over there. 6 LSU assistants left Ole Miss, went to LSU, but have come back to coach this game. So a lot of drama surrounding this one tonight.
Our halftime score at the Las Vegas Bowl is Utah 24, Nebraska 14. Mike Parsons is our producer. Kyle Wigg studio controls. Ethan Collins on highlights. Along with Brad Howe, I'm Hoppy Kercheval. We'll return to Allegiant Stadium to rejoin Marshall Newhouse, Tim Murray, and Paul Leffler in 2 minutes. This is Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio, and you're listening to the 2025 SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl.
The Hercules Local Business Spotlight this holiday season is Ty the Window Guy. Which started in 1998 as a small side job cleaning windows, has grown into a trusted local business built on quality service and long-lasting relationships. More than 27 years later, Ty still serves many of his first clients with the same dependable care that built his reputation. To learn more or schedule your next window cleaning, visit TyTheWindowGuy.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit YourSmileUtah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, and other Utah health partners. Remember, a healthy smile means a healthier life. Learn more at YourSmileUtah.org.
Because your smile matters.
Gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado. With 4 powerful engine choices, impressive towing capability, and legendary dependability. Or choose from other great offers on Colorado, giving you clever and convenient bed and tailgate functionality, plus outstanding torque for big adventures. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
This is the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl. It's time for the second half kickoff. Once again, along with Marshall Newhouse and Tim Murray, here's Paul Leffler.
Big crowd, exciting contest on this final day of 2025, the 33rd Las Vegas Bowl. This year, the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl saw the Nebraska Cornhuskers jump out to a 14-7 lead. Then the Utah defense took over, and Devin Dampier began his Vegas act. He could have his own show here the way he's going in the first half. Dampier, the dual-threat quarterback, leading Utah to a 24-14 halftime lead. Utes will get it first in the second half. Marshall Newhouse, you played 11 years in the NFL. This may not be a Raiders home game, but we might be looking at a record-breaking crowd for this bowl game, and the intensity has been felt way up here in the rafters where we're sitting.
Absolutely. Both fan bases showed up. I think Vegas has become an even more attractive option for them traveling with this new beautiful stadium here, the Allegiant Stadium. And listen, we gave Nebraska credit for their defense showing up and them jumping out on top, but 300 total yards of offense for the Utah Utes in the first half. That's tough to explain away. And of those 300 yards, Devin Dampier has accounted for 272. So they've got some adjusting to do, to say the least. But listen, they've shown that these kids prepared and they care. They want to be here. So that's not the option. That's not a problem. But now they've got to adjust and try to slow down this Utah attack that's beating them on the ground. It's beating them in the air. And you see why they were so dynamic during the regular season.
And Utah's made some defensive adjustments that paid big dividends. First game for Morgan Scally since he was elevated from defensive coordinator to head coach. He's still calling the defense, and he just joined our Tim Murray on the field.
Coach, after 2 touchdown drives for Nebraska, you guys shut down that offense. What did you guys do defensively?
All right, probably some layoff jitters is my guess. Just not playing assignment sound, not fitting gaps correctly. Calm down, and we're able to get some big stops, but it's really, there's no magic to it. Just guys started doing our jobs.
How are you feeling first time out here?
Oh, man, I love it. I love it for these players, right? There's so much that goes on during a bowl week, but it's all about the players at the end of the day. It's all about the game, so we got to finish strong.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Morgan Scally, the new head coach for the University of Utah after Kyle Whittingham left for Michigan. The Utes hoping for a chance to return the second half kickoff. Will once again have Daniel Bray back deep. John Hull kicking for Nebraska, end over end and not returnable. So the Utes in red will start at their own 25 against the Huskers in white. 24-14 in favor of the 15th ranked 10-2 Utes of Utah. We're brought to you by MV Sport, the official provider of the Bowl Bound shirt program with bowl season. Let's see how this Nebraska defense fares as the Huskers come back out. They're at relatively full strength. Had those defections on the offensive side of the ball, but defensive starters remain. Empty for Dampier on 1st and 10 from his own 25. Brings a man in motion, fakes the give, looks to throw, pump fake, no one to throw to, dances back to his right, now his left, now back to his right, still looking along the line of scrimmage. There may be linemen downfield. He finally throws it away. Talk about dancing. I mean, that might have been a Vegas strip show back in the day with Gregory Hines or something while all that's happened.
Did he run about 60 yards laterally back and forth, dancing in the pocket? I thought he was about to throw across his body, across the field, and I think he made the wise decision just to kind of eat that one and throw it away. But, again, his evasiveness is so frustrating for this defensive unit. They've already got hands on the hips, some of these guys, chasing him around like he's in a hamster wheel.
Tim, I hope you're not staring at Dampier's feet because you may get dizzy down there.
I'm mesmerized right now, by the way. This is all playing out right now. Devin Dampier has just been a special, special player all year long, and we've seen him dancing right there. He looked like he was part of Riverdance or something like that, guys, just the way he was moving and shaking down here on the sideline.
Meanwhile, one of Nebraska's captains shaken up on the play, Marquise Buford Jr., the senior from Chicago. He's got 3 interceptions in his career, stayed down for a while. Now he's limping off the field. And Tim, Matt Rule's energy today, you can feel it from up here. He's flipping that camo hat around. So he's got the backwards bill, and boy, he's just looking for anybody to try to pump up. He's almost like the hype guy on that Husker sideline.
Yeah, we know it's a unique situation. They've got a new defensive coordinator coming in after this bowl game from San Diego State. So Matt Rule, he's kind of thrown back a little bit. He's been coaching up the offensive line during the week. He's had a bit of an alter ego the players have been joking about. So, yeah, he is bringing a lot of energy over there on that Nebraska sideline. We'll see if it pays dividends here against Devin Dampier.
Dampier out of empty again, fakes the end around to Parker, keeps it himself, showing speed to the edge, 35-38 before he's forced out of bounds by Justin Rhett. A first down on the ground for Dampier. who's already got 75 yards and 2 touchdowns rushing to go with 210 through the air.
And they are spamming this pre-snap lateral, either jet motion, cross motion, every single play, whether it's run or pass, trying to get a pre-snap look on this Nebraska defense.
On 1st and 10, Dampier to throw, sets the feet, now escaping the pocket to his left. He's going to run it, going to his right, to the 40, and hit hard. He started to slide and took the hit. Had he gone fully into the slide, I don't know. A flag comes down. Keona Davis made the tackle. But when you're Davis at 275, how do you avoid that collision?
That's just really difficult. I don't know if I agree with that, if that's penalty holds. He slides so late.
After the play, personal foul, late hit with targeting. Defense number 23. The previous plays under video review.
I think they call that on Nebraska's Caleb Benning. I saw the big man, but Benning called for the targeting.
Yeah.
He had slid.
We're getting a chance at the replay here, and Benning is already into the tackling motion when Dampier slides. Now, the targeting part, he lowers his target, which is the helmet, into where Benning was already kind of launching himself. I just don't know what you do here as a defender. It's such a difficult spot for a guy that's so athletic in Dampier. It would be tough to lose the rest of the game if you're Benning. And then also the penalty. That's just a really difficult spot.
Benning, the redshirt freshman from Omaha, where he starred for the Warriors of Westside High. He had already left his feet when Dampier began the slide, but then the helmet-on-helmet collision is why they're taking a look at targeting. Jason Autry still at the replay monitor. 24-14, Utah score, and here's the verdict.
After video review, there is no foul for targeting. Just a personal foul, 15-yard penalty added to the end of the play, includes an automatic first down.
So
Number
Caleb
23 can remain in the game.
Yep, Caleb Benning can stay in the ball game. The ball moved to the 41 of Nebraska. Utah ahead by 10 here early third quarter, 24-14. Our broadcast today brought to you by Scooters Coffee, the official coffee of bowl season. They'd like to congratulate the athletes and staff on the hard work and commitment that earned them a place in today's exciting SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl. Scooters Coffee, amazing drinks, amazing people, amazingly fast. Kind of like Devin Dampier, who's amazingly everywhere all the time. And this time, Parker takes the snap. Dampier motions through, grabs the handoff, throws downfield, and it's nearly picked off. Broken up. Nebraska was not fooled by that trickery. A great diving deflection by Andrew Marshall, the corner.
A little trickeration there by Utah. Dampier was not the receiving quarterback from the snap. It's Wayshawn Parker, but then Wayshawn Parker hands it to Devin Dampier. He reverses field. We've seen that a few times in college football. Dampier puts a pretty good ball, but even better play by Andrew Marshall, making up ground and with the pass break up there on the sideline.
Creed Whittemore was the intended target, but Marshall dove in front and slapped it down. Now handoff, Parker between the tackles, bounces off a Husker and backpedals his way almost to a first down. They'll mark him down at the 33-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 2 for Nebraska. Wayshawn Parker, the Washington State transfer, still trying to navigate his way to that 1,000-yard threshold for his sophomore season.
Parker is such a low carrying the ball. He gets stopped there at about 4 yards, and then, as you said, his back's to the end zone. He just keeps turning the legs, falls forward for another 3 yards. Those hidden yards, when running backs get a little bit extra, are so important. Now it's 3rd and 3 instead of maybe 3rd and 5.
Parker in the backfield with Dampier, 3rd and 2 from the 33. Dampier fakes the handoff, keeps it himself, running to his right. He's got the first down and more, and he lowers the shoulder to push some Huskers backwards all the way down to the 24-yard line of Nebraska. 9 more yards for Devin Dampier, who's up to 90 rush yards today.
And I just can't imagine playing defense against this guy, especially today on Nebraska's front. They just don't know where the ball's going. Every play has misdirection, and then if you're one step behind a guy that fast, he converts first downs or worse, scores touchdowns. So just a really difficult task today.
Now the handoff. Utah's going to pick up about 3 off the right side. Was the inside handoff to Wayshawn Parker. Now up to 28 yards in the game. Needs just 41 more to hit that 1,000-yard mark. Utah was down 14-7. Has scored 17 straight and looking for more. Right on the edge of the red zone, and Dampier audibling at the line. Parker in the backfield with him. 2 receivers left, 2 more to the right. They bring the tight end Bentley in motion. Fake the handoff. Dampier to throw. Rifles it to his right. Caught inside the 15. That is Bentley. And he stays inbounds, going down at the 12-yard line. That's a first down for Utah in the red zone now.
And again, yet another pre-snap motion. This time Bentley coming from outside to in. It's so difficult because what he does is he forces these defenders to try to communicate and pass off responsibility or account for multiple receivers off the motion, and he gets a wide-open release, and Dampier has a wide-open target on the sideline. It's just every little thing makes you, as a defender, second-guess, think fast, and react late.
Bentley up to 81 yards. The other tight end, Buchanan, has 76. Dampier to throw. Fires to his left again. Bentley makes the catch inside the 5 and almost got there. Tripped up at about the 3-yard line. Dallin Bentley, the senior, going to play in that East-West Shrine Bowl next month. And he's got Utah at the 3-yard line, 2nd and 2.
Dampier's accuracy is really underrated right there. I know these are short passes, but he's putting the ball on the money with zip on time, and that allows a guy with a big body like Bentley to catch it and turn around immediately. Almost breaks the tackle for the touchdown.
And now Utah lines up in the I formation. Dampier under center, gives it to Rogers, running right, looking for the goal line, still on his feet. A push from the O-line, and he's in. Touchdown, Utah, Nakari Rogers.
And that drive coming out of the half went about as perfect as you can script it for the Utah Utes. Before the half, they score a touchdown, leave about 20 seconds left. They get the ball at half after they deferred the coin flip, and then they march right down the field on this Nebraska defense and score a touchdown. And just like that, this game is 30-14, about to be hopefully 31-14, could be blown wide open.
Dylan Curtis, the freshman, boots it through with his right foot. Another hell of a good extra point from Utah. Find hell of a good dips in scores near you. Another 10-play, 75-yard scoring drive for the Utes. 4 minutes and 20 seconds off the third quarter clock. Make it 24 straight for Morgan Scalley's 15th-ranked Utes. A 3-yard rushing touchdown for Nakari Rogers. His 11th touchdown this year for the Virginia Beach native, who followed Devin Dampier from New Mexico. With 10:40 to go in quarter number 3, the score, Utah 31, Nebraska 14. We'll return to the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl after this from Navy Federal Credit Union.
Tim, I'm receiving an important update.
Ooh, are you getting night vision?
No. I just found out you could get $200 with Navy Federal Credit Union when you refinance your auto loans from another lender.
So, no night vision?
No night vision.
Learn more at NavyFederal.org/auto loans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Credit and collateral subject to approval. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200. Terms and conditions apply.
Wake up, scroll, eat, school, work, TV, podcast, eat, scroll, sleep, rinse, repeat. We've all been there, stuck in the same routine, day in and day out. But in the U.S. Air Force, you can put an end to this endless cycle. With over 200 career options at bases across the entire globe, your exciting future starts here. To learn more and get started, go to airforce.com. Aim high.
Today's cup of Scooter's coffee was hard-earned through parallel parking perfection. Oh, the stakes were high, the spot was tight, and everyone was watching, including that red hatchback that wanted to shark the spot. But you rose to the occasion. Used the mirror trick you learned from the internet and, well, earned the respect of everyone on the boulevard. No backup cam? No problem. So enjoy that delicious cup of Scooter's coffee, you parallel parking wonderkid. Scooter's coffee. You earned it.
A 43-yard field goal with a ticket to the championship on the line. Here's the
At this moment, who you voted for doesn't matter. What kind of car you drive, how much money you make, what kind of music you listen to, or how many followers you have doesn't matter. At this moment, the only thing that does is football. Visit footballmatters.com.
Utah 31, Nebraska 14 here at the 33rd Las Vegas Bowl with our engineer Ray Regal, former NFL offensive lineman Marshall Newhouse, and Tim Murray. I'm Paul Leffler. And Tim's got more on another record broken by this Utah offense just moments ago.
Yeah, that touchdown run was the 40th touchdown on the ground this season for Utah. That is another school record. They needed 2 rushing touchdowns today to break the school record, so now 40 on the season. Earlier in the game, they broke the single-season record set back in 1984 for most rushing yards in a season. Needless to say, this is quite the prolific rushing attack we're seeing by the Utah Utes today.
Even without those 2 star tackles who are getting ready for the NFL draft. A bouncing kick will be brought back from the goal line by Ja'Cory Barney Jr. running to his right. He slips down at the 22. A couple flags come flying. So we'll await the verdict on that. Been a relatively clean game, just a pair of penalties apiece for the Huskers and the Utes. As they sort that out, we can talk about place right down the road from here. Westgate, Las Vegas is your home for legendary Vegas fun. It's where classic Vegas meets modern comfort from beautifully renovated
There are 2 fouls
rooms.
by the return team. Holding return team number 54. That penalty is declined. Holding return team number 32. It's a 10-yard penalty enforced from the spot of the foul. First down, Nebraska.
So on a critical possession, Nebraska has to start further back. Westgate, Las Vegas has beautifully renovated rooms and award-winning restaurants plus legendary entertainment. Everything you want is right here. It's the most connected resort in Las Vegas with access to the Las Vegas monorail and the Vegas Loop. Getting around has never been easier. Nebraska trying to get to that north end zone, but that's 90 yards away as the Huskers start at their own 10. TJ Lateef, the true freshman quarterback with an empty backfield. 4-man rush by the Utes. Lateef hit as he throws down the left sideline, and it's incomplete. That was intended for Key. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Yeah, they're just making Lateef as uncomfortable as possible with a 4-man rush, and that's just a tough way to make a living. They run double stunts, double TEs, and he is not allowed to step into that throw. It was a corner route. I think it was open if he could put a little more touch on it, but just no chance there from the pass rush.
Lance Holtzclaw got to the quarterback. He started in place of Logan Fano today as Fano and his brother prepare for the NFL draft. Little RPO action on 2nd down, and how about that agility out in space by the tight end Luke Lindenmeyer at 6'3", 250. The junior from La Vista, Nebraska, jumped up and over a Ute defender.
A little play action pass to the flat. Lindenmeyer with his little hurdle there, doing all he can for this Nebraska offense to get them a chance on 3rd down here. But they've got to convert in the pass game. Utah is being as stingy as ever versus this freshman quarterback.
Don Saunders went low. Lindenmeyer went high for a 6-yard pickup. 3rd and 4, Huskers from their own 16. Lateef to throw. Pressured, hit, sacked! Back at the 6-yard line. Utah gets home, and the Huskers will have to punt. That was Lance Holtzclaw again, had the hit earlier in the possession, and now the sack.
Holtzclaw with just a speed rush right off the edge on Turner Kokorin. No chance for Lateef. He's already a freshman. Things are moving really fast. But in 2 seconds, a defender is bearing down on him. He has no chance. Utah gets off the field. And we're looking at this thing maybe spreading out again in score.
Archie Wilson to punt. Takes that snap from the back of his end zone. Kicks it left-footed again. Carvalho back at midfield. Backpedals to his own 48. He'll return this one. Trying to get outside right, but he's wrapped up at the 49 of Utah. Nice open field special teams tackle by Amari Sanders. Tim, that Utah defense has been absolute nails since those first 2 possessions.
Yeah, Holtzclaw, you can see, as you mentioned, Paul, coming around up the middle, feeling the pressure on Lateef in that opening play of this drive, and then the big sacks there. Elijah Pritchard, the left tackle for Nebraska, visibly frustrated as he walked off the field here, guys, as he is watching this Nebraska offense, after such a great start, get dominated by this Utah front.
And now the Utah offense will have it back when we come back. The Utes have scored touchdowns on their last 2 drives. They've scored on 4 straight drives and 5 of their 6 possessions today, with 8:59 remaining in quarter number 3. The score, 15th ranked Utah 31, the Cornhuskers 14. You're listening to Coca-Cola Bowl season radio coverage of the 2025 SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet Jeep Grand Cherokee?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Wrap up the year sales event at Doug Smith Jeep, now through January 2nd. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
You're listening to the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl from Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio.
Devin Dampier, the dual threat quarterback, has accounted for 318 of Utah's 360 yards from scrimmage. And he's back on the joystick. 1st and 10 from the Utes 49, leading 31-14 here in the third quarter. And that is not Dampier, it's Ficklin taking a shotgun snap and running to his left. Let's see if Dampier comes right back in, and he will. They're not going to give him that early of a break, but boy, Bird Ficklin, the future for Utah. The former Muskogee High School rougher out of Oklahoma. And Marshall, you talked about his running ability early. He's bigger than Dampier. He can throw it too. Very accurate passer this year. 3 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Absolutely. I think they feel comfortable with both those guys. But that play, they're in these 2 quarterback looks. Dampier is on the field, down at the bottom of the screen, but not necessarily a threat, you wouldn't think. But that's a QB design run all the way. And Utah just feels really comfortable with both these guys and designing plays via offense coordinator Jason Beck for them to get the ball in their hands. They're just playmakers, plain and simple.
We've got a pause on the field because a Nebraska player was shaken up. Ficklin picked up 5 yards on the carry to the 46 of Nebraska. It'll be 2nd and 5 for the Utes. And good to see Jameer Khan, the Nebraska defensive back up. Tim Murray's down on the field here to lead us.
Yeah, such a unique situation, right, with Bird Ficklin and Devin Dampier, both rushing for over 500 yards this season for the Utes. Bird Ficklin, a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. Utah was the only Power 4 program to offer him, and with everything going on, back on December 11th, he said, quote, "I'm here to stay." So he is expected to be back next year for this Utah Ute new era with Morgan Scalley taking over for Kyle Whittingham.
Utah has it 2nd and 5. Again, it's Ficklin. This time calling his own number, running straight ahead. He lowers the shoulder and picks up the first down to the 40. 6 more yards for Bert Ficklin. Dampier was on the field but lined up wide that time. Talk about pick your poison, Marshall. What do you do as a defense when both of those playmakers are out there?
Jason Beck, just an embarrassment of riches right now. I don't know if he has enough plays to get out called right now. He's pulling everything out of the playbook.
Dampier comes in motion. Ficklin hands it to him. Dampier rolls around him and is going to take a deep shot down the right sideline looking for Buchanan, who fights back to the football, makes the catch, Touchdown Utah, but a flag is down. It might be offensive interference on the big freshman Buchanan, who's had a monster performance in his hometown.
81, 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Repeat first down.
Yeah, I think J.J. Buchanan was in the weight room bench pressing a little too much in this break. He gets his arms extended on that deep ball from Dampier, and that's a pretty cut and dry offensive pass interference call. I don't even think he had to do that to make a play on the ball. But if you're going to do it, you got to be subtle. You got to be savvy, and that time it was very blatant offensive pass interference.
Andrew Marshall sold it a little extra, too, after getting shoved to the ground. You heard the reaction here at the crowd. Tim, that was right by where you are.
Yeah, it was a heck of a catch. I'll say that for J.J. Buchanan. He got up ready to celebrate, looks at the ref and says, "No, not on me." And immediately the ref just gives that two-arm shove, points towards the offense. So heck of a attempt, great catch, got his feet in. Problem was he two-arm shoved the defender.
1st and 25 for the Utes now from their own 45. Play action, Dampier throwing to his left, and that's broken up incomplete. Nice job out in space by the corner Donovan Jones to deny Dampier, who's now 14 of 21 for 228 yards and a touchdown through the air. He's run for 90 yards and 2 scores. 2nd and 25 Utes. Just under 8 minutes to go in the third. Marshall, if Nebraska can get a stop here, we could see momentum shift a little again.
Yeah, definitely. But Utah has held the ball significantly in the second half so far. But they're behind the 8 ball right now after that offensive pass interference.
Empty for Dampier. Wants to throw again. Winds up. Fires to his right. Complete to Davis. Down to the 37 of Nebraska. So that'll leave 3rd and 7 for a Ute squad that's converted 5 out of 8 third downs today.
Dampier just with so much conviction. His back foot hits the back of his drop, and he delivers that ball with zip.
Now on 3rd down, looking to throw again. Steps up, thought about running. Now he reverses field, running to his right. Throws on the run for the sideline. Catch made at the 15-yard line. Wow, Wayshawn Parker, the running back, way down there in the route and tiptoed that sideline. They mark him out at the 14, 1st and 10 Utes.
I just don't know if we'll get tired of saying this. Stefan Dampier buying time in the pocket, dancing around, his neck's on a swivel, and then delivers a strike to the sideline for Wayshawn Parker.
Now he fakes the give to Parker. Dampier running again, will scoot out of bounds at the 7. A gain of 7 for Dampier, who's now 3 yards away from 100 rushing. And on that completion to Parker, that pink cleat of his was maybe a half of an inch inside the sideline. Tim, were you right on top of that one too?
I mean, that was a heck of a effort. And Devin Dampier out here like a maestro saying, hey, move a little bit back. And Wayshawn Parker, who, by the way, wore those pink cleats during the month of October for breast cancer awareness and told Kyle Whittingham, hey, I like these cleats. Can I keep wearing them? He ran for over 100 yards in November in a game and said, yeah, sure, you can keep wearing those pink cleats. And, boy, they are popping on the sidelines, and he was able to keep them just inside the sideline here right in front of us.
Had another brief stoppage because Riley Van Poppel, the sophomore defensive lineman, was shaken up. It'll be 2nd and 3 for Utah from the Nebraska 7. The Utes have scored the last 24 points of this game and now looking for more as they lead by 17 here with just under 7 minutes to go in quarter number 3. Parker in the backfield with Dampier. Gives it to Parker. Starts to his left, cuts back right, and burrows a hole down to the 5-yard line. Cameron Lenhart made the tackle. It'll be 3rd and 1 from the 5.
Yeah, Utah is just kind of playing with their food now. I think they're getting to anything they want. That play is kind of stopped, but they're at 3rd short. They've got everything at their disposal. They've got multiple quarterbacks who can take off and run. Devin Dampier, who's dangerous here in the red zone. And Nebraska, the last quarter and a half, just has had no answers for this Utah offense.
And Dampier takes care of the football, too. Just 5 interceptions this year. Now they've got another D lineman in the backfield to block. Dampier pressured, backpedals, throws, and nearly throws his 6th pick. Wow. Threw it right at Javen Wright, the senior linebacker, but it got on Wright so quickly the hands could not secure it.
Yeah, that might have been one of his worst decisions of the day. A little rollout to the right. I think he had a guy open early in the flat, but he decides to keep it and throw over the middle. And Nebraska really savvy to back up off the pass rush and get their hands up almost a pick there, if not for the D lineman maybe not having the best hands on the field.
Utah go for it on 4th and 1. Dampier motions out. Parker was going to take the snap. Now Dampier shifts back to the center spot. 2 tight ends on the right side. Parker in motion. Dampier fakes the give, runs straight ahead, dives for the goal line. Did he get in? Waiting for a signal. Touchdown, Utah. 3rd today for Devin Dampier, and that puts him over 100 yards rushing in the Las Vegas Bowl.
And Jason Beckett's cooking today, I got to be honest. They start with a pre-snap shift. 4 players for Utah on offense shift to the other side of the ball, and then they run a jet motion, and then Dampier keeps it off the jet motion. So much eye candy for the Nebraska defense to contend with.
Video review. Timeout.
They have to look upstairs to see if the ball broke the plane before Dampier was down. Remember, earlier it was ruled no touchdown, and replay overturned it to say he did get in. He's wrapped up down low. Tim Murray was right there. Tim, did the nose of the football get across before the knee was down?
Now, it is worth noting I'm 0 for 1 today, Paul, on my predictions here. But it did look like through a pile of Nebraska players, he reached that ball out, breaking the plane. He then brought it back in. And honestly, I also think as he fell to the turf, he might have still got over the goal line. But right here, the line judge was all over it and immediately threw up his hand saying a touchdown. So the line judge felt pretty confident in his decision that it would be a touchdown, that Devin Dampier broke the plane still as he worked his way through from about 5 yards out.
Marshall, you've seen the replay. What do you see?
I think you described it perfectly.
Review, the ruling on the field is upheld. Touchdown.
You described it perfectly. Just such a dynamic play by Dampier. He reached the ball out, keeps it out of harm's way, but it breaks the plane early, and then it breaks the plane late. And at worst, that was a 4th down play. Let's not forget. They had got the first down easily. It would have been 1st and goal at the 6-inch yard line, but this Utah offense, just explosive, multiple, dynamic, 37-14. They figure something out that Nebraska has not been able to figure out, I'll say the least.
Dylan Curtis has been flawless today as the place kicker, and there's another hell of a good extra point for Utah. The Utes trailed this game 14-7. They've now scored 31 straight. Find hell of a good dips in stores near you. 9 plays, 51 yards, 3 minutes and 3 seconds off the 3rd quarter clock. And now with 5:56 to go in quarter number 3. The Utes lead it 38-14. Dampier, 102 yards on 17 carries, 3 rushing touchdowns, gives him 10 of those on the season. He's almost to 800-yard rushing. He's also thrown for 269 yards as a score. We're back from Las Vegas after this with the score. 15th-ranked Utah 38 and the Cornhuskers 14. Now this from Hell of a Good Dip.
This season, the action isn't just on the field, it's in every game day spread. Hell of a Good dips bring bold flavor to every tailgate, made for dunking, scooping, and celebrating every big play. Find Hell of a Good in stores near you and follow on Instagram at Hell of a Good Dips. Start dipping with Hell of a Good.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just nonstop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Ah, crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
Tim, I'm receiving an important update.
Ooh, are you getting night vision?
No. I just found out you could get $200 with Navy Federal Credit Union when you refinance your auto loans from another lender.
So, no night vision?
No night vision.
Learn more at NavyFederal.org/autoloans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Credit and collateral subject to approval. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200. Terms and conditions apply.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the rewards program that loves it when you date night, bet the perfect parlay, lounge poolside, ooh, shiatsu, mono service, yeah, hit me, shop till you drop, and then some. Earn and redeem on countless amazing experiences at MGM Resorts. This is MGM Rewards. Why be a guest when you can be a member? Visit MGMRewards.com for more. Earning and redemption limitations may apply to certain purchases in certain states.
With 5:56 to go in the third quarter, the momentum behind the 15th-ranked Utah Utes has about as much power as it takes to light up the Vegas Strip. Man, are the Utes cooking in front of a big crowd. A lot of Cornhusker fans, a lot of Utes fans. 38-14 in favor of Utah as Dylan Curtis kicks off yet again. Ja'Cory Barney has been taking him out of the end zone. This one, he'll field 5 yards deep and bring it out again to the 10, 15, trying to get the right sideline, and he gets blasted out of bounds on that right sideline. Wow. Utah on that kick coverage had Brock Fonoimoana with a big-time hit on Barney. Fonoimoana stops him at the 16-yard line, and Marshall has just been so difficult for the Huskers to gain any traction after those two first possessions.
Yeah, I think Utah's dialed into the limitations of this Huskers offense with young TJ Lateef. He's got a lot of ability, but he's just a young player, inexperienced player, and they've taken away a lot of his first reads, second reads, and they're making him process, and he's not ready for that quite yet.
Lateef rolling to his left, now decides to keep it and takes a punishing blow at the 16-yard line. Nebraska scored on its first two possessions. The Huskers do not have a first down since then.
And for the fans at home, generally the first and or second possession on offense are heavily scripted. Especially for a young quarterback, you want to have as much choreographed, quote unquote, before the game so he has less to think about him getting rid of the game. So those 14 points are very reasonable. But after that, you got to play ball. And he just has less experience. And Utah knows that. They're pinning their ears back.
A 4-yard loss as Trey Reynolds broke in to get Lateef. He's pressured again, backpedaling, tries to set it up on the perimeter for Nelson, but that's off his hands, incomplete. Everywhere the Huskers go, there's a red jersey, and now it's going to be 3rd and 14 from the Husker 12.
And listen, they try to combat that pass rush with a screen. I like the screen call. It's a slow screen to running back to the left. But again, Utah pressure early on TJ Lateef in his face, and they're right there on the screen. If he had caught that, Mekhi Nelson, he's getting blasted either way. So they're just flying around. They're one step ahead of the Huskers here so far.
The Huskers had 157 yards on their first two drives. They have just 10 yards of total offense since then. And now Matt Rule takes time with 5:05 to go. That's his first time out of the second half.
It's 30 seconds in late.
38-14 Utah our score in Vegas. Navy Federal Credit Union proudly serving all branches of the armed forces, veterans, and their families. No matter where you are in your military careers, Navy Federal has the products and resources to help you navigate your finances. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Our members are our mission. Let's pause 10 seconds. It's the 2025 SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl on Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio from First Team.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3rd and 14 for a Nebraska offense that's been completely stymied by Utah since those first two drives. Let's go back to the field and our friend Tim Murray.
Guys, we've been talking about it. Morgan Scalley, this is his first game as the head coach of Utah. And when talking to players earlier in this bowl process,
there's 3rd and 14. Blitz coming. Nebraska picks it up. Lateef on the run, throws downfield, and it's in and out of the hands. Barney was open at the 33. It was a little underthrown and skipped in and out of his grasp. So what might have ignited the Nebraska offense instead will bring on the punt team once more. Tim, go ahead.
Well, just to finish that thought, as the defense gets another 3 and out, senior leader Lander Barton talked about they were expecting this. It's a little sooner than expected, but new energy, new life, but a smooth transition. And we've seen that after those two early scores from Nebraska. This defense has been absolutely locked down tonight.
And Archie Wilson has been a busy rugby punter. He's back to the right foot this time. Almost got it blocked. A low kick. Carvalho makes a fair catch on the Nebraska 49. So Utah, with an offense that hasn't been stopped since the first half, will try to add to its 38-14 lead, taking over in Husker territory. Marshall, I wonder if we'll see a little more of Bird Ficklin as the clock starts to dwindle.
That starts to feel like where they're heading, getting him more and more experience, and then, leaning on the run, I think, to keep this clock running. It's still 5 minutes left in the third quarter, but this Utah offense has just been dominant.
Dampier still in the ball game, hands the ball to Daniel Bray, who motioned around, and Bray is wrapped up after a 3-yard pickup. Keona Davis on the stop for Nebraska. It'll be 2nd and 7 for the Utes at the Husker 46. If you're just joining us, you have missed the Devin Dampier show in Vegas. 17 carries, 102 yards, 3 rushing touchdowns for the junior out of Phoenix, Arizona. 16 of 24 for 269 yards and a score through the air, and he's throwing again here. Good protection. Winds up, fires for the right sideline, and that's off target. Incomplete. Threw from the middle of the field all the way to that right sideline and couldn't quite get it to Larry Simmons. So it'll be 3rd and 7.
Yeah, Devin Dampier on the Maxwell and Davey O'Brien list this season. An early preseason Heisman hopeful, but we've been talking about it here. Going into next year, how do you not have him as one of the guys to look for in the Heisman race, just with everything he can do on the field in a conference like the Big 12?
Phenomenal playmaker. He calls his own numbers here. Stutter step, and he stumbles down to the 43. So it's going to be 4th and 4 for Utah. And I don't see the punt team coming on. Now they will call the offense to the sideline. They haven't taken timeout. Now they send the punt team on. Orion Phillips has only punted once today. This would be what you'd expect to be the sting punt, unless they want to play around with their fake in the last game of 2025. Phillips, the sophomore from down under. Now they do shift into another formation. It's going to be Ficklin taking the snap or trying to draw him offside. Claps his hands. Huskers don't bite. And now you hear the whistle. Timeout will be taken. So they shifted out of punt formation to try to set up the offsides. It's not a timeout. It is the delay of game as the play clock expired, and that'll give a little more punting room to Orion Phillips.
So many things there. Yeah, ultimately they're going for they're trying to draw the defense off sides, but they are late with substitution. They're bringing the offense off the field, and the punt team runs on. So then you got urgency late in the clock for Nebraska to contend with. Then they shift. And Nebraska has to stay in there and hold their water. And they try to force the offsides. And ultimately, taking the 5-yard penalty just gives Orion Phillips a little more room to navigate. So that's all what Utah was going for there. Orion Phillips wiping some of the sleep out of his eyes after not getting much action today.
Corey Barney, hoping to return it, stands on his own 10, calls for a fair catch and makes that at his own 13. So that's a 34-yard punt, no return, and one of the Huskers ended up on the ground afterwards. Husker fans asking for a flag. They won't get it. But how about that Husker D? After Utah had scored on 5 consecutive possessions with 4 of those touchdowns, showing some pride here in the second half.
Yeah, at this point, they'll take anything. That time, still playing hard and shutting that Utah offense that's just been on fire since the first quarter. They need a little help from their offense. I know they're led by TJ Lateef. Let's see if they can manufacture some movement here.
Looking for their first down since the first quarter. Nebraska runs it off right tackle with Mosey. And he's got a 3-yard gain from the 13 to the 16. 2nd and 7 for the Huskers. Utah's offense got so many headlines this year. That Utah defense only gave up 18.7 points a game. 2nd and 7 for the Huskers. The freshman from Southern California, Lateef, has an empty backfield until Mosey motions from a receiver spot back in. Now a check at the line by the freshman. On 2nd and 7, a low shotgun snap. Lateef backpedaling, sets up the screen for Mosey. Left sideline, 20. Mosey, 25, breaks a tackle to the 30, 35, and stacked up there. That's the first down since the first quarter for this Cornhusker offense.
And another screen there to the left to Mosey, the former high school wide receiver. Finally, some positive action for this Nebraska offense. They run the screen right into some pressure on the left side. And it just feels like a breath of fresh air. They haven't been able to get a first down in so long, and now they're moving. Let's see if they continue.
1st and 10 Huskers. Mekhi Nelson back in the ball game, takes the carry, bounces off a hit at the line of scrimmage and flies backwards across the 40 all the way to the 42-yard line. That's a gain of 6 on that first down carry. 2nd and 4 for the Cornhuskers. And now play is interrupted as the officials blow the whistle. We've got a Utah Ute who's cramping up. It's Elijah Davis, the outstanding corner who had a 97-yard pick 6 this year.
Yeah, a lot of these teams, these players, they've been practicing, but as far as game time, it's been 2, 3, 4 weeks for a lot of them. So hydration has come into play in a few of these games, and it looks like that's a cramp. We hope that's just a cramp from Elijah.
38-14 Utah in the third quarter. Another handoff to Nelson running left, and he's not going to gain anything. They've given him 7 yards on that last carry, nothing on that second down try. 3rd and 3 Nebraska from its own 43. We're down to 90 seconds left in the third quarter. Huskers on 3rd down today, 3 for 9. And again, the last time they converted a 3rd down was in quarter numero uno. Latif sends 3 receivers to his right, 2 to the left, including that big tight end Lindenmeyer. Empty for the freshman on 3rd and 3. Dodges the pass rush, steps up, dives, and he only gets back to the line of scrimmage. So it'll be 4th and 3. And Matt Rule will decide whether he wants to go for it here late in the third.
I thought they had an opportunity there. Utah was scrambling to get lined up pre-snap. They end up in cover 0 with 5 guys in man across the board and the simulated pressure up front. Latif makes the first rusher miss, but just nowhere to go with the football. And he takes the sack. Utah kind of getting out of it there scot-free. Now 4th down, Nebraska all on the line here, down 38-14.
4th and 3 from the Nebraska 43. Mosey in the backfield with Latif. Blitz coming. Latif winds up. The pass deflected and falls incomplete. The Heat got there again, and it's been a fantastic performance for Lance Holtzclaw, starting in place of Logan Fano at defensive end.
You said it. He comes screaming off the right offensive edge where Latif is trying to throw the ball. And again, if you're not getting home, defenders are taught to get your hands up because it just makes that much more difficult of a throw and catch from the quarterback. And Holtzclaw has been a monster today with getting pressure and sacks, but then savvy play like that, getting your hands up and getting the pass deflection.
Utah has held and takes over on downs at the 43 of Nebraska, leading 38-14. Final 17 seconds now of the third quarter. Dampier takes the shotgun snap. Play action pass to the right. And that's complete along the sideline to Ryan Davis, his top target on the season. Goes out of bounds at the 37. That'll bring us to the end of quarter number 3. What a year for the Utah Utes.
That's the end of the third quarter. Timeout.
College football will continue on Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio. Coming up Friday, Rice and Texas State. The Owls and the Bobcats in the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. Some other ones cooking right now. We'll have a studio update when we come back after 3 quarters. It's 15th ranked Utah 38, Nebraska 14 at the 2025 SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl. More after this from Shriners Children's Charities.
Before the bright lights on Sunday, before the draft and pro contracts, greatness starts here. It's the East-West Shrine Bowl, January 27th, 2026, at the Ford Center at the Star. A century-old tradition and the first step to NFL stardom. Every play supports game-changing outcomes at Shriners Children's. The 2026 East-West Shrine Bowl. Today's All-Stars, tomorrow's legends. Visit shrinebowl.com for tickets starting at $26.
Visit the newly opened William Hill Sportsbook at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas, featuring a wide range of sports betting options, including player props, same-game parlays, super parlays, live in-play wagers, and more. All available 24/7. You can also come in and sign up for a William Hill mobile account and get your first bet matched up to $250 instantly. Never miss another bet with William Hill Sportsbook. at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just nonstop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Ah, crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
Wake up, scroll, eat, school, work, TV, podcast, eat, scroll, sleep, rinse, repeat. We've all been there, stuck in the same routine, day in and day out. But in the U.S. Air Force, you can put an end to this endless cycle. With over 200 career options at bases across the entire globe, your exciting future starts here. To learn more and get started, go to airforce.com. Aim high.
Back at the Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio Studios, I'm Hoppy Kercheval with Brad Howell. The quarterfinals of the college football playoffs, Brad, begin tonight. Just a little while, Ohio State and Miami in the Cotton Bowl.
These are some really compelling matchups coming up over the next 24 hours or so, and you're right, this begins with Miami and Ohio State. We saw Miami go on the road to a packed Kyle Field and won that slugfest against A&M. Meanwhile, Ohio State has been waiting to play since the loss to Indiana in the Big Ten Championship. This should be a lot of fun this evening.
Cotton Bowl tonight, Ohio State and Miami now back to Allegiant Stadium to rejoin Marshall Newhouse, Tim Murray, and Paul Loeffler for the fourth quarter of the Las Vegas Bowl.
15 minutes to play, 38-14 in favor of 15th-ranked Utah. Tim Murray was talking earlier about how full the house is here at Allegiant Stadium. We'll get more on that from Tim in a moment. Meanwhile, Utah looking to pile on more. The Utes were finally stopped for the first time since their second possession, the last time they had it. Bird Ficklin will take this snap. On 2nd and 5, Ficklin fakes the handoff, hit in the backfield, and he cannot get away. Javen Wright on the linebacker blitz there to take the freshman down. A loss back to the 40-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 7.
Javen Wright shot out of the cannon with the penetration on the run play. Bird Ficklin has nowhere to go, no chance, and that says a lot for how athletic he is. But Javen Wright, 6'5", 230. Has him in his grasp and does not let go. A very nice negative play for this Nebraska defense. Still playing here in the fourth quarter.
But that just gives Dampier an excuse to throw another pass. 3rd and 7 from the 40. Dampier fakes the run, now airs it out down the left sideline, looking for Bentley. Overthrown, incomplete. Tight end was running a nice route, but Sierra Wright, the nickel, was running right with him. It'll be 4th and 7. And we'll see what Utah decides to do. Tim, you mentioned you've been doing this game for 4 years, the biggest crowd you've seen. The game moved here from Sam Boyd Stadium back in 2019. And have they seen a crowd quite like this?
Stadium,
which is still there out east of town. The punt by Phillips will be caught on the fly at the 4-yard line by Utah's cover team. And a tough day for Nebraska will get even tougher. Nice job there by Jackson Benny to get down and haul it in at the 4. Nebraska will take over there. 38-14 Utah, early fourth quarter. The first Las Vegas Bowl at Sam Boyd Stadium was back in 1992. This is a bowl game that actually started in Fresno, California. It was the California Bowl and the California Raisin Bowl for 11 years before moving to Vegas. Bowling Green beat Nevada in the inaugural game in Vegas back in 1992. And there have been some special quarterback performances here over the years. Maybe none as special as what Devin Dampier's done. Nebraska running on first down, finds some room to the outside.
Right.
Nelson out past the 20, but a flag down. So see if you guys remember any of these Las Vegas Bowl MVPs. There was a guy
Holding.
for
Offense number 51. The penalties half the distance to the goal from the spot of the foul. Repeat first down.
Guy back in 2005 for the Cal Bears.
Previous spot.
Did you ever block for that beast mode guy in the NFL, Marshall?
I did, and in fact, here with the Raiders organization before they moved from Oakland, California. So, beast mode from Cal, one of the funnest, realist, talented running backs in the league in my tenure. I enjoyed it.
Go down memory lane a little more in a second. Meanwhile, Nebraska trying to make some better memories after the penalty. It's first down from the 4-yard line. Latif wanting to throw out of his own end zone, launches it down the left sideline, and a leaping grab made inbounds out near the 30. Quinn Clark, the redshirt freshman who starred for the Raptors of Gallatin High in Bozeman, Montana, puts his name on the score sheet, out of bounds at the 35-yard line, a gain of 31, 1st and 10 Huskers.
You don't hear a lot of guys coming from Bozeman, Montana, but a really nice job by Quinn Clark and body control, leaving room between he and his defender in the sideline so that TJ Latif can throw that one up back shoulder. A really well-executed play, something they've been needing desperately in this game.
Empty for Latif on 1st and 10. Quick pass out to the right side. The ball juggled but then secured. That got a little scary as Dane Key lost the handle for a moment. He's tackled after a 4-yard pickup to the 39. 2nd and 6. It's 38-14 Utah, early 4th quarter here in Vegas.
Dane Key was so excited to run after that catch. That ball gets bobbled and he almost loses it. But that's 2 successful plays in a row for Nebraska. Let's see if they can make it 3.
2nd and 6 from the 39. Handoff between the tackles and won't make it to the first down. They're going to be left with 3rd and 2 after another carry for Mekhi Nelson. Redshirt freshman has more yards today than he had all season long. Again, Emmett Thompson, the first-team all-conference running back, decided not to play as he prepares for the draft.
And think about all the players in bowl season. These freshmen getting run, these young guys, does not account against their redshirt status. So a lot of young players across the country getting vital reps. That's going to benefit their teams going into next season.
3rd and 2 from under center. The end around to Ja'Cory Barney Jr., and he's got a first down and more. Scampers out of bounds at the 48 of Nebraska. A new set of downs for the Huskers. Talked about Dampier's performance today. Here's some other quarterbacks who've been MVPs in this game. The very first Vegas Bowl, Eric White of Bowling Green took it. Remember Ronald Curry for North Carolina, former Raider?
Wow, yeah.
He won the MVP in this game back in 1998. UNLV's Jason Thomas of that great team in 2000 that was honored here in the stadium earlier today. Wyoming's Corey Bramlett in 2004. Here's TJ Latif on 1st and 10 from his own 48. Rolling to his right. He's going to keep it. Running down to the 45, 40, and all the way down to the 36-yard line before the Utes bring him down. The freshman TJ Latif showing some running ability. 1st and 10 Huskers at the 36 of Utah.
Some really encouraging plays here on this drive from Nebraska. They've had little success since the first quarter, but good passing by TJ Latif, and that time scrambling. He doesn't like what he sees, and he takes off and runs, and you see the athleticism that has this Nebraska program excited about how he fits into their future.
It's Latif's biggest gain of the day, a 16-yard pickup. 1st and 10 Huskers at the 36 of Utah. Nebraska down 24 with 11 minutes to go. Latif back to throw. Pressure coming. Dodges the blitz. Winds up. He's taking a shot for the 10-yard line in double coverage. And it's intercepted. Picked off. Utah's Rock Caldwell with the snag.
Wow, how things can change. TJ Latif gets pressure from the boundary, evades the rush. Such an athletic play, but then throws an underthrown ball in double coverage. Rock Caldwell with a really athletic, skilled play there to bat the ball in the air to himself and catch it on the rebound. And this Utah defense is clicking. They felt in sync for the last 2.5 quarters, and they're as big of a part of the Utes' success today in the Vegas Bowl.
Is NSYNC playing in the Sphere or somewhere else? Ah, there we go. I had the wrong boy band.
Oh, man.
It's like 98 degrees in here or something. Man, it's getting
You're on a roll. You're on a roll. Okay.
Rock Caldwell with the interception for Utah, bouncing it up in the air and then securing it, and the Utes will take over at their own 5-yard line, leading 38-14 in the 4th quarter. We're back after this from SRS Distribution.
At SRS, we still believe in the American dream. It starts with a roof over our heads and the belief in a happy and prosperous future. As a company, we honor our commitments to our customers, employees, and veterans. And by truly giving back to our communities and sharing our success, SRS delivers more than building products. SRS delivers the American dream. Visit us at srsdistribution.com.
This season, the action isn't just on the field. It's in every game day spread. Hell of a Good dips bring bold flavor to every watch party. Made for dunking, scooping, and celebrating every big play. Find Hell of a Good in stores near you and follow on Instagram at Hell of a Good Dips. Start dipping with Hell of a Good.
He's going to hit one deep down the field, and it's caught! It's a touchdown!
There's nothing like that moment when your team clinches a win. The Friday night lights, all those Saturday tailgate traditions, hours in front of the TV on Sunday. Football means tradition. Whether you played or cheered along, the feeling of game day never ends. Join the community and celebrate the game. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Football Matters.
During bowl season, every team is the away team, and that's exactly who Engine was built for. Whether you're traveling for a big game, big meeting, or your big brother's wedding, if you're traveling in numbers, Engine's on your side. We're the all-in-one platform for group travel that makes every road trip simpler and more affordable, giving you an away team advantage for every away game on the calendar. So to all 82 teams and millions of fans traveling this bowl season, safe travels and may the best road team win. Book travel at engine.com.
On 1st and 10 from his own 5, play action pass for Dampier, caught by Ryan Davis on the left sideline. He's got a first down for Utah all the way out to the 23-yard line, a gain of 18. It puts Dampier within 7 yards of the 300 mark for today. He's already run for 105 yards and 3 touchdowns. And guys, is this the start of his 2026 Heisman campaign here in Vegas on the last day of 2025?
I'm in support of it.
Handoff, Wayshawn Parker between the tackles. Big collision as he gets out to the 28-yard line. And hit hard there by Caleb Benning. Gain of 5, second and 5.
My instinct when that first play, that pass, is they're still passing. But to me, this is just their offense.
Yep.
They're just running their offense, nothing fancy. He's making the reads, and they're just potent that way.
On 2nd and 5, handoff Parker, running right, lowers the shoulder, has the first down, and pushes it across to the 37-yard line of Utah. Wayshawn Parker still in pursuit of that 1,000-yard rushing season. It'll be 1st and 10 Utes at the 37.
I really like this back, Wayshawn Parker. He runs behind his pads, has good vision. He rocks the pink cleats well, and he backs it up.
And he's now 36 yards away from the 1,000-yard mark. Play action. Dampier wants to throw. Again, launches to his left, and that one's a little too low for Ryan Davis. It'll be incomplete. 2nd and 10 Utes from their own 37. Clock stops at 9:28 to go in the fourth. 38-14 Utah. Dampier trying to add his name to a list of great quarterbacks who've been MVPs in this game. Quite a trio from 2008 to 2010 here in Vegas. Arizona's Willie Tuitama, BYU's Max Hall, and then the current head coach of the New Orleans Saints, Kellen Moore for Boise State in 2010. Dampier running again, breaks the tackle at the 40. There he goes to midfield, right sideline 40, down to the 30. Nebraska chasing him, and Dampier scoots out of bounds at the 20-yard line of Nebraska. Looked like he tried to get it into 5th gear, and the engine just wouldn't respond.
Yeah, his tire was a little deflated there at the end. And a shoestring attempted tackle. I thought he was going to hit his head on the goalpost, but just such dynamic play by Devin Dampier. So much pressure on the defense. Even up 38-14 in the fourth quarter. They're playing hard. He's running hard.
And the strength to shake that tackle to Vincent Shaver is one of Nebraska's best defenders. Parker hits the hole hard and slams it down to the 17-yard line. Line of scrimmage was the 20. And Devin Dampier now up to 148 rushing yards with 3 rushing touchdowns. Tim?
Dampier, guys, sitting down here, just a big smile on his face. You could see he was a little bit frustrated, saying, whew, just ran out of gas, but he was yakking it up with some of the Nebraska Cornhusker defenders.
He pulls it and throws it, and it's in and out of the hands of Davis again. They faked the handoff to Parker, but Dampier's incompletion stops the clock. 8:22 to go in the fourth, still 38-14 Utah. And now the Utes will look at 3rd and 8 from the 18 of Nebraska.
I'm going to show some love to the big guys. Missing 2 high draft pick tackles who were preparing for the draft. Utah, using Keith Olsen at left tackle and Zerway Williams at right tackle, haven't missed a beat today.
Dampier back to throw on 3rd down. To the left side, Bentley breaks the tackle at the 5, and he gets in again. Dallin Bentley, the senior tight end. 2nd touchdown today.
Once again, Devin Dampier just running this Utah offense. A little pump and go there, making a screen to the left. And Dallin Bentley, such a big target, soft hands, but then makes the move after the catch, completely makes the defender whiff, and waltzes right into the end zone.
That puts Dampier over 300 yards for the game, puts Bentley over 100 receiving. Now the point after from Dylan Curtis. Yet another hell of a good extra point that didn't go in, so it's not quite as good. Curtis, for just the 3rd time this year, proves he's human, and Utah has to settle for the 44-14 lead over Nebraska. But how about Dallin Bentley and J.J. Buchanan, those 2 tight ends? They've combined for 10 catches, 182 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Bentley had the first big receiving play today of 45 yards, but that's his first touchdown. How about a 95-yard drive that only took 2 minutes and 36 seconds? Devin Dampier adds his 2nd passing touchdown to go with 3 rushing touchdowns.
Listen to this. Devin Dampier, 19 of 31, 310 yards in the air. 19 carries for 148 yards on the ground, averaging 7.8 yards a carry. This feels like a video game here today in Las Vegas.
Feels like a coronation for Devin Dampier, the junior quarterback. He has the Utes up by 30 with 8:16 to go. 15th ranked Utah 44, Nebraska 14. You're listening to Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio, home of the 2025 SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl.
The Hercules Local Business Spotlight this holiday season is Ty the Window Guy. Which started in 1998 as a small side job cleaning windows, has grown into a trusted local business built on quality service and long-lasting relationships. More than 27 years later, Ty still serves many of his first clients with the same dependable care that built his reputation. To learn more or schedule your next window cleaning, visit TyTheWindowGuy.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
The Lowe's Closeout event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
This is the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl from Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio.
How about 37 unanswered points for the 15th-ranked Utah Utes. Somewhere in Ann Arbor, Kyle Whittingham probably smiling. Morgan Scally grinning ear to ear. His defense has held Nebraska to 257 yards. The Utes up past 500. And 458 of those produced for the dynamic dual-threat quarterback, Devin Dampier, who is now the first quarterback in the history of this bowl game to run for at least 100 yards. That rushing total of 148, surpassed by only 10 running backs in 33 years of this bowl game. Trying to become the first Utah quarterback to win MVP here since Travis Wilson got it in 2014. Year before was a pretty good quarterback battle. Cody Kessler of USC from Bakersfield, California won those honors. You know who he beat in that game, Marshall?
Ooh.
A guy who had a few games in this stadium.
Oh, man.
Wearing number 4 for the silver and black.
Oh, Fresno, Derek Carr.
There you go. 1st and 10, Nebraska from its own 25. The freshman TJ Lateef rolling to his right, nearing the sideline, going to tuck it and run and take a hit out of bounds at the 26. I don't see a single flag, but boy, was he leveled. And now both teams rushing over to make sure nothing crazy happens. You talked about guys who don't always get to play getting the chance to play here. Little extra enthusiasm, and Matt Rule upset there's no flag there.
Yeah, Nate Tillman, the safety, was headhunting there on the sideline. TJ Lateef, with experience, will learn to protect himself on the sidelines, but very well could have been a hit out of bounds on Silman. Oh. Wow, he delivered a blow.
Tim, what you got?
And the rest of the offensive line, guys, was down there. Leading the charge was center Justin Evans. He was not pleased by what just happened on the Utah sideline.
Nor are the Husker faithful, because the replay showed Lateef was clearly a few feet out of bounds when the hit was delivered, and it wasn't a light blow. No flag, just a 2-yard gain for Lateef. 2nd and 8. Play clock winding down. They're trying to get it off, and they did not get it off in time. There's the whistle.
Ball start. Offense. Not all 11 players are set prior to the snap. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Whether it's delay or false start, same result. 5-yard penalty. 2nd and 13. We're down to 7.5 minutes to go in this 4th quarter. Utah 44, Nebraska 14. Lateef has gone the distance for the Huskers. The freshman 11 of 20 for 140 yards, 1 touchdown through that interception earlier this quarter. Hands it off to Isaiah Mosey running left. Turns it upfield. Mosey out to the 30 and dives down to the 33. So a gain of 11. It'll be 3rd and 2 for the Huskers.
Nice run and cut there by Isaiah Mosey. This Nebraska team still playing hard. A little bit of trivia. Nebraska is 4-0 all-time versus Utah. Going into this game, if you're Utah, you do not know beating the Nebraska Cornhuskers.
All 4 of those games were in Lincoln at Memorial Stadium. Ives, the short yardage back, takes the carry, and he dives forward, picks up 4 yards and a 1st down to the 37. 1st and 10. Yeah, they hadn't played each other, Marshall, since 1992. In fact, all 4 of those meetings were with the great Tom Osborne as Nebraska's head coach.
When they were a real machine, so that's a reasonable outcome, if you ask me.
1st and 10, Huskers from their own 37. Nelson back in the ball game. He's got 85 yards and a score on 11 carries today. On 1st and 10, Lateef to throw. 4-man rush. Set up the screen for Nelson. Left sideline. Breaks through a wall at the 40, 45, 50, and into Utah territory. All the way down to about the 43-yard line. Mekhi Nelson giving some Husker fans something to get excited about for next year.
They're having some success with screen game here in the 2nd half against this Utah rush front. Good touch there by TJ Lateef and Mekhi Nelson with soft hands and explosion down the sideline. And these guys are still fired up on the sideline. Give them all the credit for still fighting down 30.
Nebraska hasn't scored since the 1st quarter. Lateef trying to change that. Rolling to his right. Throws on the run. Back shoulder, but overthrown incomplete down around the 20. As he was trying to hit Ja'Cory Barney Jr. Remember, the Huskers don't have their leading wideout Isaiah Hunter, the sophomore who played for the Cowboys of Salinas High near Monterey in California, Central Coast. He had a hand injury, kept him out.
Yeah, opt-outs, injuries all over the board in bowl season. So you're seeing who can step up, and Nebraska's trying to find who can we go to war with, go to battle with next camp.
Mosey part of that equation. He takes the handoff, running hard between the tackles, has it down to the 38 of Utah, gain of 5. 44-14 Utah. We're heading toward the final 5 minutes. Mentioned TJ Lateef, the freshman from Southern California, took over for Raiola after he broke his fibula against USC. Tim, how much do you know about the youngster from Compton, TJ Lateef?
Well, it's going to be an exciting offseason for he and offensive coordinator Dana Holgerson. And Dana Holgerson joked during media availability earlier this week.
It's Lateef on the quarterback draw, runs for a first down, diving down to the 32.
Not bad to start your career at the following: the Rose Bowl, Memorial Stadium in Lincoln, Beaver Stadium in State College, Pennsylvania, and right here at Allegiant Stadium. Not a bad Mount Rushmore, if you will, to start your college career as a collegiate starter.
And Lateef able to pick up the first down on the ground. 1st and 10 Huskers at the 32 of Utah. 4.5 minutes to go, fourth quarter. 44-14 Utes. Shotgun snap, Lateef, pressured, escapes to his right, throws on the run, a diving try at the 13, and the juggling attempt ends up incomplete. Great effort there by Cortez Mills Jr., the freshman out of Homestead, Florida.
A lot of rollouts from Lateef, which is, to be expected for a younger quarterback. Dana Holgerson trying to give him half of the field to read. That time, I think he could have put a little more on it, but he needs some help from the receiver, Cortez Mills Jr. And just not enough today from this Nebraska offense after starting hot early in the first quarter.
This Utah defense has held the Huskers scoreless since that first quarter. It was 14-0 Nebraska after one. 2nd and 10 from the Utah 32. Flare it out to the flat, and nice tackle there in space. Nelson made the catch, but Utah takes him down immediately at the 28. So it'll be 3rd and 6 for the Huskers. We're inside of 4 minutes to go. Be fun to hear Tim talking to the victors when this is all said and done. 3rd and 6 for TJ Lateef. Ives is in for pass protection. TJ back to throw. Zips it over the middle and reaching back behind to make the catch at the 15. Boy, that was a great adjustment on that ball by Ja'Cory Barney Jr. He had to put on the brakes, reach back to his left side, and haul it in for a first down at the 15.
That pass was a little behind by Lateef, but with some zip on it. These are things that he'll figure out and refine his craft as he gets more and more reps.
13-yard pickup, 1st and 10 Huskers in the red zone now at the Utah 15. Utah still has some of those primary playmakers in on defense. Lateef on first down with time, looking to his left, caught at the 12, and Utah swarms in to make the stop. They're going to get Mosey down to the 10-yard line. Gain of 5, 2nd and 5 for the Huskers. 2:45 to go in the fourth. Nebraska just trying to finish the season here with points.
Yeah, speaking of finishing the season, this Matt Rule program, you expect a culture shift in year one. They have a losing record. Then the next year they get Dylan Raiola committed, but they're building for the future 7-5. But then this year, just a tough, disappointing year for the Huskers. You lose Raiola in the portal, and now if you're Matt Rule, we're really going to find out what kind of a program builder you are in the present. We know you've done it in other places at Temple and Baylor. You moved to the NFL. But this Nebraska Cornhusker fan base just has such high standards for what they expect in football. And to me, 7-6 after a 7-5 season is not something that they're going to hang their hat on.
2-minute timeout of the fourth quarter.
Makai Nelson runs for 3 yards off left tackle. He's up to 88 yards on a dozen carries, but Nebraska will have 3rd and 2 from the 7 when we come back to the 2-minute timeout. Hey, Marshall, how was your hotel room this morning?
Lovely.
Yeah? Was that the Westgate, Las Vegas?
The Westgate.
Well, if you're planning a trip to Las Vegas, make it unforgettable at the Westgate Las Vegas. Just minutes from the Strip, Westgate offers spacious rooms, incredible dining, world-class entertainment, and nonstop Vegas energy all in one iconic destination. With 2 minutes to go, the score, 15th ranked Utah 44, Nebraska 14. You're listening to Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio in the 2025 SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
You're listening to the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl from Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio.
TJ Lateef on 3rd and 2, running to his left, goes airborne at the 3 and somersaults into the end zone for 6. Touchdown, Nebraska. The first thing to touch in the end zone were his shoulder pads. A front flip for Lateef. And Husker fans will remember that one for a long time. What a play by the freshman on 3rd and 2. He goes 7 yards and a Cornhusker touchdown. The first Nebraska points since quarter number 1.
Such impressive athleticism there. They do a zone read and read the defensive end, Cash Dillon. He crashes down on the dive, and Lateef pulls it. And then tries to hurdle, and gets toppled head over heels into the end zone, but a really impressive play.
And for the first time all year, Nebraska will go for 2. They haven't even attempted one. Lateef throwing for the back shoulder, and it's caught, but a flag comes in. Quinn Clark, that big 6'5 freshman, made the catch. And let's see what the officials say about the flag.
Pass interference, defense. That penalty is declined. Result of the try is good.
So Nebraska goes for 2 for the first time and gets 2 points. So now the score with 1:55 remaining. Utah 44, Nebraska 22. When we come back, Marshall, tell me if you think the Huskers might attempt an onside kick or not, down by 22 with this much time left. I'll give you some time to think about it. This is the 2025 SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl with the score Utah 44, Nebraska 22. Back to Las Vegas after this from Navy Federal Credit Union.
Tim, I'm receiving an important update.
Ooh, are you getting night vision?
No. I just found out you could get $200 with Navy Federal Credit Union when you refinance your auto loans from another lender.
So, no night vision?
No night vision.
Learn more at NavyFederal.org/auto loans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Credit and collateral subject to approval. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200. Terms and conditions apply.
Before the bright lights on Sunday, before the draft and pro contracts, greatness starts here. It's the East-West Shrine Bowl, January 27th, 2026, at the Ford Center at the Star. A century-old tradition and the first step to NFL stardom. Every play supports game-changing outcomes at Shriners Children's. The 2026 East-West Shrine Bowl. Today's All-Stars, tomorrow's legends. Visit shrinebowl.com for tickets starting at $26.
It takes a different breed to be the first to respond. The first on the scene. The first to tackle disaster head-on. At ServPro, we witness the bravery of first responders almost every day. So to all those who never give a second thought to being the first ones in, this game's for you. ServPro, proud supporter of our nation's first responders.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just non-stop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Ah, crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
Nebraska, after being held scoreless for the second, third, and most of the four quarters.
Nebraska number 26 is reporting as number 47.
Able to put 8 points on the board. That 13-play, 75-yard drive took 6 minutes and 21 seconds. But the somersaulting, high-flying touchdown, worthy of Cirque du Soleil here in Vegas for T.J. Lateef, the freshman from Compton. Now 44-22 Utah. So, Marshall, Nebraska onside here?
It appears so. You get a chance to work on hands. You show your team you're still fighting till the bitter end. I understand it from a Matt Rule perspective. Let's see if we can get something to go right.
John Hull launches it down the right side, a little pooch kick, but Utah able to cover it and get out of bounds. Smith Snowden, the outstanding corner who doubles as a wideout, was sure-handed enough to secure that. And I don't think we'll see any more of Devin Dampier with a minute 53 to go and the Utes up 44-22. What a performance for that junior quarterback. 5'11", 210. Not your prototypical quarterback body, but who makes more plays than number 4 for the Utes?
I mean, he's such a big part of this offense and has his hand in every single thing that they do. And just tonight, after a little bit, you saw nothing could go wrong for them. They were just executing at such a high level, and it's because of his leadership ability, his accuracy, his athleticism. And give credit where credit due. Jason Beck's play calling and structure is built pretty perfectly for Devin Dampier's skill set.
Bird Ficklin at quarterback, handing off to Wayshawn Parker, who picks up 7 on that first down carry. So Parker now up to 51 yards rushing as he closes in on the 1,000-yard mark for the season. Parker trying again, bounces off a tackler, fighting his way back to the line of scrimmage, gets 1 more yard. It'll be 3rd and 2. So Parker still 17 yards shy of 1,000 for the season. It's going to be 3rd and 3 for Utah with a minute 20 to go.
Pretty positive way to start off this new regime, this new Utah culture. And it's so hard to replace a coach like Kyle Whittingham, but they had a succession plan in line, and a lot of teams would be clamoring for the services of Morgan Scalley.
Wildcat on 3rd down. Parker crashes into the line after taking the direct snap, but he's short of the line to gain, so it's going to be 4th and less than a yard. 47 seconds and counting to go. Utah 44, Nebraska 22. After that great Husker start, it has been a completely dominating performance by Morgan Scalley's Utes, who are going to close 2025 on a 6-game win streak, and they're going to run one more play. Parker trying to get to 1,000, won't get the first down. Nebraska takes him down in the backfield. The Huskers will get the ball back with 26 seconds left. Now, Dallin Bentley had the huge game today, Marshall, the senior tight end. 6 catches, 106 yards, and a touchdown. The former Snow College Badger, originally from Taylorsville, Utah, looked emotional when he came out of the game, but he's going to play again January 27th right here on Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio in the 101st East-West Shrine Bowl at Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, Texas. You going to be there for that?
We're working on it, maybe.
Right.
But I do recall my time. I got to play in the Shrine Bowl down when it was in Orlando. A little trivia for you. Do you know who my coach was for that bowl game?
What year was that?
This was 2010.
Lateef, pressure, trying to escape, can't. He's sacked. Utah with another sack for good measure from Elijah Ellis. You know that name. And Nebraska may get off one more play.
Nebraska's called their second charge timeout of the half.
Well, they take a timeout. Matt Rule wants some more points before the season ends. Was it John Gruden?
Nope.
Someone a little older?
A little older.
Marty Schottenheimer.
There you go.
Was it really?
That's great.
Wow.
That's a great pull by you. Yes, Marty Schottenheimer.
Morgan Scalley is now glistening with a little moisture and a whole lot of ice on the field by the 40-yard line. The Utes just got their head coach in his first game a resounding bowl victory, but Nebraska looking for points at the end. Lateef hit as he throws, and it falls incomplete. That'll stop the clock with 13 seconds left. It'll be 3rd and 17. Tim, how impressive was the Gatorade bucket dump? Did they get all of them or just a little bit?
It was pretty solid. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of ice right now on Allegiant on the 40-yard line. So we don't want to see T.J. Lateef come out too close to the Utah sidelines right now. There's a whole bunch of ice waiting there for his arrival if he were to make it that far.
Well, the Utes put this game on ice a long time ago. They've got a 20-point lead with 13 seconds left. Lateef in desperation mode steps up to run now. Lateef to the 30, the 24, and he goes down there. Matt Rule will take the timeout with 6 seconds left. He wants to put one in the end zone before he leaves Vegas, and the Ute fans aren't having it.
I think ultimately both the Husker fans and Ute fans would have liked a little more urgency before you're within 10 seconds of the game, but he's playing for the future, Matt Rule is.
So the timeout taken with 6 seconds left. Nebraska facing 4th and 4 from the Utah 26-yard line. 44-22 Utes, and Utah came into the game averaging 41 points a game. Had no trouble getting there today the way Devin Dampier performed. We've talked a lot about Dampier today, Tim, and as the Utah fans rise to their feet, I think a lot of that adulation is directed toward number 4.
Yeah, and he broke the Vegas Bowl record for total yards in this bowl game. 458 yards of total offense, breaking John Brett's record.
Almost all of Utah's offense. Lateef on 4th down, throwing for the end zone along the back line. It's batted down, incomplete.
Time expired. Game is
Utah seals the victory, and time has expired at Allegiant Stadium. For the first time in more than 20 years, the Utes played a game without Kyle Whittingham, and Morgan Scalley said, Ute fans, this is what you can expect. The Utes closed the season on a 6-game winning streak, dominating Nebraska and beating the Huskers for the first time ever, 44-22 at the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl.
Domination is the word of the day. An interesting start with Nebraska coming out hot with their freshman quarterback up 14-0. And Utah decided, nope, not today. We've got Devin Dampier and a host of weapons. We're going to tee off and show what we've been doing all season. Again, they were in contention in the playoff from the start to the end. They were contention in the Big 12 for the championship potentially from the start to the end. And they feel like they are one of the teams moving into 2026 that people are going to have to reckon with.
And let's hear from a still shivering Morgan Scally with our Tim Murray.
How'd that first Gatorade bath feel, Coach?
Not good. I'm a cold body. I don't like any of that, but I'm so fired up for these guys. This bowl experience has been amazing, and like I said, there's so much that can go on to be a distraction outside of what happened with the coaching change and all that. And what can get lost in it is just how much these kids have sacrificed. So proud of these seniors, so proud of our team, and had a heck of a week of practice, and it paid off today.
What do you make of Devin Dampier? He set a bowl record today, most total offense, 458 yards of total offense.
He's Spider-Man. He can do it. He's superhuman. Love that kid. He works his butt off. There's a reason we brought him to Utah, and he's got an unbelievable future ahead of him.
For you played in this bowl game. You've coached in this bowl game. Now, your first ever game as the head coach of the Utah Utes is a bowl victory at the Vegas Bowl. For you, Coach, can you encapsulate what this moment feels like?
Well, I born and raised in Salt Lake City, Utah. Just want to do it for the Ute fans. Love the Utes. Fired up for the future.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Morgan Scally and the Utah Utes in this 33rd Las Vegas Bowl defeat Nebraska 44-22. And what did he call Devin Dampier there, Marshall? Spider-Man?
Spider-Man.
He was slinging webs all over the place today, wasn't he?
He couldn't be stopped left to right, up and down. It's the arm talent at times, and then it's the feet. And then he goes back and forth. And he just does it in all phases, all parts of the field.
Well, the Huskers had a hard time catching up with him, but our Tim Murray has corralled Devin Dampier.
Hey, Devin. Oh, he's shaking hands with Matt Rule real quickly. So a little embrace with the opposing coach as we wait for Devin Dampier as he daps up a couple of the opposition here. But, Devin, can I grab you just for a moment here? Your coach called you Spider-Man. You set a bowl record today, 458 yards of total offense. What was this day like for you? Just encapsulate it for us.
Yeah, man, we had obviously Spencer and Caleb were out today, and I think the biggest thing, I told the O-line, I trust y'all. I'm going to be behind y'all, run, pass. I trust y'all boys. So I think the biggest thing is, my teammates, they capitalize on a moment, and, when they capitalize, it just makes me play a little bit harder.
How unique was this week for you guys with Coach Whittingham moving on to Michigan and the new era, so to speak, starting a little bit earlier than anticipated?
Yeah, something Coach Whitt and Scally both live by is our culture is made in the team. So just as players, we knew how to carry ourselves, but, man, Coach Scally made this really fun for us. Vegas did a great job overall, but what Scally did for us, just allowing us to be happy and free out here while also taking things serious when practice came along, just brought energy in the building.
What does this mean for you? What does this mean for this program to win this way going into 2026?
Yeah, biggest thing is these seniors. This group of seniors were one of those where people have been here for 5 or 6 years. They've been through the ups and downs of Utah, so just to end them on the good note, man, that's all we wanted.
5 touchdowns, 148 rushing yards. Not a bad way to wrap up 2025.
Yeah, not a bad way. Happy for 2026, baby.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
2026 is on its way. Nebraska may have called him diabolical. The Utes dynamic. Devin Dampier, the junior quarterback from Phoenix, is on top of the world in Vegas. Clearly our hell of a good player of the game today. Find Hell of a Good Dips in stores near you and follow on Instagram at Hell of a Good Dips. Start dipping with Hell of a Good. So Dampier finishes the season with 2,490 passing yards, 24 touchdowns, just 5 interceptions, and he runs for over 800 yards and 10 touchdowns. Marshall, I got to ask you, can he possibly exceed those stats in 2026?
Well, just to let people know, this is not a flash in the pan. Devin Dampier is 5th in rushing yards and touchdowns among QBs over the last 3 seasons. So he's done this at 2 different programs. I see no reason why he can't continue this into 2026, given the stability of Coach Scally and given the talent of this Utah squad. But they'll be led by Devin Dampier, and he's got it all in front of him.
Phenomenal job down there by our own Tim Murray. Big thanks to our engineer, Ray Regal, here in Vegas. Thanks to Hoppy Kercheval and Brad Howe in our Coca-Cola Bowl Season radio studios. Utah celebrating its first win ever over the University of Nebraska. A blowout victory in the Las Vegas Bowl, and the 15th-ranked Utes finished the year with 6 straight wins. More bowl games coming your way on Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio. Coming up Friday, it's Rice and Texas State in the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. Again, the final score, Utah 44, Nebraska 22. For Marshall Newhouse and Tim Murray, Paul Leffler saying adios from the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl in Las Vegas. 44-22, Utes own 2025.
Distribution Las Vegas Bowl has been an exclusive presentation of Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio, a division of First Team Ventures LLC. All rights reserved.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's problem solvers. I'm not one of them. I'm a problem creator.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right. I call it challenging groupthink, but really I'm an instigator.
See, I'm more of a problem pointer-outer.
Doing it wrong.
Exactly. Which I'd probably rather be than a problem creator.
Sure, it's better.
But easier than problem solving.
Neither help.
No, nothing.
Neither fix anything.
No. I mean, my living is to pop on the microphone and say, hey, that team really stunk out there. Well, how did they make it better? I don't know.
Not my problem.
Don't you get paid to figure that out? Boy, that team stinks. Why do they stink? Well, I could give you a number of different reasons.
How do you fix it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's your problem.
Not up to me.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
I love this job.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. The game is over, and now it's time to break down another showdown for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes.
On 1st and 10, handoff working right. Mosey cuts it back between the tackles, angling left down to the 15, the 10, 5. That's going to be a touchdown for Nebraska. That is Mekhi Nelson, the redshirt freshman, taking it the distance. And the Huskers got the ball first. They score first. So 1st and goal for Nebraska. Final 2.5 minutes of this first quarter in Vegas. They bring a man in motion. Latif tosses it on the end around, trying to get that right edge. Nebraska's got 6. Ja'Cory Barney Jr. Touchdown, Cornhuskers. 3rd and goal from the 20. Dampier takes a shot for the end zone, and how did he do that? Caught. Touchdown, Utah. J.J. Buchanan, the Vegas native, has scored 6. Parker motions out, empty for the dual threat quarterback. He's running between the tackles, straight into that south end zone. Touchdown, Devin Dampier, his 2nd today. And the Utes have a 2-score lead in Vegas. And now Utah lines up in the I formation. Dampier under center, gives it to Rogers, running right, looking for the goal line, still on his feet. A push from the O-line, and he's in. Touchdown, Utah, Nakari Rogers. Utah go for it on 4th and 1. Dampier motions out. Parker was going to take the snap. Now Dampier shifts back to the center spot. 2 tight ends on the right side. Parker in motion. Dampier fakes the give, runs straight ahead. Dives for the goal line. Did he get in? Waiting for a signal. Touchdown, Utah. 1st and 10, Huskers at the 36 of Utah. Nebraska down 24 with 11 minutes to go. Latif back to throw. Pressure coming. Dodges the blitz. Winds up. He's taking a shot for the 10-yard line in double coverage. And it's intercepted. Utah's Rock Caldwell with the snag. Nebraska down 24 with 11 minutes to go. Latif back to throw. Pressure coming. Dodges the blitz. Winds up. He's taking a shot for the 10-yard line in double coverage. And it's intercepted. Utah's Rock Caldwell. Dampier back to throw on 3rd down. To the left side, Bentley breaks the tackle at the 5, and he gets in again. Dallin Bentley, the senior tight end. 2nd touchdown today.
This is the Ute Postgame Show on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on into the Ute Post Game Show, 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. I'm Christian Esparza. Alex Napolis joining me one final time this season, my friend, to break down another Utah victory. This one 44-22 in the Las Vegas Bowl. over Nebraska. Morgan Scalley's first game as head coach. Of course, the biggest storyline coming into this one. And I don't know about you, Alex, but I thought it was a pretty nice way for Coach Scalley to make his debut.
Absolutely. Phenomenal way to make your debut. Not only because obviously you get out and you go and you get the win, but after that first quarter, it looked like Nebraska and that offense were going to have a good night running the ball against this Utah defense. But adjustments were made. In between quarters. They were made at the halftime break, and Utah's defense ended up clamping down Nebraska. Utah's offense looked phenomenal, and again, just a massive and a great way for Morgan Scalley to start off his head coaching tenure as the head coach of the University of Utah as he goes 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not to bring up bad memories, but if you remember, Utah finished the season very poorly on defense, allowing, almost 800 rushing yards to Kansas State and Kansas across their final two games. And you're right, it definitely looked that way. Nebraska, had 75 rushing yards on their first touchdown drive of the game. And it felt like nothing had been fixed. But really since then, I mean, after that first drive, the defense really, really clamped down. Again, Nebraska only finished with 22 points, so that's a very good defensive performance. All in all, 161 yards on the ground, 182 through the air for Nebraska. So not able to move the ball very much. And, for a defensive guy making his debut as head coach, I thought it went really well, especially considering how poorly, again, those final two regular season games were. The question was, what was wrong and what could Morgan Scalley do to fix it? Today, in that first drive, it seemed like guys were just, again, not in the right spots, not playing gap sound football. And I don't know what adjustments were made, but it clearly worked, because after that first drive, you see guys in the right place. You see guys still getting pushed around a little bit. I mean, it definitely wasn't mistake-free football, but you're not seeing those 60-yard touchdown runs given up.
Absolutely. And I'm trying to find down the exact number breakdown for the quarters, because, again, I thought Nebraska started off really well running the ball against Utah in that first quarter. Second quarter, they did a lot better. I think in the third quarter, man, they only held them to they put up the stat on the TV, and there was 17 yards of offense from Nebraska in that third quarter alone. And then obviously in the fourth quarter, you pull some of the starters, some of the young guys get out there, they start moving the ball a little bit better. But I mean, just overall, all in all, man, I think the biggest thing for me, we knew how good this offense was. We know how great this offense is. Devin Dampier, phenomenal performance. But I think the thing that I was most looking at was, how was the defense going to look after, not being able to count on Logan Fano coming into this game, not being able to count on John Henry Daly coming into this game. How are they going to look at stopping the run? As you mentioned it, against Kansas State, it didn't look really well. And in the first quarter, it looked like we were trending in that same direction. But credit goes to Morgan Scalley. Credit goes to guys like Lewis Powell for making adjustments, the necessary adjustments needed to stop Nebraska and really put that true freshman quarterback under some pressure. He did not look comfortable at all after that second quarter, and they were in his face all night.
Yeah, so Nebraska had 157 total yards of offense in that first quarter, 157 total yards. And they finished the game with 343. So they basically doubled, or they had half of their total production in the first quarter alone. So really after that first quarter is when Utah's defense stepped up. And yes, the defense started playing better. But Alex, I think the bigger thing was the offense was phenomenal again tonight. And this was the story for Utah all season. They won a majority of their games, scoring over 40 points and allowing less than 20 to the other team. And that's basically what we saw tonight. Nebraska scoring a garbage time touchdown. Devin Dampier had a phenomenal game today. They were talking about all of the Las Vegas Bowl MVPs that they've had, talking about Kellen Moore and guys like that. And then they said Devin Dampier might have just had the best game of any Las Vegas Bowl MVP, 310 yards through the air, 2 touchdowns. And then he added 148 yards on the ground with 3 touchdowns rushing. Great game from Dampier, his best game as a Ute. And it makes me wonder if maybe Kyle Whittingham was telling the truth all season long, that Dampier was banged up, and that really limited how he could play, because this was by far the best version of Devin Dampier that we've ever seen.
Absolutely. I think that was probably my first thought too. After a couple drives and probably after Utah went up 30 or 31, I thought to myself, wow, if this is how Devin Dampier looks with a healthy ankle, it's a much different Devin Dampier than what we saw right in the early parts of the season where he was clearly hobbled. He wasn't at 100%. He finishes the night with 310, 2 touchdowns, but even more so, 148 yards on the ground, man, 19 carries, the 3 touchdowns rushing for Devin Dampier. He's phenomenal. By far the best we've seen Devin Dampier, I think, in a Utah jersey. Obviously his best performance of the season. And then of course, finishing off with 5 total touchdowns, man. Absolutely love to see it from Devin Dampier. He is by far the MVP of this game.
And he almost broke away for a long one there in the fourth quarter. He got tripped up. Good job by him breaking the tackle. And he wasn't quite fast enough to run away from the defense after he had to break that tackle. But really just solid all-around performance. I was wondering what the split was going to look like with Devin Dampier and Bird Ficklin. Bird did not have a passing attempt. He did have 5 carries for 10 yards. So we didn't quite see the explosiveness that he had been showing all year, but it was really the Devin Dampier show. And, that begs the question now of, was this his last game as a Ute? And what does that mean? Of course, with the portal opening in just 2 days, Jason Beck still has not been announced as the offensive coordinator at Michigan. So I wonder if maybe Kyle Whittingham was just waiting for this game to be over with. Or maybe Utah's making a last-second push to keep him. Nobody really knows the answer there. But if Jason Beck does go to Michigan, they've already got Bryce Underwood, and maybe he could enter the portal. But as of right now, Michigan is not looking for a starting quarterback. So, of course, Devin Dampier could stay here with the Utes, or he could go somewhere else. Arizona State has been a possibility that has been brought up. I don't know. It's about to get real interesting. Regardless, though, I think this is a great way for Devin Dampier to end the season.
Absolutely. Phenomenal way for him to end the season. Obviously put out some really good tape for whatever he does decide to do. I thought it was interesting because yesterday they had the luncheon press conference type deal where Morgan Scalley, Lander Barr, and Devin Dampier all sat in front of the media. And he said he was happy to be at Utah. He was extremely happy with everything, with the way everything went at Utah. And it didn't seem like he was going, he made it sound like he was happy to stay and happy to be here, right? Happy to be at Utah. But then today on the broadcast, right, the sideline reporter says she pulled Devin Dampier aside. He says he didn't say yes or no. He's like, just focus on the game. And so that kind of, again, opens up the door and opens up the question of what's going to happen to Devin Dampier. Yesterday, after hearing his comments, I thought maybe, Utah would probably have a good chance of keeping him at Utah. But after hearing that sideline report, it seems a little bit more wishy-washy than it was yesterday.
Yeah, who knows, right?
Yeah.
But I do want to touch on the Kyle Whittingham stuff because we haven't done, obviously, a post-game show since then. And I want to give flowers to Morgan Scalley because of the crazy whirlwind that this has been for him. This was not supposed to be his first coaching experience.
Yeah.
If you remember, he was not scheduled to take over until January 6th. That's when he was supposed to have his press conference. And then that's when Kyle Whittingham had stepped down, but he was still an advisor or whatever with the team. But then he goes to Michigan. Now Morgan Scalley all of a sudden is coaching this game, taking on more duties than he initially had thought. He only had a few days really to prepare for being a head coach rather than the defensive coordinator for this game. So for him to do this while all of that was happening, I think it's a tremendous job by him. And I hope it's a good sign of things to come for Morgan Scalley as the head coach of Utah, because to be honest, we don't know how he can coach. And this was a very good first game, right? And you hope that continues to build. It's not going to be easy next year. It's not. But I'm encouraged.
And I think a lot of Utah fans should be encouraged with what they saw today from Morgan Scalley and this Utah team. I think a lot of it is going to have to obviously go into player retention and making sure that you keep the pieces that you have now in this team, and of course being able to add through the transfer portal some of the spots where I think this team can improve. But most importantly, right, keeping guys like Devin Dampier, keeping guys like Wayshawn Parker, keeping guys like JJ Buchanan, who I thought played phenomenal tonight, right? Keeping a lot of that piece. It's going to come down to player retention, right? How does Morgan Scalley end up recruiting his own guys? But I think the thing that stood out to me, but as far as the coaching of it all goes, I think what stood out to me was the way that the clock was managed at the end of the second quarter. Utah got the ball back with over 2 minutes left, right? I don't think they got the ball back until even before the 2-minute warning or the 2-minute timeout, and then able to manage the clock well. They bled it out and scored a touchdown with 20 seconds to go, and I thought that was really phenomenal clock management from a guy who's being coaching his first ever game as a head coach.
Yeah, and then of course you get the 2-for-1, right? Because they score at the end of the second quarter, and then they get the ball back to begin the second half, and they score on that first drive as well. So really good stuff, man. Really, really good stuff. And that's when you talk about the different duties of a head coach versus just being a defensive coordinator, and that is a big change. You see guys all across college football. Deion Sanders still doesn't know how to manage his timeouts, right? So it's interesting stuff. And of course, it is just a bowl game, and bowl games matter less and less. But this was a fun audition for Morgan Scalley. And I mean, I shouldn't call it an audition because he has the job. The job is his. It's wrapped up. But it was a nice little taste, I guess, of the Morgan Scalley-led Utah team. So as far as expectations for next year, I think it's a little too early to kind of set anything. I think we'll have to see what happens with the coordinators and who ends up leaving the portal. But man, if I were a Utah player on this team who's on the fence of like, why should I stay? Or, maybe I should go somewhere else.
Yeah.
I would feel really encouraged with this. And I think that was the vibe that this team played with. I think guys like Lander Barton wanted to show up for their guy that they've been playing for their entire career. Right. So that speaks to Morgan Scalley's ability as the player coach, and the guys love him.
Yeah. I think this is a great game for guys who are on the fence to try to use them try to use this game as a platform of being able to convince them to stay and being able to convince them to come back, because you go and you make those adjustments on the defensive side of the ball, and the defense looks so much better through the second and third quarter. You continue to dominate the way that you do on offense. Devin Dampier again looked phenomenal, probably his best game in a Utah jersey. And you use that as a little bit of a selling point, a little bit as a recruiting your own guys point, and saying, hey, look at what we did this season. Last year we went 5-7. Last year we missed a bowl game. It was a super disappointing year to start Big 12, start our journey in the Big 12. But you bounce back nicely with an 11-2 season. This is what we can build. Let's keep you here and make sure that we have some unfinished business type deal.
Yeah, I totally agree. Want to extend out to everybody watching on YouTube, on Facebook, on X. Let us know your thoughts on this game. Let us know your thoughts on Morgan Scalley's first game as the head coach of the University of Utah. Let us know your predictions on what's going to happen with the portal and the coaching hires. Want to get into all that. Would love to get some listener reaction, especially with this being the last Ute post-game show of the year. Everybody, please chime in, because we got a lot to talk about, and it's about to get crazy. And man, I still can't believe that Whittingham is at Michigan. That feels weird to talk about, right? And it feels weird to kind of just gloss over that. And then, of course, watching both games at once, they had the Michigan-Texas game, and it shows Whit up there in the press box with the Michigan hat and Michigan jersey, or Michigan sweater. And it just doesn't feel real, but it is real. Morgan Scalley is Utah's head coach now, and it's a new world for college football. So anybody watching, please let us know your thoughts on everything, really.
It's a new world for college football. It's a new world for Utah specifically, man. After 21 years, you're moving on into a new different direction. I said it last week with Jake Hatch on College Football Saturday. On one hand, I'm extremely happy for Kyle Whittingham. I think if there's a coach in college football that goes and deserves an opportunity to truly fight for a national championship, it's Kyle Whittingham. It's unfortunate that I think he had to leave somewhere to go do that, but I am happy for him and that opportunity he gets. But at the same time, like, what's going to happen in the next couple of days that can either really, really shake up what Utah looks like next season, or can leave Utah in a good spot to compete for the Big 12 championship next year.
JV is pissed, chiming in on YouTube. That's his handle. That's the handle. I'm just reading that. Great win. Dampier looked amazing. Stay together, boys. Grass isn't always greener on the other side. I love it. And this comes with the news. John Henry Daly has already entered his name into the transfer portal. Well, he says he's going to, right? You can't technically until Friday, but yeah, Dampier had his best game as a Ute. So now we will see who chooses to stay, who chooses to go. I thought it was nice tonight, some of the defensive efforts we saw from guys like Lance Holtzclaw. He had that huge sack, big hit on Latouf, and that's kind of what you're going to see next year with no Logan Fano, maybe no John Henry Daly. Maybe he comes back. Who knows? But you're always going to get defensive linemen coming out of Utah. Even if some of these guys leave and go to Michigan, I think that Utah has really turned themselves into one of these programs that can churn out defensive ends and defensive linemen that rack up the sacks. And I think next year, Holtzclaw is going to be one of those guys kind of taking the mantle. It is interesting because Logan Fano, of course, the leadership, he's been here for so long. It's going to be weird to not see him out there. Leonard Barton as well. I know he's an off-ball guy, but he's been a staple of this Utah team for the past several years. So changing to the guard, it seems, at a good time, I guess, with the coaching changes as well. But, you're always going to get guys stepping up, and maybe you bring in new names through the transfer portal, but that's not really been Utah's thing. I know they got a lot of their offensive pieces on the transfer portal, but this defense kind of seems like it's always been homegrown, right?
Yeah. They've always had players come in and step up, right? Even before Lander, you had Kareni Reed, the defensive backfield, right? There was always NFL caliber guys. Just a couple years ago, right? Zamaya Vaughn, and then you go before that, Clark Phillips, Jalen Johnson. Like, there's always somebody coming up, and that's just a credit to Utah and what they're able to do recruiting wise. It's always been finding the guys that are maybe under recruited and undervalued. Not necessarily the biggest name as far as star ratings, right? I think Utah's bread and butter has always been and probably will continue to be to find the 2 and 3 stars that are under recruited and bring them in and really develop them into phenomenal football players. But that doesn't change that Utah, I think, now has an opportunity again to go out into the transfer portal this offseason, depending on how everything falls out, right? If you're able to retain a large majority of the core of offense that you have now, and the core of defense that you have now, bring in some additional players from the transfer portal who can come in and really compete for a starting position and have some college football experience. And this Utah team, the sky's the ceiling, man, for this team. If they're able to accomplish that. But again, it starts with player retention and what happens in the coming days, right? With all the coaching news that we are anticipating on seeing.
Yeah, I will be really interested to see, who all ends up staying, because you mentioned what Utah's been able to do with a lot of the 2 and 3 star guys they get. Not only are they, 2 and 3 star prospects, but these are local guys. Like, so many of Utah's best players over the Kyle Whittingham era have been local guys.
Yeah.
And I am interested to see how much of that stays the same with Morgan Scalley. I wouldn't really expect it to change, right? But I do wonder how, I guess, Morgan Scalley will be as compared to Kyle Whittingham, thinking of the hires that Kyle Whittingham had to make for his staff. And he always stuck close to his network, his guys, his connections through either BYU or Utah. And I wonder if Morgan Scalley is going to be a little more outgoing, not to discredit Kyle Whittingham, because obviously he made it work so well over 21 years, but you get the vibe that Morgan Scalley is definitely more of the coaching conference guy and making connections and, hey, nice to meet you. And, I'd love to get to know you better. Similar to Kalani Sitaki down in Provo. Like, you hear every pregame press conference for BYU, and Kalani's always like, oh yeah, great friends with the other team's coach. We go back, we had dinner a couple times. Like, that definitely seems more up Morgan Scalley's alley. And I'm curious to see how much that will extend to, like, recruiting and stuff and getting to know other parts of the country that Utah hasn't really traditionally recruited in.
Absolutely. And, I think at first, right, we are anticipating some coaching changes. We'll see what happens over the course of the next couple of days and what news comes out. But I think that in the case that some coaches do move on and some coaches do end up following Kyle Whittingham to the University of Michigan, I think probably at first you might see some familiar names, maybe some guys that are closer to Morgan Scalley and in that network. But then as the career develops and as that career continues, you'll probably see a little bit more branching out. But yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if at first it's more local guys as far as recruiting goes, as far as bringing in new coaches. But then as time goes on, you allow those branches to grow in your network.
Utah did break the single season record for rushing.
Massive.
For those of you that don't know, that is a huge accomplishment for, Utah has always been run it down their throat team. So to break their school record, I'm trying to find the exact number. I think it was 3,463.
I think so. Yeah.
Trying to find the graphic and the font 3,263. There it is. And of course, that was just the record when that was the number when they broke it, and then they added more yardage on top of that. So not quite sure what the official number is, but this, that was a number that they were chasing towards the end of the year. You heard that several times brought up. Guys like Wayshawn Parker they mentioned how much it would mean to break that number, because this, again, is a program that has always been the tough blue collar, we're not going to throw the dang football type of team, right? So to have the best rushing season in school history, and they also broke the record for most rushing touchdowns as well. It's been a success for Jason Beck, and I hope he stays, obviously, because offense is fun to watch. It's fun to watch teams put up points. And if Morgan Scalley has to replace his offensive coordinator that he helped pick out, that's going to suck, having to find two new coordinators, offense and defense in one offseason. It's not an ideal way to start your coaching career, but again, if Jason Beck does go to Michigan, he's earned the opportunity, man, because putting this product out for Utah's offense that they have shown this year and scoring as much as they did, I think I am a little shocked that it worked this well. There were a few games where I was like, okay, it's understandable that you beat up whoever to start the year, but when you're going through conference play, consistently dominating teams, scoring 40 or 50 points a game, pretty unheard of in Salt Lake City. So
yeah,
Jason Beck has done a great job.
I think more importantly too, you go back to last season, man, and this is a team. I mean, what Utah football, from as far as I can remember and as far back as I can remember, right, in following the local sports here in the state of Utah, Utah's always been a bruising run first team. And they've always been successful in finding rushing touchdowns. But even last season, man, in a year where the offense really struggled, I think they only had 8 rushing touchdowns all season. So to go from 8 rushing touchdowns to the number that you see now, breaking a school record in not only rushing yards, but in rushing touchdowns for a single season, massive credit to Jason Beck.
Huge, over 40 on the year, yeah.
Huge accomplishment from the offensive coordinator coming over from New Mexico, bringing in his ideals, but completely re-energizing and revitalizing this Utah offense that desperately needed it after 2 seasons where things didn't go Utah's way offensively. The offense last year obviously trending down from where we're used to seeing this Utah offense be, and then this season coming in and breaking again that rushing record for rushing yards and rushing touchdowns in a single season. Massive credit to Jason Beck.
Yeah, and I'm glad that they did it one more time to wrap up the season, because it sounds like with everything that's been going on, everybody could have been massively distracted. And if Jason Beck really is going to Michigan, he easily could have just mailed this game in. But it really feels like he was dialed in for this one right from the get-go. I mean, the offense really did not struggle. I think, trying to find punting numbers, I think Utah only had to punt 3 times. Sorry, for Phillips, 3 punts. But no turnovers, clean day. Yeah, just another impressive performance.
And then, of course, like you mentioned, they could have mailed it in, but instead they come out. They have 300 yards in the first half alone on offense. A lot of those coming through the air with Devin Dampier, 90 on the ground, and then in the second half you put up another 235 yards. Could have easily, like you said, because of the distractions, because of the decision that Jason Beck now has to make on his future, they could have rolled around and mailed it in and not really cared about this game. But I think that there was a lot of reasons to be fired up and a lot of reasons to be motivated for Utah because of the potential departure of Jason Beck, because of obviously it is Morgan Scalley's first game as head coach, because they wanted to finish the season strong. You mentioned it. They talked about the rushing record earlier in press conferences. They wanted to get to that number. They did. And so there was still a lot to play for Utah. And then, of course, not winning a bowl game since 2017. There was still a lot to play for Utah. And it was great to see that Morgan Scalley had these guys fired up to come out and play.
Well, the last Las Vegas Bowl they played in, they lost to Northwestern.
Yeah, 14-7, man.
That was their last bowl appearance. So
yeah,
it's nice to kind of rectify that, right?
Yes. You get another shot at the Las Vegas Bowl against, again, another Big Ten opponent. A Big Ten opponent who I think on paper is better than Nebraska than Northwestern, right? And has yes. a little bit of a bigger brand than Northwestern. So a good team to play against, and a good opportunity to again get the 11 wins and further your brand as the University of Utah. And I think they showed up well against Nebraska.
Yeah, man. And then just put a bow on the season, wrap it up, and get ready for the
for what's to come.
Hurricane that is about to come. We got to take a break. We are live online on Facebook, on YouTube, on X, on KSLSports.com. We are also on the radio, so we got to fit in some quick radio breaks. We will be back real quick in about 3 minutes. While we're gone, head to the comment section. Let us know your thoughts on this game. Let us know your thoughts on Devin Dampier. Was that his best game as a Ute? Let us know your thoughts on Jason Beck, on Kyle Whittingham leaving, all that stuff. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a good show. More to come later. We're going to get to the podium and hear from Morgan Scally following this victory. It will be a little delayed because of the festivities, but stay tuned. We are going to carry that. So stick with us. It is the Ute Postgame Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado. With 4 powerful engine choices, impressive towing capability, and legendary dependability. Or choose from other great offers on Colorado, giving you clever and convenient bed and tailgate functionality, plus outstanding torque for big adventures. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
This is the Ute Postgame Show on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the Ute Postgame Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'm Christian Esparza. Alex Napolis with me to break this one down, break it down one more time. Alex, and I think it was a phenomenal win for Utah to kind of wrap up this 2025 season. A season in which Utah has kind of announced that they are back, right? After their first year in the Big 12 last year, finishing 5-7. There were a lot of questions about Utah football, about Kyle Whittingham, about all this, all that. Kyle Whittingham did not want to leave on a bad note. He wanted to get this train back on the track, and they did. And I know he's no longer with the team. He has left for, a different job, yada, yada. But ultimately, I think it's a good way to end the year and prove that Utah really is legit, and that the last couple of years were kind of fluky with injuries and everything else going on. I think Utah has proved that when they're on their game, they can be top contenders in the Big 12, and that's exactly what they're wanting to do. Now we will see how different things are under Morgan Scalley and how much that changes things, but that at the very least is the expectation that has been set.
Absolutely. And I think this year was probably the most important thing for Utah, is to be able to come back and establish yourself as a contender, to be able to come back and bounce back after a 5-7 season. As Kyle Whittingham has said before, right the ship and be able to put yourself in a good spot, right, heading into the future. Winning changes a lot, man. And when you're winning 11 games a season, that bodes well for recruiting, that bodes well for the program, that bodes well for the coaching staff. When you go off and you win 11 games, and to the fashion of which you did it, you have one of the best rushing attacks in the entire country. I think you only finished behind Navy. We'll see where the updated numbers are after this game, but heading into bowl season, right, Utah had the second best rushing attack in the entire country, and to be able to re-energize and reinvent the offense the way that you did, I think it sends a clear message to the country. It sends a clear message to the Big 12, and it says, hey, Utah football is here to compete.
Very loud truck driving by. Yes, and we got some great performances to end the season, right? Obviously, you got to mention Devin Dampier again. 310 yards through the air, 2 touchdowns, 148 yards on the ground, 3 touchdowns, so 5 total touchdowns for Devin Dampier. But then you also had Dallin Bentley coming in, giving his best game of the year, 6 catches for 106 yards and a touchdown. He was very emotional on the sideline. Obviously, he's a senior, so probably his last football game ever, which is crazy to think about, but what a way to go out, right? And then J.J. Buchanan, big catch Buchanan, 4 catches, 76 yards and a touchdown. And then you see Ryan Davis getting involved as well. Another senior, 5 catches, 66 yards. So a few big performances offensively, and all that adds up to 44 points on the day. Just another really, really efficient game for this Utah offense that is completely different than anything we've ever seen for Utah, at least, right?
Yeah.
Efficient as well on 3rd down, 7 of 14, 2 of 3 on 4th down. Really efficient in the red zone as well. I think the only mistake was a missed PAT, but it was just another really, really good day from these guys in red.
Yeah, and I didn't have Devin Dampier throwing it 31 times tonight. I thought Utah was going to stay true to what they do, and that's running the football. And credit to Nebraska, who I thought at times did a good job containing the run. They didn't really allow too many explosive big runs, as we've seen Wayshawn Parker do all season, as we've seen guys like Bert Ficklin do all season. They mostly kept Bert Ficklin in check, so credit to them. They mostly kept Wayshawn Parker in check, credit to them. But Devin Dampier did have a couple of big runs, including a 43-yard rush to finish with 148 yards. But still, Devin Dampier throwing it 31 times. That one took me by surprise a little bit.
Interesting enough, so he throws it 31 times. They only had 5 players register a catch. So I don't know who else was targeted on those 31 attempts, right? But this was kind of the story all season, and I'd say it's the biggest knock on Utah's offense was that the passing game was always inconsistent. And, you know, we've got a little fun text thread that we get going during the games, right? And Dampier had that big throw early on in the game. I think it was his longest throw of the night. And you text, you're like, yeah, Devin Dampier hit a big pass. And even that ball, dude, was severely underthrown.
Yeah.
And there were times this season where he connects on those, and there were times where he really missed. But the passing game, I think they really struggled to find a consistent contributor. I know Ryan Davis at one point was top 1 or 2 in the conference in catches. And outside of him, you know, Dallin Bentley flashed, J.J. Buchanan flashed, but I don't know if it was Devin Dampier's ankle limiting how well he could throw the ball. It's just the passing game was never really able to find consistency. And today, Devin Dampier throws for 310 yards. Again, only to 5 different receivers, but this is the best version of what Jason Beck's offense can look like, at least with Devin Dampier at the helm.
Absolutely. And I want to go back to the Baylor game where they went down to Waco and Utah came out and the offense was a little bit flat, and they were because they were trying to favor the passing game. They were trying to force the ball downfield through the air. Passes weren't connecting. Players were dropping balls. Like Utah wasn't able to move the ball in the first quarter against Baylor because they were favoring the option to pass the ball. And in this one, it seemed like Utah early on wanted to come out and pass the ball, But it was different this time because Utah was actually making those big plays and making those passes and being able to push the ball downfield through the air. And then, of course, in I can't remember if it was the first or second drive. It was probably the first, but Dallin Bentley goes up, has that 45-yard pass. The one that you're talking about, that was a little bit overthrown, but he still makes the play, brings it down. It's complete. And I think that sets the tone really for Utah's passing offense throughout the course of the entire game, right? If that one falls incomplete, I don't know if we see as much success, but I think that one really gave confidence to not only Devin Dampier, but just Dallin Bentley, who ended up having a phenomenal game. And you're able to see Utah find some success through the air.
Yeah, that's why you gotta take the shots, right? Because if you don't connect on those plays, your passing game's not a threat to the other team. And when you do connect on them, they've got to respect it. And we never really saw a true deep threat emerge. I know they had Jackson Benny trying some deep routes at some times, and then he got banged up. But when you've got tight ends that are really long and physical and willing to go out there and get them, take those shots, man, because that's exactly what it does. It sets up the running game. It sets up the rest of your passing game. So credit to Devin Dampier tonight. It makes me wonder what things would have looked like if he was healthy all year. Kyle Whittingham brought up several times, like, yeah, Devin Dampier's ankle was really bad all year. And at first I was pretty skeptical of it, but after seeing his performance tonight and what he was able to do on the ground and through the air, I honestly am like, man, what if, right? So
yeah,
what a game for Devin Dampier. He won MVP of the game, right? I didn't really see
by far.
Yeah.
By far Devin Dampier's your MVP. And I think you have to give shouts to JJ Buchanan too, man. The true freshman made some phenomenal plays downfield, made some incredible catches, did have the offensive PI, but whatever, we'll forgive him because he comes back, right, man, and has the touchdown earlier in the game. But whatever you got to do to keep the JJ Buchanan at Utah, man, I think that Utah team has to do it. He is one of those guys, one of those core pieces that I think Utah needs heading into next season. And JJ Buchanan, I think, has a really high ceiling, has a lot of real potential as that wide receiver tight end hybrid. He was phenomenal tonight, and again, I think Utah has to do everything they can to keep JJ Buchanan.
That's scary, man. Yeah, I kind of talked about it a little bit before. Buchanan that's one of the guys that if Beck does go to Michigan, I think Buchanan's going to be one of those guys that he's like, yeah, I want him to come with. And who knows what he would be like in the Big Ten, at Michigan. It is, I mean, looking at Michigan's schedule next year, they play an incredibly tough slate of teams. They play Oregon, they play Ohio State. They got a couple of other really, really tough Big Ten.
I believe they play Indiana. I know they have an out of conference game against Oklahoma.
Yeah, there you go. Those are the four tough ones. I was looking at their schedule today. So it's like, how good of a contributor can JJ Buchanan be against teams like that, versus playing at Utah? But regardless, he's a special talent, and I would hope that Utah can hold on to him, because whoever's at quarterback next year, whether it's Bird Ficklin or Devin Dampier or somebody else, tight end is a man's best friend at QB, especially here at Utah, as we've seen over the past several years. And I think Buchanan has the potential to be a really special tight end.
Absolutely. And I mean, you look at just the performance from Dallin Bentley, you're going to need somebody like that for next season. You're going to need somebody to step up and to kind of take over that role, because Dallin Bentley, he after Ryan Davis went down, he kind of became the go-to target, and he became Mr. Reliable. And so you're going to need somebody who you can count on at the tight end position, who's phenomenal at catching the ball the way Dallin Bentley is. And I think JJ Buchanan fits that mold perfectly.
Another thing to hit on for the offense today, no interceptions for Devin Dampier. Really almost a flawless game, right? Really, really complete game. No turnovers from him or the offense at all. The defense does get the one takeaway, the late interception. That was Rock Caldwell pulling that one down. So winning the turnover battle 1-0, that's what Utah likes, right? Winning the turnover battle, controlling the time of possession, all those cliches, and Utah was able to do it today. But with Devin Dampier, with him throwing the ball 31 times, not putting it in harm's way, I don't even, off the top of my head, I don't think there were really any plays where it was like, oh, there
was one scary one.
And it hit the linebacker in the hands.
I want to say that was in the third quarter.
Yeah, I think it was early fourth.
Yeah, but that was really the only situation where that was the only situation where I got kind of worried there. But I mean, ultimately, just all in all, I remember, you head to the preseason, Christian, and you hear all the talk about the 12-12, right? You hear all the talk about, well, he only threw 12 touchdowns, but at the same time, he threw 12 interceptions. And what was Devin Dampier and how his game was going to translate to the Power Four, and on all that noise, right? All that criticism of this guy from New Mexico making the jump over to Utah. Finishes the season. I think this isn't updated yet, but heading into this bowl game, it's 22-5. Plus, you add another 2 touchdowns to that today. Devin Dampier, just the 5 interceptions alone, that his game translated as well as I think anybody could have wanted and anybody could have expected from Devin Dampier. And I think finally you can put the 12-12 talk to rest and see where Devin Dampier continues to develop through this offseason.
Yeah, one more year, man. And whether it's here or somewhere else, I think you're right. He's done a great job proving that he can make the jump to power conference football. So whether it's in the Big 12 or somewhere else, what a way to finish the season. I mean, again, like literally the best game of his career, nearly 500 total yards of offense just from Dampier himself. So great job by him. Wayshawn Parker, I do want to talk about him a little bit. Didn't really see the explosiveness. You brought that up earlier. That we had seen from him throughout the season. I think what was his, I'm trying to bring up his average yards per carry. It was something absolutely stupid, like 7 yards per carry coming into this game. Nebraska held him to 50 yards on 16 carries. That's 3.1 yards per. There were a couple, like I think the one where he fumbled the pitch and they lost like 10 yards on it.
Oh, yeah.
That dings his rushing total, I would imagine, on the stat sheet. So things like that, a couple miscues where his rushing numbers weren't as high as they should have been. But I thought we'd see a bigger game from Wayshawn Parker. But obviously, when you've got Devin Dampier doing everything that he's doing, doesn't leave a whole lot of room for guys like Wayshawn Parker to contribute.
No, but I think even then, Wayshawn Parker did enough to show up in big moments. There was the play. It was a 3rd and long. Dampier was scrambling. He rolls out to his right, kind of gives direction to Wayshawn, and he makes a phenomenal catch, right? Like this is a catch that you see wide receivers make where they're toe tapping it in. The situational awareness of making sure that your toes are in bounds when you make that catch, you get the first down for Utah. There was moments like that I think where I thought he was big, but ultimately I think because of the work Devin Dampier did, both in the rushing and in the passing game, you didn't necessarily have to rely on Wayshawn Parker as much as you have in the past couple games, but it was disappointing. I wanted to see him break just one, one, so he can continue to add on to what to the incredible season that he's had. But ultimately, I think overall he had a good enough performance.
Well, and he was close to 1,000 yards. I don't think he hit that. I think he's going to be just barely short, like literally just barely short. But that's another guy that you're hoping stays when that portal opens, man. It's such an unknown on who's going to stay and who's going to go, because these guys were kind of brought in by Jason Beck, and of course nothing's official. I want to reiterate that we have really no announcement by anybody. It's just all rumors at this point, with Jason Beck potentially going to Michigan to join Kyle Whittingham. And of course it would make sense, but yeah, if Jason Beck does go, he's going to want to bring in some of these guys that had great seasons for him. And that includes Buchanan, that includes Wayshawn Parker. So we'll see, man. But if Wayshawn Parker does return, I think that's because he was a sophomore this year. So that's a potential NFL guy, I think. I don't know if he would leave after his 3rd year. I mean, it would obviously depend on how great of a season he has next year, but I think he was special this year, and he had several 100-yard performances. Of course, kind of the running game being the focal point of this offense. That's what Utah needs, and that's definitely going to help out Morgan Scalley next year and whoever the offensive coordinator is. Wayshawn Parker, I think, is going to be a special talent next year. So they got to he's one of those guys, they got to do what they can to hold on to him.
Absolutely. And in this game, obviously there's no Caleb Lomu and there's no Spencer Fano. So the offensive line's a little bit different, but regardless, I still think that in moments where he did get handoffs and he did get carries, he did a great job of running in between the tackles like he normally does. Sometimes when he bounced it out, there wasn't I don't want to say it was bad blocking, but there was moments where the blocking probably could have been better. But I mean, that's what you come to expect when you're turning over both tackles, and I think that probably could have helped Wayshawn have a bigger game. But ultimately, with the opportunities he did have, I thought he did phenomenal.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, it's not like the blocking was bad, but as you're bringing up, like it's a lot different going
It's
from
just the
two
adjustment.
first
Yeah,
round picks at offensive
exactly.
tackle versus the next guy's up, and they're fine offensive linemen. I know they do a great job of developing those guys, but we're talking two of the best offensive tackles in the
Yeah.
entire country. So that is going to make a big difference, even if you've been practicing with these guys for a number of weeks. But it's a bit of a drop off on the offensive line
Yeah.
play there.
Which again, in that same sense, got to give them credit. Got to give them massive credit because I thought in moments they did a lot of great things. I thought the pass blocking, the pass protection, was exceptionally well for Devin Napier. He seemed like
Yeah.
he had all the time in the world to get his passes off and to really get that offense going. And so I do want to give credit to the guys who had to step in for first rounders. It's not an easy task to do. It's not an easy thing to do to come in. There's obviously going to be a little bit of adjustment there as as you head into next season, as you go through spring ball, as you go through fall camp. But I think just in what we saw today from the tackle positions, I thought they did a phenomenal job. And of course, that's another reason why Utah fans should be excited for what's to come.
Yeah, and especially setting up a couple of those touchdown passes from Dampier. I mean, because again, he's short, right? So you gotta block a certain way. But there were a few plays where I can't remember which touchdown pass it was because he had so many, right? But it's almost like the seas parted and you see him, just a very clean pocket, no pressure at all, and he just delivers a strike right across the middle. And
Yeah,
that makes it easy, right?
Yeah, anything and everything to make sure that your quarterback is in a good spot to make those plays. Again, it's going to be an adjustment, but I think what they showed and what we saw from them through their first start, I believe this is for both of them. They showed well. They showed well, and they're still young guys. It'll take time for that adjustment to come, but they did a good job to keep Dampier upright.
Did you see the final score of the Michigan game?
I did not know.
41-27 for Texas.
Ooh, not a great start there for Michigan.
You think it's too late for Witt to change his mind?
No, probably not. That ship might have already sailed. But, I think for Michigan, there's you got to go through and you got to clean up whatever the mess is as far as like the scandals go and everything from the Harbaugh era, where the sign stealing, the assistant hacking into student emails or whatever. And I think Witt's got his hands full with that. But I think once they can overcome that, they'll be fine.
Bryce Underwood really struggled. 23 of 42, 199 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions on the day. Again, he is a true freshman, but that is, I only bring that up because that is something that could directly affect Utah, right?
Yeah.
His decision on whether he stays or goes could really influence on what Devin Dampier does. And even if Bryce Underwood stays at Michigan, there still is a chance that Dampier enters the portal and goes elsewhere, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. January 2nd. Do you know what time it opens?
Oh, no,
there's a time, but January 2nd, Friday.
January 2nd, Whittingham goes on the ABC broadcast and says he'll have 90% of his coaching staff announced by the weekend.
Oh, he said that?
He said that. He said 90% of the coaching staff will be announced by the weekend on ABC's broadcast of that game, the Michigan Texas game. And so,
interesting.
Again, we're waiting for the shoe to fall, waiting for the news to come to see who and what happens. But again,
Yeah.
I think more so than just the coaching staffs. I think Utah's got to do everything they can to make sure Devin Dampier returns for next season. Wayshawn Parker, JJ Buchanan. Lance Holtzclaw.
John Henry Daly, if you can, man. I know he's entering the portal, but you can bring him back.
You could, yeah. You can still make a late push.
Him back out.
Absolutely. They're just because, and that brings up a good point. Just because they're in the portal doesn't mean they're going to stay in the portal, right?
Isaac Wilson did it.
Isaac Wilson came back last season, and so just because, which by the way, he's back in the portal. Just because they're in the portal doesn't mean that they're guaranteed to leave, right? Utah can still make a push to recruit their own guys, and I anticipate Morgan Scalley to do a lot of that in the coming days and in the coming weeks to make sure that you are able to keep the core pieces of what made this team so successful this season.
Yeah, I do wonder if, and it's not, I'm not acting like I'm the only person who's thought this ever, but I do wonder if Whittingham was giving Jason Beck this time to prepare for this game, just because, Witt doesn't want to leave this program. in a bad spot, even if it is just the Las Vegas Bowl or whatever. It's motorcycle. But he doesn't want to have bad blood with this program, and especially if he's going to bring Beck to Michigan, right? You don't want to, I guess, ruin the Las Vegas Bowl for this program that Kyle Whittingham has spent 21 years with by poaching their offensive coordinator right before the bowl game. So I do wonder if Whit was kind of waiting for the game to be over to make that decision or announcement, because it sounds like he's been telling the players that.
Yeah, and he's been telling the players that, and we also had a couple of media guys from Michigan jump on. Yeah. So they jumped on the special coverage show that we did on last Friday when the news broke, and the whole station came in to help out with that. We had a Michigan writer jump on, and he essentially said the same thing that we had the guy on Monday who jumped on Jaden Alex say, that essentially Whittingham is waiting for the bowl games to finish out of respect for the coaching staff that's already in place at Michigan and the coaching staffs of the people he wants to target. So yes, to your point, yes, it is because of the bowl games. It's because he wanted the focus to be on the games and the players and not necessarily the coaching drama that, again, we're just anticipating to see here in the next couple of days.
What a complete 180 from the coaches that have been at Michigan, right?
Right.
Finally get a good guy there.
They need it, man.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's funny. I saw a screenshot right on the ABC broadcast. Somebody posted out there on Twitter. It was Kyle Whittingham. When the camera panned to him at the Michigan game, and it was like, oh, look, a coach who's not on his phone DMing other people, DMing girls, right? And so the Michigan fans are extremely excited for Whittingham because they know no scandals, nothing of that nature, and they need it right now.
Yeah, no BS, man.
Yeah, exactly. That's the type of man he is.
Yeah. We are still waiting for Coach's Sound to wrap up. Really want to hear from Morgan Scalley, his first post-game presser ever as the head coach at the University of Utah. Sounds like they are either at the podium or just wrapping up. So we're going to take a break and then get to that in the next segment at some point. While you wait, leave a comment in the comments section. Want to get some listener reaction, and then while we wait for Scalley and the players to wrap. So if you have anything to say about this game or about Morgan Scalley or about Kyle Whittingham, let us know your thoughts in the comments section. We're on YouTube, on Facebook, on X. But until then, quick 3-minute break, and then we'll be right back. You're listening to the Ute Postgame Show, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvan. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is the Ute Postgame Show on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the Ute Postgame Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'm Christian Esparza. Alex Napolis with me, breaking down Utah's 44-22 win over Nebraska in the Las Vegas Bowl. Alex, we are right about to play Morgan Scalley's postgame presser, but a little spoiler alert. I've got a quote I want to hit.
Ooh.
Morgan Scalley says, the Utah logo is the only logo he's ever worn and the only logo he will ever wear. I love it.
There you go, man. So in 21 years, when it's time for, after 21 years of Morgan Scalley, when it's time for him to contemplate retirement, you don't have to worry about him going to Michigan because he's only going to wear the Utah logo.
Yeah, and I hope he lasts 21 years. That would be that'd be quite the accomplishment.
I think it would.
Getting to some comments in the YouTube. Dwayne9166 chiming in. Just think, now that Coach Witt is at Michigan, if Utah is in the playoff next year, the Big Ten will probably invite us to join it. Yeah, maybe.
I think Utah's in a good spot. I don't know what the future of college football holds or what it looks like, or what the power two, future looks like. But I think Utah has definitely earned a spot at the table as far as because of the consistency that they've had in the Pac-12 era, and because of the consistency now that we can potentially hope to see under Morgan Scalley. I think it comes with winning a couple of winning one at the minimum of a Big 12 championship before you can think about the Big 10. But I think Utah's in a good spot to compete.
I totally agree. Don't worry about the conference you're not in.
Yeah.
Focus on the Big 12.
Win the Big
12
12
title first.
Yeah, there you go.
That is one thing I'll miss about Kyle Whittingham was his looks into the future and all those quotes he would give us, right?
You know what, man? He was pretty spot on.
He really was.
He was pretty spot on with all those quotes.
His famous one being something to the tune of, it won't be long until the top 10 teams in college football reflect the top 10 highest spenders.
Yep.
And it certainly is trending that direction. Definitely in the Big 12, it's looking like that, right? With Texas Tech and BYU at the top. And we'll see what that looks like next year with even larger contributions from, BYU's donors and things like that. And everybody's just going to be paying more and more money. But you're right. You alluded to the two super conferences that Kyle Whittingham has kind of spoken about. And he thinks probably in 2030 something, that's what college football is trending to. And eventually you're going to have to be a have or a have not. And the haves are going to be in these super conferences and the have nots are going to be left out. And, regardless if Utah ever wins the Big 12 championship or not, I think consistently having double-digit win seasons is going to get them a spot at the table. I think they've earned that reputation. And of course, you want to compete for Big 12 championships, but there's some really good teams in this conference. So
there are.
We'll see. That is, I think, again, off of the reputation that Kyle Whittingham built up and that Utah football carries. I think that is the expectation, though, and nothing less. Unless your starting quarterback, is out for the season and you're waiting on him to come back, and you've got a walk-on pig farmer playing at quarterback, right? Like, you should always be competing for a Big 12 championship at Utah.
I 100% agree. And I think, like we've talked about in the past, man, I think Morgan Scalley's in a good position to just build upon what's already been laid down by Kyle Whittingham. He was obviously his mentor. They've been together for a really long time now. And so he knows what the program's about. He knows what the foundation is. And I'm sure he'll have similar, if not the same, values as far as building the program and building that reputation. And it's going to come down to double-digit wins seasons. It's going to come down to that. It's going to come down to positioning yourself to be in a spot where you're not only fighting for a chance at a Big 12 championship game in Arlington, but you're also fighting for a chance in the college football playoff, as Utah was this season. If you can consistently do that, whatever the future looks like for college football, if Morgan Scalley can continue to knock off double-digit win seasons and can continue to put this team in a position where they are fighting for those spots, the championship and the playoff, there's no doubt that in my mind that Utah can potentially have their spot at the table when it's all said and done, when the Power 4 becomes the Power 2 and the super conferences come around.
And again, I mean, you bring up it's not going to be easy, right? Morgan Scalley has to put in the work, but the foundation is there.
Yeah.
So now Scalley's just got to prove himself as the coach.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Utah, man, I think next year you can continue to build off the success that Kyle Whittingham has left. But I think the big question for me, man, is how does the program look like in 3 years? How does it look like in 4 years? Once the foundations of what Kyle Whittingham, I mean, they're there, but it's now Morgan Scalley's, right? And it's his team, it's his recruiting classes, and it's his, stuff of that nature, right? How does the program look like in 3 and 4 years when it is now fully time for that transition to be, this is Morgan Scalley's program? Can it still be at that same level? Will it still be at that same level? And I think that's going to be the biggest challenge for Morgan in the first couple of years, man. It's just making the program his and making sure that as the transition becomes to making the program his, you're still in those positions to compete for those spots.
Yeah, and that is the big challenge, is being Morgan Scalley and not Kyle Whittingham's successor. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
don't try and be Kyle Whittingham. Be Morgan Scalley.
You don't want to be you usually don't want to be the guy that follows the guy, right?
Yeah, but he said so himself.
Or yeah, he said it so himself. But I think in this case, he has the unique opportunity of making it his quickly. So again, I'm just curious to see what that program looks like in 3 to 4 years.
Well, let's get to the podium and hear from the man himself. Sounds like Morgan Scalley, Devin Dampier, and Lander Barton were all at the podium together, so you'll get to hear from all three of them as they take questions. But this is Morgan Scalley's first official post-game presser as the head coach of the Utah Utes.
All right, go Utes. Man, this bowl experience has been awesome. Vegas has always been good to us. The bowl committee, John Cicenti, Kent Gardner from SRS Distribution, just making this really a special week for our players. You know, there's a reason you want to get to a bowl game, and it's to get the goods, to get some good stuff and the gifts. They took care of our players, and so much gratitude to them, Virgin Hotel, who hosted us. And, really, I would say the biggest thing I want to emphasize is there have been so many distractions for these players. And the game is all about them. And so they're the ones that don't deserve all the distractions, right? And they worked their tails off. This is the fourth season in University of Utah football history where we've had 11 wins. And that is amazing, considering the history. So credit goes to the seniors, the leadership of this football team. So grateful that they held it together. And it was the players really holding it together. I was swimming, trying to keep my head above water with the new assignment as a head football coach. And so I'm so grateful for them, and grateful for our president Taylor Randall, our athletic director Mark Harlan for their support and throughout this experience. Grateful for Kyle Whittingham, my mentor, and what an amazing coach, and what he's done for this program, what he's done for me personally. I can't thank him enough, and wish him well on his journey at the University of Michigan. But this is about our players, and I've not looked at the stats, but I know you did amazing. Spider-Man, and this guy had a birthday yesterday, and he's now an uncle again, right, with a baby boy. So with that, go Utes. We're so fired up.
Got mics on both sides. Just flag down Mark and myself. We'll get a mic to you before you ask your question.
Morgan, obviously you mentioned that it's just been a crazy whirlwind week. At the luncheon yesterday, you said you've been taking 5-hour energy. Just walk me through just the emotions of this week with so much happening. How have you kind of kept it all together just as the head coach in your first week? And then for Devin and Lander, just what does it look like behind the scenes with Morgan leading up to this game and obviously winning it?
I think it would have been a lot harder had we not had a great culture already established. With players really understanding their role in leading. So there's a lot to being a head football coach, particularly at a time when the portal's about to open and you've got things going on left and right. But like I said, these guys kept it all together. And it'd be very easy for people to start turning and what about me, what about mine, and to lose focus. And so can't say enough about our players.
Yeah, man, I think the way Scotty came in just right away when we all sat down and he got up there, he went up there with confidence. And as players, things get a little changed. You don't know what's really going to happen when you're getting led by someone with confidence in himself and also in the program and us players. I think it just lifted us up from the jump, and just throughout this trip, he's allowed us to have both, the fun of enjoying each other. There's a lot of love for this team that we've created. We've bonded since the beginning. So just for him to allow us to have that time together, and then also when we got to business, man, we hit it hard. The practices were hard, and man, we're just grateful for it all. Grateful for Coach Scally, the way he handled everything, and that's kind of what kept us together.
Yeah, this week, I really never felt like the team was ever really distracted by what was going on around us. It made it easy, too, because it's a good group of guys that they're bought into the culture, and we're all here for one reason, that's to win a game. And, Coach Scally preached every single day, every single team meeting that we had. It was just stay focused on the goal. We have our time to have fun, like Devin said, and there's time to work. And, I'm just happy to be a part of this team and a part of Coach Scally's first win.
Oh, man.
That was actually the question I was going to go with, but I got to back up, so I'm good. We got to see a little bit of that emotion come out there at the end when you're holding up the trophy. For the players, what does that mean to see that? For Coach Lander, you've been playing for Morgan for quite some time. And Morgan, what's going through your head? What are some of those instant things you're thinking about when you're having that emotion up there on the stage after your first win?
It was good to see. Coach, sometimes he'll cry a little bit sometimes. He's not afraid to cry. I'm working on it. But he doesn't hide his feelings. He doesn't mask it. I think it takes a very brave and strong man to cry in front of others. And that's the type of man Coach Scally is. And that's the type of man I want to be someday. He leads by example.
Yeah, I am who I am. And I'm just, I wear my emotions on my sleeve. I grew up a Utah man. My dad played at the University of Utah. I have family play at the University of Utah. Go to the University of Utah. And I grew up, running around in those tunnels at Rice Stadium when it wasn't Rice Eccles Stadium. And he had the black top. And I was, let me wear my Little League jersey just to get into the game for free. And I've seen it transition. I've been there through all of it. And I've never, my dream, has always been to take it to the highest level. And the one thing that I'm so grateful for is that my logo has never changed, nor will it. And and then add to that my family, what they sacrificed. My daughter's, poor Emma, she's got the flu, and so it was kind of dealing with that too. But just it takes a family to sacrifice a lot for me to be, who I am. And if I'm not a great father, I will never be a great coach. So I just appreciate my family.
Devin, you were wearing the big Utah chain after the game. What does the next 48 hours look for you with the transfer portal opening?
It's all about this game. That's what it's been about. These are like final hours with my seniors. I've been elected to be in the leadership since the beginning. Was able to earn captain this game. So, they demonstrated leadership to the max. I'm so grateful that just the way I was raised, I take my relationships very valuable and very serious. So, it's the last couple hours I get to hang out with those guys. So that's where my mind's going to be at for sure.
Coach Scally, you've been coaching in this program for 2 decades, but obviously tonight was different as you coached your first head coaching game. When did that really settle in for you that this was your job, your program now?
I don't think it's settled in at all yet. Probably a lot of mistakes, being on the offensive side when I'm supposed to be on the defensive side. We were trying to get Wayshawn 1,000 yards there at the end, which is why we kept him on the field. There's no disrespect whatsoever towards Nebraska, and I told Matt that, and what a class guy. Completely respect Nebraska, and so. But yeah, it's been so crazy. I don't know that I've been really able to process it or think about it, and it will come. But I'm confident of the future.
Morgan, obviously, I kind of just want to go back to the moment where you found out that you were going to be coaching as the head coach in this game, as not defensive coordinator. Where were you? How did you address it with the team? And just getting your first win, I mean, what are the emotions? How are you feeling just being on the sideline, being the leader, and not, as a defensive coordinator? Just walk me through all of that. I know that's a loaded question.
Well, I honestly can't remember. I don't know where I was. Dead serious. It's just kind of crazy. But I've been through change. Been through Ron McBride, being fired, and Urban taking off and going to Florida. And it takes a strong culture to withstand change, right? And so, that's the one thing about this place that is special in an environment in this day and age of college football where everyone's telling these young men to get theirs, and teams will continue to win championships, not individuals. And so it's always going to be about the team at the University of Utah. Change is going to happen. That's just the environment we're in college football. But your culture has to be strong enough to withstand it.
Hey, Coach. Congrats on the first win.
Thank you.
Just kind of going to go off the question Devin kind of answered. What do the next 48 hours for you sort of look like? You mentioned the transfer portal opening. So much focus going into this game, obviously. How do you kind of flip a switch here?
Well, my number one goal is making sure that our guys make it home for curfew tonight in Las Vegas. That's number one. So beyond that, that's a, we'll work after that. But, this is a big time profession. And if people don't think that we've already been planning, already been looking for the next step, then they don't know us. So we will be prepared for whatever is to come, and we are excited for those that want to be Utes. And bottom line is, we hope all these guys in that locker room continue to be here.
Morgan and Lander, the beginning of that game obviously didn't go very well defensively. They were getting kind of what they wanted to. What changed and allowed you guys, I think it was 5 straight 3-and-outs that you forced, and then really just kind of own that game. What kind of changed in your guys' perspective?
We can watch the film on the sidelines after every single series. I mean, in those first couple series, there's mistakes made on almost every single play where they were able to make big gains. So, I mean, we were kind of just settling in and just had to play fundamental and technique football. I mean, that's all it is. A lot of big plays happen when things start to break down. So you just got to get back to doing your job, and every single person needs to do that on the field. And once we started doing that, you saw the result of it. I mean, we just had to settle in and adjust a little bit.
Yeah, just gap scheme issues, not fitting counter properly, missing a tackle here or there. But for the most part, it was run fit defense. And we shored that up, and you saw the result.
To all of you, congratulations on the win. Coach, now 1-0 as a head coach. What do you want the Morgan Scally era of Utah football to look like? And for the players, same to you. What do you think this win means for the future of the program?
This program will always be bigger than one person, and it will continue to be Utah football, and not the Morgan Scally. This is the culture. It's all about the players. It's all about the team. I'm grateful to be in a position where I can help lead. At the same time, you're only as good as your players, and you'll never outperform the leadership that's provided by them. So, but again, blessed to be in this position, to have people trust and believe in me. But it's all about the players.
Yeah, man, Coach Scally, he's a big believer in hard work. So I can't imagine Utah going any way that's not that. We're tough-minded. We stay together. So I know that's going to come with it for sure. And I think the difference you're going to see, I honestly, the energy, it has been different, no doubt. The amount of smiles on people's faces, and that just brings that extra juice. So I can imagine, running out that tunnel, people are going to be hyped.
I mean, after tonight, I'll be watching from the TV to see what this program does. But, I mean, I know great things are in store. I mean, the culture's strong, and it's not going to dwindle at all. It's just going to build from here. And, I mean, I'm excited to watch this program win some rings. Oh, man.
Aren't we all, Lander? That was Lander Barton, Devin Dampier, and Morgan Scally taking the podium after winning the Las Vegas Bowl 44-22 over Nebraska. A couple big takeaways there. One quote I really liked from Morgan Scally, he was asked about what he wants his program to look like during the Morgan Scally era. He said, "This program will always be bigger than any one person." Love that mentality, love that mindset. And that's kind of what Utah football has to live with, because as you mentioned earlier, Alex, Utah's never going to get, the highest rated recruits in the class. Yeah. They're not really going to get these superstar players. Utah's brand is built off of being hard workers and, teamwork. And looks like Morgan Scally is going to continue that.
Absolutely. Whittingham has built the program on kind of that blue collar mentality, the hard work mentality, the everybody on this team loves each other mentality. And I think Morgan Scally being someone who worked under Whittingham for so long, being someone who basically got mentored by Whittingham and learned a lot of his coaching style under Kyle Whittingham. I'm sure that's something that will stick with this Utah program. Give them credit though; they have done better in their recruiting trail in bringing in guys who are more highly rated. In the more recent seasons, specifically looking at Celesi Moa in the latest recruiting class, but it's always going to be about the guys who come in and work hard and get to where. I mean, you heard the story about Dylan Bentley during the broadcast, dealing through some injuries, right? Not necessarily the first name on the depth chart, and Jason Beck didn't really have a spot for him on the offense coming into the spring camp. But he worked hard, made his own jump, and then look at the season Dylan Bentley had. Those are the type of players that Utah thrives on. And I'm sure that won't change under Morgan Scally.
All right, let's wrap this baby up as we always do. And of course, wrapping the season up for Utah football. What a year it has been. And then Morgan Scally starts off 1-0, but the Utes finish the season 11-2. Alex, offensive and defensive MVPs for this game, for the Las Vegas Bowl.
For the Las Vegas Bowl, offense is Devin Dampier, no doubt.
Easy.
Ooh, the defense one's tricky. I'm going to have to give it to Lance Holtzclaw, who I thought stepped in, looked phenomenal at times. During the early goings, I thought that there was times where it looked like I don't know if it was just a missed assignment. I don't know if it was just him going into the wrong gap or what the situation was, but he looked a little bit lost in those first 2 drives from Nebraska. But again, him, like the rest of the defense, able to shore things up. And then, of course, Lance Holtzclaw has what I thought was a phenomenal game, coming in and stepping in for a guy like Logan Fano, who of course has been extremely successful for Utah.
Yeah, a sack and a TFL for Holtzclaw tonight. I definitely agree. Now, season awards, offensive and defensive MVP.
Offensive, I think I'm gonna have to stick with Devin, man. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with Devin. Devin Dampier again. We talked about it earlier. The 12-12 was the talk in the preseason, right? Was that going to translate to the Power 4 level? Was a success going to transfer to the Power 4 level? And obviously we see that it does. Not necessarily, the biggest numbers through the air, but I think he did phenomenally enough to get Utah to where they needed to be. And he's a great leader for this offense. And so Devin Dampier, offensive MVP.
Yeah, he led one of the most prolific Utah offenses that we have seen in some time. I mean, again, I mentioned this earlier. In Big 12 play, they were consistently putting up 40, even 50 points. Like, that used to be a big deal. Now it's just another Saturday, right? So
just another day's work.
Yeah, that's all credit to Devin Dampier, man. And then again, 44 points tonight and finishing with the best game of his Utah career by far. Hopefully he returns so we can add many more to that. Defensive MVP, I think it's also pretty easy. I'd go John Henry Daly.
Oh,
you agree?
Oh, I was going to go Jackson Benny, man.
Okay.
I was going to go Jackson Benny.
Was it 2 pick sixes?
2 pick sixes. I think has 4 interceptions total on the year. A lot of passes deflected. Still just a sophomore. I think he's been the revelation on the defense this season. I know, and you're absolutely right. Like, it could go John Henry Daly because before he got injured, John Henry Daly was absolutely phenomenal. But I'm gonna go Jackson Benny.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was almost a weapon on offense.
Yeah, I know. So close. So close.
Hopefully they're done with that. That's one thing I don't want to see next year.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. I think, there was times that there was moments where Smith Snowden did some good things, especially in the early goings of the season, right? I think during UCLA was probably his best game. And then Lander Barn had some okay catches, and then Jackson Benny, they tried to make him a deep threat. Didn't necessarily work out. Had the big one against Texas Tech that unfortunately gets called back.
Yeah.
But I think ultimately, I think now is the time to go and find those athletes in the transfer portal and find those players in the transfer portal, right? The guys who can come in and kind of be those speedy gadget weapons on offense. But I think guys like Smith, if of course Smith decides to come back, and then same thing with Jackson Benny, like if those guys come back, they specialize on defense and do everything they can to make that defense great.
All right, that does it for our final post-game show of the college football season. Alex, it's been so much fun doing this with you for Utah and BYU. So it's bittersweet. It was a long season, but it's going to be weird having not having post-game shows on Saturdays. It's been really fun. I want to thank you for doing this with me every week. I want to thank everybody who's tuned in for the shows and stuck with us as we are learning this and getting better every single week. I certainly hope so. So again, thank you to everybody who's listened. Thanks to Sean. Thanks to Parker. Thanks to Alma for producing at certain times throughout the year. Couldn't have done it without those guys' help. So until next season, I guess we'll see ya, right? We don't really know what next season is going to look like for Utah football, but we are going to be there. And then, of course, want to promote KSL Sports, as always. Steve Bartle, our Utah insider, does phenomenal work. He's down there in Vegas right now. So head over to the website and get the best Utah coverage in the state.
And also too, just to plug in, while we are going to be finished with the post-game shows, we'll still be on every Saturday, 10 a.m. on the Saturday show, breaking everything down. And so you can catch me and Christian Esparza there as well.
Yeah, I know Friday we're going to get bombarded with transfer portal news. So join the KSL Sports Zone all day Friday, and then Saturday 10 and noon as well. So thanks, Alex. Thanks, Sean. And thank you for listening. This has been the Ute Post Game Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. You got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Come test drive the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander or any of our other amazing new Mitsubishi vehicles at Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
All right, Utah, this is your shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game in Santa Clara on February 8th. If you've ever dreamed of stepping onto football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. To qualify, just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask about Ivory's super low rates, as low as 4.99% for a 30-year fixed. So get off the sidelines, visit an Ivory model home today, and enter for your chance to see the most incredible halftime show and the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
The Lowe's Closeout event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Citrus Bowl, he threw for 221 yards, 2 touchdowns. He also had 9 carries for 155 yards and 2 touchdowns as Texas defeated Michigan 41-27. In the Las Vegas Bowl, Utah rolled past Nebraska 44-26. Right now in the NBA, halfway through the third quarter, the Bulls lead the Pelicans 72-70. At the half, the Knicks are up on the Spurs 73-63. Victor Wembanyama 22 points and 8 rebounds. Karl Anthony Towns 15 points. Scotty Barnes has 12 points, but the Raptors are losing at home to the Nuggets 54-48 late in the second quarter. Still late in the first quarter between the Trailblazers and the Thunder. OKC is up here 34-22. The Hawks did defeat the Timberwolves earlier today 126-102, and Anthony Edwards with about 7 minutes and something seconds. Coach Finch of Minnesota decided to just sit all the starters. So with about 7 minutes to go, Anthony Edwards just left the bench and never came back. Did not speak to the media. He was very upset. Had 30 points, but the Hawks beat the Timberwolves 126-102. So I'm sure we'll hear more about Anthony Edwards, who left with literally 7 minutes left in the game. Back to you guys.
Hanging around Draymond or something?
Who knows? Who knows?
Man. All right. Thank you, Monty.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. We'll check back in a little bit
Jess.
later on. It's the Jakob with Rob and Kelvin on a Worship Wednesday, the last one of 2025. Rob G, all right. What's the odd I'm talking about? So those YouTubians.
The YouTubians are very interested in Rob Parker's jacket. So here are a couple of comments related specifically to that very nice, very expensive coat that you're wearing here. E.T. Nod says, Rob's sending someone to college tonight with that jacket.
Big sugar daddy vibes. Big. I wish Mary Mack was here. She would be roasting them right now about that.
Hey, yo, what?
Well, just for that
Imagine
part,
your lady
too.
sitting in front of you and you said that,
No,
right?
no, not just.
I wish
just
Max was
saying.
here. She's
no,
fun.
I'm just saying.
No, it's
you know,
cool. I know you like the side
man,
piece.
you know,
It's all good. I'll just say off the mic.
There you go.
my God.
Oh, man.
Alex, don't do that.
It's okay. New year, we'll restart.
Get on him more about the sugar daddy, then I'll be happy.
Derek V9C says, man, Rob got his young boy jacket on.
Yeah, you.
What?
I want to say, you
my
know what
birthday's coming.
You know what I want to say you look like right now, but I ain't gonna say it already. You know,
Who?
some initials.
He's
you
not
know.
in prison.
No,
is
he not a he particular, but a group of people.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. Rob don't get it. He really doesn't get it.
I don't get it.
Yes.
Oh, don't do that. Oh, don't do that.
Give me the money
Don't
shot.
do that.
Wait, not them. Wait, Wamatsi, no, not them.
No,
not them.
Hey.
Talking about the Y something else.
Oh, okay. I got that. No, I know that. No, not that.
Monty went too far. I saw the Y, and I was like, okay.
Monty,
Then she kept it going.
Monty, you killing me.
Monty took it too far.
You go on one gay cruise and people get they
I
know,
know,
you.
right?
It's crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's his birthday. It's Robert Parker.
You know what? Give me my cupcakes and my wine back.
What do you mean give them? There are none. You ate them all.
Give my stuff back.
You ate all the cupcakes. Who brings in 6? They ate 6.
Whatever.
And then takes another one. Unprecedented.
Nobody could just say, Rob, that's a nice jacket.
I told you that earlier.
All right, last one here. Bless His Man 52 says, Rob definitely going to a club where they play Pound Town by Sexy Red with that jacket on.
Oh, my God. Thanks, Rob G. I needed all that.
It's a nice jacket. We all like this jacket.
The moral of the story is we all like the jacket.
I did buy it. I did.
Alex, how did you have this readily available is what I want to know. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. He's in the building.
Rob Parker.
Fox Sports Radio Zone. Rob Parker. We better make some money tonight.
My cookie pink, my booty brown.
Oh, God.
What?
Unbelievable.
It was bleeped?
Barely. I still heard it.
Hey, I will admit, Rob's, Monty, and Alex, the bleeps don't hit like they did in the 90s.
No.
The
'Cause you
90s, we
hear a
hit you
little
with
bit
a
of it,
full,
right.
you know, when I'm about to shoot a bit, man, I can't do it. I got a bit. Or they hit you with a beep. Man, nowadays.
Oh, they at least played in reverse, so you don't know what
Yeah,
they
you
said.
now
I know exactly what she said.
Now it's just a vowel.
Now it's just exactly. What's the word? Take that first vowel out. We good.
That makes no sense.
FCC will clear it.
But I do want to say this. Last Super Bowl, which one we went to? Was that in Vegas? Was that
No,
2
the
years
last
ago?
Last one was New Orleans.
So 2 years ago in Vegas is when I bought this jacket.
Yeah,
I was walking.
that's fun.
I don't even remember what store, but walking through, and I said to those guys, you know how you just see something?
Yeah.
I was like, that's a nice jacket. And then once I put it on, look at the arms.
No, fits perfect. Looks good. Yeah.
So I was like, okay, get it. I wore it to Colin Cowherd's Super Bowl party in Vegas, and I don't know, 8 people stopped me and was like,
no, it's
man,
fly.
that's
What
a
is the
real
first thing
nice
I told you
jacket.
today?
Yeah.
I said, that's like it's fly, bro.
Thank you. I
Wait, you
appreciate
bought that jacket in the rain? Because it was raining hard that week in Vegas.
Yeah.
It's raining.
Oh, you know what?
Hallelujah, it's raining there.
Alex, you going to go along with these guys?
I'm sorry. I know Mary should be here. I'm sorry.
Hey.
You know what, Rob G? Wait till I
Monty, I'm over here co-signing what you were saying. I'm like, yeah. Then I start thinking like, wait, no.
You know what? Rob G, I'm going to pimp slap you when I come in.
What did I do? That was him. I don't control the music.
All right.
Yes, you do.
I'm crying, yo.
Can we do the radio show?
I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. You the one came in here with that fly jacket on for no reason. Like it's just me,
I'm
boo.
going out
boo,
tonight.
It's just me, boo. You ain't have to do that.
I'm going out tonight.
Here I am. I got my nice dad, little, nice Christmas little dad hook
Can
up
I
here.
go out on New Year's Eve? I mean, I'm trying to celebrate. I'm trying to live life.
Hold on. Elijah, take this. Elijah, put the camera on him.
What?
Now you fully look like a young dude, man. You about to go out. You got your bottle of champagne. Monty, come bring the marquee with the little sparklers.
Yeah.
Come bring that.
I could do that.
You got your whole night set up right now.
Rob G, did you Google this to see how much it costs? Did you?
No. Why would I do
okay.
that, Rob?
Yeah.
Rob needs to let you know.
Yes.
And I just noticed something about my Christmas gift already. Rob, don't be leaving the prices on.
Was your price on there? Was yours on there too?
Yes, it was.
I'm crying.
I got the
Don't
full
leave
tag.
Don't But see, only Rob will leave the price on there because it looked, relatively expensive. So he's like, oh, I didn't mean to leave that on there.
How much did it say? He tore off the TJ Maxx part and just left the original. Yeah.
How do you
was
know?
highlighted too and circled it.
How do you know I didn't buy that from the original place? I bought that at Macy's.
Because that's counter to everything we know about you.
The guy who brings in 6 cupcakes is not buying the jackets from Macy's. Let me tell you that right now.
Rob G, stop saying 6. 5. The 6 is right there.
Mine has nothing on it, so I don't know.
You're what?
My wine bottle has nothing on it.
No. This was the Christmas gift, I'm saying.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, he left the tag on there on purpose.
See. He did.
What did it
know
say?
that, yes.
$89?
I'm not telling you right now, okay? I'm not telling you what to say.
Right? Did you like it?
It feels expensive. I like it.
It does.
It's not cheap. It's not like
Do I have to wait to the Super Bowl to wear it, or can I wear it?
You can wear
prior to?
it, but we're going to wear it when we're at the Super Bowl.
We got to look like a team.
We do look like a team.
Especially in San Francisco in February. It's not.
I mean, when they see a group of guys wearing matching jackets in San Francisco,
listen, we will be all right.
It doesn't have fur. It doesn't have fur around the collar. Okay, I'm just telling you.
We will be all right.
When that Uber pulls up, he's going to know right where to take us.
Here, hey guys, no judgment. It's all good. It's all good. It's 2026, man. Come on, hop on in.
They'll be like,
might even recommend some spots. We'd be like, hey.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. The 2 guys with wedding rings on. You're in San Francisco now. You can play around a little bit. You know what I mean?
You got matching cute.
That is a good point, Roger. They're gonna think we a couple. Ain't this a blip? They used to think it's y'all two the way you feeding them pancakes.
Okay. Rob G.
I'm offended that you would say you don't want to be seen as a couple with me.
Dang.
See?
That's got to be racist.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Over here celebrating blackness and we don't even be a couple.
And he's lost all this weight.
I know.
I'm trying to look cute
for you.
You do look cute.
And he don't want you.
That's got to be racist. I'm going to do some push-ups before we get in the cab and everything.
Let me tell you what you're not going to do. Just drop on the dirty ground out there and just do push-ups.
There's a place for that. You know where it is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
Come on, Rob.
That's right. It's going down. Bobby P. Bobby P is in the building. They call him Daddy Big Bucks. That's right. All gifts will have tags on them.
Hold on.
Oh, no.
All right, we're good.
All right, we are good.
All right,
hey, once. Yeah, we ain't gonna. That was great.
Yeah.
HRU, Elijah. I need that segment.
All right,
you know I love all left turn segments.
One's got to go, and it's some of the music that Alex is playing these days. How's that?
Rob, the problem is he's right. That is being played where you go.
Okay.
All right, one's got to go. A little New Year's Eve and today edition.
And I'm finally going to eat my cupcake. Okay, my cupcake, not Rob G's cupcake.
There you go. You eat yours. Your 7th of the 12 that you brought.
And that's 7?
That is 7. He had
24 hours?
This is double chocolate, too.
Wow.
I'm actually impressed. You like chocolate. All right, it is Hot Couple Fox Sports Radio.
Watching us on YouTube has never been easier.
That's absolute fact.
From the show clips
it's on.
To the live shows that you love.
There's something for everyone.
Fox Sports Radio on YouTube is for you.
Yeah.
Check it out now.
It is a no-brainer.
Come on now.
Yeah. Just search Fox Sports Radio on YouTube.
Hey, why not?
I say this all the time. Insurance companies aren't in the business of protecting you. They're in the business of protecting their profits. Their number one goal, avoid paying any claim they can get out of. These policies, home, life, and auto, are written in legal jargon on purpose, not for clarity, for confusion. Buried in that fine print are exclusions, loopholes, and coverage gaps you'll never catch on your own. You might think you're covered, but you don't actually know. Most people only find out when something goes wrong, and by then it's too late. That's why you should look at My Policy Advocate. Upload your policy. Break it down. It does so in plain English, telling you where you're covered and exposed and where your insurance company can deny you. Right now, through the end of the year, it's just $79 for an entire year, practically nothing. And it could save you tens of thousands of dollars when life happens. Don't leave it to chance. Go to mypolicyadvocate.com. Take 5 minutes. Make sure you're actually protected.
Did you know bad bacteria causes cavities and tooth decay? Did you know bad bacteria feed off residue left by sugary foods and drinks? Keep your family healthy. Your smile matters.
Be sure to brush 2 times daily for at least 2 minutes with fluoride toothpaste.
Floss once a day and limit sugary foods and drinks like sweetened juices, candies, and sodas.
Even sugar-free carbonated drinks can be harmful to teeth. Be sure to visit your dentist for regular checkups and cleanings. If you don't have a dentist, visit yoursmileutah.org for more information on community dental services. This message is brought to you by Utah Oral Health Coalition, Utah Dental Association, University of Utah School of Dentistry, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services,